The great upheaval has begun. A gate to another world suddenly appeared in the night sky, and demons poured out from it, bringing destruction. That was the beginning of a dark era. The giant monster ravaged the city, spreading terror as the people screamed, "Save me!" A dark blue-haired man panted exhaustedly, trying to escape the chaos. The green-haired man was utterly terrified, sweating profusely. A shadow wolf with glowing red eyes pounced on a terrified office worker. The man with glasses faced the monster, desperately crying for help. He collapsed before the shadow wolf, his screams for help echoing. The monster growled, seemingly mocking its prey's helplessness. Is there no one? It opened its fanged jaws wide, preparing to finish off the desperate victim. However, there were still those strong enough to stand against the demons. A red-haired hero suddenly appeared and attacked the shadow wolf. Li Jun witnessed the scene, realizing they were awakeners. That young man was Li Jun, a D-rank awakener, and he shouted for the people to leave. Li Jun urged hastily, "Hurry, before it gets up." The shadow wolf slowly raised its head, its bloodshot eyes gleaming with killing intent. Li Jun was stunned to realize the monster had not yet been defeated. Immediately, the shadow wolf lunged and bit down hard on Li Jun's arm. He bitterly realized his attack was too shallow. "Damn it, my attack is too weak," Li Jun panted, standing over the corpse of the shadow wolf he had just defeated. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from afar, making him turn around. He thought to himself, "That was close. Just hunting one drained all my strength." Looking at his injured arm, Li Jun cursed under his breath. "Damn it, this wound is too deep." As a D-rank awakener, he powerlessly watched the people screaming for help, unable to do more. Li Jun looked up in despair, bitterly admitting, "This is all I can do. How pathetic." Suddenly, an astonishing surge of energy appeared, making his eyes gleam. Amidst the rubble, snow began to fall lightly, signaling another presence. An orange-haired swordsman appeared, the sword in his hand flashing with lightning. Before him was a giant, hideous monster, and he swung his sword to attack without hesitation. His eyes sharp, the blond young man focused all his power into the blade. A single strike unleashed tens of thousands of light slashes, tearing the monster to shreds. After the devastating attack, the swordsman stood tall, his expression cold and unperturbed. Li Jun was speechless, unable to believe it. The monster I didn't even dare approach was dealt with in one strike. He realized that person was Gum Leong, a friend, and also the heir to the family's martial arts. Envy surged within him, and Li Jun bitterly thought, "If I were the heir, everything would have been different." He clenched his bleeding hand, muttering resentfully, "I could have fought like that too." The story flashed back to 2031, when Awakeners began to appear after the Great Catastrophe. They possessed extraordinary powers, and their descendants naturally inherited those abilities. However, Gum Leong was once just an F-rank Awakener who inherited nothing, forced to train relentlessly to the point of exhaustion. Gum Leong thought in despair, "D-rank. Is that all I can achieve? If I were also the heir to some martial art, and with that power, awakened at a rank higher than D-rank, would I be able to live a better life?" But then, he gritted his teeth, shaking off those fanciful illusions. He leaned against the rock face, giving a bitter laugh. What's the use of thinking about that now? Suddenly, a sound echoed, and a tear rolled down his exhausted cheek. A notification panel appeared. Path to martial arts trait unlocked. He was stunned. What? He looked down at the fatal wound on his chest, giving a wry laugh. "Ha! Are you mocking me?" Fate was truly ironic, granting an opportunity right on the brink of death. In his final moments, his eyes gleamed with extreme resentment. Damn it, this cursed Awakener system. His hand fell limp, his life force slowly faded. A mystical 8 trigrams formation suddenly activated, emitting a dazzling light. Amidst the chaotic space, his eyes opened wide in astonishment. Gum Leong woke with a start, panting on a soft bed. He sat up in a panic, realizing he was no longer on the bloody battlefield. He looked around the room blankly, wondering, "What is this?" A familiar dorm room appeared before his eyes. He realized in shock, "This is where I lived in high school. Why am I here? I was definitely fighting monsters, judging by the wounds I received while protecting the people." Gum Leong recalled his final battle, and in the end, I died. He woke up in a daze on his bed, a virtual screen appearing before his eyes. His eyes widened, unable to believe reality. Huh? He touched the screen, and the words clearly appeared, January 2nd, 2025. At the same time in the hallway, 2 other students were startled and terrified by an unusual event. Gum Leong clutched his head in despair. No way. He tried to make sense of the situation. Is this a dream? No. It can't be a dream. Realizing something, he quickly sprang out of bed. He rushed over and flung open the window. A heartbreakingly familiar scene appeared. the academy's training ground. It was the site of awakened ones in training, something he used to despise. But now, that scene was vividly unfolding right before his eyes. Leong realized in horror. I've returned. 7 years into the past? He couldn't accept this absurd truth. The young man sat on the bed, curled up in extreme confusion. Memories of his death flooded back, of the fatal hole in his waist. He pulled up his shirt to check, astonished that his body was completely intact, without a single scar. Leong looked at his hands, finally having to accept. I didn't die, and I've returned to the past. He ruffled his hair. This was something that only happened in novels. Facing a second chance, a big question appeared in his mind. What should I do now? In 7 years, a great war would break out, and in that war, he had been unable to do anything useful. First, I need to check my current status, Leong thought to himself, then froze before the status window. He suddenly realized, isn't this the path selection window from when I died? He pondered deeply. So, how do I access the martial arts attribute path? Without a moment's hesitation, his finger touched the selection screen. Heavenly Sword, Damo Gong, Tianxing Bufa, all renowned martial arts. He rubbed his chin, deliberating. I have to choose one of these, right? In my previous life, I died helplessly. Alright, in this life, I'll take a completely different path. The entire territory of Korea and Asia today is the Murim world. All thanks to the first generation of awakened ones, who had 2 choices in the path. One was the magic and aura of the continent of Grantis. The other was the martial arts of Murim. Europe and America chose the continent of Grantis, while Asia chose Murim, creating the world of today. Leong mused. These are all highly influential martial arts. Is there any martial art that doesn't belong anywhere? First, let's rule out martial arts related to the great clans. Huh? Kenyuan Shingong? As far as I know, it doesn't belong to the orthodox, evil, or demonic sects. Good, I'll choose this one. But immediately after, a terrifying truth stunned him. What? He trembled, clutching the system panel, unable to believe his eyes. This is SSS? I've chosen an SSS-Rank martial arts attribute. A new day began at the academy, signaling a new chapter in his life. Leong sat in meditation amidst a sun-drenched forest. He began to circulate his internal energy, sinking deep into a meditative state. This was the empty lot behind the school, where he used to practice in the past. He chose this place because there were no harsh, mocking gazes, but he quickly pushed away the sad memories, determined. No. From now on, everything will be different. A confident smile appeared on his lips as he prepared for a great transformation. Immediately, a massive surge of blue energy erupted around Leong. He clearly felt the difference. This feeling. It's like the blood in my veins is boiling. With shining eyes and an arrogant smile, he secretly marveled. This is an SSS-Rank cultivation technique. A blue system window suddenly appeared before him. It was information about Yuanshi Shengong, a skill that defied normal logic. He clenched his fists, feeling the power surging through his body. Hope blazed in Leong's eyes. With just this, I can become strong. Suddenly, a main quest appeared. Primordial Sect Introductory Training. Although he knew it would be difficult, he clenched his fists with determination. With my current self, I can do it. Time passed, and night gradually fell upon the mountain. Leong persistently meditated, the aura around him growing increasingly intense. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed in his head. Tisk tisk, you foolish brat. Stumbling like a newborn, the voice roared with authority. That's enough. Open your eyes. Leong snapped awake, his eyes blazing with blue flames. Utterly astonished, Leong gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain tearing through his body. He coughed violently, collapsing amidst chaotic blue energy. Gasping for breath, Leong realized in shock. I'm still alive. What just happened? He shivered, recalling. I couldn't stop using the Origin Divine skill. If I had continued, I surely would have died. Suddenly, a majestic voice echoed. You have returned from the realm of death. Leong sprang up in the hazy space, cautiously asking, Who are you? An old man with a white beard and hair suddenly appeared behind him, sneering. Who do you think I am? Leong's jaw dropped in astonishment at the old man's ethereal, immortal-like appearance as he floated in the air. In extreme fright, he stammered, pointing. A ghost? What is this? Brat, the old man fumed. How dare you compare me to times that asterisk? While Leong innocently replied, Isn't that what you are? Regaining his composure, Leong seriously asked again, So, who exactly are you? The old man cleared his throat, fanning himself with his fan. I will only say this once, so listen carefully. With a radiant aura, he proudly declared, This old man is the most peculiar person in history, a martial artist. Leong was stunned, The two words martial artist echoing in his mind. He muttered to himself, trying to search his memory. I feel like I've heard that somewhere before. A flash of insight sparked in his mind. He suddenly remembered the definition of an ancient martial art technique. Leong spun around, his voice trembling with an unbelievable guess. Could it be? You are the martial artist who created the origin divine skill? The old martial artist smiled meaningfully. It seems you're not a complete fool after all. Faced with the old man's smugness, Leong could only tremble, muttering. He completely lost control, shouting in bewilderment. Unbelievable. The creator of martial arts actually exists? Leong realized in shock. Don't tell me. You are clearly not alive. The old man replied indifferently. It's because of a foolish child like you that I couldn't rest peacefully within the origin divine skill. He explained that the origin divine skill was the most peculiar martial art in history, and he had to prevent it from being lost. Leong swallowed, awkwardly replying. Oh. Yes, I generally understand. Hearing the word generally, the old man flew into a rage, tapping his head with the fan. You mischievous brat. He continued his nagging lecture about tens of thousands of people yearning for his guidance, leaving Leong clutching his throbbing head. He quickly sought an excuse to leave. Yes, I understand. Now I need to go train immediately. But the old man poured cold water on his plans. Just try cultivating the mental technique by yourself for 100 days. It would be lucky if you don't suffer chi deviation. The stern warning stunned Leong, who turned back in surprise. The old man casually called back. Why be surprised? I'm just stating the truth. Leong was speechless, finally understanding the danger if he acted on his own. The mysterious martial artist simply watched him in silence, his gaze as if he had foreseen everything. Annoyed, Leong questioned. Why do you always say such unpleasant things? He got straight to the point. So if I want to become strong, what must I do? Despite the answer, there's no way, Leong firmly declared. Somehow, I will do it. The young man's determination made the old man ponder. He decisively folded his fan, secretly praising in his mind. I like your spirit. The old man smiled. All right, since I'm already dead, being a little generous won't hurt. At the same time, in a bustling modern city, a cold glass of water sat on a table, signaling a completely new setting. Li Jun sat alone in the cafe, sighing dejectedly. He continued to look weary, his face full of exhaustion. Suddenly, the mysterious old man appeared, shouting, Hey, why are you sighing when you're so lucky? Li Jun jumped, clutching his chest and exclaiming, Please don't appear so suddenly. I thought my heart was going to pop out. After a moment of panic, he silently looked at his phone again. On the screen was a payment message for 4 million won, making him wonder, Can I really have this much money? The old martial artist replied, crossing his arms. This is the only way to improve your poor skills. Li Jun recalled the blacksmith's puzzled expression when he ordered a 50 kilograms iron bracelet. He slumped onto the table, complaining that the training method was too outdated, and was immediately scolded by the mysterious old man. If it weren't for me, someone like you would have died from talking too much already. Li Jun shot up in protest. Master, you said you wouldn't bring that up again. Just then, the female staff member brought out the drink, looking bewildered at Li Jun talking to himself. The girl muttered, must be a crazy person, and turned away, making Li Jun bury his face in his hands in embarrassment. Deciding not to argue further, he muttered, I won't say anything, and quietly opened a virtual system screen. The status window appeared, and he secretly thought that leveling up was harder than he imagined. He analyzed, realizing his internal energy limit had skyrocketed to 620 after learning the original divine skill. Li Jun thoughtfully admitted that the original divine skill was indeed an amazing martial art. The mysterious old man cleared his throat again, proudly explaining his lifelong ultimate technique, and Li Jun could only flatter him to get it over with. He secretly thanked his master for helping him safely reach 2-star level. I chose the easy path, Li Jun thought to himself as he touched the screen. As soon as he made his choice, the system screen emitted a brilliant light. Huh? Where are you going? The martial artist asked. But Li Jun simply replied, They've finished the iron ring. As he opened the door and stepped out, a mocking voice rang out. Oh, look who it is. Li Jun calmly turned around, a faint blue aura enveloping him. Blocking his way were 3 familiar young men, who didn't look very friendly. The freckled guy sneered. Isn't it the fallen one? He continued sarcastically. I wonder what the young man who always hides in the corner is doing out here. Li Jun thought to himself. These were his old classmates from rank E, a completely different class from his F. He just hoped to avoid trouble. Please don't cause a scene and just leave. The freckled guy growled. Haven't been beaten up lately, so you're feeling excited, huh? Then shoved him hard in the chest. The light brown-haired guy feigned innocence. Oh dear, Ki-hong told us not to touch him until the semester starts. My apologies, okay? He then extended a false invitation. Or, why don't you come with us to the Shenli sect? Maybe they'll treat you better. Li Jun coldly cut him off. Shut up. The freckled guy still wouldn't quit. You're really arrogant. With your humble background, maybe the master will want to duel you. No sooner had he finished saying, I forgot about that. Then a fiery surge of energy shot straight towards them. The sudden attack sent all three thugs flying backward. A tooth flew out of the leader's mouth, while Li Jun stood firm with sharp eyes. He calmly walked towards the defeated figures sprawled on the ground. Raising the glowing ring, Li Jun growled, I told you to shut up, didn't I? The other two angrily roared. You're too arrogant, you bastard. Then charged forward together. Li Jun closed his eyes, and a powerful blue aura erupted, ready for the next fight. Li Jun's eyes flashed with a powerful blue flame. He thought to himself, I can see their every move, then moved like lightning. In the blink of an eye, Li Jun was right behind the light brown-haired thug. He easily caught the wrist that was swinging towards him. With a decisive movement, Li Jun twisted his arm and slammed his opponent down. The thug coughed violently, collapsing at Li Jun's feet. The other guy in the suit roared, You bastard, then charged forward for revenge. But his attack was also effortlessly blocked by Li Jun. He was utterly astonished, unable to believe Li Jun's strength. No way. In a panic, he could only stammer, Stop. Li Jun unleashed a scorching surge of energy, slamming the thug hard onto the floor. The guy in the suit lay sprawled on the ground, completely unconscious. The light brown-haired guy could only kneel, clutching his stomach in pain, and the guy in the suit writhed in agony. All three bullies had been defeated by Li Jun alone. Li Jun silently looked down, his face devoid of emotion. He closed his eyes, bitterly admitting, I also know. I'm a piece of trash who can't inherit my ancestors' bloodline. Memories flooded back with the image of a shattered, potted plant. A desperate figure screamed, No, don't touch my child. Li Jun, as a young boy, sobbing through tears but with eyes burning with resentment. You're the ones who made me this way. In extreme indignation, young Li Jun screamed, You ruined my life. I'll kill you all. The boy sobbed behind the door, his face drenched in tears of fear and helplessness. His eyes reflected horror as he faced the impending tragedy. A cold man appeared, who was his father. Young Li Jun desperately pleaded, Father, mother wants. Please, father, please save me. His father only responded with an icy, emotionless gaze. Then he decisively turned his back, ignoring his son's pleas. Father, wait. Please listen to me. Li Jun frantically called after him. Immediately after, a rough hand grabbed the boy's head. He was dragged away mercilessly. The door slammed shut, trapping all hope, and plunging his childhood into darkness. As that painful memory ended, the present Li Jun mused. In my previous life, I did everything to be recognized. But this life is different. His gaze became resolute, no longer holding the weakness of the past. He clenched his fist, determined not to let this second chance at life go to waste. Li Jun told himself, With my own strength, I will become powerful, and I won't let anyone hurt me again. Blue energy flared from his eyes, a testament to an ironclad vow. The night before, under the moonlight, an extraordinary power had been awakened. It was the divine origin skill, a cultivation technique originating from chaos, causing Li Jun extreme pain. It was an immortal cultivation technique that only shone when the body was pushed to its limits, witnessed by the mysterious martial artist. A heavy footstep initiated the stream of memories about the hellish training process. In the past, Leong hunched over, carrying a giant boulder, desperately asking the master meditating on top of it, Is this really the right way to do it? The mysterious martial artist clicked his tongue. You still have the strength to talk? Stop babbling and keep going. The arduous journey continued under the serene night sky of the mountain. Finally, Leong reached the peak. He collapsed onto the ground, exhausted, leaning against the boulder. But before he could rest, his master playfully hit him with a paper fan, forcing him to stand up. Too tired to argue, Leong could only pant as a system screen appeared before his eyes. The notification of training completion sounded, and a splendid golden ring slowly materialized in his palm. That is a spirit artifact of our origin sect. Put it on quickly, the master said proudly, as Leong admired the ring. He put the S-rank origin ring on his hand, and information about its incredible effects appeared. Leong stared at the ring on his hand, stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Master, is this an S-rank item? He exclaimed. But the master casually replied that it was a sect's spiritual treasure. Leong pondered the mystery of the sect he had joined, then decided to open the next route. He couldn't help but be astonished when the system presented 3 options, all with high difficulty. Leong turned to ask his master about one of those confusing options, but the master had vanished without a trace. He could only call out loudly into the void. Why did you disappear so suddenly? What terrible timing, Leong muttered, bewildered. Left alone, he knew he had to make a very careful choice. The stream of memories closed, and the scene shifted to a modern city at dawn. Back in the present, a young man with reddish-brown hair strode down a deserted street. Lee Jun looked at his choice, the endless path of worldly regrets, a path for hermits. He smiled and explained to the master, "The other options look fine too, but I think this is also a good choice." Lee Jun naively admitted that he had also considered joining a sect, making the old master secretly think he was surprisingly honest. But then he asserted, "No matter what, I cannot abandon the path of my master, who is teaching me." The old master silently looked at his disciple, his gaze full of complexity. In another memory, a group of young men approached Lee Jun at the bus stop, inviting him to join the Divine Power sect. Lee Jun walked down the street, wondering about the Divine Power sect that those people had just mentioned. He recalled that the Divine Power sect was where one could learn the martial arts of the Huangfu family. Lee Jun admitted to the master present in his mind that it was an attractive offer. The master asked, "So, you still haven't mastered the martial arts of the Huangfu family?" Lee Jun replied seriously, "Yes, I was unable to receive the bloodline inheritance." The concept of bloodline inheritance was explained. A 95% chance that children would inherit their parents' cultivation technique. If the parents were awakened, their children would also possess a type of cultivation technique. The remaining 5% were selected children who inherited more advanced cultivation techniques, such as the Long Jian of the Nangong family's Txue Jian Pai. Those with these special bloodlines were regarded by the public as born geniuses. The old master clicked his tongue in disdain. "What a mess. In my time, I learned martial arts when I met my master." He looked directly at Lee Jun and asked, "So, the reason your father abandoned you was because you couldn't inherit his bloodline?" Lee Jun turned away, gave a sad smile, and softly confirmed, "Yes." The master clenched the fan in his hand, snapping it shut in anger. He roared, startling Lee Jun. "What a ridiculous reason!" The master growled, indignant at Lee Jun's pain. "A heartless person who abandons his own flesh and blood doesn't deserve to be called a father." His warm hand rested on his disciple's shoulder, his voice full of protection. "You don't need to worry anymore. I, your master, am here." Lee Jun was astonished when the master promised to pass on all of his life's martial arts to him. His promise echoed, bringing Lee Jun's memories back to a dark night in the past. In the flashback, young Lee Jun knelt in despair, listening to the harsh words from his own father. The father's ice-cold voice extinguished all hope. "Because you are a failure." Back in the present, Lee Jun was silent, deeply feeling the care he had never experienced before. He clasped his master's hand tightly, a radiant smile dispelling all gloom. "Yes, I entrust everything to you." After the touching moment, Lee Jun slyly changed the subject. "But why are we only talking about me? I'm also very curious about your past, master." The master immediately became flustered, avoiding his disciple's gaze. Because I committed many sins, I had to live in seclusion." Lee Jun innocently asked directly, "So, you used to be evil? Like, a demonic cult leader?" Hit where it hurt. The master, embarrassed and angry, repeatedly tapped his mischievous disciple's head with the fan. Lee Jun's yelps and the master's not-so-sincere apologies echoed in the afternoon sky. The scene shifted to a training session. Lee Jun channeled his qigong and realized, "The awakened here are much weaker than Murim master." The master silently observed, secretly thinking that they only knew how to use skills without understanding the essence of martial arts. Lee Jun performed his footwork, his body gliding as fast as the wind, leaving a faint blue trail of energy. He exhaled, his eyes sharp, completely immersed in the flow of energy. A powerful stomp made the ground tremble, and a fierce surge of internal energy burst forth from it. Every movement Lee Jun made contained astonishing power, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack. Lee Jun exerted his strength, determined to fully comprehend martial arts. The master's promise echoed, "I will make you the second strongest person in history." He unleashed a lightning-fast kick at the wooden post, creating a terrifying energy explosion. The sturdy wooden post cracked under the immense power of the technique. Under Lee Jun's strength, the wooden post shattered into pieces, but a question still lingered in his mind. Lee Jun innocently asked the master, "Why only the second strongest?" Then mumbled to himself as he realized, "Oh right, because master is clearly the strongest." The martial artist smiled, declaring, "Let's move on to the next step." He explained that a harsh life or death situation was the best moment for enlightenment, making Lee Jun anxiously ask where he could experience it. Lee Jun suddenly realized the master's intention with a shock. Could it be? The master merely smiled meaningfully. "Is there a place where strong monsters often appear?" The scene shifted to a modern school. Lee Jun strode up the stairs inside the building. Following him was the master's spirit, who asked, "Where are you going?" Lee Jun replied, This place is called the Green Zone Gate. He explained that it was located beneath the main building, a dangerous place managed by the Martial Arts Academy. I heard the principal himself sealed it. Ah, we're here, Li Jun said, as they reached the end of the hallway. Before them was a colossal steel door, sealed by a complex formation with glowing talisman. The central talisman, bearing a yin-yang symbol, radiated powerful energy, indicating the strength of the seal. While Li Jun was worried about the blocked door, the master casually said, "Is it just a 5 elements formation? We'll get in easily." Li Jun exclaimed in surprise. "What?" The master calmly said, "This 5 elements formation is easy to break. Just follow my instructions." Obeying, Li Jun stepped forward, and the heavy stone door slowly opened, revealing a dazzling light. He couldn't believe his eyes. It really opened? That easily. Suddenly, Li Jun stopped short as he noticed something unusual. Huh? He stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Behind the door was not a hallway, but another space, with a colossal energy vortex swirling. Li Jun suddenly realized the problem as he looked at the iron cuffs on his wrists. "This is the gate." The master wondered. "Disciple, what are you doing?" Li Jun replied in confusion. "Huh? I have to take these off to go through the gate, right?" Li Jun began to grumble. That's right. It's already hard enough to go through normally, but now I'm stuck with these iron weights too?" The energy vortex led them to a completely new world, an endless desert under a clear blue sky. The master reassured his wary disciple. "There's no need to be afraid. For now, it's just us here." He turned, fanned his paper fan, and declared, "It's time." A surge of energy from the master flowed into Li Jun, and the system panel appeared. "You have learned Heavenly King, Steps B." Li Jun cheered inwardly with joy. "I've learned a B-rank martial art? Finally." The master smiled with satisfaction. Just in time." He gestured to him. "Get ready." Before them, a pack of blaze fox monsters was charging from the sand dunes. Facing the fierce pack of blaze fox monsters, Li Jun immediately took a defensive stance, his eyes sharp. The master explained, "The Heavenly King Steps I've imparted to you is the footwork of the Huangfu clan, created from the foundation of pure strength." The master commanded, "Show me what you've practiced." Immediately, a blaze fox monster lunged to attack Li Jun. He quickly ducked, narrowly dodging the attack. Li Jun landed safely after the dodge, while the monster missed its pounce. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that the continuous attacks left him no time to strategize. The master's spirit appeared, instructing, "Use Heavenly King Steps, move 2 steps to the right, lean and bend your body as much as possible." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jun channeled strength into his legs. He executed Heavenly King Steps, gliding 2 steps to the right, then leaned back as far as he could, dodging the fierce flames. The blaze fox monster growled furiously as its attack was nullified. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jun smirked confidently. He unleashed a powerful uppercut, striking the monster directly. The blaze fox monster was hit, blood splattering as it was sent flying. Li Jun breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have personally defeated the Green Gate monster. However, the master merely uttered a cold remark. "Arrogant fool." The red, fiery space around Li Jun began to dissipate. He suddenly turned, sensing another danger. His eyes sparked, realizing the battle was not yet over. Before him, a colossal fire monster was taking shape with a gaping maw. Fresh blood splattered, signaling a merciless battle. Amidst the encirclement of blazing foxes, Li Jun staggered, one hand clutching the wound on his neck. "I was too careless." He gritted his teeth, blaming himself for his overconfidence. He bitterly admitted, "In the end, I got injured because I hastily dodged it." The moment of life and death rushed back. Li Jun shivered. If I had been even a second slower, I might have been escorted away by the Grim Reaper. By natural reflex, he sprang back, dodging the swift pounce of another blazing fox. Cold sweat poured out. Li Jun clearly realized his precarious situation. "When did it get behind me?" he exclaimed in horror, as a streak of fire unexpectedly attacked from his blind spot. He quickly realized the pincer formation. If I dodge this attack, another one waiting will rush in. Amidst the deadlock, the image of his master appeared, but Li Jun still struggled. Just dodging won't win. How can I defeat them? He was lost in complacent thoughts. I've awakened. I've trained hard. I thought that would be enough. This is clearly my failure. Li Jun bowed his head, his will to fight almost shattered. Suddenly, his master's roar thundered in his ears. "Pull yourself together, now!" Li Jun flinched, his chaotic mind suddenly snapping awake. The stern old martial artist instructed, "Nothing is impossible. Continue to use the Heavenly King's steps and calmly await your opportunity." Li Jun's eyes flashed with determination. "Yes, master." He gritted his teeth, focusing all his spirit on the upcoming counterattack. Resolutely tightening his belt, Li Jun prepared for a completely different battle. Get rid of these useless thoughts, he told himself, facing the pack of blazing foxes and a giant fire monster that had just appeared. Without hesitation, Li Jun charged forward, delivering a powerful punch straight to the blazing fox's face. Come on, Li Jun told himself, pouring all his focus into the battle. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fiery punch at the blazing fox. His master's words echoed in his head. Use the divine origin technique and focus only on the heavenly king's steps. Amidst the endless desert, the life-or-death battle continued. Has it been about 6 hours? Li Jun panted, sweat pouring off him like rain. He looked towards the enemies, thinking, even though I'm exhausted, they're not doing any better. Before him, the last 3 blazing foxes still lurked, waiting for their chance. He realized their attack frequency had decreased. They were only defending. This was an opportunity to use his movement technique to buy time and recover his internal energy. I'm about to collapse, he gritted his teeth. But I can't die here. Just then, his master's spirit form appeared, his voice solemn. This is the moment. When the enemies are exhausted, send them on their way. Li Jun panted, almost pleading. Can I rest for a bit, please? The strict master asked back. Do you think you'll recover your stamina first, or will your enemies do that first? Trust in the recovery ability of the divine origin technique, he continued. This is a great opportunity to enhance both your internal energy and stamina. Li Jun exhaled, his fatigue seemingly vanishing. With resolute eyes he replied, yes, I will follow your words. Immediately, a surge of pure blue energy erupted from his body. Li Jun's eyes blazed, filled with newly awakened power. The master nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. After you suppress all of them, I will impart to you a worthy fist art. A blazing fox charged forward, completely unaware that its opponent was now entirely different. Li Jun reached out, easily grabbing the monster's blazing jaws, stopping its attack. Li Jun crushed the blazing fox's attack with his bare hands, demonstrating unimaginable strength. He smirked confidently, asking into the void, is that a promise? His eyes gleamed with ironclad determination. The flame in his hand was extinguished, signaling the end of a monster. Li Jun calmly watched as a giant fire monster emerged from the ashes. The beast roared, accumulating a destructive fireball in its mouth. It spewed out a massive torrent of hellfire, engulfing everything in its path. Without flinching, Li Jun created a vortex of energy to directly confront the flames. His vortex easily absorbed and neutralized the raging torrent of fire. An invisible slash tore through the sea of fire, hurtling straight towards the monster. The giant fire monster was stunned, unable to believe its attack had been nullified. Its fiery eyes glowed with extreme astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jun soared into the air, positioned high above the monster. He growled, pouring all his strength into his blazing fist. Eat. Li Jun plunged down like a meteor, delivering the finishing blow to the monster, while a system notification appeared. Sacred Origin skill has reached 3 stars. New energy surged throughout his body, and the system announced that the skill had instantly filled the dungeon. A refreshing sensation spread as the system confirmed his stamina had been fully restored. Li Jun was stunned to be rewarded with a massive amount of points. 250,000 tech tree points, he panted, trying to compose himself after the dizzying changes. The passive ability, Fear, was activated, causing the remaining blazing foxes to lose their flames and tremble in submission at his feet. A system notification appeared. The monsters in the area are terrified of the user. The master's spirit body appeared, smiling in approval. Haha, truly a talent, he thought to himself. He didn't expect the boy to reach 3-star original divine skill in just 2 months, a child exactly like the first one. Li Jun asked blankly, the first one? What do you mean, master? The old martial artist explained that it was the first disciple he ever taught, who was also his senior martial brother. Li Jun mumbled, I see, but then he suddenly paused. Wait, he shouted in surprise. Master, you have disciples? So how many people were there before me? Covering his ears from the shout, the master grumbled. There were 4 before you. Li Jun growled, but the master quickly changed the subject. Look, they're running away. Go kill them quickly, he replied dejectedly. While we were talking, they already ran away. The master immediately flicked his head, scolding. That's why I told you to deal with them quickly. Hurry up and chase them. Li Jun wasn't in a hurry, he reminded. Before that, you haven't forgotten your promise to me, have you? The old martial artist snorted, looking offended. Humph. Do you think an elder like me could forget? He introduced the reward. It's called Defeat Fist, a basic martial art. Do you want to learn it? Li Jun wondered. Defeat Fist. Could it be the martial art of the Huangfu clan? After receiving confirmation from the master, he didn't hesitate. I will learn it. Immediately, a notification panel appeared, confirming that Li Jun had learned Defeat Fist. he thought to himself about those in the clan. If a failure who can't inherit the bloodline learns the clan's martial art and becomes stronger than everyone else, I wonder what they'll think. Li Jun walked alone on the vast sands, his heart filled with determination. Li Jun tiredly looked around the desert, secretly cursing the fire foxes. How far have those bastards run now? The master's spirit body appeared, clicking his tongue and lecturing. I told you to deal with them first. This is the consequence of not listening to your master. Li Jun shouted in confusion. I already said I'm sorry, while the master just chuckled to himself. Suddenly, the master said, but I think we're almost there, which surprised Li Jun. Li Jun asked anxiously, Master, and received the reply, is something wrong? Aren't we looking for a four-tailed mid-tier monster? The master asked himself in confusion, reconfirming the mission. Li Jun squatted down, pointed forward and said, look over there. In the direction he pointed was a small oasis, where a giant blue fox was sleeping soundly beside a litter of fox kits. The orange fox kits were curled up, sleeping peacefully. Li Jun gasped in shock. That's... As he looked at the giant mother fox enveloping her young, the master also noticed the anomaly. It seems there's a rather strong one mixed in there. Li Jun realized its identity in horror. That's... a blue fox. The blue fox, ruler of this gate, a boss monster with speed comparable to red zone monsters and strong enough that even a team of A-rank awakened would struggle to deal with it. Aware of the danger, Li Jun collapsed to his knees in the sand, sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth, a desperate thought running through his head. Just the slightest mistake, and I could die. The master's voice rang out, reassuring him. Don't be afraid. There's nothing more valuable than the experience of hovering between life and death, the master said. But Li Jun was skeptical. Life and death? He still hesitated, unable to believe what he was about to face. The master lost patience, shouting, Go! Kids these days are so suspicious, while Li Jun wondered if he could defeat the blue fox. He knew that this wasn't a battle where he could receive help, and just one moment of hesitation would cost him his life. In the past, a painful scream echoed throughout the room. Fresh blood splattered onto the paper partition, signaling a brutal assault. Li Jun collapsed to the floor, coughing up blood after the torture. He took a devastating punch straight to the face, and then, Li Jun fell to the wooden floor, unconscious. He lay there, trembling in pain and fear. A cruel foot stomped directly on his face. The attacker, Li Gihong, smugly declared, Now that the dungeon is destroyed, you won't be able to fight anymore. Li Jun weakly questioned, Li Gihong, why did you do this? There's no way the clan leader would allow this. The guy replied coldly, He allowed it. Li Jun was stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? Li Gihong sneered, uttering an insult. I told you. He allowed beating a useless guy like you. Elsewhere, a young man wearing headphones was suddenly utterly terrified. The shock was so great that a tear rolled down his cheek. Back in the present, Li Jun knelt, pondering his old vow. I said that I would become stronger and take revenge on the clan, he asserted. A life that has died once. There's nothing left to fear. Witnessed by the master's spirit body, Li Jun stood up, resolving. I will confront it. In the den, a small fox was curled up, sleeping soundly. It suddenly woke up with a start, sensing a strange energy. Li Jun unleashed his full aura, and the system announced, passive ability, fear, has been activated. Li Jun activated his ability, and a mystical aura immediately spread. The system announced, monsters in the area are terrified of the user. But suddenly, a giant blue paw descended, quelling the chaos. Li Jun's ability was shattered by an invisible force. Qinghu's passive skill activated, increasing the speed of the young Huohuli pack. Li Jun was stunned, not expecting his skill to be nullified so easily. He realized with horror that this was Qinghu, the ruler of this place. The boss monster erupted in azure flames, its eyes glowing with murderous intent. Li Jun channeled his energy, a golden aura enveloping his body, and whispered, Master, I'll begin now. A memory suddenly resurfaced. Li Gihong bewildered by the strange surge of power. He wondered in confusion. Master? In an ancient mansion under the moonlight, a deep voice resonated. Yes, the powerful man asked, So you will compete with Jun Gihong? And he replied, Yes, I will fight. Li Gihong bowed his head, resolute. We cannot stand by and ignore this humiliation. The man's gaze sharpened. Whose order is this? Li Gihong clenched his fists, trying to assert, It was entirely my own decision. Don't worry. I'm not scolding you, the man said. Just tell the truth. Li Gihong broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as if a sword was piercing through him. The aura of the AA-rank awakener emanated, overwhelmingly suffocating. Unable to bear it, Li Gihong tremblingly confessed. It was my aunt's order. In the memory, the powerful man coldly asked about Shin's mother. He was planning to completely eradicate that person. He believed this world was where the strong survived, and the weak were merely a burden to the clan. With that, he mercilessly crushed a small creature underfoot to demonstrate his philosophy. Returning to the present, a tropical beach suddenly erupted in fierce flames. The fire quickly spread, turning the entire golden sandy shore into a sea of flames. Terrifying heat enveloped everything. Amidst the sea of fire, Li Jun realized he couldn't move freely because everything around him was ablaze. He was annoyed to see the fox pack unaffected by the fire, but still told himself to calmly consider his options. Li Jun decided to use his extensive knowledge of monsters to compensate for his weak martial arts skill. He was confident in the amount of monster knowledge he had accumulated, but he also admitted that theory and practical combat were two different things, and he almost ended up as roasted meat. He set his target: just defeat the alpha, and the whole pack would scatter, so he had to finish it in one blow. Immediately, Li Jun charged, unleashing a lightning kick towards the fox. He threw a powerful punch through the flames. However, Li Jun was stunned to realize his attack had missed. It dodged? He frantically searched for the vanished enemy. Suddenly, the giant boss monster, Qing Hu, emerged from below, opening its sharp jaws wide. The deadly blue light from the monster reflected in Li Jun's horrified eyes. It was too late. He was stuck between Qing Hu's jaws, only managing to utter a desperate curse. Li Jun, drenched in sweat, employed the ultimate technique, Heavenly King's Stride, in a perilous situation. He roared, determined to follow his master's teachings. "All right, I'll obey you." Amidst the sea of fire, his figure shot forth like an arrow, determined to fight the cunning fox pack. The boss monster, Qing Hu, let out an earth-shattering roar, challenging anyone who dared to confront it. Li Jun poured all his remaining energy into his fist, a dazzling blue light emanating. "You think He charged straight into the monster's mouth, carrying destructive power. "Will die in a place like this?" Li Jun shouted, unleashing all his energy. An earth-shattering explosion engulfed everything in blinding white light. Fresh blood splattered, staining the entire area red. When the dust settled, Li Jun sat there, covered in blood, his clothes tattered. He let out a heavy breath, looking exhausted but with a glimmer of relief in his eyes. Lying beneath Qing Hu's colossal corpse, he bitterly thought, "Next time, I'll probably really die." The system notification appeared, confirming he had defeated the boss monster and received countless rewards, including an A-rank skill. Li Jun opened his eyes, finding himself sitting in an endless desert under a clear blue sky. Before him, a skill book and a magic stone quietly appeared from thin air. "Haha, you've acquired some useful stuff," a familiar voice echoed, and his master appeared. The book revealed a terrifying skill, blood absorption magic, the best way to quickly enhance one's power. Li Jun looked up at his teacher, calling out, "Master." The martial artist replied. "Where have you been all this time?" Li Jun questioned, his gaze piercing him. He continued, choked with emotion. "I desperately called for you. I thought you abandoned me because I was useless." The master cleared his throat and affirmed, "I would never abandon my disciple. It's not because I dislike you or anything." Li Jun recalled, "I used these very hands to defeat the monster." He clenched his fist, glowing with energy, and declared, "With just one blow." The master began to instruct. "First, learn the blood absorption demonic art. Just listen to me, and your skills will advance." Li Jun puffed his cheeks in doubt. "Really?" The old man replied, "Do you think I would trick you?" The boy smiled confidently, tore the skill book, and firmly said, "No." A system panel appeared, confirming Li Jun had learned the skill, and the master said, "Good, now there's only one last thing." He pointed the wooden sword at his disciple and ordered, "Use the blood absorption demonic art to drain all the monsters here." The scene shifted to a modern academy building under the brilliant sunlight. Inside a room, a calendar hanging on the wall signaled that a new day had begun. Li Jun stood up, putting on his familiar cloak. He tidied his attire and called out loudly, "Status window." The stats appeared, and he mumbled, "With these 4 skills, I'm already among the top C-rank awakeners." He couldn't help but wipe away a tear of happiness. The master's spirit body suddenly appeared and asked, "What are you doing?" Li Jun replied, I'm going right now." Outside, a group of students had gathered in front of the school gate. 2 students rushed past, shouting, "Hey, we're late! Run!" The master reappeared beside him, fanning himself and asking, "My disciple, aren't you late too?" Li Jun calmly replied, "Yes, since I'm already late, I might as well take my time." The old man angrily yelled, "You! How can you think like that? You should be seeking out teachers to learn from." Li Jun turned back, smiling meaningfully. "But the only teacher I need is you, master." The old martial artist was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. Li Jun smiled confidently, thinking to himself, "That's right, one good teacher is enough." He's certainly easy to deal with. Just as he reached the academy gate, a familiar voice called out to Li Jun. He turned around, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. You are. In front of him was Li Gihong, the leader of a group of thugs, swaggering forward. Li Gihong provoked. You look fine, don't you? But Li Jun coldly replied, Don't cause trouble, just get out of my sight. Li Gihong growled. It's only been a few months since we last met, and you're already so arrogant? What are you so confident about when the official match isn't until tomorrow? Li Jun turned to explain to his spirit master. Official match? Oh, you didn't know, master? It's the official match held on campus. While Li Gihong's cronies yelled, What are you mumbling about? Li Jun calmly explained the ranking match to his master. Li Jun turned back sarcastically. Endure what? Someone like you is always the first to lay hands on others. Struck to the core, Li Gihong froze. What? The snickering of the surrounding crowd felt like daggers piercing his pride. A failure like you dares to. Li Gihong roared, his killing intent erupting. He lunged with a fiery punch, vowing to kill Li Jun. But Li Jun was even faster. He moved with terrifying speed, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast attacks that left his opponent no time to react. Why is he smiling? Li Gihong was terrified to see Li Jun's confident smile. A side quest notification suddenly appeared. Defeat Li Gihong. Master really is even preparing quests for me. Li Jun thought to himself. Calmly facing Li Gihong's kick, he muttered to himself. I originally intended to deal with Li Gihong in the official match, but I've changed my mind. Li Gihong only managed to realize the power difference in despair as he was completely overwhelmed. Li Gihong fell sprawling on the ground in pain. He was utterly terrified, unable to believe what had just happened. Li Jun stood there coldly, looking down at the defeated opponent at his feet. You're too slow, Li Jun sneered. This bastard! Li Gihong roared, struggling to his feet in a fit of rage. He channeled all his strength into a fiery punch, yelling, Die! The surrounding crowd of students could only watch in stunned silence. Li Gihong was stunned as he faced Li Jun's calm demeanor. His devastating punch was effortlessly blocked with just one hand. My hand won't move! What are you doing? Let go! Li Gihong screamed in panic. Yes, I'll let go, Li Jun replied with a cold smile. Immediately after, a crack sound echoed as Li Jun broke his arm. Li Gihong staggered back, his arm painfully twisted. He collapsed to the ground, wailing miserably in the middle of the schoolyard. My arm! My arm! He groaned in despair. Li Jun leisurely approached, saying, I know what you're planning. Did the clan order you? Li Jun asked, making Li Gihong freeze. This time, I have no intention of letting myself be beaten. Li Jun grabbed him by the collar. The debt of being beaten, I will repay it fairly, he declared, his eyes glowing with energy. Wait! What are you going to do? It can't be. Li Gihong stammered, horrified as Li Jun's hand pressed against him. In the final moment, tears of horror streamed down Li Gihong's face. No! His desperate scream was drowned out by an earth-shattering energy explosion. After the battle, the scene shifted to a modern building, eerily quiet. Li Jun smirked as the system panel appeared. The mission to defeat Li Gihong was complete, with a reward of 100,000 points. The Spirit Master's voice reprimanded, Are you smiling? But Li Jun coldly replied, No. The old man materialized, continuing to tease, smiling like a pervert, which made Li Jun turn away in annoyance. I said no. At the academy's disciplinary hearing, a teacher slammed the table and roared, accusing Li Jun of destroying the student dungeon. Facing the disciplinary committee, Li Jun remained calm as he heard the accusation. Do you realize the grave matter you have caused? He retorted sharply. I was merely acting according to school regulations, which further enraged the teacher. Li Jun confidently quoted, Article 1, Clause 4. When sensing killing intent, the defender is permitted to self-defend. He held up a piece of paper, asserting, That is precisely what is written there. The teacher gnashed his teeth in fury, unable to refute the student's solid argument. Just then, a powerful voice rang out, making the teacher startle respectfully. Chairman? The chairman looked at Li Jun, asking profoundly, Let's assume you acted in self-defense. How do you intend to resolve the consequences? He sneered, issuing a threat. Li Gihong is a disciple of a major clan. They won't let you off easily. That powerful man was Han Min-sung, chairman of Murim Military High School. Li Jun thought to himself, This energy. A rank? But this isn't something the school needs to worry about. Then he smiled, countering, It seems everyone has forgotten. I am also a member of a ranked clan, the son of the clan head, he declared boldly, regaining the initiative. Therefore, my clan will handle this matter seriously. In the middle of the hearing room, Li Jun sat alone, facing the powerful shadows without flinching. Chairman Han Min-sung thought to himself, he hadn't expected another student besides Jian Long to be able to withstand his energy, especially a failure cast aside by his clan. Finally, the hearing concluded exactly as Li Jun wished, leaving the two teachers looking distraught. From the shadows, Han Min-sung overheard two students astonishingly discussing Li Jun's incredible power. A female student asked Mr. Kim Tae-hyung why he hadn't left after the hearing, but he merely made an excuse about having more work to do. The student obediently said goodbye and left, closing the door behind her. As soon as he was alone, Kim Tae-hyung couldn't contain his rage, slamming his fist on the table and gnashing his teeth in curses. He furiously roared that Li Jun should have been dealt with cleanly during this hearing. In his anger, Kim Tae-hyung recalled the lucrative benefits he had received from the major clan, all now at risk of vanishing into thin air because of an outcast. He realized that, if he let it be, not only would he lose support, but that clan would also not spare him, and he decided he must use every trick to eliminate Li Jun. Meanwhile, Li Jun casually strode down the academy hallway. He became the center of all whispers, as students couldn't believe a failure could defeat the tyrant. Li Jun calmly conversed with the master, admitting that thanks to the root divine skill, he had dominated the situation. The martial artist affirmed that it was an inevitable outcome, and was certain that the one behind the hearing was homeroom teacher Kim Tae-hyung. The narration emphasized the teacher's close relationship with the major clan, a connection now on the verge of collapse. Li Jun stood silently by the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. It was Kim Tae-hyung talking on the phone with someone. The teacher panicked when threatened with aid cuts, desperately explaining that the hearing had failed, despite his stubborn effort. From above, Li Jun clearly heard Kim Tae-hyung's plea. He promised to handle everything in the upcoming class placement evaluation. Crossing his arms, Li Jun muttered, realizing his opponent had changed plans from an official match to foul play during the exam. The master reappeared, asking a deeper question. Aside from that, why does that clan hate you so much? Li Jun explained the reason for his clan's hatred. He was an illegitimate child, an existence that displeased his aunt because his father had loved his mother more. The master found this strange, believing that if he was the child of someone one loved, he should be protected. Li Jun bitterly corrected. Father loved the clan more than mother. He asserted that his father was someone willing to sell his soul to devils for the clan's benefit. The master remarked that Li Jun's fate was truly tragic, causing him to retort due to the harsh words. With a forced smile, Li Jun admitted that he was already used to it. He knew that whether in the past or present, those in the clan would do everything to bring him down. A surge of energy erupted as Li Jun crushed the soda can with his bare hand. He resolutely walked away, leaving the crumpled can on the floor, telling himself that he wouldn't be easily defeated like before. The day of the Academy's periodic examination finally arrived. Inside, a vast, silent arena awaited the students. Amidst the crowd, a group of students began to whisper as they recognized a familiar face. Li Jun calmly walked past, ignoring the whispers about how he had defeated Li Gihong and his incredible power. The master's spirit appeared, teasing him about his popularity, to which Li Jun smiled, and replied that it was all thanks to the master. Their conversation was interrupted by Mr. Kim Tae-hyung's shout, ordering the class to be silent and follow him. Standing before the class, Kim Tae-hyung explained that they would enter the simulation room to face a random monster. He continued to explain the regulations. Students would enter in order and face opponents appropriate to their level. However, a sinister smile appeared on Kim Tae-hyung's lips as he realized this was the perfect place to stage an accident. He secretly planned to drastically increase the difficulty during Li Jun's turn, and then pretend the control system had malfunctioned. Kim Tae-hyung was triumphant, believing today was the golden opportunity to eliminate Li Jun permanently. Master looked at Li Jun, who was annoyed, and secretly thought that teacher's "I'll kill you" expression was truly unacceptable. Li Jun smirked, determined that he would not silently accept this unfair treatment. He decisively walked into the combat test room. When asked what kind of monster he wanted to face, Li Jun calmly replied that anything was fine. Kim Tae-hyung smirked, suggesting a deadly challenge, facing a demon. Demons is a title for criminal awakened ones, typically the notorious organization Siwang Yao Lian. Li Jun sneered, realizing that the teacher had finally shown his true colors. Without hesitation, he nodded, agreeing to the challenge. Kim Tae-hyung gave hypocritical instructions, but Li Jun only replied briefly. Immediately after, the teacher pressed a button on the control panel, starting the test. A complex and brightly glowing magic circle was activated below. The system announced that the created location was a snowfield, and the difficulty was set to D rank, a level that was far from ordinary. Li Jun opened his eyes, and the surrounding scenery had completely changed. Amidst the white expanse, he stood alone on a snowy peak, listening to the sarcastic good luck wishes. He let out a bitter laugh, thinking to himself, well, he really wants to kill me. A high-level battlefield, where visibility was limited and movement was extremely difficult. But more importantly, his master had appeared, and a simulated monster was about to become real. His opponent in this test was Bingmo Baimei. Li Jun's opponent was one of the leaders of the Molian Zihua. Bingmo Baimei, a crazy old man with a penchant for killing. Li Jun thought to himself. He couldn't believe the teacher would make a student face someone like that. He's really crazy. Kim Taehyung. Suddenly, an urgent quest appeared. Will of the Youngest, with a massive reward. Li Jun took a stance, telling himself, now I have another reason to succeed. Facing him, Bingmo Baimei began to channel his energy, gathering a terrifying surge of chilling aura. He unleashed a palm strike, firing a destructive wave of icy energy. Li Jun remained calm, raising his hand to create a blade of light to meet it. His eyes gleamed with unwavering determination, but the energy surge arrived faster than expected, surprising Li Jun. A loud sound echoed as the attack struck him directly in the chest. Li Jun was stunned, realizing this skill belonged to the martial artist of the Hanbinggong Beihai. Seizing the opportunity, Bingmo Baimei darted forward like a ghost across the white snow. His fist glowed brightly, accumulating cold energy for the next attack. Li Jun realized in a panic. Too fast. I don't have time to dodge. Bingmo Baimei unleashed a flurry of torrential attacks, giving his opponent no time to breathe. His face was devoid of emotion, only radiating a chilling, killing intent. In the nick of time, Li Jun quickly crossed his arms to block the direct attack. The old man's hand gripped Li Jun's wrist tightly, channeling a bone-chilling cold energy into him. Li Jun thought to himself, even though it was just a simulated opponent named Bingmo Baimei, his skills were truly astonishing. He judged this to be a formidable opponent, but his hands flared with a deep blue energy. With overwhelming momentum, Li Jun was fully ready for a life-or-death battle. Instead of fear, he broke into an excited smile. How interesting. What other chance will I get to face an opponent like this? Li Jun roared, dashing forward. The two collided, creating a terrifying energy explosion amidst the white snow. Li Jun seized the moment, closing in on Bingmo Baimei from above. The old man unleashed a dangerous kick, but Li Jun swiftly leaned back to dodge. I can't miss this chance, he told himself, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Bingmo Baimei also remained unfazed, his icy face charging forward in retaliation. The two fiercely clashed in mid-air, neither willing to yield. Li Jun smiled triumphantly, pouring all his strength into his blazing fist. His opponent was no pushover either. He channeled cold energy to create a deadly energy orb. As Bingmo Baimei launched his attack, Li Jun confidently prepared to meet it. But then, a sudden change made his expression stiffen in astonishment. He stared down in shock as Bingmo Baimei disintegrated. The demon is disappearing? Li Jun helplessly reached out as his opponent's data body shattered into pieces. Bingmo Baimei's hand also distorted and vanished into thin air. Back in the ruined simulation room, Li Jun wondered, did Kim Taehyung turn off the system? Li Jun angrily kicked the air. It was just getting good. Meanwhile, in the control room, Kim Taehyung trembled as he touched the glowing red screen, exclaiming, this is. He was utterly terrified, realizing, what is this? The system broke down because of his internal energy. Kim Taehyung broke out in a cold sweat, muttering that even if it was just a simulation, its difficulty had to be at least C rank. He bitterly admitted that even the most experienced student would struggle to pass, and it was even a tough opponent for himself. Enraged, Kim Taehyung punched the control panel hard, roaring, damn it, damn it. The simulation screen flickered and then turned a soft blue, signaling the end. The simulation room door slowly opened, and Li Jun calmly walked out. A notification panel appeared. Emergency quest completed. He received a total of 500,000 tech tree points. Li Jun gave a wry smile, thinking to himself that even though he couldn't finish the match, he still got the reward. He looked at the Ring of Origin with satisfaction. Thanks to it, he had been ranked at his desired level. Li Jun thought to himself, from a useless F ranker, he had risen to D rank, defeated Li Gihong, and provoked the entire clan. When suddenly someone called his name, he turned back, annoyed, asking himself, who's bothering me this time? Contrary to his expectations, a crowd of students surrounded him, cheering and praising his strength. Pressed with questions, Li Jun replied with a hint of awkwardness, that it felt like watching a movie without knowing the ending. He unconsciously smiled, thinking to himself that this had never happened in his previous life. Li Jun smirked meaningfully. Well, it's not bad. A curious friend asked, huh? Jun, what did you just say? Li Jun put his hands in his pockets, coldly replying with a single word. Nothing. All changes began the next day. Faced with a 90-degree bow from his group of underlings, Li Jun was completely stunned. A new student named Hyo Su grandly introduced himself. The whole group shouted in unison, please take care of us, senior, making Li Jun break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, why are they greeting me like some gangster boss? But what bothered him more was, Every single one of them looks like an old man, and they're 7-year-old students? Lee Jun sighed wearily, feeling a headache coming on. He said, "Don't greet me like that anymore," which made Hee-Ho-Soo confusedly ask what he had done wrong. "I'm not some gangster to receive this kind of greeting from you guys, am I?" Lee Jun explained, flustered. Immediately, the whole group shouted in unison again, "We apologize," leaving Lee Jun even more dumbfounded. Exhausted, he just wanted to scream, "Oh my god! I told you to stop." Finally, upon entering the classroom, he found some peace. Lee Jun slumped onto his desk, utterly drained by the troublesome group. He complained to the mysterious master, but only received the reply that this was a trial the strong must face. Suddenly, the classroom door was yanked open, and a stranger appeared. Another student excitedly pointed at him. "Lee Jun, let's fight." "I'm tired. Get out of my sight," Lee Jun replied coldly, an aura beginning to emanate from him. The guy ignored the refusal, swung his wooden sword, and charged straight to attack. Lee Jun calmly clasped his hands together, and blue energy began to converge. A sword of light gradually formed, ready for battle. The challenger stood frozen, the wooden sword in his hand broken in half. Lee Jun subtly clenched his hand, his face clearly showing annoyance. A single strike ended the match. Standing over his fallen opponent, Lee Jun coldly declared, "You should learn to listen to what others say." The mysterious martial artist suddenly appeared, smirking. "Hee, looks like you're quite popular, aren't you?" "This is popular?" Lee Jun yelled in exasperation. Immediately, another student eagerly rushed over. "Lee Jun, I heard you're really strong." Then another, carrying a staff, roared, "You bastard, where are you?" Yet another person called his name with a provocative smile, Lee Jun. Overwhelmed by the endless challenges, Lee Jun buried his face in his arms on the desk. He lifted his head, muttering to himself, "I'm not some fierce beast, but this just keeps going on." The master explained, "It's probably because they doubt your abilities, as they haven't witnessed them firsthand." Lee Jun looked around the classroom with a sigh, realizing the rumors had spread too far. Just then, teacher Kim Taehyung burst through the door, yelling, "Silence! Who's making noise during homeroom?" The teacher shot Lee Jun a sharp glance, but he calmly met it. Standing at the podium, teacher Kim announced, "All right, fill out your curriculum forms and return the papers I'm about to hand out. Starting next period, you can attend classes according to the schedule you've created." The martial artist reappeared, asking, "Is this how you usually choose classes?" Lee Jun immediately thought of the basic subjects, footwork, weaponry, and qinggong. He knew that focusing on one martial art didn't guarantee mastery, let alone learning a new one, which would be even harder. Seeing Lee Jun deep in thought, the master seriously asked, "What are you planning to do?" Lee Jun pondered, "I am." He stood in the classroom, his gaze fixed on the podium. The class president. He sought out the female student sitting at the front desk. Lee Jun handed the class president his course registration form, and asked, "I just give you my curriculum sheet, right?" After taking the form, the class president began to examine it as Lee Jun turned and walked away. As soon as she glanced at the contents, she was horrified and stunned. The schedule was packed with text, leaving no empty slots. Lee Jun had registered for all subjects. At the academy's outdoor training ground, the atmosphere was incredibly lively. A female teacher in a black martial arts uniform stood before the new students, remarking, "It seems many students have gathered this year too." She quickly scanned the eager crowd of new recruits. After a moment, she withdrew her gaze, preparing to begin the first lesson. From the crowd, Lee Jun recognized the teacher. It was Cha Kyung-jin, nicknamed Red Lotus Fists, a B-rank awakener known for her neutrality. He secretly thought she was an amazing person, because she respected even those abandoned by their families, like himself. Cha Kyung-jin introduced, "The martial art you will learn is 10-step Divine Fist, inherited from Shaolin's 100-step Divine Fist." She decisively declared, "So, let's start with the basic." A student was handed a large box filled with white spheres. Cha Kyung-jin commanded, "Everyone, put on the 20 kilograms iron rings from this box on both wrists." While the other students struggled and complained, Lee Jun felt light, secretly thinking that wearing 50 kilograms rings before had finally paid off. Cha Kyung-jin announced loudly, "Now, I will officially begin the lesson." Cha Kyung-jin instructed, "Everyone, get into a horse stance, raise both hands, and absolutely do not use inner energy." A student asked, "How long do we have to do this?" The female instructor smirked, "Of course, until my class ends." 40 minutes passed, and the entire class was still struggling to maintain their posture. After an hour, many students had begun to exhaust themselves and collapse. When the clock struck 2 hours, almost everyone had given up, leaving only one figure standing alone. Lee Jun remained as steady as a rock, astonishing the others. Is he a monster? His stance hasn't wavered at all. Cha Kyung-jin observed silently, with only one name left in her mind. Li Jun, she secretly affirmed. So he didn't just use cheap tricks to defeat young Master Gihong. The female instructor clapped her hands decisively, drawing attention. You can stop now, Cha Kyungjin said, as she approached Li Jun. Li Jun stood up, a little confused. But class isn't over yet, instructor. I don't think there's a need to continue this, she smiled, taking a book from her assistant. Cha Kyungjin declared, to Li Jun's astonishment. From now on, I will teach you the 10-step divine fist. She handed him the secret manual. This is the martial arts manual for the 10-step divine fist. Li Jun took the book, secretly astonished to have acquired it so quickly. While Cha Kyungjin warned that it was a difficult martial art to master, she further explained, this isn't a skill book from a dungeon. You must learn exactly what is written in it. You will have to prepare yourself to. Cha Kyungjin left the sentence hanging, her eyes serious. Li Jun didn't hesitate. Clenching his fist, and a surge of blue energy converged. He immediately took a stance, his entire body erupting with powerful aura, ready for the arduous training ahead. Li Jun began to practice, channeling energy into the iron orb in his hand, but a violent burst of fire energy erupted, completely out of control. Cha Kyungjin, standing far away, was also startled and astonished by the destructive power. She stared in shock towards Li Jun, unable to believe her eyes. The light from the explosion shone, leaving an expression of extreme shock on her face. What a pity, she uttered, as Li Jun looked at the failure notification. The master clicked his tongue. Tsk. Tisk. This isn't something you can learn in one go, but Li Jun confidently replied, just a few more tries and I'll get it. The old man mused. This is the first time I've seen a child like this. Do I need to re-examine the martial arts formula? While Li Jun meticulously reread the manual, the master continued to ponder. I thought he was just an idiot, but his talent is gradually emerging. He smiled meaningfully. I eagerly await to see how the boy will grow in the future. He's not like the demonic heavenly body, absorbing martial arts like a sponge, nor was he blessed with the heavenly soldier body. Can an idiot truly become a genius? The old man wondered, as he saw Li Jun radiating a completely new aura. Suddenly, Cha Kyungjin called out blankly. Instructor? Li Jun turned back to explain. I channeled my inner energy without thinking, so it exploded. So the key to the 10-step divine fist is controlling the amount of inner energy, right? Cha Kyungjin broke into a sweat, stammering. Yes, that's right. That's why you must control your inner energy well. She couldn't believe it. Without needing an explanation, he saw through its essence. This time, Li Jun took a stance, and a stable surge of blue energy enveloped his fist. He focused on controlling the iron orb, the energy converging perfectly. A powerful and controlled attack was unleashed, tearing through the air. Cha Kyungjin was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. How is this possible? The corner of Li Jun's mouth curved into a triumphant smile. He had done it. The system panel displayed a notification. 10-step divine fist has been successfully learned and registered as a common skill. Immediately after, a group of martial arts instructors surrounded Li Jun, their faces filled with astonishment and excitement. Overwhelmed by the attention, Li Jun looked distressed. Sirs, could everyone please ask one question at a time? A teacher with a top knot quickly spoke up. Let me go first. In my opinion, you were born to wield a spear, Li Jun. He continued to praise his perfect angles and body movements that flowed like water. That was something he knew instinctively. Another teacher with a goatee pushed his hand away, refuting. The spear arts of the divine Spearjo family? No. Li Jun is suited for swordsmanship. He asserted that his swordsmanship could rival Sword Dragon. Just as he was inviting him to join the Iron Bloodsword family, another teacher interrupted. No. Li Jun is perfect for learning poison arts. The poison arts teacher held up a terrifying, bubbling purple vial, causing the others to frantically demand he put it away. The argument erupted as the teachers yelled at each other, vying for the talented student. Li Jun could only watch helplessly, tired of the chaotic scene. He sighed, seeking a quiet place. Lying on the grass, Li Jun thought to himself, I have no intention of joining any other family, but why do they keep bothering me so much? The spirit master appeared, about to give a lecture, but Li Jun cut him off. This is also a challenge that the strong must face. Isn't that what you were going to say, master? The old man's veins bulged with anger, while Li Jun merely grinned mischievously. Suddenly, a voice rang out. You're here. Li Jun looked up, realizing the person who had just arrived was instructor Cha Kyungjin. Li Jun explained that he was just resting for a bit to avoid the other teacher. Cha Kyungjin smiled, handed him a can of soda, and asked, Are your classes fun? Yes. Very fun. I learn something new every time, Li Jun replied while taking the can of soda. The teacher remarked that he seemed capable of practicing the 10-step divine fist on his own, then asked if it was tiring. Not at all, Li Jun calmly replied after taking a sip of water. He continued, asserting that for someone without a bloodline like him, learning martial arts at school was already precious. Li Jun's determined words completely stunned Cha Kyungjin. A memory suddenly rushed back. She recalled the moment she frantically searched for her missing student. At that time, the other teachers were also frantically searching for him everywhere. Back in reality, Li Jun muttered dejectedly. Tisk. They're here already. He quickly stood up to take his leave, and Cha Kyungjin smiled, waving goodbye. Li Jun strode away, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the dazzling sunlight. The academy sky was clear blue and peaceful. Haha, what beautiful weather, he cheerfully said to himself. Suddenly, the scene changed, shifting to a scorching desert under a blazing sun. Here, Li Jun was barehandedly strangling a firefox that was screaming desperately. He clenched his hand, absorbing all of the monster's life energy. The firefox collapsed dead in a pool of blood, and a system notification appeared, confirming that Li Jun had absorbed energy and increased his physical stats. He looked at the status window, thinking to himself how lucky it was that these monsters continuously respawned after the boss had died. Thanks to this, he could frequently come here to train, standing amidst a battlefield full of monster corpses he had created himself. But Li Jun felt the rewards were too meager for his efforts. There wasn't even a single magic stone. Suddenly, the mysterious martial artist appeared, about to speak about absorbing magic stones. No, I've changed my mind, the master said, decisively folding his fan. He proposed a bigger gamble because Li Jun's growth speed far exceeded expectations, making Li Jun ask in surprise, a gamble? The master suggested he try absorbing the chaotic energy flow from a gate, using the blood breath demonic art. Li Jun was utterly horrified. What? That can be absorbed too? He suddenly realized that if successful, that immense magical energy source would be a true panacea. The master explained that thanks to the origin divine skill, this was worth trying. But the problem was, Li Jun's body was already saturated with energy. If he tried to absorb more, there was a 90% chance he would suffer chi deviation. But you still want to try, don't you? The master asked, giving him the final decision. In response to the warning, Li Jun merely flashed a confident and defiant smile. If I were going to give up just because of this, I wouldn't have come this far, he asserted as he began to circulate his energy. Immediately, a series of system notifications appeared, confirming that his skills and stats were skyrocketing to their peak. Li Jun gritted his teeth, enduring as his final stats, agility and willpower, also reached their limit. The master observed, thinking to himself about the first time Li Jun used the origin divine skill in a selfless state. He realized with satisfaction, now he's trying to break through the wall of the first-rate realm. Li Jun's eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, signaling a new power about to be unleashed. He strained and struggled, his body almost torn apart by the violent energy surge. The power exploded fiercely, then dissipated, leaving silence on the sandy ground. Lying exhausted on the ground, Li Jun heard his master's voice. How do you feel? Li Jun panted, feeling as if he had just returned from the brink of death. The master smiled. Hearing you can still talk back like this, I guess you're fine. Countless system notifications appeared, and Li Jun thought to himself that they just kept coming. Suddenly, he paused at a strange notification. Huh? The system confirmed that he had absorbed all the demonic energy, purified the gate, and became the master of the Blue Fox ancestor. Li Jun was stunned by the concept of gate master. His heart pounded. He realized this was an unknown ability. Humans could own a gate. Suddenly, a small cry rang out, making Li Jun turn back curiously. It's behind you, you fool. The master snapped when he saw Li Jun looking at him with suspicion. Li Jun turned around and was astonished to see a small blue fox sitting right behind him. He was speechless, his eyes shining with astonishment and delight. The small creature's tails shimmered with wondrous magical light. Before his eyes was a baby blue fox with an incredibly adorable appearance. The master explained that when it matured with 10 tails, it would be a formidable source of power. Li Jun held the tiny creature, finding it hard to believe that it would become the mighty monster he once faced. Aren't you going to give it a name? The master suggested, and Li Jun began to ponder. How about Bluey? He cheerfully proposed, making the little fox look bewildered. The master was speechless, while Li Jun proudly asked Bluey, It's cute, isn't it? The response was the little fox's horror, the master's helplessness, and Li Jun's radiant smile. Fine, call it whatever you want. The master wearily gave up, letting Li Jun enjoy his new companion. Li Jun happily doted on his new companion. Bluey, seems like you like this name too, huh? Let's get along well from now on. The little fox let out a long, joyful cry, showing its agreement. Meanwhile, in another luxurious building, a powerful man was calmly wiping the leaves of a potted plant, with a serene and completely focused expression. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a young secretary rushed in breathlessly. "Sir," he panted, reporting. "Something's happened." The man turned around, asking coldly, "What is it, Secretary Nam?" Secretary Nam pointed frantically behind him. "The gate. In the basement." The basement door with the whooshing seal was broken, and a notification appeared. "The Qinghu Den has been cleared." On the floor, the shattered pieces of the seal's paper talismans were scattered. The man knelt down, unable to believe that the wuxing seal had been broken. It was the strongest divine technique the family prided itself on, an amplification art that couldn't be broken by ordinary power. His face darkened, he sprang to his feet, growling, "I must see the gate." He descended the dark stairs leading to the gate alone, each heavy step echoing in the silent space. But as soon as he touched it, a blue system screen appeared, blocking his way. The system informed him that he was not the owner and was not allowed entry, leaving him stunned. "Someone has taken ownership of this gate?" Turning his back to the gate, he called out sharply, "Secretary Nam." The secretary immediately responded. With eyes blazing and a murderous expression, he ordered, "Find out who cleared this gate." The night before, under the bright moonlight, a small story was unfolding. Li Jun pondered, hand on his chin, wondering about an important decision. He turned to ask the master, "Master, don't you think this is enough?" The old martial artist shook his head, stating firmly, "This is not a good choice." Li Jun thought to himself in despair, "But this is where I can see Bluey often, isn't it?" The master sighed, "My dear disciple, you're making it too obvious that you've never raised a pet before." He explained patiently, "Animals prefer to be outdoors." After a moment of thought, he suggested, "Let's see. How about next to your bed?" Immediately, the little fox Bluey nimbly leaped onto the soft bed. It happily curled up, looking extremely pleased with its new spot. Li Jun exclaimed joyfully, "Then I should keep it here." The master merely smiled silently, his eyes full of contemplation as he watched his student. Li Jun gently asked his new companion, "Do you like it here?" A memory suddenly flooded back, the image of Li Jun collapsing after failing to inherit the bloodline. He had been abandoned by his family, shunned by the world, causing his young heart to gradually darken. Back in the present, Li Jun happily played around, letting Bluey kiss his cheek. He innocently let the little fox gently nibble his finger, while the master quietly observed. He thought to himself, Li Jun wasn't the type of person who would destroy himself just for revenge. His thoughts conjured another image, an anonymous martial artist standing amidst a sea of blood, a true monster of vengeance. That person's face was shrouded in shadow, revealing only glowing red, deathly eyes. Li Jun sat thoughtfully in his room, stroking the sleeping Bluey. The little fox curled up, sleeping soundly under its master's warm hand. He smiled confidently, thinking to himself, "There's only one last thing left to do." After his body was reformed, Li Jun clearly felt his inner energy had become stronger and flowed more smoothly than ever before. To verify, he decided to open his status window to see the specific numbers. His gaze was highly focused, reflecting the information screen that was appearing. Suddenly, the master's voice rang out from behind him. "Hey, my child, what's wrong?" Li Jun jumped, falling flat on the floor and shouting, "What the hell?" The status window appeared, revealing all of his incredible stats and skills. According to known information, the maximum stats for an AA rank awakener, meaning the Wu Huang, who lead the great clans, is 300. Li Jun was stunned when he realized his stat limit was also on par with theirs. He looked towards the image of the Wu Huang, clenching his fists resolutely. "That means I can stand on equal footing with them." The master interrupted his thoughts. "Why are you staring blankly? Go upgrade your skill tree." Li Jun sat on his bed, calculating thoughtfully. "Having too many points is annoying. Maybe I should max out my martial arts first?" But the master immediately dissuaded him, saying that his body wasn't strong enough to handle advanced skills yet, and advised him to focus on stats first. The master's advice only made Li Jun more curious about the power of that forbidden footwork. A mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Curiosity killed the cat. "Master, look!" Li Jun suddenly pointed out the window, shouting loudly to get attention. The old master, being gullible, immediately turned to look outside, in the direction he pointed. He turned back with a skeptical expression. "There's nothing to see, is there?" Following his master's words, Li Jun focused all his mind, and immediately, the system announced that he had comprehended a new movement technique. A headache struck as a massive amount of martial arts knowledge was directly transmitted into his brain. When everything settled down, Li Jun stared blankly at his master. Not understanding what had just happened, he timidly asked, "Aren't you going to scold me?" The master burst into triumphant laughter. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. The quality of an excellent teacher is to see through their student's character." Li Jun was completely stunned by that grand declaration. The system panel displayed detailed information about Overlord's footwork, a B-rank skill with extremely high stat requirements, currently unusable. You just wasted all those points for nothing, the master yelled, while Li Jun desperately cried out, "No way." The next morning, at the academy, a new day began. Li Jun stretched refreshingly after a long sleep. He yawned widely, thinking to himself, I really slept well. Memories of last night flooded back, when he obediently followed his master's words to upgrade his stats. While deep in thought, Li Jun suddenly felt as if he had forgotten something important. He suddenly froze as a thought flashed through his mind. "That's right, Bluey," he exclaimed, remembering that his new companion was still sound asleep. Li Jun gently stroked Bluey, whispering, "Sorry, I'll feed you right away. Babies probably drink milk, right?" Startled, he realized, "Oh no. I have to go out and buy milk." As soon as his feet touched the floor, he felt Bluey rubbing its head against his leg affectionately. Li Jun smiled, picking up the little fox. "Don't you want me to leave? Do you want to come with me?" Finally, Bluey was nestled snugly in Li Jun's hoodie, ready for its first outing. A sudden knock on the door broke the silence in Li Jun's room. "Who is it? Looking for me so early in the morning?" Annoyed, he went to open the door. An unfamiliar girl in a serious business suit introduced herself. "I am the chairman's secretary. You are Li Jun, aren't you?" Li Jun opened the door a crack, confirming blankly, "Yes, that's me. But what's the matter?" The secretary got straight to the point. "The chairman wants to see you." Li Jun was stunned, not understanding why such an important figure would want to see him. "Me?" He immediately guessed. It must be about that gate, and his master in his mind also agreed. Then there's even less reason to meet. Li Jun politely refused. "I can't go. I have something very important to do." But the secretary pleaded. "It will only take a few minutes." The secretary's flustered expression showed that she really needed him to come along. Li Jun pondered for a moment, seemingly calculating something. Seeing that he seemed to be giving in, the secretary was overjoyed, but Li Jun said, "All right, I'll go with you. But, in return, can you buy me a carton of milk?" He flashed a meaningful smile. In the chairman's office, a powerful man was leisurely enjoying tea, while the secretary stood respectfully behind him. The man's eyes glowed with a mystical blue light. A probing ability was being activated. Li Jun sat opposite him, holding a carton of milk, while the chairman secretly assessed, "He looks quite ordinary." That gate. Did he really clear out the Blue Fox Den? He couldn't help but doubt. The chairman continued to deduce. "No matter how I look at it, he couldn't be higher than D rank. How did he do it, after all?" Meanwhile, his master warned in Li Jun's mind. "It seems he's trying to probe your abilities. Don't be fooled again this time. Understood?" His master's words echoed as Li Jun lightly squeezed the hand wearing the Ring of Origin. "Your ring isn't just for show." Li Jun looked up and began the conversation. "I heard you called me here because you had something to say." The chairman replied, "Ah yes." Han Min-sung began the conversation. "I called you here because I was worried you might get into trouble because of Li Gihong's matter." He continued to probe. "Come to think of it, is the Fist King still doing well?" Li Jun bluntly replied, "I am an abandoned child, so I don't know much about my father." Caught off guard, Han Min-sung quickly covered his mouth. "I apologize for my disrespect." Li Jun was allowed to leave, and he obediently said goodbye. After Li Jun left, the female secretary approached Han Min-sung, who was deep in thought. The secretary asked, "What do you think?" But Han Min-sung only replied vaguely, "I don't know." His calm demeanor shattered as he clutched his head and confessed, I know absolutely nothing about him." Han Min-sung was stunned, encountering a case beyond his comprehension for the first time in his life. He regained his decisive demeanor and ordered, "At all costs, we must quickly call GU here." Meanwhile, Li Jun had returned to his room and happily called out his pet's name. "Bluey, I'm home." The little fox, Bluey, was busily licking its food bowl clean. Li Jun affectionately asked the little fox, which was making cute little sounds, "Are you that hungry?" A system notification panel appeared, showing that Bluey's affection level had increased after the meal. Li Jun patted Bluey's head, thinking to himself that even though its initial stats were low, when it grew up, it would be a red rank monster. But then he broke into a sweat as he imagined Bluey's enormous size as an adult. His master suddenly appeared in his mind, reminding him, "That's not the only problem." Li Jun suddenly realized that besides being wary of Han Min-sung, he also had to be cautious of Biseon. Biseon was the information gatherer for the G Divine Skill Clan, the power monopolizing gates and artifacts. Li Jun expressed his concern to his master. "I'm worried I'll be monitored 24/7." He decided he had to use his privilege as the master of the Fox Den. The master was surprised, but Li Jun insisted that he had always planned for this. Immediately after, the scene shifted to a secluded forest. Li Jun stood in the clearing, and a system notification appeared, connected to the Blue Fox Den. The space in front of him began to crack like a shattered mirror. From the cracks, a giant blue energy vortex erupted. Li Jun calmly watched his own gate gradually take shape. He exclaimed in surprise as the gate opened to a pristine tropical island. Li Jun stepped into the new space, thinking to himself that this would be a safe haven for Bluey when it grew up. With this private passage, he could completely escape Baision's surveillance after designating the connection point. Now, he could summon a gate at any time. Li Jun smiled contentedly beside the azure energy vortex. He returned to his room, telling himself that he had solved one of the two major problems. Looking out the window, Li Jun resolved, now, all that's left is to become stronger. A few days later, at the academy, Li Jun sat in class, diligently writing something in his notebook. He thought to himself about the days he secretly entered the gate, but his abilities hadn't improved, and no quests had appeared. Finally, Li Jun came to a conclusion. As expected, I need to go to a higher level gate. Li Jun rested his chin in thought, realizing there was a gate perfectly suited to his plan. It was the Chloride Cave, a level 6 gate, where an artifact called the Fire Essence Stone was hidden. He recalled that before his regression, a monster tamer had found this stone. That guy had recklessly fed a small monster the Fire Essence Stone. As a result, from a weak white rank creature, it had broken through its limits, evolving straight to blue rank. Li Jun smiled confidently, deciding to let Bluey absorb the Fire Essence Stone. His train of thought was interrupted by the murmuring from the classroom door. A figure was approaching, and there were exclamations of surprise. It's Ice Flower. The male students in the class couldn't help but be stunned and blush. Ice Flower Han Jiu. Why is she here? The girl decisively stepped over the classroom threshold. The entire class fell silent, all eyes fixed on the uninvited guest. Surprisingly, the girl walked straight to Li Jun's desk and stared at him. She smiled and asked directly, "You're Li Jun, aren't you?" Li Jun hesitantly confirmed, and the girl confidently declared that she had been assigned to this class 6. Li Jun was dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. What? Han Jiu, the eldest daughter of the divine skill Ji family, heir to the Zhuge family's martial arts, a B-rank awakener, nicknamed Ice Flower. Li Jun was stunned. A talent like her should have been in class 1. Why was she in class 6, filled with E and F ranks? He suddenly realized a terrifying truth. The future had changed. While Li Jun was still confused, Han Jiu extended her hand with a friendly smile. Let's help each other out. Li Jun bluntly pushed Han Jiu's hand away. Please just leave me alone, because I don't want to make friends with anyone. He was bewildered by the girl's reaction, not understanding what was happening. Contrary to expectations, Han Jiu merely clenched her fist, flashing a terrifyingly determined smile. Li Jun slumped onto his desk, muttering that dealing with her was troublesome, while the old martial artist asked him what he planned to do next. He glanced at the girl sitting next to him, thinking, Quan Long, no, my half-brother, this is the person that bastard likes. Why is she sitting next to me? Li Jun was still puzzled. If he saw this, he'd surely glare and kill me. Why is she talking to me? The master fanned himself, replying, I think I know why. What's the current power structure here? Li Jun explained about the major powers, the alliance of 15 noble clans, the Martial Arts Federation, and the Death Demon Alliance. When the master asked about the divine skill Ji family inheriting the Zhuge family's martial arts, Li Jun nodded in confirmation. The old man deduced that the Ji family couldn't rely solely on brute force and must be frantically recruiting talents, which astonished Li Jun with his sharp insight. He recalled that the Zhuge family's martial arts were originally weak, so they had focused on recruiting talents since ancient times. The master concluded. They even managed to recruit Ice Flower. Perhaps they're trying to scout you. Li Jun panicked. So that terrifying girl is going to stick to me? You're still weaker than her. The master tapped his head with his fan. So focus on how to use her. Li Jun clutched his head in despair. I don't want anything to do with her. The bell rang, and the students gathered in the dojo for the next class. A martial arts teacher stood on the platform, announcing, I'm sure everyone is ready for the test. He continued, our class also has a new student. We'll try a one-on-one martial arts session. The teacher crossed his arms, asking the class loudly, does anyone want to go first? Amidst the silence, a hand was decisively raised. Han Jiu confidently declared, I want to go first. The martial arts teacher smiled in approval. All right. Who do you want to choose as your opponent? Without hesitation, she pointed directly at Li Jun. I want to have a match with Li Jun. Han Jiu's eyes gleamed with absolute provocation and confidence. In contrast, Li Jun looked extremely uncomfortable with this sudden challenge. Both quickly took their positions in the arena, wooden swords ready. Han Jiu pointed her sword straight, asking coldly, Are you ready? Why me? Li Jun screamed internally, completely unprepared. The teacher loudly announced, drawing the attention of the whole class. Both of you, ready? Then, begin. As soon as the command was given, Han Ji-yu darted forward like lightning. Before Li Jun could even collect himself, she vanished right before his eyes. She's gone? Suddenly, Han Ji-yu appeared from an extremely low angle, swinging her sword to attack his blind spot. Too fast. Li Jun could only gasp in horror, realizing his opponent's terrifying speed. The girl gave him no second to breathe, continuing to press close with surging, killing intent. Li Jun was knocked backward, letting out a cry as Han Ji-yu plunged down from above. She poured all her strength into her sword, determined to unleash a finishing blow. Han Ji-yu's sword blade flared with a blue aura, pressing straight down on Li Jun, who was struggling to defend. But at that very moment, Li Jun smiled, his sword also glowing brightly, perfectly blocking the fierce attack. Two streams of blue sword energy clashed violently, shaking the entire arena. Han Ji-yu thought to herself, she truly lives up to her reputation as a B-rank awakened one. She's stronger than I thought. Li Jun strained to defend, feeling his opponent's power gradually exceeding his limits. But then, a confident smile appeared on his lips, as his eyes flared with blue fire. It's not that I can't block it. Amidst the storm of sword energy, Li Jun stood firm, purple energy beginning to gather around him. I see it, Li Jun shouted as his eyes blazed, seeing through every movement. A dazzling streak of light flashed as he swung his sword, perfectly blocking the attack. He created a defensive vortex, easily deflecting countless incoming streams of sword energy. Han Ji-yu realized in horror. What? He's only attacking the weak points in my iron blood sword art? She thought desperately. I'll lose if this drags on. The two wooden swords groaned as they locked together, neither willing to yield. Han Ji-yu decided to unleash her ultimate move, but Li Jun coldly read her intentions, planning to use the Ascending Heaven Sword Slash. What? Han Ji-yu was completely stunned. She stared at her sword in shock, unable to utter a word. How did you know? Her eyes widened, filled with extreme bewilderment. For a moment, Han Ji-yu seemed to have won, standing tall over a fallen Li Jun. But reality was different. Li Jun quietly turned his back and walked away. He decisively left the arena, leaving Han Ji-yu still standing motionless. A long strand of her hair, cut off, gently fell, proof of an undeniable defeat. A long strand of black hair fell to the floor, proof of an undeniable defeat. Li Jun quietly watched Han Ji-yu standing motionless, the victor looking at the vanquished. With a dry clack, she sheathed her wooden sword. The match had officially ended. Han Ji-yu bowed her head, admitting, I lost. Time passed, and in the classroom, the atmosphere was quiet. Han Ji-yu sat blankly by the window, her hair now significantly shorter. Her gaze was unfocused, directed towards Li Jun, who was sitting at the back of the class. Another student whispered, ever since that match, she's been like a ghost. Was she that shocked? The old master appeared, questioning, why did you cut her hair? What if she holds a grudge? Li Jun replied awkwardly, I told you it was an accident. The mysterious old man explained that the G Divine Skill Clan and the Iron Blood Sword Clan were the only forces daring to confront them. Li Jun told himself he would have to maintain a good relationship with. Dusk fell over the academy campus. Li Jun and his new followers leisurely left the school. Suddenly, Hyosu called out loudly, Li Jun. He turned around and was surprised to see Han Ji-yu standing there, arms crossed, waiting. She approached, asking, Are you busy? Li Jun stammered, Huh? No. Then let's go have dinner together, Han Ji-yu suggested, leaving Li Jun stunned. Ah, okay, he thought in a panic. What is this? Has she decided to bury me for good? While the old master humorously bid farewell, rest in peace, my disciple. Dinner took place at a brightly lit pizza parlor. A rich, cheesy slice of pizza was enticingly lifted. Han Ji-yu looked utterly content, praising the deliciousness. Li Jun could only break out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, she really enjoys her food. He completely failed to understand what was so special about this dish that she liked it so much. Why aren't you eating? Han Ji-yu wondered. Li Jun just mumbled, I'm just a little. Meanwhile, she also wondered why she had chosen to eat this dish. Annoying. Li Jun finished, making Han Ji-yu confused and ask, What? She looked annoyed. Even when I buy you good food, you still act annoyed. Wiping her mouth decisively, Han Ji-yu changed to a serious tone. Then I'll get straight to the point. She looked him straight in the eye, questioning, How did you defeat me? I saw your weaknesses, Li Jun calmly replied, making Han Ji-yu stunned. Weaknesses? He explained that although her swordplay was excellent, he sensed a lack of connection and aimed for those openings to attack. Han Ji-yu couldn't believe it. You mean you realized that in just those brief moments, everything just went perfectly? Li Jun humbly replied. He then changed the subject. Since I've answered what you were curious about, you can't be mad about the hair anymore, right? This surprised her. Hair? Li Jun completely failed to understand why she reacted that way. Han Jiyo suddenly smiled confidently. Why not? It looks refreshing, and I like it. She tucked her hair back, asserting, I've always preferred shorter hair anyway. A silent night enveloped an ancient mansion. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the air, echoing amidst a scene of blood and destruction. Li Gihong collapsed to his knees, his hands bleeding from clutching shards, screaming in hatred. Li Jun, I'll tear that bastard apart. A subordinate rushed over, anxiously advising, Young Master Gihong, please calm down, your hand is bleeding. Li Gihong was stunned, tears starting to fall as he realized his pathetic state. His rage flared, and he grabbed his subordinate, shouting, Are you looking down on me because I'm weak? He staggered, letting go, his voice full of despair. I'm injured by just a piece of glass, and you tell me to calm down? Li Gihong held up the shard, screaming the bitter truth. My dantian has been shattered into pieces. Just as his frenzy reached its peak, a firm hand gripped his wrist. Li Gihong looked up, astonished to see the newcomer. His father had appeared, his stern face looking directly at his out-of-control son. The father spoke in a calm, authoritative voice. Calm down. Before his father, Li Gihong broke down like a child, pulled into his embrace for comfort. Don't worry. The father squeezed his son's shoulder, his resolute gaze promising. This father will heal your dantian. Li Gihong asked again in astonishment, and received a hopeful answer. I have found a spiritual medicine that can help you recover. He revealed the fire essence stone, a treasure capable of instantly restoring a dantian, and swore to retrieve it for his son. Overjoyed, Li Gihong hugged his father tightly. Father, thank you, father. But as he hugged his son, the father's expression turned cold and murderous as he thought of his enemy. Li Jun, that useless brat. His cruel vow of revenge echoed through the night. I'll make you regret harming my son. Li Jun quietly walked down the academy's sunlit hallway. He turned into a room that looked like a private restroom. The door closed, concealing his every move inside. In a hidden corner, a supervisor reported through his earpiece. He's entered the restroom. Continue monitoring. The order confirmed. The supervisor began his tense wait. Time passed, the clock's hands ticking by second. After a grueling 40 minutes, the supervisor grew impatient. What's taking so long? Is he having stomach problems? A cold drop of sweat trickled down his temple. A premonition told him something was amiss. Unable to wait any longer, he broke protocol and rushed to check, ignoring the warnings from his superior. Shadow agents are not permitted to make contact. The voice in his earpiece echoed too late. Just as his hand was about to touch the door, Li Jun abruptly flung it open and seized the tracker's wrist. Are you all right? Li Jun feigned innocence, while the supervisor knelt on the floor, bewildered and panicked. After advising the supervisor to be careful, Li Jun casually walked away, leaving him utterly mortified. Turning back with a knowing smile, Li Jun thought to himself, We'll meet again soon. Once alone, Li Jun sighed in relief beside his master's spirit. Phew, that was a close call, he confidently said. They probably can't imagine it, can they? The truth was, he had snuck out of the gate and sold a large quantity of magic stones. I had to go this far to trick those shadow agents. Li Jun explained his elaborate plan. Just then, the master unexpectedly spoke up. But, are you okay with this? Li Jun asked his master in return. With what, master? The master explained that in the magic stone sales contract, he had agreed to let the clan alliance review his profile. All of his transaction information had been meticulously recorded. The old man thought it seemed to be a bank of the G-Divine Skill clan. But Li Jun just smiled and replied, It's fine. I'd rather leave them confused. He calculated that the B-grade magic stone he sold usually only appeared at blue gates, so a wanderer like him possessing it would bewilder them. Let them guess all they want, Li Jun confidently declared. Later, at the academy cafeteria, Li Jun was eating alone when another group of students approached. A cheerful friend asked, Hey, Jun, is this seat next to you taken? Just as Li Jun was about to answer no, a cold voice cut him off. It's taken. A strange female student suddenly appeared, stunning the other group. The whole group hurriedly apologized profusely, and then fled in a panic. The strange girl casually sat down opposite him, leaving Li Jun bewildered and unsure what had happened. Why did you scare them away? We could have eaten together, Li Jun asked. But the girl merely replied, Crowded places make me uncomfortable. She added, Hey, being next to you is also uncomfortable. Don't you get it? Li Jun retorted, So what? He helplessly thought to himself, This girl is really stubborn. Finally, Li Jun gave up. All right, forget it. Suddenly, the girl looked at him with a knowing gaze. Li Jun was surprised, blurting out, Could it be that you? Li Jun mumbled as he ate, the girl's question still echoing in his ears. Are you studying something other than Sanfen Guiyuan Gong? The girl sat opposite him, her eyes sharp. Why do you ask? She stated firmly. With just Sanfengui Yuangong, you couldn't possibly have that kind of power. Li Jun merely closed his eyes and replied indifferently. You think so? He abruptly stood up, holding his food tray. I'm done eating, so I'll be going, cutting off the girl who was about to speak. Li Jun coldly turned his back and walked away, leaving the girl alone in the crowded cafeteria. Ignored, the girl could only remain silent, her eyes showing clear annoyance. The scene shifted to a classroom at the academy. A teacher stood at the podium announcing, "All right, there will be a training session scheduled for next week." Immediately, a student eagerly raised his hand. Where will it be? The teacher began listing. The locations are the mysterious treasure chamber, the beach of despair, and the hell cave. Two students from the front row turned to ask Li Jun, "Where do you want to go?" But he replied indifferently, "Anywhere is fine with me." However, Li Jun had already made up his mind. Perfect timing. I'll go to the hell cave to train. But a flicker of doubt sparked in his mind. Why is this so convenient? Is this really a coincidence? He glanced around the classroom and caught sight of the familiar figure of the girl from the cafeteria. Li Jun was lost in thought, his unease growing. Unable to bear it any longer, he suddenly turned back and shouted, "What? Do you have something to say?" Li Jun spun around, his face full of annoyance. He was stunned as he read the note. "I'm watching. Just ignore it." His anger flared, and Li Jun crumpled the paper in his hand. That annoying personality again, he hissed in his head as he looked at the school. Back in his room, Li Jun let out a sigh and collapsed onto his bed. He lay face down, exhausted, thinking to himself, "I'm so tired. Why do all these weirdos keep clinging to me?" Li Jun grumbled, as the images of two annoying individuals appeared. The old master appeared, claiming it was a trial for the strong, but Li Jun just snapped. The strong always have to endure. He covered his ears, ignoring the master's ghost loudly scolding him for his insolence. But then Li Jun paused, a sudden sense of unease rising within him. He sat up abruptly, realizing something was wrong. "Wait, Bluey, where are you? It should have come out to greet me." While the master guessed it was sleeping somewhere, Li Jun began to call out loudly, "Bluey!" He stood up, searching around the room. "Bluey, where are you?" Li Jun looked anxiously under the table. "Bluey?" His eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. Under the table, Bluey was curled up, trembling and breathing with difficulty. The little fox was sweating, its breath ragged, looking very much in pain. The next day, a bus parked in front of Murim Academy. Li Jun sat alone on a stone bench, silently enduring the whispers and disdainful glances from the other students. Li Jun sat alone on a stone bench, quietly opening his backpack. He smiled gently. "Sorry, you must feel suffocated being cooped up in here, right? Just bear with it a little longer." From inside the backpack, a small blue creature happily poked its head out, letting out a cue. A flood of memories from the previous night, under the crescent moon on the academy rooftop, suddenly rushed back. In the flashback, Bluey lay sprawled on a pillow, breathing weakly and panting. A notification window appeared, revealing its status. Name: Bluey. I am lacking magical energy. Li Jun froze as he understood the reason. So it's in pain because it lacks magical energy. He decided to act, reaching out his hand towards Bluey. "Wait a moment, Bluey." But just as he was about to transfer energy, a sudden voice startled him. The master suddenly appeared, sternly stopping him. "What are you doing? Don't. If your chi cultivation erupts, there will be problems." Li Jun asked desperately. "But what should I do then?" The old man calmly reassured him. "It's strong enough to endure until the practice day. Just bring it to the practice area." Listening to his master, Li Jun gently stroked Bluey's head and whispered his agreement. Back in the present, the buses were neatly lined up in the schoolyard. Li Jun thought to himself, relieved to see Bluey looking better in his backpack. Good thing Master shared his energy with it. He cheerfully told his pet, "It'll be better if your condition improves by the time we return to the gate." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, startling Li Jun. "What do you mean?" The mysterious girl had appeared behind him at some point, asking with crossed arms, "You scared me. Aren't you getting on the bus?" She stared at him and said she would wait for him to get on the bus, so Li Jun could only close his eyes in resignation. Li Jun and the mysterious girl boarded the fated bus. As soon as he sat down, an unfamiliar voice rang out. "You're here, senior?" A strange young man smiled and struck up a conversation. "Oh, I don't think I've told you my name yet." He enthusiastically introduced himself as He-Ho Su and hoped Li Jun would guide him during the practice session. Li Jun thought to himself, the name He-Ho Su sounded very familiar. He brushed aside his thoughts and coldly told He-Ho Su, "Don't greet me like that next time." He-Ho Su immediately bowed exaggeratedly. "I'll change it right away, senior," leaving Li Jun speechless. Li Jun and the mysterious girl sat on the bus, both clearly looking uncomfortable. The driver turned around and announced, "Everyone's here, right? Please fasten your seatbelts." But then, the driver smirked sinisterly, thinking to himself, Lee Jun, you've made things easier for me by choosing Hell's Cave. With fiery eyes, the driver revealed his demonic nature, vowing to deal with Lee Jun properly. The bus rolled across the bridge, heading straight for the training location. A mystical blue spatial gate opened before their eyes. 3 men in suits appeared, the leader introducing himself as Kang Min-jae, captain of Team 3 of the Divine Power Fist Clan's combat unit. Lee Jun immediately grew wary, silently asking, "Combat unit?" He analyzed that an elite force composed entirely of C-rank awakeners was overkill for a field trip. The darkest suspicions began to form in his mind. Are they here to kill me? Or for the Huo Jing Shi? Lee Jun maintained a poker face, but a hidden storm was brewing within him. Kang Min-jae stood there, his sharp gaze hidden behind his sunglasses, making his intentions hard to discern. "Sir, we should begin," a member of the escort team said, and Kang Min-jae decisively replied, "All right, let's go." Lee Jun smirked inwardly. They don't even bother to pretend to be polite. Truly a fitting clan. But then, a chilling killing intent erupted around him and his eyes became deadly. Even if I kill them here, they won't be able to call for help. A short-haired female student walking nearby suddenly shivered, sensing the terrifying evil aura enveloping the space. The girl flinched and turned around, her hand unconsciously gripping the hilt of her wooden sword, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Lee Jun calmly walked past, completely oblivious to the invisible chaos he had just caused. When the murderous aura suddenly vanished, the girl was still stunned, wondering, what was that? Lee Jun glanced back, facing the girl who was still trembling from afar, the question still echoing in her mind. What was that murderous aura just now? The group was led to a dark, treacherous cave, where the training session would take place. Under guidance, the students quietly advanced deeper into the damp cave. "Stop!" Kang Min-jae suddenly raised his hand, blocking the group's path right before a turn. He announced, "From this point onward is an unexplored area. You can only visit places that have already been surveyed." 2 students behind whispered to each other, clearly curious about the forbidden area and promising to return someday. Another instructor spoke up, trying to persuade Kang Min-jae. "This is a place they'll hardly get to revisit, why not let them see a little?" After some hesitation, Kang Min-jae clicked his tongue. "All right, but just for a moment." Immediately, the short-haired girl from before raised her hand in protest. "We should only examine the safe areas. That's the content of today's practical session." Lee Jun stared at the blocked area, challenging. "Why not? Let's just take a look." The 2 instructors standing next to each other were stunned, unable to believe the audacity of the rookie student. Lee Jun flashed a provocative smile, thinking to himself, "I bet this will be fun." The short-haired female student exclaimed in alarm. "You!" Seeing Lee Jun already standing in front of her, Lee Jun just smiled confidently. "Everyone wants to, so a little bit won't hurt. Besides, the combat team is here too." The instructor with the goatee helplessly accepted. "It seems the majority has decided. Let's go then." Deep within the cave, 2 goblins sat biding their time, unaware that the shadow of death had fallen upon the rock wall. An instructor wearing glasses quietly approached from behind, a murderous aura enveloping the prey. In just a moment, the dry sound of bones breaking echoed, ending the monster's life. Another member of the escort team also acted swiftly, taking down a goblin with a devastating kick. The remaining goblin let out a savage roar, frantically charging forward for revenge. But in response, it was met only by sharp blades tearing through the air. A dagger plunged straight into its throat, silencing its final scream. "All right, shall we head back?" Kang Min-jae said casually, causing the students to clamor in protest. "What? Is that all?" Kang Min-jae explained. "There's nothing to see deeper inside anyway. This area doesn't even have a boss monster." The instructor wearing glasses maintained a cold expression, silently observing the situation. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, causing the group of students to stagger and lose their balance. The entire crowd screamed in panic amidst the chaos, thinking an earthquake was about to happen. "Run towards the source, everyone," Kang Min-jae roared. "This isn't an earthquake. It's a wave," he yelled as a massive surge of demonic energy erupted from the darkness, engulfing everything. The female student and the others ran headlong away from the approaching nightmare. But when she turned back, she froze and screamed, "Lee Jun!" Because he wasn't running, he stood alone, facing the disaster. Sonal shrieked in panic, seeing her teammates still hesitating in the face of danger. She was stunned, unable to believe the horrifying scene unfolding before her eyes. The instructor quickly held Sonal back, yelling, "No, it's too dangerous." But she still struggled to break free. The young man wearing glasses looked back in alarm, desperately calling out his senior's name. His hand flailed in the air, helplessly watching Lee Jun stand blocking the destructive energy surge. "It's too dangerous, Sonal," the instructor yelled, trying to pull the girl away from the perilous situation. Suddenly, A massive stone wall rose from the ground, blocking the path. Sonul and the instructor stared in horror at the wall that had just separated them from Li Jun. The young man wearing glasses was also distraught, his face pale from extreme shock. From within, a hand gently touched the cold surface of the stone wall. Li Jun was trapped alone, leaving his stunned teammates outside. "Senior," the young man wearing glasses frantically pounded on the wall. "Are you all right?" A calm voice echoed from the other side. "I'm not dead, so stop calling." The young man quickly reported to Captain Kang Minjae that Li Jun was trapped, while Li Jun secretly rejoiced. Kang Minjae decisively ordered, "Temporarily retreat, we'll come back after we have a plan." The entire team reluctantly accepted the order, though their hearts were heavy with worry. Sonul remained defiant, angrily trying to break free from the instructor's grasp. She turned her head back, instructing through the wall, "Li Jun, stay put," and received an urging reply, "I know, now go." Behind the wall, Li Jun stood alone, his gaze unusually calm. Li Jun smiled and called, "Bluey, you can come out now." Immediately, the little fox happily appeared. He remarked, "This little guy, you're full of energy from being inside the gate, aren't you?" Bluey nimbly jumped onto his shoulder, and Li Jun confidently set off. "Well then, shall we go?" Hidden deep in the darkness, two goblins were stalking their prey. One goblin flinched, seeing the shadow of a stranger stretch long on the rock wall. They excitedly chattered, imagining the scene of their prey being tormented by them. One goblin couldn't wait, letting out a roar and charging straight towards Li Jun. Its eyes glowed fiercely with bloodlust and ferocity. But before it could reach its target, Li Jun's passive skill Fear was activated, freezing the goblin in place. Both goblins trembled, utterly terrified by the invisible pressure. Without hesitation, they turned and fled frantically from the foe they couldn't face. A series of system notifications appeared. Bluey's favorability increased, absorbed evil energy, and learned a new skill, Devour. Li Jun smiled contentedly, patting the little fox's head. "You've finally learned your first skill." The SS-Rank skill Devour can absorb all types of evil energy, regardless of quality. Li Jun suddenly realized something while reading the skill description. Huh? But this... Memories of a conversation with his master flooded back. He had once asked, "This seems like a blood-sucking martial art, doesn't it?" He recalled his own bewildered expression when his master teased him, making him retort, "Hey, aren't I your disciple?" Back in reality, Li Jun looked at Bluey with a thoughtful gaze. Suddenly, he discovered a giant Huo Jing Shi, radiating brilliant energy at the foot of the cliff. Li Jun reached out and grasped the Huo Jing Shi, which was emitting violent energy. With Bluey on his shoulder, he mused, "So, this is a Huo Jing Shi," while the system popped up, asking if he wanted to use it. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jun made his choice. "I will use it." Suddenly, his master's spirit appeared, warning, "I sense a presence ahead," making Li Jun trust his teacher even more. Following the instructions, he ventured deeper into the cave, heading towards a towering rock wall. His hand slowly pressed against the cold surface of the cliff face. The blazing energy from the Huo Jing Shi erupted, channeling directly into the wall. The wall shattered, revealing a secret passage, along with a generous reward notification from the system. At the same time, outside the cave, the entire escort team stood before an emerald green energy gate. Han Jiyu angrily questioned Kang Minjae. "Why can't I go with you? I'm going in there to save Li Jun," Kang Minjae coldly retorted, reminding her of her noble status. "Han Jiyu, you are a treasure of the Ji Divine Skill Clan. We cannot let you be in danger." Despite being stopped, she remained unfazed, her eyes filled with determination. But the instructor with glasses hastily intervened, trying to de-escalate the situation. "Just leave this to the professional combat team, all right?" Han Jiyu paused, a bad premonition suddenly rising in her heart. She began to piece things together, suspecting that Li Jun had been set up by these very escorts. The faces of the suspicious individuals appeared one by one in her mind. Suddenly, a dazzling series of system notifications enveloped the entire team. Everyone was stunned to read the shocking news. The gate had fluctuated, upgrading to a more dangerous zone, and the monsters had been enhanced. Back inside the secret area, an army of humanoid rat monsters, armed with bows and arrows, had silently emerged from the shadows. Inside the secret area, Li Jun unleashed a powerful surge of energy that radiated in all directions. He launched a sweeping attack, creating a massive blue energy halo. After the initial attack, he cautiously observed the situation from behind a rock face. Unexpectedly, a Sukman cavalryman on a warhorse charged forward, its flaming spear pointed directly at Li Jun. The cavalryman swung its spear, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. However, its spear shattered into pieces upon contact with Li Jun's power. A vortex of blue energy swept through, tearing apart all the monsters in its path. After clearing out the minions, Li Jun let out a sigh of relief. The system notification appeared, confirming he had swiftly dealt with 1 Sukeman cavalryman and 2 Sukeman runners. He thoughtfully reviewed the hermit's training quest, which was still incomplete. Standing before a sea of new Sukeman monsters rising from the shadows, Li Jun again thought this was an excellent training opportunity. A Sukeman commander shrieked. "Squeak, squeak, there's a human! Charge and tear him apart for Lord!" Li Jun smirked, his sharp gaze fixed on the commander. "You're the commander?" Following the command, the entire Sukeman army, with glowing red eyes, slowly advanced. Li Jun charged straight into the horde of monsters, moving like a phantom, swinging his arms and slaying relentlessly. He fought fiercely, leaving a trail of blood and the terrifying screams of the Sukeman in his wake. Witnessing the scene, the Sukeman commander trembled and screamed in despair. Kill him, at all costs." From the shadows, a pair of blood-red, intimidating eyes belonging to the one called Lord flashed. Li Jun soared into the air, aiming directly at the giant Sukeman boss wielding a battle axe. The Lord Sukeman boss let out a piercing roar as it swung its massive axe. Li Jun's eyes flashed with killing intent, coldly staring directly at the enemy. He lunged forward, delivering a devastating stomp directly to the monster's head. The boss's head flew off its neck in an instant. The severed head spun in the air. The headless body of Lord Sukeman collapsed, disintegrating into dust. Li Jun landed, feeling something was off. Oh, he immediately realized. That's quite unexpected. Another colossal dark figure appeared, its authoritative voice echoing, "Are you saying the intruder in my territory is just a human?" Meanwhile, outside the cave, all the other students had managed to retreat through the gate. Kang Minjae looked at the notification screen, smirking. "Thanks to the gate's fluctuation, we don't have to get our hands dirty." The screen clearly displayed, "Gate has been upgraded to blue zone." With a sinister smile, Kang Minjae ordered, "Then come back after confirming Li Jun's corpse." Back inside, the new boss, Inferno, loomed over Li Jun. Li Jun didn't flinch, even scoffing. "You're Inferno, the blue-class boss monster, right? Your appearance is quite amusing. A rat's head on a human body." The giant monster glared at the one who dared to mock it. Enraged, Inferno roared, "I'll rip out your tongue and chew it to bits, human." Li Jun immediately took a stance, blue energy swirling around him. He faced the incoming attack with a resolute gaze. Li Jun screamed Bluey's name in horror when he saw the little fox suddenly rush out. "Danger!" he yelled as Inferno's giant axe came crashing down on Bluey. But Bluey's eyes merely flared with a blinding white energy. The system announced, "Bluey has used the skill Devour, absorbing the entire attack." Inferno was stunned. "This pathetic little monster dares to." "What the hell do you think you're doing?" the boss roared in helplessness. Li Jun, who had prepared for death, was dazed. "I can't die like this." Immediately after, the giant boss collapsed, its body disintegrating in a pool of blood. Li Jun gave a wry smile, unable to believe the battle ended so easily. He turned to playfully scold Bluey. "You really surprised me. I told you to hide somewhere safe. Don't do that again next time," Li Jun instructed as the little fox nuzzled into his lap. He suddenly realized, so the Devour skill can also be used on monsters. A series of notifications appeared, bringing a deluge of massive rewards that overwhelmed Li Jun. Huh? Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to something. From Inferno's corpse, an item was sparkling brightly. Li Jun approached, picking up a mysterious book. Karma King Cultivation Skill? He read the book's title with astonishment. An image appeared, explaining that this was the cultivation technique of his father, the Fist King Divine Power Fist Clan. The two words karma implied that this was a skill beyond even the highest existing level. Li Jun wondered in amazement. A martial arts secret manual from such a cultivation skill appeared here? The mysterious old man's spirit appeared and said, "If it were me, I would have burned it." "Huh? Aren't you going to use it right away?" Li Jun calmly replied. "I don't know if it's because I suffered so much from the family's martial arts, but I truly have no desire to learn it." He smirked cunningly. "Instead of using it, I'll use this to bind the family." A notification panel appeared, and Li Jun didn't hesitate to turn Inferno's lair into Bluey's territory. He breathed a sigh of relief, but the mysterious old man reminded him that there was still an important item to retrieve. Li Jun immediately sent Bluey to retrieve the magic stone nearby. Bluey quickly snatched the sparkling crystal as instructed by its master, but instead of bringing it back, it froze with a bewildered expression. Sensing something amiss, Li Jun anxiously called out his pet's name. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Bluey has used the skill, Devour. Li Jun was frozen, utterly horrified by Bluey's action. At the same time, at the bloody scene outside, a voice rang out, confirming that the fire spirit stone had disappeared. That powerful voice questioned Li Jun's entry into the secret dungeon. A heavily wounded subordinate knelt and reported that Li Jun himself had taken the fire spirit stone. Kang Minjae was furious, unable to comprehend how Li Jun could have found this place. Suddenly, he received an urgent system notification. The upgrade gate suddenly turned into a safe green zone, leaving Kang Minjae's entire team stunned. Immediately after, Li Jun calmly walked out and asked, "What the hell is this? Why are you all gathered here?" Kang Minjae was stunned to see Li Jun alive. "You?" Li Jun smiled back. "Members of the combat team. What brings you here?" Kang Minjae was suspicious. "Surviving like this means you killed the boss monster. Did you eat the fire spirit stone?" "What if I did?" Li Jun casually admitted, full of provocation. A team member angrily roared, "How dare a failure like you do that? Do you even know what that item is?" Kang Minjae broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself that everything was messed up because Lee Minwook had ordered him to bring back the fire spirit stone, no matter what. He resolved, but even if he ate the fire spirit stone, he'd need time to absorb it. At the very least, I must kill Li Jun and bring back his blood. At that moment, an invisible pressure made Kang Minjae grit his teeth in terror. His entire team screamed in horror as they were pushed back by a powerful surge of energy. Li Jun unleashed his full aura, forcing everyone to their knees in helplessness. There's no way he got stronger just by eating the fire spirit stone. "Retreat," Kang Minjae frantically ordered. Li Jun burst into delighted laughter at the pathetic sight of his enemies. He scoffed, "Why do you think I'd reveal my power to you?" A system notification appeared, leaving the entire team speechless. "The owner of Inferno's lair has sealed the gate." Li Jun put on his black mask, coldly declaring, "From this moment on, you will not be able to take a single step out of this gate." At the same time, in a modern city, the large bridge still stood tall under the blue sky. Elsewhere, a crowd was buzzing before an active chain-shaped magical energy mass. In a dark room, a powerful woman stared at her two bewildered subordinates. She snapped, "Can you two stand still? You're an eyesore," making one of them quickly bow his head. "Yes, I'm sorry," Han Jiyu thought to herself. Taking this opportunity to sense Li Jun's power wasn't a bad idea. She recalled that to evaluate him, she had continuously monitored him, but found nothing. He had overwhelmed Li Gihong, confronted an A-rank awakener, and above all, was the one who had defeated her. That could only mean that Li Jun was hiding his true strength, but she was certain he would survive, and prove that her trust was not misplaced. Suddenly, the energy chains sealing the gate began to crack. The energy gate violently exploded before the eyes of the waiting crowd. "The gate has finally opened!" Han Jio and her two subordinates exclaimed in astonishment. A surge of blue energy surged from within the newly released gate. Immediately after, a few drops of fresh blood splattered out, falling onto the cold stone floor. All three were stunned as a figure stumbled out from the energy curtain. "Are you all right?" Han Jiyu rushed forward to catch the collapsing Li Jun. She looked closer, her eyes widening in horror as she realized his condition. Li Jun's entire body was covered in blood. He collapsed from exhaustion, and Han Jio screamed his name in despair. Meanwhile, outside, the crowd was abuzz, realizing that 3 hours had passed. A reporter speculated that this prolonged duration was due to the Divine Power Clan's combat team having entered. He explained that normally an energy gate only lasts a maximum of 15 minutes, making this display even more astonishing. However, he suddenly stopped short, realizing something unusual, and hastily urged the cameraman, "Hey, get the camera ready." The energy gate turned green, a clear signal to everyone. The dungeon had been conquered. The reporters were stunned. One of them exclaimed, "Huh? Wait a minute, the gate is closing?" The story rewound to a few hours earlier, inside a dark cave. Li Jun alone faced an entire group of black-robed figures waiting for him. One of them thought in a panic, "The report didn't say he was this strong. I need to get out of here." The other man froze as fresh blood splattered everywhere. The leader roared in anger, "What are you doing? Are you afraid of a high school kid?" He ordered, "Attack. Attack him for me." Surrounded, Li Jun calmly took a stance. He stomped his foot, and energy violently erupted. In the blink of an eye, the entire group of robed figures were knocked down by the terrifying surge of power. A survivor trembled. "I've never seen a monster like this." The leader stammered a threat. "Do you think you'll be safe after doing this? The Divine Power Clan won't let this go." Li Jun coldly replied, "Perhaps you've forgotten, but I also carry the blood of the Divine Power Clan." The leader furiously yelled, "Low-class blood like yours dares to." Before he could finish, Li Jun grabbed him by the face. Li Jun leaned in close, his voice filled with killing intent. "Anyway, there won't be any evidence. Who would know I killed you?" He calmly drew the short sword from the leader's own belt. Li Jun pressed the sharp blade against the defeated man. "This is something you started, so don't hate me. In a dark cave, Lee Jun stood silently amidst a pool of blood and the bodies he had just slain. He called out to a trembling figure hiding behind a rock. Hey, you, come out. A Sukuman rat monster timidly poked its head out, fawningly asking if he had any orders. Lee Jun coldly ordered it to clean up, and the Sukuman immediately obeyed, shouting for its comrades. With just enough intelligence, the Sukuman obediently followed, starting to drag the bodies away. As the work was underway, Lee Jun called the same Sukuman aside, making it jump. From now on, you are the leader, Lee Jun said, patting the monster's head, granting it an unexpected favor. Then he handed it his knife, still stained with blood, leaving the new leader completely bewildered. Facing the Sukuman's question, Lee Jun merely crossed his arms and smiled meaningfully. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, signaling a plan already set in motion. The scene abruptly shifted outside, under the city's daytime sun. Here, Lee Jun, looking miserable and covered in blood, was being supported by his colleagues. Those around him frantically asked questions, worried about the condition of the senior who had just returned from the brink of death. Lee Jun feigned extreme pain, trying to recount the tragedy before a female colleague stopped him, worried he would collapse from exhaustion. Meanwhile, the master's spirit appeared, whispering, unable to bear his student's clumsy act. Lee Jun was also cursing inwardly, annoyed that the Sukuman had overacted, stabbing him harder than intended. Nevertheless, he told himself that at least this act was enough to fool the crowd completely and reduce suspicion. The incident quickly attracted media attention, with a reporter broadcasting live about the only surviving student. Suddenly, a strange man with a ponytail coldly pushed the reporter aside, entering the scene. A formidable group of people in black marched in, led by an arrogant man with a ponytail. Despite the chaos of the crowd of reporters, the man coldly walked past. His appearance made someone exclaim in surprise. It was Lee Sin, the successor of the Divine Fist family. Lee Sin roughly shoved aside those in his way, sending them sprawling to the ground. He stopped in front of Lee Jun, chin raised, ordering, "Report." Lee Jun began his act, recounting that another blue-class boss had appeared, and he had survived thanks to Kang Minjae's sacrifice. Lee Sin growled, clearly suspicious. "Do you think I'll believe the combat team sacrificed their lives to save you?" Lee Jun merely smirked defiantly. "You don't have to believe it." That attitude enraged Lee Sin, who roared, "You bastard!" He gathered lightning energy in his hand, intending to unleash his anger on those lying on the ground. Damn it! Suddenly, a hand blocked Lee Sin's attack. It was Han Jiyu, who looked him straight in the eye with determination. Despite her colleagues' attempts to stop her, Han Jiyu drew her sword, completely blocking Lee Sin's strike. She said sternly, "Attacking others without cause is unworthy of the Federation of 15 renowned families. Senior Lee Sin." Called by name and obstructed, Lee Sin was stunned and asked, "Why are you protecting him?" His subordinate quickly advised, "Young master, we are attracting unnecessary attention. Get lost!" Lee Sin roughly shoved his subordinate away. He glared at Han Jiyu with hateful eyes, the atmosphere becoming as tense as a drawn bowstring. Behind them, Lee Jun silently observed everything with a cold, emotionless gaze. Amidst the chaos, Lee Sin arrogantly declared, "From this moment on, this gate will be under the management of the Divine Fist family." His subordinate immediately ordered a trembling man, "Inform the chairman that we will handle this." Meanwhile, Lee Jun continued his act, being anxiously led away by a colleague. He was taken away, calmly looking back as the ambulance approached. Suddenly, Han Jiyu blocked his path and asked, "Lee Jun, is something wrong?" She looked him straight in the eye, questioning, "The things you recounted happened inside. Is that the whole story?" Lee Jun feigned offense. "Are you asking someone who just returned from the dead? I know you're cold, but, well then, take care." Han Jiyu sarcastically patted his shoulder hard, making his colleague shout to protect the patient. The scene shifted to the peaceful Morim Academy. In the chairman's office, Han Min-sung was waiting, with Han Jiyu standing behind him. He calmly said, "Come in." Han Jiyu opened the door and entered the room. She sat down opposite Han Min-sung, with a female secretary standing formally beside her. The chairman took a sip of tea and then asked, "So, how is Lee Jun?" Han Jiyu shook her head, confessing in confusion, "I've been keeping an eye on him, but I don't know." Han Min-sung put down his teacup, remarking, "Lee Jun is truly an astonishing student, capable of deceiving even you." Han Jiyu suddenly remembered, reporting a shocking piece of information. "They say Lee Jun sold a high-grade magic stone." What? According to the Shadow Guards, at that time, Lee Jun didn't step a foot outside the school grounds. Han Jiyu bowed, clenching her fists with determination. As expected, he has been hiding his skills. Now I must find out how strong he truly is. Han Min-sung smirked, thinking to himself, where did he get that power from, after all? In the office, he analyzed, Lee Jun has a deep grudge against the Divine Fist family. That means an opportunity for us. Han Ji-yu confidently asserted, Uncle, trust me. I will convince Lee Jun. The scene shifts to a peaceful oasis in the desert, Lee Jun's private training space. Lee Jun gives Bluey a command, and the little fox obediently sits down, drooling with desire. He continues the training, ordering shake hands, and Bluey happily places its paw on its master's hand. Lee Jun rewards Bluey with fire spirit stones, and a series of system notifications appear, confirming Bluey's successful growth. He affectionately hugs the fox, smiling as he asks, was it delicious? Lee Jun wonders why Bluey's new skill is S-rank, but its stats are low, thinking it should have been B-rank. The old master suddenly appears, explaining that it's due to the low growth level and needs more nourishment. He sternly advises, before that, you should also work harder. No matter how hard you try to hide your identity, it will be discovered one day. Lee Jun nods, remembering his master's word. The master suddenly adds casually, also, you're late, startling Lee Jun into a panic as he realizes the time. Bluey, I have to go to school. Lee Jun shouts in a panic and dashes off at an incredible speed. He steps out of the training space, returning to the academy hallway with a calm demeanor, as if nothing happened. Immediately, Hyo-soo appears, bowing enthusiastically. Good morning, senior. Hyo-soo maintains his cheerful expression, promising, I'll do my best. While Lee Jun just freezes, he continues to chatter, asking, did you sleep well? Have your wounds healed? Lee Jun finally speaks, cutting off his junior's rambling. Listen, Lee Jun bluntly asks, we've only met a few times, and I remember being cold towards you. Why are you treating me like this? Hyo-soo scratches his cheek, a little embarrassed, and begins to explain. Well, it's like this, he recounts. I heard rumors about senior Lee Jun dealing with bullies, and I was really touched by those actions. Hyo-soo concludes with a radiant smile. That's why I started to admire you. Lee Jun awkwardly replies, that. I just found it annoying. Suddenly, a stream of memories floods his mind. Wait, there was someone exactly like this in my previous life. In the old forest, a voice rings out, introducing the masked man. Jun, let me introduce you. This is my right-hand man, Hyo-il-soo. Hyo-il-soo was about to say something when a blonde-haired fellow disciple cut him off, exclaiming, Hey, isn't that Ji-yu? The excited blonde-haired young man dashes into the forest, leaving his two teammates behind. Past Life Jun shows annoyance at the incomplete introduction. Hyo-il-soo expresses deep admiration for his master, making Past Life Jun acknowledge, Yes, you've found a great teacher, Il-soo. Hyo-il-soo corrects him. My name isn't Il-soo. My real name is. Hyo-soo's call of senior pulls Lee Jun back to reality, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. Hyo-soo anxiously asks, is something wrong? Completely unaware that Hyo-il-soo's image is superimposed over him. Lee Jun screams in his head. Damn it! Is that Hyo-il-soo? You bastard Park Hyuk-jin. Why did you change his name? He has potential no less than Baek Chang-ho, someone who will definitely reach AA rank. After a moment of thought, Lee Jun decisively places his hand on Hyo-soo's shoulder. Let's get along, Hyo-soo, Lee Jun cheerfully declares, making his junior respond blankly. Huh? Yes. Lee Jun puts his arm around Hyo-soo's shoulder, pulling him along the hallway intimately. Hyo-soo excitedly calls Lee Jun's name as he slings his arm around his best friend's shoulder in the hallway. Suddenly, Hyo-soo is forcefully pushed from behind by someone, leaving him utterly astonished. A cry of "ah" rings out as he falls flat. Hyo-soo sits on the floor, angrily shouting, What the hell are you doing? A blonde-haired young man grins, extends his hand, and says, Still as weak as ever, huh? It's Park Hyuk-jin. Lee Jun coldly asks, Who is this guy? To which Park Hyuk-jin replies, A junior I'm very fond of. Hyo-soo hastily introduces himself, while Park Hyuk-jin declares that Jun's junior is also his. Park Hyuk-jin stares at Hyo-soo with a scrutinizing gaze, making the junior break out in a cold sweat. Just as Park Hyuk-jin opens his mouth to invite Hyo-soo to join the Iron Blood Sword Clan, Lee Jun appears and growls, Stay away from him. The two launch into a fierce argument, while Hyo-soo frantically stands between them, trying to intervene. Please don't fight because of me, Hyo-soo whimpers, while Lee Jun's master appears and smiles, observing. The master thinks to himself, his student, who always acted so mature, finally knows how to smile like a real student alongside his friends. The scene shifts to another corner of the school. In the classroom, Han Ji-yu sits alone, gloomily thinking about the upcoming council meeting. Park Hyuk-jin suddenly appears with a mountain of bread and asks, Aren't you going to the meeting? I'm skipping the meeting, Park Hyuk-jin cheerfully declares, secretly thinking he wants to stay with her. Han Ji-yu quietly picks up a piece of bread and eats it, accepting her friend's offer. Lee Jun walks in and is annoyed to see Park Hyuk-jin and Han Ji-yu high-fiving, calling themselves stalker teammates. In the classroom, Lee Jun irritably complains to Park Hyuk-jin that Han Ji-yu keeps following him, prompting the blonde-haired friend to tease him. Without hesitation, Han Ji-yu calmly admits, "Yes, I'm interested in Lee Jun." Park Hyuk-jin then plays the hero, shaking Han Ji-yu's shoulder and advising her not to get involved with this crazy guy, only to receive a sharp glare in return. Seeing no way to avoid it, Lee Jun seriously asks directly, "Han Ji-yu, what exactly do you want from me?" Han Ji-yu slowly wipes her mouth, preparing to give her answer. She points her finger directly at Lee Jun, boldly declaring her purpose. Lee Jun was completely stunned by the blunt declaration. "It's you." At the same time, elsewhere, an angry shout echoed, "Damn it." In the council meeting room, Chairman Taemin Choi slammed the table in fury because someone dared to skip the meeting. He became even more enraged when he learned that Han Ji-yu was busy with that bastard Lee Jun. A female member named Kim Sulgi smiled, offering to use her people to handle the situation. Taemin Choi hesitated for a moment but then agreed to entrust the task to Kim Sulgi. Another member named Shin quickly intervened, warning that Sulgi was someone who knew no bounds. The brown-haired member immediately dismissed it, believing that Sulgi was the most suitable person to teach the two truants a lesson. Finally, Taemin Choi made a decision: go easy on Ji-yu and destroy Lee Jun. Kim Sulgi smirked sinisterly, confidently accepting the order. Back in the classroom, Han Ji-yu reiterated her offer clearly. She explained that her clan would meet all demands, as long as they could recruit Lee Jun. Lee Jun fell silent, his inner thoughts wavering at the attractive offer, considering gaining a powerful ally. In Lee Jun's thoughts, Han Ji-yu was still persuading him, emphasizing her clan's abundant information resources. After a moment of deliberation, Lee Jun seemed to have made his decision. He looked straight ahead, his eyes resolute. "What I want is, it's you, Han Ji-yu," Lee Jun declared loudly, pointing directly at the stunned girl. What? Han Ji-yu and Park Hyuk-jin were dumbfounded by the sudden confession. Realizing he had gone too far, Lee Jun quickly corrected himself. "Haha, I was just kidding, but it was too late," Han Ji-yu whispered with surging killing intent. "I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you," Han Ji-yu roared, drawing her sword and lunging forward, her eyes burning with hatred. "Wait, I was just kidding. I was just imitating you," Lee Jun frantically explained, then realized Park Hyuk-jin had vanished without a trace. Park Hyuk-jin's desperate scream echoed throughout the school grounds, signaling the start of a bloody chase. On the rooftop, Park Hyuk-jin panted, his heart still pounding. "Phew, I thought I was going to die." Lee Jun had also escaped to the rooftop. He worriedly wondered if Han Ji-yu would attack him in class, and the spirit of his master appeared, warning, "You can't be sure." Lost in thought, Lee Jun jumped when Park Hyuk-jin suddenly appeared and slung an arm around his shoulder. "By the way, Ji-yu is searching all over the school for you," Park Hyuk-jin informed him, making Lee Jun decide. "Then I'd better skip class." The two sat down on the rooftop, Park Hyuk-jin praising him. "But I have to admit, you looked amazing when you dodged her sword. I heard you even defeated Lee Gi-hong. You've really gotten stronger." "Actually, you don't look that strong," Park Hyuk-jin said skeptically. Lee Jun smiled and explained, "That's because I'm wearing a powerful divine artifact." He raised his hand, revealing a sparkling golden ring. "Someone who cares about me gave it to me. This ring prevents others from sensing my energy." Park Hyuk-jin asked in surprise who had given him such a precious item. Lee Jun replied with respect, "It's the man I respect the most," while his master awkwardly fanned himself to hide his pride. "You tell him a lot, don't you?" his master remarked. Lee Jun asserted, "Hyuk-jin is fine, he's a friend I can trust." Park Hyuk-jin's eyes lit up, and he curiously asked, "Jun, let me try that once." But an earth-shattering crash cut him off. Finally, Han Ji-yu muttered as she found Lee Jun and Park Hyuk-jin on the rooftop. With surging killing intent, she lunged forward with her sword, roaring, "No more running." But another voice interrupted. "Oh, I was wondering where you ran off to. Turns out it's the rooftop." A female swordswoman appeared with her subordinates, sneering, "You even broke the door. You should set an example, Ji-yu." Park Hyuk-jin recognized the newcomer. "Oh, long time no see, Sulgi." She was Kim Sulgi, nicknamed Plum Blossom, the heir of the Yumsan sect, making Lee Jun secretly wonder why such a prominent figure would come looking for Ji-yu. Kim Sulgi declared, "Shin is very unhappy that you all skipped the meeting. He told me to teach all of you a lesson." She pointed directly at Lee Jun and Han Ji-yu. "Except for you, Hyuk-jin. If I touch you, your sister will kill me. I'm only dealing with those two." Lee Jun was stunned, while Park Hyuk-jin could only pat his friend's shoulder in comfort. "Good luck." Immediately, the rooftop transformed into an arena, With excited students cheering, Icefire and Plum Blossom face off. A battle of the apex. Han Jiu turned in surprise to ask Li Jun, who was standing in the crowd. Li Jun, why are you there? Aren't we on the same side? Kim Sulgi laughed and explained. Since they want to deal with you first, I'll yield. Just be patient. We'll get to you soon. Then I'll make the first move since I'm older, Kim Sulgi declared, her sword blade flaring with a brilliant golden light. The two female swordswomen clashed, their sword energies colliding fiercely. Han Jiu's icy energy and Kim Sulgi's fiery power erupted, creating a terrifying shockwave. Pushed back, Kim Sulgi growled, "How rude," then swung her sword in a counterattack. Han Jiu calmly parried, her sword emitting a chilling aura. Immediately after, she unleashed an overwhelming technique, releasing a massive pillar of icy energy directly at her opponent. Kim Sulgi's sword clattered onto the stone ground, marking the end of the match. Defeated, Kim Sulgi knelt on the ground, dazed and unable to believe the outcome. She lost, Li Jun calmly remarked, while his master analyzed that Plum Blossom sword art was a martial art that deceived the senses. The old man continued to ponder, believing that Kim Sulgi had merely used brute force and had not truly displayed the essence of the sword art. Han Jiu coldly told her opponent, "I have no business with you. Please don't bother me." Left behind, Kim Sulgi gritted her teeth, muttering, "Damn it." Her rage flared, and she roared at her subordinates. "Are you just going to stand there and watch? Everyone, charge at once!" At Kim Sulgi's command, the group of black-clad figures rushed towards Han Jiu. Facing the crowd, Han Jiu calmly raised her sword, her expression unwavering. A whirlwind of blue energy erupted from Han Jiu, sending all the attackers flying. The subordinates lay scattered on the ground, groaning in pain, while Han Jiu secretly thought she had held back. She flicked the blood from her blade and warned, "But if you dare to touch me again, I can't guarantee what will happen." Witnessing the scene, Kim Sulgi was completely stunned, unable to accept Han Jiu's power. Amidst whispers that Icefire was too strong and Plum Blossom had weakened, Kim Sulgi's eyes blazed with fury. Two students watching from afar gossiped that Kim Sulgi had neglected her training to bully the weak, so her decline was understandable. Hearing those words, Kim Sulgi clenched her fists so tightly that veins popped out on her hands. "Han Jiu," she growled, her eyes sparking with hatred as she scrambled to her feet. "Let's see how long you can keep your head held high," Kim Sulgi roared, throwing a dark object towards Han Jiu. A flash of blue light appeared as Han Jiu reacted to the sudden attack. Faced with the surprise attack, Han Jiu swung her sword down in a desperate attempt to defend herself. From the black orb, countless poisoned needles shot out like a deadly rain. Han Jiu realized in horror that she couldn't dodge all of them. She gritted her teeth, swinging her sword across her body to shield her most vulnerable points. Blood splattered across the cold arena floor. In the face of the needle rain, she could only brace herself and endure. Witnessing the scene, Park Hyuk-jin screamed in terror. "Han Jiu!" The bloody scene was emphasized once more, signaling a tragic outcome. Suddenly, a voice rang out from Li Jun. "Your perseverance is truly admirable." Li Jun had stepped in front of Han Jiu, taking the full force of the hidden weapon with his own arm. He recognized the weapon, Pear Blossom Poison Needles. From the Myriad Shadow Poison clan? Seeing the needles embedded in his arm and the purple poison spreading, Li Jun confirmed his suspicion. The mysterious master commented, "I didn't expect it to go this far. Aren't you going to clean it up?" Li Jun merely smiled meaningfully and replied with one word, "No." A side quest appeared, requiring him to deal with the bully Kim Sulgi. Li Jun recalled the brutal future where the Sword Mountain Guild became traitors, henchmen for the demons. Then punishing them first isn't so bad, he thought to himself as purple energy pushed the needles out of his arm. Back in reality, Han Jiu ran over anxiously and asked, "Are you all right?" Li Jun turned, his hand still glowing with energy, and confidently replied, "Isn't it obvious?" Overwhelmed by Li Jun's aura, Kim Sulgi fell to the floor, trembling. Immediately, Li Jun grabbed her by the collar, his eyes as cold as ice. "You must know the conditions for using the Pear Blossom Needles of the Myriad Shadow Poison clan, don't you?" Kim Sulgi gritted her teeth, unable to refute his accusation. Li Jun continued to lecture, stating that even in an era where the strong rule, martial artists must still have their own rules. "Shut up!" Kim Sulgi roared. Unable to bear the humiliation, she flung Li Jun's hand away, yelling, "Who are you to lecture anyone? A bastard like you." Li Jun coldly replied, "Han Jiu is one thing, but you are another." Her rage exploding, Kim Sulgi grabbed her sword and roared, "What am I to you?" Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Han Jiu frantically screamed. Li Jun, Park Hyuk-jin and Haeyo-su stood frozen, terrified by the impending scene. Fresh blood suddenly splattered onto Kim Sulgi's face, leaving her stunned. Li Jun had appeared in front of her at some point, taking the full sword strike to his shoulder, leaving Kim Solgi speechless. "What is this? Why? Why didn't you dodge?" Kim Solgi stammered, completely bewildered. Li Jun merely glanced at the sword embedded in his shoulder with a terrifyingly calm expression. He grabbed the blade with his bare hand and decisively pulled it out of his body. The blood-soaked sword clattered to the ground. "Because you crossed the line first." Li Jun smiled, dark energy gathering in his hand. "Everything I do from now on is self-defense." Faced with that power and devilish smile, Kim Solgi pleaded in terror. What are you going to do? Don't come any closer." As the orb of dark energy in Li Jun's hand grew larger, Kim Solgi could only utter a desperate "don't." Her piercing scream echoed, but it seemed to be too late. Li Jun's gaze remained unchanged, cold and resolute. At that decisive moment, a hand quickly grabbed Li Jun's wrist. Han Jio appeared, standing in front of Kim Solgi and commandingly ordered, "Stop." Li Jun turned and questioned, "Why? Sooner or later, these kids will cause trouble and seek revenge anyway." Han Jiu merely responded with a firm, unyielding gaze. Suddenly, Li Jun froze. He sensed a familiar surge of killing intent approach. He recalled that it was the same killing intent he had felt before entering Inferno's cave. A voice cut through the tension. "That's enough." A group of people led by Li Xin confidently entered. Li Xin coldly asked, "What are you doing?" Li Jun calmly retorted, his gaze fixed on the leader. "If you want to lecture me, then come here yourself, Li Xin." He glanced at Kim Sulji, who was trembling on the ground. Someone else has suffered for no reason. Li Xin roared furiously. "Li Jun, you insolent brat. Kim Sulji is the eldest daughter of the Sword Mountain Group." "So what?" Li Jun sneered. "Afraid the Sword Mountain Group will complain? Then you shouldn't have sent her to teach me a lesson in the first place." Hit where it hurt, Li Xin flinched and stammered in denial. "I don't know what you're talking about," Li Jun continued sarcastically. "As the successor, I must pay attention to relationships with various factions." Then he smirked, scoffing. "Successor? A position that can change at any moment?" Unable to bear it any longer, Li Xin furiously pointed directly at Li Jun's face, while Park Hyuk-jin hastily intervened. With a smug smile, Li Jun provoked, "I think I'll live longer than you, senior." Meanwhile, in another office under the twilight, Gum Leong was sitting at work, reviewing his achievements. He had just sent a file, and his personal status board also appeared. Gum Leong thought to himself, he finally acquired the reputation stat. Reputation, a new measure of power, only appears when one reaches rank A. It determines the treatment from clans, guilds, and the government, and is something all factions vie for. Gum Leong looked at his glowing hand, asserting, "This is my true beginning." But his master's spirit seemed skeptical. The master grumbled about his glorious past, while Gum Leong focused on working on his computer. He clicked, sending something important. Done with work, Gum Leong stretched, intending to visit Bluey, completely unaware of his master's mischievous warning. A silent scream echoed, as he suddenly strained a muscle, under the master's "I knew it" gaze. Gum Leong irritably turned to question his master, who was peeking at his computer screen. On the screen was a video of the battle between Han Jio and Kim Solgi, which was raging across the online community. The video showed a close-up of the moment Kim Solgi launched a hidden weapon towards Han Jiu. Netizens erupted upon realizing it was the Pear Blossom Nail, the ultimate technique of the Myriad Poison Shadow Clan. "What the hell is this?" Gum Leong's laptop shattered on the floor from an angry slam. Elsewhere, a subordinate was fearfully reporting to the Sword Mountain chairman about the spreading incident. The chairman roared, asking who filmed and uploaded the video, and the subordinate tremblingly replied, "It was Li Jun of the Divine Fist Clan." The Sword Mountain chairman had a headache. "The Divine Fist Clan?" he growled. "You mean they caused this mess, and then have the audacity to come asking for our help?" The scarred man calmly replied. "It's been a while since the Divine Fist Clan severed ties with Li Jun." He smirked. "And if it's true that Li Jun uploaded that video, then you will welcome our request, sir." Killing intent emanated as he declared, "I am here to request Li Jun's assassination." Meanwhile, Li Jun sighed at the flood of messages. "It was just an anonymous page. How did they all find me?" Elsewhere, Gum Leong confidently declared to his master, "From now on, even the Federation of 15 clans will covet me." The mysterious old man smiled approvingly. "Do as you wish. You'll be strong enough to stand on your own anyway." Gum Leong nodded in agreement. "You are absolutely right, master." He continued with a calculating expression. "However, I'm still thinking of preparing a few backup plans. First and foremost, I must make use of Heosu." The mysterious old man curiously asked, "Do you have a plan already?" Gum Leong replied, "Before I get him the martial arts mental cultivation method, I intend to get the Flower of Succession first." The Flower of Succession, also known as the Divine Flower, is a divine artifact capable of resetting learned cultivation techniques. Leong pondered. The martial art Hyosu must learn in the future is a unique technique. If he uses the Overlord's consecutive method with his current technique, not only will his power not be unleashed, but his meridians could also become chaotic. Although the flower of succession only grows in one place in the dark abyss, Leong knew its exact location just before it bloomed. The scene shifted to a vast desert, where Li Jun suddenly appeared. He happily doted on Bluey. Bluey, are you doing well? Li Jun looked ahead and asked, how are the others? Is this place habitable? The Sukuman commander, now named Tegoroyu, bowed with his army. Master, this is a very good place to live, because you personally chose the material. Li Jun happily appointed the trembling Sukuman commander as the manager of this area, naming him Tegoroyu. Seeing Tegoro still fearful, Li Jun confusedly asked why, and he stammered that he was afraid of being beaten again. With a terrifying smile, Li Jun sarcastically remarked that he had already exacted his revenge, while also praising Tegoro's backstabbing skills. After the intimidation, Li Jun ordered Tegoroyu to command the remaining Sukuman to create a passage connecting the gates. Hearing their master's command, the entire Sukuman army, brimming with vigor, immediately grabbed their picks and hammers and got to work. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Leong's master appeared, curious about his scheme using those monsters. Leong explained that the flower of succession would wither as soon as it left the gate, so the only way to transport it was through passages between the gates, and coincidentally, the Sukuman clan possessed the technique to create teleportation gates, making them the perfect tools for the plan. The master clicked his tongue, wondering about the plan's complexity, but Leong just gave a forced smile, looking hurt. He confidently pointed to his chest, asserting that as his master's disciple, he had calculated everything perfectly. The scene shifted to a bustling modern city under the daytime sun. Then, night fell on a deserted street, and a voice reported that the target had been found. In an office, a scarred man growled, asking his female subordinate for the location. She reported that the target had entered the grand leisure plains of the Blue Gate. The man was stunned, not understanding why the target had entered an unconquered gate. It doesn't matter, he roared, slamming the table as he stood up. The chairman ordered this to be handled as quickly as possible. He flung open the door, facing a group of thugs armed with weapons, waiting. The leader led his subordinates forward, determined to teach the precious young master of the Divine Fist clan a lesson. A peaceful scene in a dense forest. A deer was leisurely strolling, enjoying the tranquility. Suddenly, a strange sound startled it, putting it on high alert. The deer frantically dashed into the bushes, while Li Jun quietly observed from afar. Li Jun struggled to wade through the shallow water, sighing, "It's really hard to move, but it must be around here somewhere." Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted his target. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He had found it, the flower of succession, emitting a mystical glow. Standing before the flower, Li Jun coldly commanded, "Summoning gate." An energy gate opened, and the Sukuman subordinates joyfully cheered. "Master, you've finally arrived." Li Jun pointed and ordered, "Dig a teleportation gate beneath this flower." Tegoro bewilderedly asked what it was, and he replied, "It's the flower of succession." The Sukuman commander cried out in terror, "This is the flower of a god?" Li Jun calmly explained that it had to be moved intact. For a moment, greed surged within Tegoroyu. "If I get it, my life as a human slave will end." A hand unexpectedly rested on the commander's shoulder, cutting off his dark thoughts. Li Jun leaned in close, his voice full of implication. "You want it?" Tegoroyu trembled, quickly denying. "Not at all." Li Jun smiled, offering a bait. "Who knows? If things go smoothly, I might share some with you." The promise immediately invigorated Tegoroyu. "I will do my utmost, sir." "Then, I'm counting on you," Li Jun said, and turned to leave, making Tegoroyu ask in surprise if he wasn't coming along. He merely looked back with a mysterious smile. "I'll go ahead. See you later." A figure shot swiftly through the rolling mountains. Terrifying speed pierced through the dense forest. Finally, a secluded village appeared before his eyes. Here, a pig-orc boss wielding an axe along with two small mages declared, "We've found them." From a tree branch, Li Jun silently observed and calculated. There are so many. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. In the village, an orc guard was dozing off beside his spear. Suddenly, he jolted awake, due to a feeling of unease. In an instant, Li Jun used the scroll of domination to bypass the defenses. He casually appeared before the guard and greeted him in a friendly manner. Two other guards screamed in panic upon realizing that a human intruder was present. The orc boss angrily turned around, ready to deal with the uninvited guest. Master once explained, "The scroll of domination carries the power of provocation, capable of shaking the entire world." Li Jun cried out in despair, He had only intended to deal with the boss, but unexpectedly drew his entire army. He gritted his teeth, his eyes becoming sharp and resolute. The village gate was shattered from within, wood dust flying everywhere. Now, Li Jun faced an entire army of seasoned pig orcs alone. He confidently shouted, provoking all his enemies. "The human is right here, you pigs," the orc boss excitedly replied. "It's been a long time since I've seen a human. Come here." Suddenly, a mysterious man appeared, coldly interrupting. "Excuse me, but it's not your turn yet." Li Jun took a decisive stride, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. A surge of dark energy erupted, sending the entire orc army flying into the air. The orc mage tried to cast a spell, attempting to dispel the skill. But in a flash, Li Jun closed in, his hand gripping its face tightly. Li Jun smirked over the mage's convulsing body. One down. The remaining mage was terrified, running for his life. Li Jun's cold gaze swept over the remaining orcs, including the boss. He dashed forward with terrifying speed, leaving a blurry trail. The orc boss swung his axe, but Li Jun easily dodged and delivered a thunderous punch to his flank. The boss roared furiously. "How dare you look down on me? Who are you? Stop hiding and come out." But then cold sweat broke out, and a vague fear began to consume him. Li Jun stood in the middle of the battlefield, coldly declaring as a few more orcs fell. 3 down. Screams echoed as the subordinates were mercilessly slaughtered. The boss gritted his teeth, his rage and helplessness reaching their peak. He roared, "I'll kill you," activating his all-stats enhancement skill. Li Jun merely nonchalantly held up a small object in his hand. "I can't believe you're focusing on using skills right now." It was a tiny pig-shaped doll, looking incredibly cute. He whispered as he gently squeezed the doll. "Its original body is so small I could crush it with one hand." The orc boss froze, horrified to realize his fatal weakness had been exposed. Li Jun flashed a crazy triumphant smile. That's right. A series of system notifications appeared, confirming that Li Jun had defeated the orc boss and received over 2 million technology points. Li Jun smiled contentedly, realizing the immense earning potential from unexplored gates. He thought to himself, "I was disappointed not to find any martial arts manuals, but this is pretty good too." He looked down at a mountain of glittering equipment at his feet. Among them, the orc's leather armor and bloody double-edged axe stood out, both B-grade items. Li Jun picked up the axe, calculating, "This item will definitely fetch a high price at an auction." The system panel appeared, asking if he wanted to become the owner of this gate, and he didn't hesitate to press confirm. He was surprised to learn he could reselect, abandoning Flame Cavern to become the new owner of Entertainment Plains. Master appeared, questioning him, but Li Jun explained that he had moved the Sukuman tribe and needed this place to grow the inheritance flower, so he had to remove unnecessary things. Just as he was about to leave, a warning sounded. "Uninvited guests have entered Entertainment Plains." Through the monitoring screen, Li Jun saw a group of people who had just appeared. A surge of energy flashed, and the strangers officially set foot in his territory. Master recognized the leader, Ghost Murderer. Li Jun confirmed that he was someone who did everything for money and was backed by the Kumsan group, definitely here for revenge. "Just as I expected, predictably boring," he sighed as the system asked how to deal with the intruders. Li Jun coldly ordered, "Kick them all out." Meanwhile, the thugs were still oblivious. One grumbled, "What's that kid doing in here? Just making things more complicated." Another spoke up to dissuade him. "Don't criticize him too much." The leader sneered. "Quite a story, isn't it? A naive and arrogant high school kid enters a gate and dies alone." He burst into gleeful laughter, but an underling suddenly screamed, "Boss!" The thug leader startled and turned around, sensing something amiss. His subordinates were terrified as blue energy chains suddenly appeared, binding them tightly. What is this? Even the leader couldn't escape. A magical chain locked tightly around his ankle. Chains? The chains tightened. All the thugs were lifted into the air, pulled towards an energy vortex. "No. No way!" The leader screamed in despair as he was sucked into the vortex. Blinding blue light swallowed everything. Li Jun smiled and waved. "I've temporarily kicked the threat out. Goodbye, Ghost Murderer." Night fell. A bustling street ablaze with neon light. A long line of people queued in front of a club named Red Bone. Li Jun, in a gray hoodie, quietly approached the entrance. The burly bouncer immediately raised a hand to stop him. "Hold on. Don't you look like a student? Show me your ID," the bouncer demanded, but Li Jun remained silent. The bouncer flinched slightly, a thought flashing through his mind. 4 decades have passed, and the grudge over money still hasn't been settled. Li Jun spoke coldly. "No need to mention the money slave's name. I'm just passing through for a moment." Hearing this, the bouncer broke out in a cold sweat, quickly bowing deeply. "I apologize for my disrespect. Please, come in." He calmly walked through the emergency exit, a secret passage. Li Jun descended a dark, deep staircase. The door opened into an underground auction hall, where the crowd was cheering wildly. On stage, the auctioneer enthusiastically announced, "This artifact will increase heat resistance just by carrying it. Starting price is 50 million. While the auction reached its peak, Lee Jun quietly walked through a dark alley. He found a dealer and offered, "I want to sell an item." Before the dealer could finish speaking, he was stunned as a glittering treasure was unexpectedly dumped onto the table. Lee Jun pulled down his hood and ordered, "Sell them as quickly as possible and send the money to my dark bank account." The dealer stammered, asking about the exorbitant 50% fee for this type of account. Lee Jun replied curtly and turned to leave, leaving the dealer to hastily instruct him to check via the app. Elsewhere, an appraiser began his work. He commented, "Just by looking at the color, I can tell they're above C rank. The stats probably aren't bad either." A cerulean monostone was brought in for thorough inspection. The results stunned him. B+ monostone? The highest grade among B ranks? Not only that, all the other items, from gloves, shoes, armor, to weapons, were all B+ rank. He broke out in a cold sweat as he realized, these are orc items. Could he have cleared the Great Plains by himself? Immediately, he turned to ask the bodyguards, "Hey, do you remember the person who just sold all these things?" The dealer reported that the person looked like a high school student, and the security manager confirmed he remembered the face. "I let him in because he used telepathy to say, 'Revenge for the greed of money,'" the manager explained. The appraiser froze, muttering, "Revenge for the greed of money?" He was shocked to realize that it was a password his grandfather only shared with his saviors, a secret even VIP guests didn't know. Too stunned by the truth, he could only rub his forehead and sigh. At the same time, at the Great Plains Gate, a streamer was enthusiastically working. "Hello everyone, this is OOTV," but he was immediately blocked by a system notification, exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, this gate has an owner." Lee Jun irritably ordered, "They don't seem to know what fatigue is. Kick them all out." He sighed wearily. Sigh. "I've been getting messages like this all these days." Suddenly, a darkness warning notification appeared on his phone screen. Immediately after, a message reported receiving 2.5 billion, making him exclaim, "Wow, that old man is really generous." Lee Jun smiled smugly, thinking to himself that the other party must be curious why he knew about the money creed's grudge. He was about to arrange a meeting soon when his master appeared to dissuade him. "Don't reply yet, let him stew." Lee Jun agreed. "You mean make him submit first? Sounds good. Now, there's something more important." Inside his private space, on a floating island, Bluey was sound asleep amidst lush nature. The little fox curled up, embracing a succession flower, emitting a gentle light. Lee Jun proudly told his master, "Thanks to Bluey, I've successfully cultivated the succession flower." Energy from the Great Plains was absorbed and spread by Bluey, doubling the mana concentration in its habitat. Lee Jun happily patted the little fox's head. "Well done, Bluey." A series of system notifications appeared. The gate has been upgraded to Green Zone Gate, recording an unprecedented record and awarding 1 million tech tree points. The master congratulated him with satisfaction, while Lee Jun chuckled delightedly, "Haha, everything is progressing smoothly." Just as he hoped everything would continue this way, a special mission completion notification unexpectedly appeared, leaving him bewildered. Suddenly, the space around Lee Jun began to crack like a broken mirror. He frantically read the error messages. "Black zone? Wait. What the hell is happening?" The sky shattered, revealing a pitch-black void sucking in Lee Jun's small body. He fell into a chaotic vortex, screaming in pain, "Stop, please, stop," while other gate owners began to grow wary. Amidst extreme terror, Lee Jun snapped awake when he heard his master shout his name. Lee Jun collapsed onto the scorching desert sand, exhausted after escaping the chaotic dimension. His master appeared, taunting, "Does the reward make you that happy? I thought my disciple had gone mad." Lee Jun stared in shock at the system panel, trying to understand. Wait, there was clearly a notification about the Black Zone gate just now, but the system panel displayed a different notification. The gate had been upgraded to a green zone, granting him 1 million tech tree points. While his master muttered about his student losing his mind, Lee Jun wondered in confusion if he had made a mistake. He recalled the Black Zone gates he had seen, realizing the actual number was far greater than the announced 20. A truth that could shake the world. Lee Jun turned to his teacher, "Master," and received a gentle reply. With an innocent expression, he asked a self-reflective question. "Master, do you think I have a tendency to bring trouble upon myself?" Amidst the vast desert, his master's sarcastic voice echoed, "Only just realizing it now?" The next day, in a bustling city, a grand school appeared under the morning sun. A stranger approached, observing the school and wondering, "Is this the school he attends?" The assassin, leading his subordinates, smirked. It's a big school, probably because of the protective shield. I've already figured out how to destroy it. He took off his sunglasses, his cold eyes gleaming with confidence. Excellent. The assassin made up his mind. This was his second chance to assassinate the target, Li Jun, of the Divine Fist clan. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, a blonde-haired male student ordered his group of friends, "Go find him quickly." The whole group cheerfully chorused, "Yes, boss." The school remained peaceful, completely unaware of the schemes targeting one of its students. Amidst that chaos, Li Jun sat alone in the empty classroom, lost in thought. His status panel appeared, revealing a greatly upgraded power after the recent events. Li Jun mused, "The further I go, the more points I'll need." He realized, "I have to consider it carefully, even if it's just one stat point." Suddenly, Li Jun snapped, "Good heavens! Why are you staring at me like that? I thought you went to the supermarket with Hyukjin." The mysterious girl asked directly, "It's you, isn't it?" making Li Jun confused. What? She mentioned the entertainment planes, but Li Jun immediately denied it. "No. Liar," the girl asserted, making Li Jun annoyed. "Why do you even ask when you won't believe me anyway?" As they both stepped into the hallway, the girl proposed again. "Join our clan. It's not over yet." She didn't give up. "It's not over until you join. Just tell us what you want, and we'll give it to you." Li Jun coldly refused as he entered the training room. "I don't really want anything. I already have plenty. If you keep acting like this, then I have no other choice," the girl warned. She unleashed a fatal threat. "I'll tell everyone you're the gate master." Li Jun remained calm, challenging. "Then show me the proof." The girl explained that just a rumor would be enough to draw the attention of the Alliance of 15 Clans, the Martial Artist Alliance, and even the demonic cult to him. The atmosphere between them became tense, silence enveloping the space. Finally, Li Jun sighed in defeat. "All right, I lose. Then let's be allies, even though this is already too much." The girl crossed her arms, smiling triumphantly. "All right, that's enough. You're really stubborn, you know," she grumbled as she followed Li Jun into the armory. Seeing Li Jun holding a spear, she asked in surprise, "You use a spear too?" Li Jun just smiled meaningfully. "None of your business." Then activated a system panel. He secretly thought about the SS-Rank attack skill he had just acquired, Infinite Spear Arts. In the training room, Li Jun faced a series of opponents alone. He moved like a ghost, his spear arts appearing supernatural. But he still thought to himself, "Is it because my hands aren't used to it yet? It's not easy at all." Suddenly, a surge of killing intent startled Li Jun into alertness. A dark figure suddenly lunged down from above, a dagger clutched in its hand. Li Jun reacted extremely quickly, using the shaft of his spear to block the dangerous attack. With just one sweep of his spear, he repelled the masked assassin. The assassin was stunned. "You blocked my attack?" Li Jun coldly retorted. "It's you again?" Recognizing the familiar killing intent, Li Jun identified the enemy as the ghost murderer, which only strengthened the assassin's resolve to kill him. Suddenly, another group of students appeared, the leading girl boldly blocking the way. "This is Muram Academy, not a place for you to enter," the assassin growled. "This is none of your business. Get lost, you're not my target." Seeing the girl about to argue further, Li Jun casually interjected, "Why don't you shut up and do your own thing?" The ghost murderer scoffed, purple dark energy beginning to surge out. "You only blocked one attack and you're already so arrogant?" The student standing behind nervously whispered. The information said he was only D or C rank. Li Jun, however, assessed his own strength as having reached B rank. But the ghost murderer remained absolutely confident. "Even so, he's still no match for me." Facing the terrifying pressure, Li Jun maintained an unusually calm expression. That composure made the assassin momentarily flinch. Without further hesitation, the ghost murderer charged straight forward, determined to deliver the finishing blow. The ghost murderer thought in horror, "What was that just now? My senses warned me. I can't imagine what would have happened if I had attacked." "Your senses are quite sharp," Li Jun smirked. "If you had just charged in, I would have broken your wrist." "You arrogant bastard!" the assassin roared in fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward. Li Jun calmly faced the ghost murderer's incoming blade. "Aren't you tired of always aiming for my back?" He easily brushed aside his opponent's attack. "Let's see if you can block this one," the assassin growled, refusing to give up. A massive surge of dark energy violently erupted from his body. Li Jun calmly parried the barrage of attacks, but the wooden spear in his hand began to crack. "I'll lower the spear and step back with my right foot." A system notification appeared. "You have used Infinite Spear Arts." "My body! I can't move!" the assassin realized in horror, finding himself locked down by his opponent's aura. A sharp, cold energy spearhead was pressed against his throat. However, The illusory spearhead shattered into pieces before his astonished eyes. Li Jun looked annoyed at the broken spear, while the ghost murderer, stunned, realized he couldn't win and had to flee. But his attempt to escape was immediately cut short by a devastating blow. "I won't let you escape that easily," Li Jun coldly declared to the defeated foe at his feet. Just as he was about to act, a loud shout came from the door. "Stop!" A subordinate held a knife to the hostage's throat, growling a threat. "If you harm our boss, these guys will be in danger," Li Jun casually retorted, his eyes contemptuously fixed on the defeated man on the floor. "I didn't know you had accomplices. Why didn't you bring some better ones?" Without a word of warning, he stomped directly on the leader's arm. "Do whatever you want," Li Jun sneered. "They're not my friends anyway. In fact, they're my enemies." The cold declaration left both the hostages and the kidnappers frozen in horror. Li Jun interrogated the mastermind, but he only responded with defiant gasp. "Fine then," he said, drawing a dagger and slowly approaching. The dagger plunged into the wall, narrowly missing the assassin's temple. "I hate people like you," Li Jun whispered, his eyes filled with resentment. He began to explain the difference between them, between someone born with everything and someone who had to struggle to survive. "And yet you chose the path of murder to make a living?" Li Jun pressed the blade harder, causing the wall behind the assassin to crack. He bitterly admitted that his entire life had been lived in pain, all for martial arts. Witnessing the brutal scene, the subordinates frantically screamed for him to stop. The leader furiously cursed his idiotic subordinates, while Li Jun merely smiled mockingly. Realizing he couldn't die here, the assassin decided he had to find a way to escape at all costs. He suddenly slammed his head to the floor, feigning submission while secretly vowing to make Li Jun pay. Just then, the room door burst open, and Li Jun suddenly realized why the barrier had been broken. A powerful man, leading a squad of bodyguards, stormed in, loudly ordering everyone to drop their weapons. Immediately after, a young man appeared and cheerfully called the man uncle. Li Jun had completely subdued the assassin leader, blocking the knife that was pressed against him. The newly arrived powerful man observed the assassins, who were neatly tied up and kneeling on the floor. One of the subordinates remained defiant, glaring challengingly. The man commented, "The ghost murderer is the only one injured. All the students are safe." Did Li Jun take down the ghost murderer first? An excellent move. The accompanying young man thought in astonishment. "I vaguely knew he was strong, but I didn't expect him to be a monster." He continued to doubt. "I'm starting to wonder if he's really a high school student." Seeing the leader sneer, the man asked, "Is there something funny?" The leader sneered. "Thank goodness you arrived just in time. If you had been a moment later, he would have killed me." Li Jun warned coldly, but the leader confidently retorted to just wait and see. The accompanying young man thought angrily, "This arrogant bastard. He knows the Divine Power Clan and Kumsan Group will pressure us to release him." He turned to Li Jun and suggested, "Jun, let us handle this guy from now on, all right?" Li Jun flatly refused. "No, I'm not finished yet." He approached the leader with a meaningful smile, causing the man to tremble in fear. Outside, the school grounds remained peaceful, a stark contrast to the events unfolding within. Suddenly, desperate screams echoed, accompanied by the sight of fresh blood splattering. The leader lay slumped at Li Jun's feet, his face bruised and battered, his voice trembling. "Please, please stop." But the plea was met only with another crushing punch to the face. The leader screamed in despair. "You even destroyed my dantian. Isn't that enough? What more do you want?" "Not much," Li Jun replied curtly, then delivered another brutal kick to his face. A subordinate screamed in horror as the bodyguard mercilessly beat his boss, while the brown-haired young man stood with his arms crossed, observing. He thought to himself, "He doesn't hold back against anyone, so there's no need to worry about the consequences." Watching Li Jun coldly step on the leader, he realized those resolute eyes believed his decision was the right one. He suddenly remembered another man with the same gaze, the head of the Iron Blood Sword Clan, the only S-rank awakener in Korea. In his memory, the man's powerful voice echoed, "Young Master Han," making him involuntarily flinch. Li Jun turned around, and the brown-haired young man asked, "Are you done?" "I think this is enough," Li Jun said, his foot standing right next to the leader's pool of blood. The brown-haired young man suggested, "Then I'd like to speak with you privately for a moment," before ordering his subordinates to guard the prisoners. The scene shifted to a peaceful waterside pavilion, where the two were already seated, ready to begin their conversation. Li Jun and the brown-haired young man sat opposite each other, with a small tea table between them. Li Jun praised, "This place is truly beautiful. I didn't know there was a spot like this behind the school grounds." The brown-haired young man smiled and replied, "This is a secret place known only to me and my closest confidants." Li Jun got straight to the point, warning, "I'll leave immediately if this is about joining your clan." Caught off guard, the brown-haired young man was momentarily flustered, while Li Jun merely smirked, It's written all over your face. Regaining his composure, the brown-haired young man asked directly, "Are you sure the Divine Skill Clan can offer you the best treatment?" When Li Jun refused to join the alliance, he immediately made another offer. "We can build a relationship without you having to participate. Then, how about we exchange tokens?" he suggested. For example, a token of the Divine Skill Clan. He dropped a huge bait. Or it could even be a gate. The unexpected offer made Li Jun's eyes gleam with surprise and interest. Li Jun asked in astonishment, "You'll hand over a gate to me?" Han Min-sung calmly confirmed, "If that's what you want." Li Jun rested his hands on the table, stunned by the audacious offer, as handing over a gate was akin to relinquishing territory and power. Han Min-sung handed Li Jun his business card, allowing him more time to think and contact him any time. Li Jun stood up, deciding to leave to consider the offer. He turned his back and walked away, leaving Han Min-sung sitting alone on the wooden floor. Han Min-sung watched silently, secretly hoping Li Jun would accept his goodwill. The next day, at the academy, Li Jun read the news about 4 noble clans cooperating to conquer the Heavenly Fox Gate. A dark blue-haired female staff member greeted him. "You're here. Please come this way." She led Li Jun down a dark, deep staircase. Below, a prisoner's groans echoed from the darkness, demanding to be released. Han Min-sung was already seated in the cell, cheerfully greeting Li Jun. Li Jun wondered why he was summoned, and Han Min-sung revealed that the ghost murderer was about to be released due to pressure from other clans. The subordinates tied up in the corner of the cell couldn't believe the alliance would try to assassinate someone of their own blood. Han Min-sung casually spoke of the cruelty within his own clan, something Li Jun must have already known well. Li Jun secretly thought about the wickedness of the Holy Power clan, and worried that Han Min-sung would have difficulty fending for himself. He hesitantly asked if Han Min-sung was alright, but was reassured that the clans were busy conquering Heavenly Fox and wouldn't pay attention to him. Hearing that, Li Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Li Jun secretly thought Han Min-sung was truly an interesting person, no need to worry about him so much. He smiled faintly, admitting that this feeling of being cared for wasn't bad. Li Jun spoke up, asking Han Min-sung for a favor, and he was willing to listen. He explained that he needed to prepare an escape route and asked if Han could help spread a rumor. Meanwhile, at an ancient mansion under the moonlight, another story was unfolding. A martial artist was meditating, channeling a furious purple internal energy. Terrifying power emanated from his muscular back. The aura exploded fiercely, shaking the entire room. "Not like this!" he roared, slamming his fist onto the floor in a fit of rage. He angrily yelled, "Why? Why can't I perfect it?" 5 years had passed since he began searching for the Heavenly King divine art, but still, there were no results. He gritted his teeth, deciding he must conquer a gate to claim the secret technique as a reward. The only place left was Heavenly Fox, and he absolutely could not let others obtain it. His train of thought was interrupted by a knock at the door. He growled, ordering not to be disturbed while in secluded training. A subordinate outside apologized, reporting urgent news, and was granted permission to speak. "We have failed to conquer Heavenly Fox," the subordinate reported. The martial artist opened the door, his face showing no surprise. "Just as I predicted." He ordered his subordinate to send word to the Royal Blood Clan to assemble a second army twice the size. A subordinate was reporting, "Young Master Li Jun has defeated the ghost murderer." The martial artist showed surprise, asking again about the assassin's A-rank awakener status, and the subordinate confirmed Li Jun had defeated him alone. The subordinate continued to report that Li Jun had also tortured the assassin, completely ignoring the hostage. The martial artist's hearty laughter rang out, while his subordinate merely bowed his head. He expressed extreme satisfaction, believing Li Jun's actions had brought honor to the clan. But the subordinate interrupted, reporting unpleasant news about rumors spreading online that the Holy Power clan was behind the assassination. The martial artist growled, but his subordinate confirmed it wasn't a baseless rumor. The culprit behind the assassination was revealed to be Minwook Lee from the Supreme Power Gate. Hearing the name Minwook, the martial artist gritted his teeth, muttering that that kid had finally made his move. He fell into contemplation, carefully considering the situation. "A tiger father doesn't beget a dog son," he muttered, then decided he would personally go meet Li Jun. Meanwhile, Li Jun was observing the village built by the diligent Skaman craftsmen. He secretly admired their efficiency and understood the demon's intention in making them do menial tasks. Deciding it was time to get to work, Li Jun took out a secret manual. He pondered using this Tianwang Shengong as bait for the Shengli clan. Fearing the manual would fall into the wrong hands, Li Jun considered the safest way to preserve it, and he found the answer: to directly absorb all the knowledge by tearing the book apart. A system notification appeared, confirming Li Jun had successfully comprehended the S-rank Tianwang Shengong. He breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the massive reward of 5 million technology points. It's not as special as everyone rumored, Li Jun thought. showing disappointment after absorbing the Tianwang Shengong. He bitterly recalled how he was once treated like trash all because of a martial art like this. Back at the academy, Li Jun slammed the door in a fit of extreme anger. In the classroom, a cheerful blonde student waved to the brown-haired girl sitting nearby. Li Jun walked in and wondered about the noisy crowd gathered in front of the school gate. He recalled the horrifying scene when he was surrounded by scouts from everywhere, unable to move. "I'm exhausted," Li Jun sighed. And then a spear was presented right before him. The brown-haired girl explained, "This is a gift from the chairman, because you said you could also use a spear." "Is it a bribe?" Li Jun asked curiously, and the girl frankly replied, "Yes." He casually accepted the gift, surprising the girl as she didn't expect him to agree so quickly. Li Jun checked the information of the A-rank Shuezhan Qiang and seemed quite satisfied with the new weapon. The girl said that the chairman had to search for it in the warehouse all day, making Li Jun laugh cheerfully. The blonde friend curiously interjected, "A bribe? What's he talking about?" Coldly dismissed by Li Jun, he stubbornly insisted on knowing. Being sidelined, the blonde student angrily walked away, not forgetting to utter a threat. Li Jun and the girl completely ignored his lingering threats. Afterward, Li Jun sat alone on the grass, holding his new spear and scrolling on his phone. He read a message from someone nicknamed Money Slave who was eager to meet him. Li Jun conversed with his master's illusion about the nuisance of becoming too famous. Li Jun turned around, sensing someone approaching. A group of people in black uniforms appeared. The leader cupped his hands. "Greetings, Li Jun. We are the Tianwang Tuan from the Shengli clan." He bowed, solemnly continuing, "Our clan head wishes to meet you. Please come with us." Li Jun remained silent, his hand gripping the Shuezhan Qiang tightly, completely ignoring the invitation. Seeing this, one of the men in the group lost his composure and yelled, "Hey, didn't you hear what he said?" Immediately, the glowing red spear tip was pressed against the leader's face, freezing him in terror. From a distance, Li Jun spoke coldly. "How rude." He questioned with eyes as sharp as knives. "You have insulted the direct lineage of the Shengli clan. How do you intend to pay for this?" The leader broke out in a cold sweat, hastily apologizing. "Please forgive our rudeness." Li Jun remained silent, his gaze unwavering. "I'll let it slide this time. Get lost," he ordered, then turned and walked away. However, the group still didn't leave. The leader repeated, "Our clan head wishes to meet you, didn't you?" Li Jun growled, his killing intent surging. "Just hear me tell you to get lost?" Sensing the deadly killing intent, the leader flinched. He quickly nodded, conceding, "All right, we'll meet again next time." As Li Jun walked down the deserted path, a voice rang out. "The killing intent you just exuded was truly astonishing." A strange man appeared, remarking, "You could have killed them all. Suppressing too much isn't good." Li Jun pretended not to understand, but the man just laughed. "Haha, no need to pretend." The man crossed his arms, confidently introducing himself as Myungbok Cho from the Mojiao. Li Jun smirked, bluntly refusing the invitation to join the Mojiao from one of the Keisha of the assassin organization. Myungbok Cho was not discouraged, he assured. "I will turn you into the strongest assassin." He extended his hand, painting a vision where all enemies would kneel before Li Jun, begging for forgiveness. Seeing that Li Jun was unmoved, Myungbok Cho reluctantly said, "Perhaps I've said too much. Just call me when you change your mind. I will wait for you." Myungbok Cho turned and walked away, leaving a lingering promise. Li Jun stood alone, muttering the Mojiao man's words. No need to suppress it anymore? His suppressed anger erupted. He stomped on a brick beneath his foot. Just then, the illusion of the old master quietly appeared behind his disciple. The master called out worriedly, "Hey Jun," but before he could say anything more, a blonde-haired academy student suddenly rushed forward and crashed straight into Li Jun, making him cry out in surprise. The blonde-haired friend laughed gleefully, declaring it was payback for earlier, then asked Li Jun what he was doing there. Li Jun replied irritably that he wasn't doing anything, just that something had put him in a bad mood. Hearing this, the blonde-haired friend immediately lunged forward, grabbed Li Jun's collar, and aggressively demanded to go deal with whoever had angered him. Li Jun chuckled at his friend's enthusiasm, and the two teased each other affectionately. The blonde-haired friend put an arm around Li Jun's shoulder, and both smiled, dispelling the tense atmosphere. They strode together along the path on campus. From afar, the master quietly observed, thinking to himself, that kid could collapse at any moment. He saw through the suppressed emotions in Li Jun's small body, and worried about the path he would choose. Finally, he realized that sometimes, a close friend could offer more help than an invisible master like himself. A voice rang out asking, "Jun, have you researched anything yet?" His blonde-haired friend ran over, reminding Li Jun about the midterm exam and the need to choose a gate to conquer. While Li Jun was lost in thought, the mysterious master's voice rang out, "Disciple." He secretly thought, if given the choice, he would want Void Divine Art to give to Hyosu. The master sternly instructed. Then go to Fairy Flower Realm. Lee Jun startled and cried out, making his blonde-haired friend ask in surprise if he really intended to go to Fairy Flower Realm. His friend explained that it was a dangerous green zone gate, only allowing teams of 5, then asked Lee Jun in return. He confidently declared that he would go to Ice Wall Canyon, a place that was also far from ordinary. With a smug look, his friend boasted that he was the school's top sword dragon genius, leaving Lee Jun to only watch in silence. Lee Jun merely responded with an indifferent "oh" to his friend's boasting. Hyukjin, his blonde-haired friend, called him intimately. "Want to know something interesting?" Lee Jun leaned into his friend's ear, whispering a shocking secret related to Ice Wall Canyon. The scene shifted to the classroom. A teacher walked in and asked all students to settle down. The teacher announced the midterm exam, where teams of 5 would compete by conquering energy gates. He emphasized that choosing the right gate was extremely important, warning students not to be too greedy. Immediately after, 2 other students eagerly rushed to Lee Jun's desk, expressing their desire to join his team. Sitting alone, Lee Jun dejectedly told his master that no one would want to team up with him. He recalled how he had mercilessly dealt with a group of thugs last time. The master clicked his tongue, but Lee Jun asserted that it wasn't that he had no friends, but that he actively chose not to make any. He was confident he could clear the gate alone, but a mysterious voice rang out, asserting that it was impossible. A girl unexpectedly sat on his desk, declaring that Lee Jun couldn't go alone because he would be going with her. Lee Jun was stunned, not understanding who gave her that right, and the answer was simply me, he stammered, asking her name. And the girl introduced herself as GU. Just then, a timid female student wearing glasses approached, asking if she could join their team. Lee Jun realized it was class president Eunbi Park, and was surprised she had actively approached him. He secretly thought that even though Eunbi was only E rank, she was very smart, so he didn't hesitate to agree. Immediately after, the entire class rushed forward, vying for a spot on Lee Jun and GU's team. Lee Jun was startled by the chaos, but GU coolly explained, "Joining us guarantees high scores." GU clapped her hands decisively to restore order. She authoritatively finalized the team lineup. Eunbi as the technician, Heiji as the healer, and finally Seonho Nam, then asked if anyone objected. The rejected crowd could only fall silent in disappointment, while Lee Jun was stunned by GU's personality. The chosen members profusely thanked her, but GU simply replied that she chose people suitable for the positions, so no thanks were needed. Lee Jun observed the trio of Eunbi, Heiji, and Seonho Nam, admitting it was a good combination even though he hadn't been involved in the decision. He told himself that since he was at the top of the class this time, choosing teammates was extremely important. The special reward for the top student in this exam was the right to choose an item from the school library's treasure vault. It was an opportunity to acquire an artifact of at least A rank, and Lee Jun knew exactly what he needed to get. Although he felt guilty towards Hyukjin, Lee Jun was still determined to secure the #1 spot in the midterm exam. Finally, the exam day arrived, and Lee Jun stood alone in the academy's stadium. An examiner stepped out, holding a microphone and speaking. "Is everyone ready?" He smiled with satisfaction. "Haha, everyone is full of energy. It's good to see everyone confident instead of anxious." The examiner issued a warning. "Today could be a very dangerous day for all of you. All I can say right now is to be careful. However, I promise, a place where you can be treated after completing the gate, and the special reward for the first place team will be guaranteed upon your return. Do your best," he shouted. "Now proceed to your chosen gate." And the crowd of students responded enthusiastic. Amidst the skyscrapers, a thought flashed. "Well, I'm not so sure about this." Before a verdant energy gate, GU questioned, "Fairy Flower Field? That's a green zone gate. Don't you think you're aiming too high?" Lee Jun calmly reassured the team. "You know this is what we have to do to get first place. Don't worry, just trust me." GU turned to the remaining members asking, "What about you all? Is everyone okay with this decision?" Eunbi Park, Heiji, and Seonho Nam affirmed in unison. "Yes, we've decided. We'll trust you two." GU sighed, reluctantly accepting. "Ha. If things get too dangerous, we'll abandon this gate, all right?" Lee Jun smiled in agreement. "All right then. Let's go in." Lee Jun extended his hand, leading the team into the energy vortex. A system notification appeared as the group emerged in a new space. "You have entered the green zone gate, Fairy Flower Field." Lee Jun knelt down, spread a map before the team, and began to outline the plan. "This place has fairy monsters, and is divided into 2 areas." He pointed to the map. "Following this path east will lead to the Fairy Flower Field, and opposite it is the Fairy Sanctuary. We will go to the sanctuary." Lee Jun explained the strategy. "The fairies won't attack when they're carrying honey back from the flower field. If we move at that time, we can easily take them down." He assigned tasks. Jiyu and I will handle it. Everyone else just needs to provide support. The whole team nodded in agreement. Just as Lee Jun was about to start, he paused as a mission board unexpectedly appeared before his eyes. He was stunned to read two completely contradictory missions. One required annihilating all fairies, while the other asked to help. Heiji asked worriedly when she saw his expression. Jun? Is something wrong? Lee Jun quickly hid his confusion, smiling as he replied. No, I'm just thinking about a few things. Let's go. Lee Jun thought to himself. I should probably think about this until we get there. The whole team was overwhelmed by the ethereal scenery, and Eunbi Park exclaimed, Wow! Eunbi Park was astonished to see tiny fairies playing amidst the vibrant flower field. Two mischievous fairies sat on the blossoms, giggling and playing. Captivated by their beauty, Eunbi Park blushed and whispered, So beautiful. With the fairies' images reflected in her glasses, an idea suddenly sparked in her mind. I want to see them up close. Enchanted, Eunbi Park unconsciously reached out, wanting to touch them, even just a little. Suddenly, a firm hand grabbed her wrist, stopping her reckless action. Eunbi Park flinched, snapping out of her daze. Lee Jun warned sternly, Don't touch the fairies, they will attack you. He explained that fairies possess charm skills, and there was no need to blame herself for being lured. Lee Jun declared, From now on, instead of wandering around, we will follow the fairies to see where they go. His sudden change of decision stunned the entire team, including Jiyu and Eunbi Park. Lee Jun confidently stated, It seems there's a monster inside that's clashing with the fairies. The team's objective was the dark lair of that monster. Jiyu immediately objected. You're going to change the plan? We haven't prepared anything yet. It's too sudden, Lee Jun calmly replied, suggesting that following a secret path could earn them extra points in the exam. Although Jiyu remained skeptical, Lee Jun assertively affirmed his certainty. His words convinced the entire team. Even Jiyu no longer objected. Under the clear blue sky, the group prepared to begin their conquest according to the new plan. A lizard man had its head smashed in a fatal blow. In the water, Shin Lee panted, his rage clearly etched on his face. He furiously threw punches into the air while his teammates watched from a distance. A teammate remarked that Shin Lee was going all out, perhaps inspired by his younger brother, prompting the other girl to curiously ask about Jun Lee. Hearing that name, Shin Lee roared in anger, while Junghyun Park secretly scoffed at his reaction. He gnashed his teeth in hatred, despising the one he called the illegitimate child. Junghyun Park continued to taunt, stating bluntly that Jiu Han had no interest in an obsessive person like him. Shin Lee warned Junghyun Park to watch her mouth, but she merely shrugged, thinking to herself that she only wanted high scores and didn't want to be on the same team as him. The brown-haired young man stepped in to mediate, frustrated that the two of them always argued whenever they met. He sternly reminded them, We don't have time for this. We need to break through the gate. Just then, a swarm of lizard men surged from the water to attack. A net of blue light suddenly appeared, slicing the monsters into pieces. Junghyun Park landed on the water, sword in hand, as the monsters' bodies disintegrated behind her. She stood up, asserting that breaking through the gate was far more important than Shin Lee's insecurity. A smug smile appeared on her lips. Shin Lee turned away resentfully, and the team leader urged the group to continue their journey. Watching his retreating back, Junghyun mused about Shin Lee's jealousy and wondered when young Jun had grown up so much. She decided that one day she would go and see him. The scene shifted to a deep cave, bathed in an ethereal purple glow. Inside, a colossal python lay sound asleep, guarding the path beside the corpses of the unfortunate. The entire group was stunned to recognize the monster before them, and Eunbi Park exclaimed, A born dragon? I've only seen it in textbooks. Lee Jun calmly assigned the task. We just need to kill it. But Jiyu, protect the team members and the fairy. Jiyu was surprised but accepted. The fairies too? All right. Then she asked worriedly, Will you be okay? Lee Jun affirmed. I'll be fine. Just follow my instructions, Lee Jun thought to himself. Because he had his own trump card. The colossal python suddenly opened its eyes wide, its fiery red pupils flashing in the darkness. Lee Jun faced the awakened monster alone, a red spear clutched in his hand, and a system notification unexpectedly appeared. Dream Garden owner is watching you, he deduced. Dream Garden owner? That must be the king of fairies. He understood that the king was watching because he knew his people were in danger. With renewed determination, Lee Jun pointed his spear forward, declaring, I will do as you wish. Watch closely. The python expanded its massive body, letting out an earth-shattering roar. It whipped its enormous tail, but Lee Jun agilely leaped into the air to dodge. Mid-air, he swung his spear, growling, Why don't you take this? Lee Jun plunged down like an arrow, unleashing a thunderous blow on the monster's head. The python shrieked in pain, its fury causing the entire cave to shake violently. The tremor sent the fairies into a panic, scattering in fear. Jiyu quickly gathered the tiny creatures into her arms, shielding them with her body. Just then, a colossal rock fell directly onto Jiyu's spot from the cave ceiling. The remaining team members didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately rushing out to shatter the falling debris. The brown-haired female student clasped her hands, activating her healing skill. A gentle blue light spread, enveloping and calming the frightened fairy. From atop the cliff, Li Jun smiled with satisfaction, seeing his teammates performing their tasks very well. Li Jun plunged straight down, deciding to handle the python himself. Then I should do my part well too. He gripped the glowing red spear tightly in his hand. Immediately, Li Jun landed and plunged the spearhead into the monster's tough scales. "How dare you, you puny human!" the python hissed, its eyes burning with hatred. It reared its head back, letting out an earth-shattering roar as energy began to converge. At the same time, Jiyu shouted, "Everyone, gather! We can't be swept away," trying to protect the fairies. Li Jun tensed his body, trying to hold his ground on the rampaging monster's back. But then he lost his balance, slipping on the slick scales. Seizing the opportunity, the python slammed its colossal tail hard onto the ground. The force of the impact sent Li Jun flying into the air. "Orcs are nothing compared to this," Li Jun thought to himself as he landed, fortunately using his spear to cushion the blow. Where the tail struck, the ground cracked open like a spiderweb. The entire cave shook violently, sending debris flying in all directions. Li Jun stood firm once more, directly facing the colossal python. Witnessing the scene, Jiyu couldn't help but be astonished. He's truly incredible. She gripped her sword hilt tightly, a surge of determination rising within her. No, this isn't enough. Jiyu's gaze became resolute as she made a firm decision. "I won't lose to Li Jun. I'll surpass him." The python's rage reached its peak, and it roared, "I'll send all of you to hell." A colossal purple energy orb began to form before its mouth, signaling a destructive attack. Li Jun swung his spear, creating a blue energy shield to confront the massive death energy orb. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "Damn it. I knew it was undead, but I didn't expect it could control death energy too." Realizing the opponent's power far exceeded his expectations, Li Jun worried. This situation isn't good. He glanced behind him, knowing that apart from Jiyu, the other members and the fairies wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. With no other choice, Li Jun shouted a desperate command, "Everyone, run!" Hearing the warning, the entire group of students froze in terror at the incoming surge of energy. In the nick of time, Jiyu decisively opened her backpack. A small blue shadow unexpectedly shot out at an astonishing speed. The strange creature landed directly on the brown-haired young man's head, much to his surprise. A notification window appeared, stating that the creature named Bluey was absorbing mana. Bluey sucked in a colossal amount of energy, creating a dazzling pillar of light that enveloped it. After fully charging with energy, the small creature's cheeks puffed up adorably. Immediately, Bluey unleashed a maximum power blue energy blast, directly confronting the python's attack. Completely overwhelmed, the colossal python roared in astonishment. "You are?" Having easily neutralized the danger, Bluey sat perched, smugly rubbing its full belly. Witnessing the scene, the other students couldn't help but exclaim at its cuteness. The brown-haired young man hesitantly asked Li Jun, "Jun, it's a fox, right? Can I touch it?" and received an affirmative nod. At the same time, Li Jun received a series of system notifications. Bluey had absorbed a fragment of the Master of Dongtian, causing hostility levels to increase to maximum. He muttered, "Dongtian? A completely new event. The future has truly changed." A system notification appeared. Li Jun had gained favor from the owner of the Dream Garden. He thought to himself that he hadn't expected to gain the trust of a red-grade gate owner, while Jiyu called out. Meanwhile, the team leader curiously asked Jiyu about Bluey's origins, a creature capable of defeating even a born dragon. After some consideration, Li Jun decided to state directly, "Bluey is my monster pet." Immediately, Unbi Park and the entire group were captivated by Bluey's appearance, while Li Jun could only sigh, "Bluey, you're enjoying this a bit too much." Li Jun then gestured, instructing everyone to keep Bluey's existence an absolute secret. As the group was discussing, a tiny fairy secretly observed them from behind a leaf. Suddenly, the entire fairy race appeared simultaneously and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Master of the Forbidden Zone." Li Jun was completely bewildered by the unfamiliar title, not understanding what was happening. A fairy explained that the Master of the Forbidden Zone, like Bluey, possessed 10 tails, and was one of the 11 rulers of the gates. These were rulers possessing overwhelming power throughout the entire Dark Realm, and the Master of the Forbidden Zone is one of them. The declaration left Li Jun stunned. In contrast to the tension, Bluey casually sat scratching its ear with its paw as if nothing was happening. Li Jun broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had accidentally revealed a shocking secret to the entire group. In his mind, the image of his greedy, drooling master appeared, making him snap. "Master, wipe your drool first." Returning to reality, Li Jun ordered the kneeling fairies to stand up. When a frightened fairy asked if they would be killed, Li Jun turned to look at Bluey, who responded with a decisive cue. Hearing this, the entire fairy race burst into happiness, profusely thanking them for sparing their lives. But Ji suddenly spoke up, her expression serious. "Wait, Jun, our goal is to clear this gate, and that requires killing all the fairies." Li Jun confidently informed Ji that they had completed the gate conquest. A series of system notifications appeared, confirming the glorious achievement and hefty reward. He agreed to lead the fairies, but it would come at the cost of one of his existing territories. Without hesitation, Li Jun gave up the blazing fire cave to protect Bluey's home, and claimed the fairy flower field. After receiving the final reward, Li Jun decided it was time for the whole team to return. The scene shifted to a bustling modern city. They had returned to their academy. In a luxurious office, a powerful man was leisurely reviewing the competition's progress. He scanned the profiles and asserted that Xin Li's team would definitely come in first. As for Li Jun's team, he merely offered a dismissive remark about the members' capabilities. Suddenly, a flustered female assistant rushed in, calling his name. "Mr. Han." Miss Nam hesitated, seemingly having shocking news to report. In the hallway, Li Jun's team had returned, and the notice board clearly displayed their completion time for the fairy flower field. Mr. Han sprang to his feet, stunned as he read the details of their incredible achievement. He questioned Ji, unable to believe that they had accomplished it themselves. Another judge also expressed doubt, demanding that the team present video evidence. Ji calmly and confidently replied, "Of course." A compact, shield-shaped recording device was placed on the table and activated. The video began to play, replaying the scene of the team confronting the giant serpent in the fairy forest. The judge exclaimed in shock. "The Born Dragon? It was hiding in the fairy flower field?" The video showed Li Jun confronting the serpent alone, delivering a decisive blow to its head. Witnessing the terrifying battle, the judge swallowed hard, sweat pouring down from the tension. The giant serpent roared a final curse. "I'll drag you all to hell." Suddenly, the footage became heavily distorted and then cut out, leaving only a fleeting flash of light. The judge was dumbfounded, eyes fixed on the black screen, unable to believe what had just happened. At the same time, outside the building, a piercing scream rang out, someone frantically calling, "Mr. Han?" Meanwhile, Li Jun was strolling leisurely, feeling his ears tingle as if someone was talking about him. He turned to ask the master floating beside him, "Master, I have a question. How did you know that the Void Divine Art technique would appear in the fairy flower field?" Caught off guard, the master awkwardly hid his face behind his fan, pretending not to understand. Li Jun pressed him. "Didn't you tell me to go there to obtain the technique? Are you going to pretend you forgot?" He started playing his usual card, bowing his head, and looking aggrieved. "You still don't trust me, do you?" Li Jun whined, threatening to give up, which made the master panic and concede. All right, you stubborn brat." He sighed and admitted, "For some reason, I can tell what kind of secret technique a gate will yield." Li Jun was skeptical. "Really?" But the master asserted that he was an adult who never lied. Immediately, Li Jun changed his attitude, flattering him. "So, where should I go for the next gate?" The master angrily snapped. "I wasn't going to tell you because I'm afraid you'll become reliant and stop putting in your own effort." Li Jun was being hit, yelping loudly while the master roared, "Shut up! Stop hitting me! I protest violence!" Li Jun yelled as he ran, but the master only replied, "What did you say? Do you want to be like me?" The recorded video abruptly ended with a static screen. In the meeting room, a female staff member announced, "The recording of the conquest of the fairy flower field gate ends here." The judges buzzed with chatter, unable to believe what they had just seen, wondering how Li Jun could have done it. Taehyung Kim thought in a panic that perhaps he shouldn't have provoked Li Jun in the first place, fearing that the sacred power gate would recruit him. He feared that once Li Jun had backing, he might seek him out for revenge. His fear was interrupted when someone called his name. "Mr. Taehyung Kim." Another judge asked him what he was thinking about so intently, and Taehyung Kim stammered a denial in surprise. The blonde-haired judge spoke up, saying he found it strange that Li Jun had suddenly become so powerful. He analyzed that Li Jun was originally just a student who used Three Realms meditation, one of the lowest-tier martial arts, but suddenly started using spear technique. This made him begin to suspect that someone might be secretly helping him. Taehyung Kim slammed the table, dismissing it. It's absurd that he defeated a Blue Zone-level boss monster alone. Even an A-rank awakener would struggle. He loudly asserted his suspicion that a stranger had trained Li Jun, but the presiding judge cut him off. "Enough." The presiding judge calmly questioned, "So you mean someone else gave him the inheritance flower and taught him martial arts?" That would mean Li Jun already possessed great potential, the blonde-haired judge retorted, finding it absurd that the martial king didn't recognize Li Jun's potential, while an unknown master could. The presiding judge released an invisible wave of pressure, instantly silencing the entire room. With a confident smile, he asked, "Does anyone else have an opinion?" The scene shifted to a vibrant flower field under a clear blue sky. A strange man in a suit appeared amidst a surge of blue energy, smiling as he asked, "Is everyone doing well?" The tiny fairies cheered joyfully, welcoming their guest. Li Jun sat in the garden, listening to them excitedly boast that his domain was wonderful, and the atmosphere was completely different. He asked if the Skamen were causing any trouble, but the fairies assured him that they were very good and loved this place. Indeed, a large Skamen was humbly serving, letting the tiny fairy maidens play on its body. Li Jun thought that it had to obey because the fairies were stronger, but his master called it a life skill that needed to be learned. Reassured that everything was fine, Li Jun waved goodbye to the creatures in his domain. The scene shifts to a modern academy building under a clear blue sky. Inside, Li Jun stood by the window, frowning as he listened to the commotion outside. He looked down and saw Mr. Han and a group of other teachers gathered, their expressions extremely serious. Li Jun turned to his master, wondering what was happening, and the old man also sensed that something was amiss. Curious, Li Jun decided to stay and eavesdrop on their conversation. Mr. Han questioned his subordinates about the gate's situation, and was informed that they couldn't contact the students inside. Furthermore, the gate had been completely sealed by blue energy chains, preventing anyone from entering. Another teacher frantically said that those trapped were descendants of major clans like the Txyo Jianpai and Shengli men. Mr. Han pondered, agonizing over how adults merely stood by while pushing students into danger. How pathetic, he muttered, his eyes filled with helplessness and anger. Finally, Mr. Han decisively ordered the suspension of the exam and the immediate formation of a support team at the school. From above, Li Jun had heard everything, and deduced, "It seems Xin Li's team has run into trouble." He suddenly realized this incident had never happened in his previous life, and felt conflicted that his enemy Xin Li was in trouble. But Yungyun was also trapped with. Li Jun recalled that Yungyun Park, Hyukjin's older sister, always took care of him, but looking back, it was a kind of bullying to death. In the past, she had stood up to protect him from others, but immediately after, she declared grandly, "Because only times get to bully him." The current Li Jun thought back and felt confused. Wait, maybe that's not it. She was Hyukjin's sister after all. He thought he should go check on the situation. At the same time, in a dense forest inside the gate, a majestic lizard queen appeared with her fierce retinue. The lizard men growled, searching everywhere. In the bushes, Xin Li panicked. "Damn it! Nobody said there was a lizard queen here." Zhongyun, while supporting an injured teammate, snapped, "It's all because you arbitrarily killed the queen's offspring, putting the whole team in danger." Xin Li weakly retorted, "I just wanted to get through the gate quickly. Don't lecture me." Zhongyun sneered, "Ha, I know you only did that because you're afraid of being inferior to Li Jun," leaving Xin Li speechless. Another male student immediately intervened and proposed a plan. "If we keep hiding, we'll be caught. Let's use our strongest martial arts to attack the queen together." He analyzed that the monsters were focused on protecting the queen, which was their chance to retreat to the central base. The brown-haired young man showed his determination, and Xin Li reluctantly had to comply. The whole team prepared to act with the goal of completing the exam safely. Meanwhile, back in the city, a man stood before a colossal seal formed by blue energy chains. His expression was extremely stern as he faced the emergency. Li Jun decisively opened an energy gate right in front of the teacher. He adjusted his sleeve, ready for the upcoming action. Although he knew interfering with another team's exam was taboo, Li Jun was determined to go inside to check on Zhongyun's safety. The system announced that the Twin Swamps entrance gate had been closed. Despite the warning that trespassing would anger the gate's owner, Li Jun resolutely chose enter. As soon as he broke the seal, the system confirmed that he had become an enemy in the eyes of the swamp's owner. Li Jun stepped through the energy vortex without hesitation. He was shocked to realize that both the Lizard King and Queen had appeared. The situation was worse than he imagined. Inside, the Lizard King was furiously attacking the intruders. Meanwhile, the Lizard Queen only appeared to protect her offspring. Li Jun muttered, realizing that someone had foolishly provoked the queen's nest. Sensing something was amiss, he decided he needed to quickly check the situation. In a flash, his shadow darted through the dense foliage. Li Jun sped through the forest at an astonishing pace. Suddenly, he stopped on a high branch, discovering their whereabouts. It was Xin Li and Taemin Choi, fleeing. Li Jun narrowed his eyes, wondering where the rest of their team members were. Below, the entire team had gathered by a stream, but the situation seemed dire. Yungyun Park gripped her injured teammate's hand, desperately asking, "Is this all we can do?" The injured female student frantically questioned the two male teammates' plan to abandon them as bait. Taemin Choi desperately explained that escaping was almost impossible, and they had no other choice. Shin Lee finalized the cruel plan, and Taemin Choi reluctantly agreed. Deep down, Shin Lee told himself that his own life was the most important thing. Meanwhile, Jung-Yun Park drew her sword, single-handedly shielding her teammates from the approaching swarm of lizard monsters. Both the Lizard King and Queen had appeared, leading a large, ferocious army. "Just leave me," her teammate whispered. But Jung-Yun Park snapped. "Shut up, if you're only going to say meaningless things." Jung-Yun bitterly realized she had been foolish to trust cowards. Seeing her two teammates fleeing headlong, she screamed in despair. "Where are you going?" "Sorry, we can't die together," Taemin Choi called back as both disappeared into the deep forest. The Lizard Queen let out a savage roar, ordering her entire horde to attack. "Come on, you bastards," Jung-Yun roared defiantly, preparing for a life-or-death battle. Suddenly, a lizard man was sent flying by an extremely powerful force. Amidst the pool of enemy blood, a familiar voice rang out. "Good thing I decided to come here, just in case." A figure waded through the water, asking, "Are you all right, Jung-Yun?" Jung-Yun froze, stunned as she recognized the newcomer. Lee Jun appeared, carrying a basket, making her exclaim in surprise, "Jun?" Inside the basket were Shin Lee and Taemin Choi, both unconscious. "It's very dangerous here. Why would you?" Jung-Yun, still in shock, asked worriedly. Jung-Yun Park staggered, disbelieving her eyes. "You came?" Lee Jun suddenly appeared, gently catching her. He smiled reassuringly. "Just leave this place to me, and rest." Lee Jun glanced at the two traitors, thinking, "I knew they were trash, but seeing it firsthand is still sickening." The red spear in his hand trembled slightly, emanating killing intent. He declared to the horde of monsters, "Therefore, I will wipe you all out." Lee Jun calculated that to cleanly deal with the king and queen, he needed to reallocate his stats. While dodging a lizard man's attack, he mentally calculated the stats he could upgrade. He decided, to deal with the king and queen, I should increase agility to 300. The system panel appeared, confirming his agility, constitution, and strength stats had been boosted. Immediately, Lee Jun flipped in midair, charging straight into the center of the enemy forces. The lizard king and queen looked up, astonished by the audacious intruder. Lee Jun landed powerfully, his spear plunging straight down, creating a small tremor. His gaze was sharp, completely focused on the upcoming battle. A lizard man swung its gigantic blade, but Lee Jun easily blocked it with the shaft of his spear. The impact force was so strong that he was surprised when the spear was knocked out of his hand. Without hesitation, Lee Jun reached out and snatched the spear spinning in midair. The lizard man continued its swing. It froze, bewildered as its powerful slash only cut through empty air. The Lizard King, Uragan, thought to himself, this opponent was truly not easy to deal with. Lee Jun smirked in response. "Is that so?" He charged forward, swinging his blazing red spear in a furious assault. However, golden rings suddenly appeared, perfectly blocking the tip of his spear. Lee Jun looked annoyed, while the Lizard Queen Havasa appeared, having been the one to launch the blocking move. A system notification appeared. Havasa used Storm Razor, increasing defense by 100%. Immediately after, Orogan also unleashed the skill, Eruption, putting Lee Jun on high alert. Lee Jun swiftly plunged into the water to dodge the attack. He moved at terrifying speed, stepping on the queen's golden rings as if they were stairs. Just as calculated, Havasa's skill had a side effect, causing her defense to drop sharply and leaving her in a weakened state. Lee Jun smiled triumphantly. "Done. Now the queen can't do anything," he declared. "I've been waiting for this moment," ignoring the charging lizardmen. Orogan let out an angry roar. Lee Jun gracefully spun on the water's surface. Ready, he flashed a confident smile. Ignoring the minions, Lee Jun charged straight towards the astonished Orogan. He easily parried Orogan's greatsword, thinking about his fatal weakness after using Eruption. "Sorry, but you're my target," Lee Jun said, the spear in his hand beginning to glow with a blue light. With a decisive blow, he plunged the energy spear straight into the exposed flank of the Lizard King. After the devastating attack, Uragan was sent flying amidst chaotic energy. Havasa also couldn't escape her fate, collapsing in helplessness. A series of system notifications appeared. The twin swamps have been conquered. Enormous rewards granted. The scene abruptly shifted to the real world, in a bustling modern city. Two luxurious black cars sped along the highway. Mr. Han stepped out of the car, frozen by the sight before him, exclaiming, "What happened here?" He was stunned to see Jung-Yun Park unconscious, supported by a female colleague, while Shin Lee and another man were tightly bound behind them. "Glad you're alive. You're injured. Has the ambulance arrived yet?" Mr. Han rushed over, asking worriedly. The girl reassured him. Jung-yun just fainted from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Shin Lee yelled, "The gate was locked. How did everyone get out? Mr. Han, untie us quickly. Someone helped us." The girl coldly exposed them. "These two tried to use us as bait to escape. If it weren't for that person, Jung-yun and I would have died at the hands of those monsters." Shin Lee's face turned pale, muttering, "I'll report this to the clan for discussion." "Who helped everyone?" Mr. Han pressed. But the girl just turned away. I didn't get a clear look at his face either. "All right, that doesn't matter anymore. Get up, let's go to the hospital," Mr. Han decided, helping the two women to their feet. The girl quietly walked towards the waiting ambulance. Then she suddenly looked back. A sharp and meaningful gaze. From elsewhere, Lee Jun's voice rang out, "She's smart." On top of a building, Lee Jun remarked, "She must have realized I didn't want to be seen." The master standing next to him nodded. "You were also disguised. That girl is very perceptive." Lee Jun smiled, beginning to calculate. The Wandu men of Duhua and the Suegang Jian men of Jungyun. Both are major clans. They won't let this slide. I wonder how the Shengli men and Di Shui men will react. A lone building stood tall amidst the vast desert. Inside, Hyosu sat in meditation, a burst of golden energy erupting from his body. Lee Jun and his master quietly observed, the old martial artist remarking, "The amount of mana he's emitting is truly significant. It would be excellent nourishment for monster." Lee Jun thought to himself, it was fortunate that Hyosu had obediently complied, even though he had been terrified by his abilities earlier. He wondered if, later, when everyone learned the truth, they would still treat him the same way. The energy flow gradually subsided, and Hyosu looked at his hands in astonishment. Lee Jun approached and asked, "How do you feel?" Hyosu replied in confusion, "I feel like my body is empty inside." "Now, just tear this secret manual," Lee Jun ordered, handing Hyosu an old book. Provoked, Hyosu gritted his teeth and forcefully tore the martial arts manual. At that very moment, a terrifying flame of power erupted from the two pieces of the book. Lee Jun clapped his hands in applause. "Congratulations, you've acquired an S-rank skill that even the Huangfu family head doesn't possess." Overwhelmed, Hyosu knelt prostrate before Lee Jun. He emotionally stated that no one had ever treated an ordinary person like him so kindly in his life. Unlike others, Lee Jun had given him the courage and belief to become stronger. "To repay this kindness, I swear my loyalty to you," Hyosu shouted, placing his hand on his chest in an oath. Lee Jun's initial surprise quickly turned into a satisfied smile. He warned, "I'll be giving you a lot of orders," and Hyosu boldly replied, "I will follow your will." The scene shifted back to the academy's modern building. Lee Jun strolled leisurely down the sun-drenched corridor. His master appeared beside him, remarking on Hyosu's impressive bone structure, asserting that he would be very useful if trained well. Lee Jun thought to himself, "Initially, I only intended to give him the divine void art, but perhaps I should find a few more martial arts for him." His master teased, "Ha, it seems you've truly grown fond of him." His master asked if he had any choices in mind, and Lee Jun replied, "I'm thinking of giving him the Emperor's consecutive blade." "And you know how to get it?" His master retorted, sighing exasperatedly, "You're truly making me age faster." As Lee Jun walked down the corridor, other students began to whisper behind his back. Suddenly, a group of people in black from the Sacred Power Clan appeared, blocking Lee Jun's path. The bald man leading the group respectfully bowed. "Greetings, young master Lee Jun." Lee Jun coldly asked, "What is it this time?" The man replied, "It was a message from the family head." "I don't want to hear it." Lee Jun dismissed, intending to open a classroom door and leave. The man continued, "He requests you participate in the succession competition." Those words made Lee Jun pause. He let out a bitter laugh. Speechless. His ass must be heavy, huh? No matter how much I provoke him, he only knows how to send his subordinates. The man conveyed the first task. He orders you to participate in clearing out Heavenly Lake. Lee Jun firmly declared, "I have no intention of participating in any succession competition." The man sternly said, "Members of the Sacred Power Clan cannot disobey orders." "Am I a member of the Sacred Power Clan?" Lee Jun silently questioned himself. He slammed the door shut in front of the group, ignoring their calls. Lee Jun entered the empty classroom and slumped into a chair. Resting his chin in annoyance, he muttered, "Father really is good at provoking people." A chessboard appeared in his mind. He realized he still had to play by his father's rules, his heart filled with disgust and a longing to escape the Sacred Power Clan. Returning to reality, Lee Jun suddenly realized, "Huh? Why is it so quiet in here?" He turned his head and was surprised to see 3 female students standing right at the door. Ji Yuhan was deep in thought about the Divine Skill Clan when a classmate interrupted her train of thought. Suddenly, Li Jun approached and offered to speak with her privately. He asserted that it was about an important matter she had mentioned before. Ji Yuhan coldly gestured for him to follow her. Her two friends could only look at each other in bewilderment, wondering about that important matter. On a secluded bench, Ji Yuhan got straight to the point. Li Jun declared he would accept Mr. Han's offer, surprising Ji Yuhan, who guessed the reason was the sacred power claim. What I want, as I said, is exclusive use of a gate. Li Jun affirmed his condition. Ji Yuhan agreed, and offered to borrow his reputation. She explained that it was the only logical reason for an outsider like him to freely enter and exit the clan's gate without objection. According to the rules of the Divine Skill Clan, newly recruited members would receive maximum support, including item benefit. Li Jun extended his hand, and the two officially reached a mutually beneficial agreement. Ji Yuhan thought to herself about the fatal flaw in the clan's rules, and intended to report it to her uncle immediately. To ensure a better relationship in the future, I will resolve a problem for your clan. Li Jun unexpectedly made another offer. He revealed that he knew about recruited members leaving her clan for other clans. To Ji Yuhan's shock, Li Jun rattled off the names of the traitors and the powers behind them, asserting that she was helpless. I can give your clan what they've been searching for all this time. The blood poison art. Wait, do you really have it? Ji Yuhan asked, unable to believe her ears. At that moment, the mysterious master spirit appeared beside Li Jun, fanning himself with a fan. Well, almost. Li Jun smiled confidently and mysteriously. In a luxurious room, a hot cup of tea steamed. Han Jiyu was reporting the situation to her powerful uncle, Han Min-sung. Han Min-sung, reflected in the teacup, asked skeptically, Are you serious, Jiyu? Yes, Han Jiyu replied firmly. Jun knows what's happening in our clan. Han Min-sung was stunned, thinking, I tried to hide the fact that members were contacting other clans. How did he know? Han Jiyu dropped another bombshell, and he said he would offer the blood poison art in exchange for cooperation, which made Han Min-sung jump to his feet in surprise. The chairman was astonished. Li Jun has the blood poison art? But that would be a huge loss for him. Han Jiyu relayed Li Jun's words. He said it's fine, as long as the Divine Skill Clan provides top-tier information access and full support. After a moment of contemplation, Han Jiyu asked, What will you do? Han Min-sung smiled calculatingly, concluding, Haha, isn't it obvious? Tell Jun that we eagerly look forward to cooperating with him. Elsewhere, in a desolate desert, Li Jun smiled. Oh, I didn't know we had guests. Before him, Hyosu was meditating under a palm tree, his entire body ablaze in a brilliant aura. Hyosu's energy surged violently, indicating a powerful breakthrough. Li Jun thought to himself as the master appeared beside him. I let him enter the gate to train the void divine art. I didn't expect him to stay in here. Suddenly, Li Jun's eyes flashed with blue light as he noticed something unusual. Wait a minute. He was astonished by Hyosu's speed. Is it due to the mana in the gate? I can't believe he's already reached 2 stars. The master spirit explained. This isn't just mana, but origin chi, an extremely pure form of energy. Li Jun smiled knowingly. So the pure mana here is supporting the void divine art. The master immediately tapped his fan on Li Jun's head. Then you should train here too. But Li Jun replied. All right. After I earn a few more skill points. Li Jun looked at his status window, calculating to himself. Almost AA rank. All stats just need to reach 300. The master asked, What are you planning to increase first? Li Jun pondered. I'm thinking of raising all stats to 300. Upon hearing this, the master couldn't help but burst out laughing, causing Li Jun to ask irritably, Why are you laughing? The old man laughed and waved his hand. Haha. But are you sure about that? Are you really going to do it? Li Jun grumbled. Then why don't you give me some advice? The master then chided affectionately. Disciple, that's not how you ask for favor. Immediately, Li Jun changed his attitude, kneeling down earnestly. Great master, please grant me the honor of receiving your teaching. The master was satisfied and finally offered advice. Instead of using all your points, try focusing on a single stat, internal energy. Li Jun was surprised. Only one? Following the advice, he touched the status window, poured points into internal energy, and received a notification that a new category had been unlocked. A massive surge of energy erupted, and the system announced that Li Jun had achieved primordial divine art, 5 stars. His heart pounded abnormally, and a sense of danger washed over him. Li Jun clutched his chest, feeling his internal energy trying to burst through his dantian, the pain like hundreds of needles piercing his heart. The system warned, the energy of the primordial divine art is exploding. His heart glowed with a fiery red light. Unable to withstand the pressure, Li Jun coughed violently. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, splattering on the ground. He realized in horror, "I'll die if I don't do something." Li Jun gritted his teeth, determined not to collapse. He roared, "No, I can't die like this," pouring all his strength into controlling the energy sphere in his hand. His heart, after the chaos, now emitted a stable and powerful blue light. A series of notifications appeared. Dantian fully opened. Internal energy limit increased. All stats increased by 50. Received special devotion physique, and internal energy fully recovered. After the storm, Li Jun calmly stood up, feeling the new power surging through his body. However, immediately after, he collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, gasping. "It really felt like I was going to die." The master asked Li Jun how he felt after achieving the 5-star primordial divine art, and he gasped that he almost died again. Hearing the master say the next challenge would be even more terrifying, Li Jun's face turned pale with fear. The martial artist reassured him that it wouldn't happen for a long time, making Li Jun sigh in relief as he checked his status window. A new skill appeared, Body Offering, SS-Rank, capable of predicting opponents' movements. Li Jun was overjoyed to see the effect of a 100% increase in combat power and resistance to all attributes. He marveled at the master's power, but his enthusiasm waned when the master claimed to be a martial god who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Meanwhile, Hyosu was still meditating, enveloped in a powerful aura. Li Jun decided to rest for a bit, waiting for Hyosu to finish training before leaving together. The scene shifted to the academy, where an announcement invited the second-place team in the midterm exam to step forward. Elite students lined up on the stage before the entire school. A brown-haired boy happily shook hands, congratulating his opponent. Next, Li Jun's team, who secured the top spot, confidently stepped forward. A red, brown-haired student shook hands in congratulation and asked Li Jun if he had decided on his reward yet. Li Jun calmly replied that he would let them know when they arrived at the museum. A long-haired teacher asked the first, second, and third-place teams to follow him to receive their awards. They were led to a modern, magnificent museum building. Li Jun's team members were extremely nervous and excited, discussing what to choose. A blonde-haired friend asked Jun what he would choose, while he was only thinking about what to choose for his teammates. Suddenly, the blonde-haired friend leaned in and whispered to Hyukjin to look for a rusty iron sword with a lightning mark on its hilt in building number 2. The blonde-haired friend advised a teammate. "It came from a gate. It's an item belonging to someone named Noble Swordsman. Much better than anything you currently have." Li Jun was surprised. "Really?" The blonde boy asked in surprise. "But how did you know that?" Li Jun calmly replied. "My master taught me." "Damn it, then I should choose that one." "Thanks, Jun." The blonde boy happily hugged Li Jun. Li Jun simply said, "All right, now go get your reward." The blonde boy waved goodbye. "Hee hee, see you later." A clank echoed as the heavy vault door was unlocked. The door slowly opened, revealing a room full of treasures before Li Jun's entire team. The red-haired young man, leading the way, spoke, "Come on, go in and choose what you like." The entire team couldn't hide their astonishment. Inside the display case, ancient books containing mysterious knowledge glowed with a shimmering light. Beside it was a rack full of sharp swords, each possessing its own deadly beauty. Unbi picked up a gleaming golden staff, exclaiming, "This is really cool." Seonho cheered when he found an item he liked. "I like this. I want it." But a cold voice cut him off. "Wait." Li Jun stood blocking the doorway, arms crossed with a stern expression, ordering, "Everyone, stop." He smirked meaningfully. "Put everything down while I'm still speaking nicely." The scene shifted to outside the academy's modern building. Li Jun began distributing, for Unbi, ice gauntlets, yin-yang needles for Heiji, and a red martial robe for you, Seonho. The red-haired young man thought in astonishment that these items perfectly suited each person's physique. Li Jun had an incredibly discerning eye. After taking care of everyone, Li Jun turned to the last member, "And you, Ji-yu. You should choose the Urumi, also known as the whip sword." He pointed to a unique weapon lying in a box. Ji-yu protested in alarm. "Wait, the whip sword is a weapon that all awakened ones avoid. If not used correctly, it can injure oneself." Li Jun calmly asked Ji-yu, "Between power, weight, and flexibility, what do you prioritize in a sword?" "I prioritize power to achieve extreme speed." Before Ji-yu could finish, Li Jun coldly interrupted. "Wrong." He explained that true speed doesn't come from powerful strikes, but from the suppleness and elasticity of the entire body. "The Urumi whip sword is a weapon with extremely high flexibility," Li Jun said. "Aren't you curious what happens when those two flexibilities merge?" In another development, the blonde friend excitedly showed off the staff he had just received. "Jun, look, isn't this super cool?" The friend excitedly pointed to the lightning current on the weapon, but Li Jun only responded perfunctorily. Your master is truly amazing. You must have been introduced to something much more formidable. The friend playfully poked Li Jun's cheek. I'll take this, Li Jun replied, holding up a wooden hammer that looked utterly ordinary. The blonde boy was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. Why would you choose such a piece of trash? He yelled, unable to comprehend Li Jun's decision. The friend suddenly acted dramatically, rolling on the ground, lamenting. Are you sacrificing yourself so I can get a good item? Leaving Li Jun speechless. I will always remember this and will definitely become strong because of you, the friend yelled as Li Jun shooed him away. Returning to the present, Li Jun stood alone, still holding the wooden hammer. An information panel appeared, revealing its name as Iron Cage Hammer with a special effect, unlimited attribute. How strange, Li Jun murmured with a meaningful smile. He thought to himself, although it looked like an ordinary refining tool, this was precisely the key to overcoming the Heavenly Lake. At the same time, in an ancient architectural complex, a furious shout echoed. A figure rushed forward in a fit of rage, yelling the name Jun Li. The brown-haired young man punched the wall hard, bitterly roaring that it was because of Li Jun that he lost his top position, disgraced his family, and now had to live in the shadows. Inside a dark prison cell, the brown-haired young man strained to push open a heavy stone door. The door slowly opened, revealing his resentful figure. A man in a suit appeared and announced, Sir, it's time for you to go. The brown-haired young man asked back, So soon? How are things outside? The man in the suit calmly reported, The family head has added Jun Li to the list of inheritance candidates. He will participate in the third Heavenly Lake purification alongside you. The brown-haired young man roared, What? Why is he making me compete with that scum? The man in the suit replied, Perhaps because Jun Li has caught his eye. He added fuel to the fire. It's also possible that Jun Li has become stronger than you. Enraged, the brown-haired young man lunged forward and grabbed the man in the suit by the collar. He yelled, Watch your mouth. How can someone who failed to inherit the bloodline be stronger than me? The man in the suit remained calm, adjusted his tie, and said, That's just my speculation, but Jun Li might have dabbled in demonic arts, he said, easily swatting away the brown-haired young man's hand, causing him to stumble backward. The brown-haired young man was stunned. Demonic arts? He explained. For someone who cannot inherit the bloodline to become strong, that is the only way. Belief flickered in the brown-haired young man's eyes. That's right, demonic arts. I'm sure he learned it. I must inform my father immediately. The man in the suit quickly stopped him. There's no need. With a sinister smile, he whispered, If you handle the situation yourself, the family head will see you in a different light. I personally prepared this for you, he said, opening a wooden box. Inside was a brilliantly glowing blue orb, and he declared, This is the power you have always desired. The brown-haired young man stared at the orb, muttering, The power I have always desired. He unhesitatingly reached out his hand towards that mystical power source. The scene shifted abruptly, and an announcement blared over the loudspeaker. The day of the third Heavenly Lake purification has finally arrived. A male reporter was broadcasting live in front of a gigantic energy gate. A crowd is rapidly gathering before the gate. The clans participating in the purification included the Shengli men, Di Dao men, Shenji men, and Shui Gangjian men, forming a massive contingent of up to 800 people. Amidst the crowd, a man with a ponytail and a smug expression stood out. Suddenly, a water balloon flew straight towards him. The balloon, filled with black liquid, exploded right on his face to his astonishment. From behind the fence, the crowd booed in protest, demanding that Shengli men and Didiao men leave. While the ponytail guy was fuming, his bald teammate calmly advised, Just ignore them. The family head told us not to cause trouble. The crowd suddenly fell silent, then collectively turned to one direction in astonishment. Li Jun appeared, becoming the center of all eyes and camera lenses as everyone chanted his nickname, It's Ghost Spear. The Spirit Master appeared, wondering, Ghost Spear? Are they talking about you? Li Jun confirmed that the Academy had publicly released his battle video. He explained that the nickname came about when people saw him use a spear, but the Master thought Spear Dragon would be more fitting. Regrettably, that name was already taken by someone in Shengqiang Men. Suddenly, a shout of Jun made Li Jun jump and turn around. A piercing scream and a loud crash echoed immediately after. Li Jun sprawled on the ground, pinned under a blonde-haired boy and a long blonde-haired girl in a chaotic heap. A short brown-haired girl stood watching with her arms crossed, coldly calling the whole group idiots. The blonde-haired boy desperately lamented that he would die before even getting through the gate. Li Jun spat in annoyance, trying to get up after the crushing impact. As soon as he looked up, he saw the ponytail man from earlier standing towering before him. He looked down with contempt and uttered a threat. You scum, watch yourself. Li Jun merely smirked, casually retorting, Worried about me? Have you finally matured a little? Think what you will, the ponytail guy sneered, Tianhu will surely be your grave. Li Jun thought to himself. Tsk. He always talks like a villain about to bite the dust. In the heart of the city, a massive emerald energy surge erupted, opening a spatial gate. Li Jun blended into the crowd, confidently stepping into the energy vortex. He swept his hair back, his gaze resolute as he was teleported. A system notification sounded as he set foot in a vast, white, snowy land. You have entered Tianhu, Li Jun mused. Ever since Bluey became the master of the Forbidden Zone, other gate masters had been wary of him, but that didn't matter, because he would soon conquer this place. An elderly man stepped out. He was Daewon Choi, Apostle Wind, leader of the 3rd Expedition Team. Amidst the crowd, Li Jun listened as Daewon Choi warned that unpredictable things always happen inside a gate. With a murderous expression, Daewon Choi emphasized, "If you die, blame your own weakness." In response to the threat, Li Jun merely offered a confident smirk. Li Jun realized the old man's killing intent belonged to Taemin Choi's grandfather, while the spirit master beside him was delighted that his disciple was so famous. Tianhu, an unconquerable gate, and the first round of the conquest began. The mission was to eliminate the swarm of green-grade Nappa's snake-human monsters to open the gate to the next area. The attack began in the icy, snowy mountains. The ponytail guy furiously charged into the monsters, slaughtering them and yelling, "Die, all of you!" He laughed maniacally, clenching his fist in defiance. "How dare you insects block my way?" Meanwhile, another man ordered his team. "Our goal is to support him so he can hunt freely." Sitting on the ice, a spear-wielding young man clicked his tongue, criticizing the other guy for wasting his internal energy just because he was being live-streamed. While Li Jun was still sitting, a trident-wielding snake-human monster roared and charged. Suddenly, a white streak, coiling like a snake, whipped through the air. The whip sword sliced through the monster right in front of a stunned Li Jun. He trembled and yelled, "Hey, I almost died," while a cold female voice asked if he was okay. Ji Yuhan appeared, snorting in response. "That's just because you let your guard down," she casually asked. "Anyway, have you gotten used to the whip sword yet?" Li Jun replied that he could use it a little faster now. Li Jun thought to himself, "For me, it's not a little. I couldn't even feel Ji Yu's sword approaching." He admitted, "It's really fast. No wonder they call her a genius." Ji Yuhan silently gazed at her weapon amidst the white snowy land. A wider shot showed many other participants also present. The entire conquest army had gathered in the vast icy valley. From above, Daewon Choi commented, "I heard the true elites of the Shengli clan are the Tianwang group. It seems it's not just a rumor." He thought to himself, even if Taemin Choi and Hishi fought well, they were still far inferior to Hyungjun Sa, the leader of the Tianwang group. Perfect internal energy control, and knowing how to silently support the clan. If lucky, he might even reach AA rank soon. Daewon Choi clicked his tongue regretfully. "We should have recruited him before the Shengli clan. What a pity." Then he glanced in another direction. On the other hand, that guy Li Jun is truly pathetic, he thought, watching Li Jun use a spear instead of the clan's martial arts. While Li Jun and Ji Yuhan were teasing each other, Daewon Choi continued his contemptuous thoughts. But if he really did that, I'm sure he used some cunning trick. His eyes flashed with deadly intent. "Do you really think you can survive after offending the Dijin clan?" Amidst the battlefield littered with monster corpses, the surviving participants began to murmur. Daewon Choi clapped, praising, "Well done, everyone. We've passed the first round without much difficulty. Now let's move straight to the second round." He explained that the second round at Tianhu was a treacherous path, where each drop of Tian Shui weighed up to 600 kilograms. If you take the wrong route, countless obstacles will appear and attack those trying to cross the river. And if you make the mistake of falling into the water, the immense pressure will crush even the strongest awakened ones, turning them to dust, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, Li Jun conversed with his master in his mind, surprised. "Oh, I didn't expect heavenly water to be here. Did the place you once lived also have it?" "Of course. It was also home to my 1,000-year-old golden turtle." "A 1,000-year-old golden turtle? Isn't that a spirit animal?" "Indeed, a turtle made entirely of gold." The martial god recounted. "I intended to kill it to refine elixirs, but in the end, I raised it as a pet because it seemed cute." Li Jun just thought to himself, it was probably just trying to survive. Returning to reality, Daewon Choi ordered, "Everyone, prepare. Leader of the primordial essence, draw the magic circle." "Yes, sir." The man wearing glasses placed his hands on the talismans, and a giant water magic circle was activated. Energy enveloped the participants, increasing their water resistance by 30% for 30 minutes. Daewon Choi spoke up, asking, "Does anyone want to go first?" In response, there was silence. The entire crowd hesitated, looking at each other. Suddenly, A decisive hand was raised amidst the crowd. A blonde girl confidently declared, "The Blood Iron Sword clan will go first." As Daewoo Choi was about to ask her to choose someone, the girl interrupted, "No, I'll go myself, because the members of my clan are not lab rats. My grandfather always taught me to lead by example." Daewoo Choi's eye twitched slightly, showing annoyance at the girl's confidence. However, he quickly regained his professional demeanor, smiling and saying, "I should have been more thoughtful. All right, good luck." Meanwhile, the master appeared in Lee Jun's mind, asking, "Are you just going to sit and watch? Isn't that girl your close friend?" Lee Jun just smirked confidently, asserting, "Don't worry, I'm sure I can handle it." True to her word, the leader of the Blood Iron Sword clan took the lead, beginning to leap across the rocks on the icy water. She quickly realized something was wrong. Will these rocks sink if I stand on them for too long? The sensation of her feet gradually sinking into the water made her confirm, "I'll fall if I stand still for more than 2 seconds." Understanding the pattern, the girl gathered her strength and darted across the water like a gust of wind. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her head, startling her. "Hey, listen to me carefully." The strange voice continued to instruct. "You'll see a sharp-edged rock in front of you. Stop there." Without a moment's hesitation, she trusted and abruptly stopped right on the designated rock. At that very moment, a giant column of water shot straight up into the sky from the spot she had just left. The girl looked back, stunned to realize she had just escaped a deadly trap. Lee Jun's voice rang out again, reassuring her, "Don't worry too much." Lee Jun offered, "I'll show you how to cross the river. In return, please share the information with the other clans." The girl gritted her teeth and agreed, but also set a condition. "All right, but you'll have to explain everything later." Thanks to the guidance, the other members of the Blood Iron Sword clan began to cross the river safely. Witnessing the unbelievable sight, Daewoo Choi was stunned. "Wait, how can they cross the river so easily?" He was utterly bewildered, muttering, "Even the elite exploration team struggled. How could they?" Daewoo Choi realized in shock, "I understand now. There must be a pattern. They've learned the pattern of the water columns." He gritted his teeth. "Damn it, those Blood Iron Sword clan members, that damn old man. He knew how to pass through without telling us." Indeed, all members of the Blood Iron Sword clan had crossed safely. Daewoo Choi resolutely declared, "All right, this time we will cross." He turned to ask his subordinates, "Has everyone memorized the pattern? Follow me." Receiving a unanimous reply, "Yes, sir." Immediately, his entire group began to cross the river on the floating rocks. From a distance, a strange man wearing glasses smirked. "He looks confident, but it won't last long." One of Daewoo Choi's subordinates moved cautiously across the water. Suddenly, he froze, seemingly sensing a deadly killing intent. A spear unexpectedly pierced him from beneath the water, impaling him amidst his comrades' shock. Daewoo Choi and another subordinate were frozen in horror at the terrifying scene that had just unfolded. The weapon was a spear designed to explode. Immediately after, a giant column of water exploded, churning the entire river. Daewoo Choi exclaimed in horror, "Explosive spears?" Amidst the chaotic scene, he yelled, "Everyone, cross the river quickly," but it was too late. Desperate cries for help rang out as more and more people were engulfed by the explosions. Daewoo Choi desperately ran, shouting, "This is the final pattern. We're about to." The mastermind's cold, sharp gaze flashed in the darkness. An entire rain of energy spears descended from the sky, aimed directly at the last survivors. Daewoo Choi led his group, panting as they advanced across the endless icy bridge. A blonde girl anxiously reached out to support him. "Are you all right, sir?" He decisively pushed her hand away. "I'm fine." Daewoo Choi turned back and asked, "How many survivors are left?" A wounded subordinate replied, "Around 50 people, including the injured." Standing alone on the icy bridge, he gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it. The entire tragic scene was being live-streamed via a tablet. In a room, the crowd murmured, "I can't watch anymore. Are they all going to die? What if they fail?" A horrified student exclaimed, "Look what happened to the Imperial Blood Clan." "So, who will go next?" the question echoed, plunging everyone into a deathly silence. A middle-aged man with a goatee, sweating profusely, stammered, Who will go next?" Suddenly, Lee Jun emerged from the water, declaring, "I'll go next." This stunned the man. "What?" The man quickly protested. "You can't decide that on your own. We're not ready." But Lee Jun cut him off. "I didn't say I'd go with you. I'll go with the Divine Skill Clan." "I forbid it! You must go with us!" the man shouted, then thought to himself, "Normally I wouldn't care, but I can't let him do this in front of the cameras." He nervously glanced at the crowd of reporters. "If Lee Jun doesn't go with us, people will doubt the Sacred Force Clan's leadership." Suddenly, Lee Jun squatted down, grinning widely. "Hey, no need to panic, I was just kidding." He stood up, his gaze turning serious. directed towards his waiting clan member. Li Jun smirked confidently, and the short-haired woman leading the group nodded back in response. "Then we'll go first," Li Jun said. The woman reminded him, "Jun, you should go with your clan." He casually replied, "All right." Li Jun clapped his hands in relief, while the leader of the Sacred Force clan sighed as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Narration explained, the Imperial Blade clan failed miserably because they didn't realize the rules of the steps had changed when too many people crossed at once. Narration explained that after 200 people from the Imperial Iron Blade clan and 50 people from the Imperial Blade clan had crossed, there were only about 250 spots left before the rules would change. Jiyu confidently declared that her Divine Skill clan would cross safely. Li Jun instructed her, "You've seen the Imperial Blade clan, haven't you? Don't rush and go slowly, just trust me." He received a resolute reply, "I know." As she crossed the rocks, the girl affirmed, "If we didn't trust you, we wouldn't have made it this far." She thought to herself, beyond personal trust, experience showed that trusting Li Jun was logical. But she still couldn't help but wonder how he knew the way to cross this heavenly lake. Looking at Li Jun's figure, she analyzed that even though he was friendly and provided useful information, he didn't truly trust them yet. She wondered if one day, Li Jun would trust her enough to tell her everything, just as she was trusting him. Her foot decisively landed on the other icy bank. Jiyu breathed a sigh of relief. All members of the Divine Skill clan had safely reached the other side. The blonde young man rushed over to ask, "Jiyu, are you all right?" She replied concisely, "Yes." Daewon Choi questioned, "Has everyone arrived? Is anyone injured?" And Jiyu reported that everyone was safe and sound. Daewon Choi roared in his mind, unable to understand why the Divine Skill clan was completely unharmed while his own side suffered heavy losses. There was definitely something he didn't know. Now that the Divine Skill clan had crossed, Li Jun squinted ahead, wondering if it was the Sacred Force clan's turn. He calculated that the rules would change after 50 more people, and Phase 3 had the most terrifying difficulty. Li Jun muttered that the rules changing midway was the most dangerous, but then he just clicked his tongue and dismissed it. He secretly decided that since taking care of all of them was too troublesome, it would be best to make use of this gate himself. The leader of the Sacred Force clan encouraged his people, "Seeing the Divine Skill clan cross the river safely, we should be fine too." Suddenly, an old man with white hair and beard appeared beside Li Jun, musing, "Come to think of it, I have a bad feeling about that guy." Li Jun asked blankly, "Huh? Who?" The leader of the Sacred Force clan secretly named a member of his group. "That guy. Shin Li." He sensed a familiar yet unpredictable energy from Shin Li, and immediately ordered his subordinates to keep an eye on him. The Sacred Force clan began crossing the icy lake on the floating rocks. Suddenly, arrows flew out of nowhere, aimed directly at the leader. Immediately, they were blocked by an invisible force and shattered. The one who acted was the bald subordinate. He had protected his leader in time. The bald man asked anxiously, and the still-stunned leader replied. Regaining his composure, the leader of the Sacred Force clan thought to himself that this challenge was easier than he had imagined. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Li Jun merely offered a knowing smile. He whispered, "It's starting," and the lake surface immediately shook violently. The entire clan screamed in panic as giant water columns suddenly erupted from beneath the lake. The leader roared, demanding his people not to panic and to continue crossing the water column. A clan member bravely dashed through the chaotic water. Shin Li, with his keen senses, felt a hidden danger lurking within the water column. A long staff suddenly shot out, attacking Shin Li in a flash, but he reacted even faster, delivering a powerful spinning kick that broke the enemy's weapon. As Shin Li landed, a giant monster with jagged teeth emerged from the water. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes as he recognized the creature's identity. It was Shark Roar, a pack of ferocious shark-human monsters approaching. Shin Li desperately wondered why red-tier monsters, only found at the highest-level gates, were appearing here, as he was already surrounded by them. Shin faced the pack of roaring Shark Roar Sharkmen monsters charging towards him. The young man unleashed an extremely powerful energy attack, wiping out the first wave of assailant. The leader of the Sacred Force clan appeared, asking worriedly, "Are you all right, Shin?" and received a relieved uncle. In reply, the leader discussed the plan. "Now that the water pillars are gone, let's quickly deal with them and get out of here." However, both suddenly froze, horrified by the scene that appeared behind the water. They were stunned to realize that before them was a sea of corpses of their own clan member. The leader, aghast, wondered, could they have been killed by the shark roars hidden in the water pillars? Even so, there's no way so many could have died. He tried to find a logical explanation. What truly attacked the Heavenly King group? Before them, another pack of shark roars was kneeling strangely. Suddenly, a much larger mini-boss emerged from the water, and the system announced that Sharku had appeared. Sharku let out a deafening roar, empowering all its kin with effects that increased their strength, speed, and magic. From afar, Li Jun thought to himself, "At Heavenly Lake, the shark roars will be stronger than Red Tier. Let's see how they'll manage in this worst-case scenario." He stood with his arms crossed, watching with a smug expression, the mastermind behind the entire tragedy. But then, Li Jun's confident expression vanished, as a system notification unexpectedly appeared before his eyes. A series of notifications appeared. The opponent's enhancement effects were nullified, and the Abyss and Fear skills were activated and combined. Li Jun panicked. The passive Fear skills are activating? But why now? His face was full of confusion, breaking out in a cold sweat at the situation spiraling out of control. On the battlefield, Sharku and the entire pack of monsters suddenly froze, trembling in fear of the master of the Forbidden Zone. The mastermind Li Jun could only stare blankly, completely unable to understand what was happening. On the icy lake, the monster Sharku faced the Imperial Blade Clan's group. Li Jun roared in his mind, furious that his monster refused to attack the prey right before its eyes. He growled, ordering Sharku, who was trembling from an invisible fear, "Attack them." Contrary to the command, Sharku turned and fled in disarray, leaving Li Jun stunned as the system announced he had broken a record. Li Jun trembled, clutching his head as a series of notifications about enormous rewards appeared, while his master's spirit was equally bewildered. Amidst the snowy landscape, he received the new title Gray-Eyed Assassin in utter frustration. Li Jun thought to himself that while the title was good, he couldn't be happy with the current situation. Meanwhile, his master pointed out that many enemies had survived, making Li Jun even more exasperated. Elsewhere, the surviving group was discussing, and the blonde female leader suggested moving to a safer place. Suddenly, Daewon Choi appeared, interrupting the discussion with a grave expression. He bluntly declared that someone was trying to harm his expedition team. A young man from the blonde group immediately flared up. "Hold on, are you suspecting us?" Daewon Choi coldly replied that this coincidence was too suspicious, and he trusted his judgment. The blonde female leader angrily questioned, reiterating that they came here to help at the request of the Imperial Blade Clan. Daewon Choi then posed a sharp question. "Then how did you figure out the pattern when crossing Heavenly Lake?" Caught off guard, the blonde female leader was immediately speechless, confused about how to answer. Ji Han stepped forward to shield them, directly confronting Daewon Choi. "You have no right to harass us without proof." Daewon Choi admitted he had no concrete evidence yet. However, he stomped his foot on the ground, his eyes flashing with determination. Daewon Choi unleashed terrifying pressure, declaring, "I can make you confess." Despite being overwhelmed, the blonde female leader snarled, "Haha, we'll see about that later." She defiantly challenged, "Let's see who's right, you or I." Just then, Li Jun stepped out coldly stating, "That's enough." Daewon Choi angrily turned around. "How dare you interrupt an elder? Don't reveal yourself to be such an illegitimate child, kid." Li Jun sarcastically retorted, "Oh, my apologies. I should have been more understanding of your mental instability. It's truly pathetic for an expedition leader to suspect his own ally." Stung by the remark, Daewon Choi yelled, but Li Jun suggested, "This will only hinder each other. How about we go our separate ways here?" He shrugged, casually saying, "You can go your way, and we'll go ours. Doesn't sound bad, does it?" The sudden proposal left Daewon Choi's faction in silence, deep in thought. A martial artist with a bun hairstyle worriedly tried to intervene, but Daewon Choi brushed him off. "Enough. Clearing the new teleportation gate is the top priority." Li Jun thought to himself that since the cameras were broken, accompanying Daewon Choi was no longer necessary. He glanced at the new group, abandoning his original plan to keep them close for elimination, as there would still be plenty of opportunities. The two groups officially parted ways, with Daewon Choi declaring he would explore the Western Sea Cave and the Eastern Ice Canyon. He secretly mocked Li Jun as a fool for choosing the dangerous, unexplored path, then offered a sarcastic farewell. Li Jun was not to be outdone. He smirked and replied, "Honestly, I wish you bad luck." Li Jun's group ventured deep into a vast, icy cave. In the cold space, a pot of hot soup was bubbling over a campfire. Ji Han, scooping soup, gently asked Li Jun, "Is it all right to separate from your clan like this?" Li Jun took the hot bowl of soup, calmly explaining, "This was my plan all along. The sea cave is much more dangerous. I'm just trying to survive." Li Jun continued to explain, "The true territory of Sharku and the Shark Roars is this icy canyon. Once they detect me, they'll flee back to Heavenly Lake, but the sea cave is a different story, because the master of that place is Nagoche, the natural enemy of the Shark Roars, a giant spider species that emits cold air instead of venom." Ji Han asked worriedly, "Are you planning to hide in a monster's nest like that? That's practically suicide." Li Jun reassured, "Listen, There's a shortcut to the 4th area. It requires a special artifact. And I have it. So, all you need to do is cover me. The blonde leader asked suspiciously. Hey, where did you get that information? Li Jun bluffed. From the shadow world. She reluctantly accepted. All right, I'll trust you. Li Jun secretly breathed a sigh of relief for having fooled her. The scene shifted to a frozen canyon, where snow was falling heavily. Meanwhile, Daewoo Choi's large expedition team was advancing deep into the canyon. Li Jun's group also arrived, and the blonde leader cautiously said, So this is where the shark roars reside. We mustn't let our guard down. Li Jun confidently pointed forward. Just around here. The leader was surprised. Huh? That's just a frozen lake, he smirked. I told you, it's a shortcut. Li Jun swung his hand, and a stream of green energy shot out. Green flags plunged into the ice wall, creating loud echoes. The whole group panicked, and the blonde leader yelled, Jun, what are you doing? Such loud noises will attract monsters here. At the same time, a member of Daewoo Choi's team screamed, We're in trouble. A massive swarm of shark roars suddenly appeared from the cliffs, surrounding Daewoo's team. Seeing Jiuhan preparing to fight, Li Jun calmly stopped her. They won't attack us. Strange noises echoed throughout the canyon, making the shark roars ferocious. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jun proceeded with the next step of his plan. He slammed his hand onto the ice surface, and a massive surge of energy spread, shattering its structure. The ice surface cracked open, breaking into fragments. The ice bridge collapsed, and Daewoo Choi's entire team fell into utter chaos. The blonde young man questioned him in horror, but Li Jun merely said coldly, Just follow me. With that, Li Jun walked to the edge of the ice cliff, preparing for an unexpected action. With a violent splash, Li Jun jumped straight into the glacial river. The whole group froze, wondering in shock if he had fallen or committed suicide. Forget it! The blonde young man yelled and plunged in after him, and the 2 girls also jumped without hesitation. The blonde leader quickly ordered all her subordinates, Everyone, into the water. Jiuhan and the blonde leader gradually sank into the deep, freezing blue water. Underwater, the blonde leader was astonished to realize this was just ordinary water, not the heavenly water they were searching for. She turned and saw Li Jun calmly leading the way ahead. Li Jun gestured for everyone to follow him deeper into the water. The group swam, following his lead, into a secret passage beneath the lake. Li Jun surfaced, taking a deep breath inside a sparkling crystal cave. The entire team safely reached shore, escaping the pursuit and the deadly trap above. The blonde leader angrily questioned him, but Li Jun just smiled and replied, Sorry, but surprises are always fun. After reaching safety, the group stood in the middle of a colossal cave filled with crystallized magic stones. Li Jun smirked smugly. Now then, we're here. He pointed towards a glowing door, and declared it was the secret path leading directly to the boss's chamber. The others whispered in astonishment, wondering how he knew of such a place. Li Jun quietly approached the mysterious door. He summoned a massive warhammer, warning everyone to step back because it was very dangerous. With a sky-shattering swing, he smashed the door in a fiery explosion. The crystal door shattered, opening the path forward. A system notification appeared, confirming that Li Jun had found the secret path. The reward for this discovery was 550,000 tech tree points. The blonde young man exclaimed, overwhelmed, that he had never seen so many magic stones in one place. Jiuhan secretly calculated that with such vibrant blue color and high purity, each stone must be worth at least 1 million. Li Jun generously told everyone to take them if they wanted, but the group regretfully declined as no one had gathering skills, deciding to return after defeating the boss. The blonde leader anxiously asked Li Jun if their numbers were sufficient to confront the Heavenly Lake boss. Li Jun replied with absolute confidence, No, we have enough. More than enough, in fact. He explained that right now, the colossal monster was hiding in the shadows, completely unable to attack them. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the icy dungeon, Daewoo Choi's team had completely fallen into a trap, stuck and surrounded by a swarm of hideous giant spiders. Stay away. A subordinate trapped in spiderwebs frantically screamed in despair, his face contorted in fear, only able to silently cry for help. The sound of bones breaking and screams echoed as spiders were eliminated, but the encirclement remained unbroken. Amidst the chaotic scene, Daewoo Choi and 2 trusted subordinates maintained tense expressions. The giant spiders roared ferociously, preparing for the next wave of attack. Retreat! Someone yelled, but immediately received a desperate reply. Impossible! All paths are blocked. Minwook Lee bitterly realized that the 200-person expedition had lost half its members, while the Nagoche continued to multiply. Before them, the swarm of monsters was as numerous as ants, a sight that left them speechless. Minwook Lee, do you have a teleportation stone? Daewoo Choi suddenly used telepathy, causing his subordinate to confirm in confusion. He coldly ordered in his mind, Get ready. Use the subordinates as bait, and activate the teleportation stone. That was the teleportation stone, a legendary life-saving item. It was an extremely expensive, single-use treasure, created by a foreign mage clan. Only key figures could possess it, and Minwook Lee couldn't believe they were about to use it now. Just us? What about the others? Minwook Lee hesitated, but was immediately silenced by Daewong's glare. Do you want all of us to die? Daewong played on his fear. I know what you're worried about. If the whole team dies, your standing in the clan will collapse. But I will help you rebuild your foundation, Daewong whispered. And Minwook Lee desperately clung to the glimmer of hope for survival. Keep your word, all right? Minwook Lee reluctantly agreed, selling his conscience cheap. A sudden surge of energy erupted, startling two fighting subordinates who turned back. Lord Daewong, are you abandoning us? They screamed in horror as they saw their master disappearing in the light of teleportation. Daewong Choi, holding the teleportation stone, coldly declared that he would definitely avenge those left behind. The teleportation light flashed and then vanished, taking the leaders away from the battlefield. Immediately, hordes of giant Nagoche spiders swarmed in, surrounding the abandoned subordinates in despair. Amidst the panicked crowd, a soldier couldn't believe it, wondering what they were supposed to do now. Suddenly, the leader called out the name of a member named Wugun. The leader revealed that Shin Li seemed to always favor Wugun. He handed Wugun the last teleportation stone, saying that he still had a mission to complete, and Wugun should survive in his stead. Wugun was stunned, clutching the stone to his chest and choked out a boss. He burst into sobs, trembling as he thanked the leader for sacrificing himself for him. The leader calmly watched Wugun disappear in the light of teleportation. He turned back to face the remaining, desperately weeping individuals, and spoke in a sharp voice. Listen up, everyone. Don't forget, he growled. Our mission is to serve the Sacred Force clan, he shouted, giving them a final objective. Now, we will go confirm whether Li Jun is still alive. Everyone, take up your weapons and fight. Those who disobey will not be forgiven. Encouraged, the entire army roared in response, vowing to follow their leader to the end, and charged into the battle of life and death. The leader's eyes gleamed with ironclad determination for the final battle. Suddenly, countless sharp ice crystals erupted from the ground, and a strange young man wearing glasses appeared. The mysterious old man was also present, secretly recognizing this as the energy of the Huangbo clan. The young man with glasses muttered that, besides his father, no one could wield the Heavenly King divine art so skillfully, not even Shin Li. Li Jun suddenly realized. Wait, there's one more person. That person was Hyungjun Sa, leader of the Heavenly King group, facing a mysterious entity. Li Jun wondered how a single Nagoche couldn't force Hyungjun Sa to use his full power. There must be something else. When the other students intended to scout ahead, the master stopped them, warning that the boss of this place was far from ordinary. The master revealed that the boss was the 1,000-year golden turtle, probably busy laying eggs and thus hadn't appeared yet, then yelled into Li Jun's ear. Li Jun covered his ears and cried out, while the master irritably reiterated that he had already told him about his 1,000-year-old pet turtle. He scratched his ear and muttered that it was absurd, and even accidentally called his master Chinese. The old man immediately became furious, correcting him that his master was a great man from Goryeo. Li Jun was utterly astonished by this information, causing the blonde girl standing nearby to ask worriedly. He quickly waved his hand, forcing a smile and saying it was nothing, while the master was still hovering beside him. Li Jun covered his ears, as the master continued to explain that if Goldeny were here, it would be his senior. He decided to go to Hyungjun Sa first, secretly thinking that the name Goldeny was even worse than Bluey. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a bloody hand smashed through a thick layer of spider silk. The corpses of giant spiders lay scattered on the ground, evidence of a fierce battle. The buzz-cut leader and the remaining individuals stood in a defensive stance, preparing for a life-or-death battle. Another giant spider lunged forward, spewing out white silk threads. The leader couldn't dodge in time, and his entire body was quickly entangled by the spider silk. He was trapped within the web, helpless against the monsters menacingly approaching. Nevertheless, he tensed his body, his eyes gleaming with an unwavering will not to surrender. The martial artist tensed his body, clenching his fists that were bound by spider silk. With an extraordinary effort, he tore through the steel-hard silk threads. He directly confronted the giant spider monster menacingly before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward and unleashed a thunderous punch. His full-power attack created a terrifying explosion, blowing the Nagoche into pieces. At the same time, in another area of the cave, an astonished voice exclaimed, "Wow!" The master explained, Nagoche's silk cannot be torn by ordinary strength, yet he did it, because there was no other choice. Li Jun looked at the desolate battlefield thinking, but why aren't the others here? I can't sense Uncle's energy or Daewong Choi's either. In the martial artist's memory, he had calculated that the leaders would sacrifice their subordinates to hold back the monster. Li Jun froze as he suddenly realized a horrifying truth. Oh, I see. He pictured the scene of the leaders using summoning stones to escape, abandoning their subordinates as bait. Witnessing such cruelty, the master burst into a fit of insane laughter. Li Jun could only let out a sigh filled with weariness and disgust. He wondered if they were still human, capable of heartlessly abandoning their comrades like that, his hand clenching so tightly that the rock wall cracked. Scum of the earth! Li Jun gritted his teeth, crushing the rock in his hand. Back in the battle, the exhausted warrior was unaware that another monster had crept up from behind. He was suddenly constricted around the neck by a white thread. An irresistible force swept his body into the air. In his final moments, the helpless hero faced the monster's slimy jaws. The Nagoche monster's jaws, full of sharp teeth, snapped shut. In that life or death moment, it lunged at the warrior, who was cornered, but the monster only managed to let out a mournful shriek before exploding into pieces in a blinding flash of light. A subordinate anxiously asked, "Boss, are you all right?" To which the buzzcut leader replied, "I'm fine," he thought to himself, his hands trembling from exhaustion. "I've killed hundreds of Nagoche, my internal energy is depleted, but thankfully, these are the last ones. With this many gone, the others will be able to escape," he announced. "My internal energy is almost depleted." But when his subordinates tried to take his place, he firmly refused. Turning his back to his comrades, the leader declared, "I will clear the path. All of you, escape." A subordinate frantically yelled, "We can't." In a flash, the leader had caught a spider lunging to attack his subordinate. He crushed the monster's head with his bare hands. With a serene smile, he ordered, "This is my final command. Obey it." Amidst the murmurs, a resolute voice rang out from behind. "No." The entire squad stood firm in unison, declaring, "This time, we refuse to obey." Supported by two men, the leader stared at them in shock, muttering, You fools." A man with a scarred face stepped forward, asking, "Who will go first?" Then answered himself, "I will." He looked at the leader, saying his farewell. "I hope to meet you again in the next life, boss." With that, the brave warrior charged straight into the enemy's ranks. Li Jun suddenly grabbed the collar of a warrior. The man screamed, then was flung away, crashing hard onto the ground. "Who did that to me?" The warrior scrambled up, roaring in anger. "Who gave you permission to die?" A cold voice echoed from Li Jun's direction. The man froze, recognizing the newcomer. "You are Li Jun?" he exclaimed in terror, uttering the boy's name. Another leader trembled, pointing. Why are you here?" "You dare point at me," Li Jun growled. "Do you want another beating?" The threat made the remaining subordinates turn pale with fear. Li Jun's gaze swept over the pathetic scene, where the buzz-cut leader was dying. He approached, silently looking down at the man lying on the ground. The buzz-cut leader smiled weakly. You're still alive. And you're about to die," Li Jun replied. "No more medicine?" I've used it all." Li Jun sighed. He himself hadn't brought any medicine, thinking it wouldn't be necessary. "Well, then there's no other choice," he said, summoning his glowing red spear and thrusting it straight into the ground. Li Jun declared, "I'll have to kill all of them before you die." He turned to face the swarming Nagoche spiders advancing towards him. "Now, what should I do with you all?" The master appeared and asked, "Aren't you going to use the primordial divine art?" "No," Li Jun replied. "It's better to show them the power of this new skill," he finished, cracking his knuckles with a confident smile. "Heavenly King, divine art activated." Li Jun unleashed a surge of blue lightning energy that enveloped his body. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning, his sharp eyes locked onto his target. The Nagoche spiders were utterly crushed under his furious attacks. A devastating punch caused the monster's head to explode in a pool of blood. This was followed by a lightning kick, giving no enemy a chance to resist. Li Jun coldly grabbed the head of another charging spider. He spun around, using the monster itself as a flail to sweep away its kin. The surviving subordinates were stunned, one stammering, "Heavenly King divine art?" The warrior with the small top knot realized in shock. No. Those movements couldn't possibly be based solely on the Heavenly King art. It must be the Heavenly King divine art. Li Jun stood tall, his formidable aura radiating in all directions. Faced with such overwhelming power, the remaining Nagoche spiders began to tremble in fear. In their panic, one spider even turned to attack its own kind. Li Jun appeared right beside it in a flash, a ball of energy already gathered in his hand. He gently pressed his blazing hand onto the monster's head. The spider was utterly terrified when it heard Li Jun's voice echo. "Where do you think you're going? If you want to live," Li Jun said, pinning his prey to the ground with a sharp spider leg, "you shouldn't have resisted in the first place." He smiled meaningfully. "Right." Then finished it off. After the slaughter, Li Jun casually adjusted his tie and let out a sigh of relief. Standing amidst the battlefield littered with enemy corpses, he thought to himself, I didn't expect to have to waste energy like this. The surviving martial artists of the Shen Quan Meng were stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. Li Jun spoke coldly, urging the dazed group to collect the items. He approached their leader, Hyungjun Sa, who was sitting, cultivating his energy to heal his wounds amidst the battlefield. Hyungjun Sa asked in astonishment if the martial art Li Jun had just used was the Tianwang Shen Gong, and he casually admitted it. Still skeptical, Hyungjun Sa questioned how an outsider like Li Jun could have learned his clan's ultimate technique. Li Jun merely shrugged and smiled, replying vaguely that it just happened that way. Hyungjun Sa pressed him, asking why Li Jun had deliberately displayed that martial art in front of him. Because it's you, Li Jun replied with a meaningful smile. Li Jun analyzed that the subordinates would no longer obey those who had abandoned them, and Hyungjun was not the type to ignore his comrades' opinions. He extended his hand, formally inviting Hyungjun Sa to join his side. Hyungjun Sa stared blankly at the outstretched hand, his heart filled with hesitation. Finally, he took Li Jun's hand, and a new pact was established. Even so, Hyungjun Sa said he needed time to think, but Li Jun warned that he couldn't wait too long. Li Jun directly asked if Hyungjun Sa intended to report this matter to his father, and he nodded in confirmation, which pleased Li Jun. Li Jun patted Hyungjun's shoulder, telling him to return to his subordinates, who were extremely worried. Indeed, the subordinates were restless, anxiously awaiting their leader's decision. Hyungjun Sa turned back to look at them with a relieved and determined smile. The soldiers burst into tears, profusely thanking Li Jun for saving their lives and their leaders. When things had settled, the master appeared, wondering why Li Jun hadn't taken this opportunity to force Hyungjun to join him, but he confidently replied that it wasn't necessary. Li Jun confidently explained, he is only loyal to my father, and besides, I'm not the one they want. He revealed his true goal. What I want is the downfall of Xin Li, and the withdrawal of the Tianwang Hui will be a fatal blow. The master smiled contentedly. As long as you achieve what you desire, I too will be happy. Li Jun immediately teased. Are you worried about me, master? I'm so happy to have such a kind master, which made the old man blush and playfully scold him. In the quiet cave, Li Jun thought to himself, everything here is settled. I wonder what's happening outside. At the same time, in the outside world, a gigantic emerald-green energy gate tore through space in the middle of the city. Curious crowds gathered, holding their breath as they observed the magnificent phenomenon before them. From inside the gate, a figure wearing bulky boots slowly stepped out. The expedition team had returned, and the crowd recognized them immediately. Daewon Choi, who led the way, was immediately surrounded by a barrage of questions from the reporters. With a heavy expression, he announced, I'm afraid the third conquest attempt has failed. He explained that the cameras had been destroyed midway, but they still tried to save everyone until the very end. A reporter shouted, what about the Shui Tiejian clan and the Shenji clan? Daewon Choi narrowed his eyes, replying vaguely, I'm not sure. For a moment, he recalled the scene of others being unable to use teleportation stones to escape. This news shocked the crowd, who whispered about the fate of prominent figures like Bing Huo, Du Hua, and Jian Long. Despite the sad news, a man still shouted, Thank you for returning safely, Mr. Daewon. The cheers spread throughout the crowd, encouraging him and the survivors to lift their spirits. Daewon Choi bowed in thanks, but behind the crowd, his face revealed a sinister, deadly expression. A swirling blue energy gate raged between two skyscrapers, with a crowd dressed in white gathered below. From inside a car, a blonde young man and his long-haired blonde female companion observed the scene. In another car, a man wearing glasses and a woman in business attire were also watching the event. A solemn hand held a burning incense stick, signaling the start of a ritual. An old man in a black suit knelt to place the incense stick into the censer, followed by his subordinates bowing in unison. The surrounding crowd whispered, discussing Minwook Lee's notorious cruelty and the memorial ceremony held for him. However, Minwook Lee was still alive, observing the crowd, and thinking to himself that he now saw them differently. He gloated, feeling a burden lifted now that the one who needed to die was dead, and people were starting to look favorably upon him. A maniacal smile spread across his face as he reveled in the prospect of reclaiming power. Suddenly, a scream from the crowd startled Minwook Lee out of his thoughts. He and his subordinates looked up at the sky as someone shouted about the gate. The crowd erupted in cheers, announcing that the gate was being purified. Minwook Lee's face contorted in extreme horror as he recognized a familiar figure, trembling as he uttered, Well, so you're there. A young man wearing glasses and suspenders stepped out of the light, smiling smugly and calling out to the terrified man, Uncle. The newcomer's smirk was full of confidence and triumph. A few hours before the gate was purified, a group of people had gathered in a cave. Jiu inquired about the situation from the blonde young man, and he replied that he hadn't found the person they needed. She sighed in frustration, wondering where June had gone. Just as the blonde leader decided the group would continue exploring on their own, a voice rang out, stating that it wasn't necessary. The group turned around, stunned, and simultaneously shouted the name of the person who had just appeared, Lee Jun. Lee Jun carried an unconscious man over his shoulder, smiling as he asked, "Were you looking for me?" The group was stunned, shouting questions about where he had been, while Lee Jun just scratched his head with an awkward laugh. The blonde leader was shocked to recognize the people accompanying him. "Wait, why are members of the Heavenly King group here?" Lee Jun casually replied, "It's a long story, but first, can I get an antidote?" Meanwhile, the other man's two subordinates wailed pitifully beside their leader. After hearing the whole story, the entire group was speechless with astonishment. Everyone began to whisper about the cowardice of the great clans who had abandoned their comrade. The blonde young man angrily declared that he would make the Imperial Blade clan and the Sacred Force clan pay, and Jiu agreed to cooperate. Lee Jun confidently reassured them, "Everyone will get out of here alive, because this gate will be cleared in 30 minutes. Both friends simultaneously gaped. "What, really?" To which Lee Jun simply replied, "Why would I lie?" He boldly declared before the giant lake in the cave, "I'm going to jump in there and clear it." Jiu hastily shouted to stop him. "Wait, that lake is made of heavenly water. That's why I intended to go alone," Lee Jun explained. "Because I'm the only one who can withstand the weight of the heavenly water." He took off his outer jacket and handed it to Jiu. Lee Jun smiled mischievously. "Hold my jacket for me, will you?" With that, he plunged straight into the lake, creating a massive column of water. Jiu stood on the shore, her eyes betraying her worry as a voice called out to her. She turned, looking skeptically at the ponytail-haired young man. "I understand you want to recruit Lee Jun, but I'm worried you're being led on too much by him." The ponytail-haired young man immediately retorted, "Don't say that. Without him, we wouldn't even have made it past the second round." Jiu clenched her fist, suddenly realizing, once the gate is cleared, Jun will gain unimaginable fame and status. Lee Jun plunged into the deep waters of the heavenly water. The master reminded him to continuously circulate the primordial divine art, otherwise he would turn to dust. He approached a bottomless abyss where chaotic energy converged. Lee Jun thought to himself, "It's there." Without hesitation, he plunged straight into the dark abyss. Finally, Lee Jun set foot on dry land inside a giant cave. Wringing out his shirt, he lamented, "It feels like I've swum more here than in my entire life combined." The master suddenly mused, saying that his memories were slowly returning, and his pet Goldeni once lived in a cave like this. He asserted that his turtle couldn't die so easily, while Lee Jun thought the chances of them encountering that exact turtle were extremely low. Lee Jun smirked. "Well, whether it's Goldeni or not, you'll know when you see for yourself." Just then, a giant creature with a shimmering golden shell slowly emerged from the water. The master was stunned, shouting in his mind, "Goldeni!" Lee Jun snapped, "Don't lie to me. There's no way that's Goldeni." But the master insisted he had no reason to deceive him. He suggested, "If you don't believe me, try using the primordial divine art. Goldeni loves its energy." Lee Jun grudgingly accepted. "If it's not Goldeni, I'll kill it right away, alright?" He cautiously approached the giant turtle monster. The giant creature's eyes suddenly emitted a green light. The turtle spoke, its ancient voice echoing throughout the cave. "Martial God, is that you?" It turned out to be Goldeni, who joyfully recognized its master, and the martial god was overcome with happiness. The martial god embraced Goldeni in a tearful reunion. "I'm sorry, Goldeni." Lee Jun froze, thinking, "No way." He was still in shock. I can understand a turtle living for over 1,000 years, but how did it get the title, Master of the Gate? Meanwhile, the martial god gently asked Goldeni, "Are you doing well?" Goldeni recounted that after returning from searching for her master, the world had been completely turned upside down. Amidst the tearful reunion, Lee Jun uncomfortably interjected. "Excuse me," he yelled, trying to cut into their conversation to discuss business. The martial god immediately turned and scolded. "Hey, how dare you interrupt the conversation between your master and your senior sister?" He explained that Goldeni had been his disciple long before Lee Jun, and she deserved respect. Lee Jun accidentally referred to Goldeni as just a beast, but at his master's sharp glare, he quickly retracted his word. He had no choice but to change the subject, asking about how to clear this gate. The martial god confidently declared that he had found a way. Lee Jun immediately showed admiration, eagerly awaiting his master's brilliant plan. The martial god solemnly announced the solution: merge the gates. Lee Jun was stunned, completely unable to believe that was the entire plan. Criticized, the martial god angrily hit Lee Jun's head with his fan for daring to doubt him. Li Jun explained that he could only possess 2 gates and had promised to take the fairies home. Hearing this, the martial god urged him to consult the fairies and then pushed him into a spatial vortex. In a lush green world, the fairies were playing happily with a large, gentle creature. Li Jun suddenly appeared, causing the fairies to exclaim in surprise. "Master?" He forced a smile, preparing to deliver some not-so-pleasant news to them. The fairies panicked, fearing their master would send them away after they had settled into their new lives. They all knelt, begging Li Jun not to send them away, while he told them they would have to continue living here. The contradiction in their words left both Li Jun and the fairies confused. Li Jun affirmed that he wanted them to stay, while the fairies were astonished, having thought they would be discarded once they were no longer useful. With the misunderstanding resolved, the fairies were overjoyed, declaring that this place was even better than their homeland, and they were ready to give it up. The system announced that Li Jun had been fully recognized by the fairies, his favorability skyrocketed, and he gained fame points. Li Jun thanked them and told them to continue playing before his body vanished in a blue light. Returning to the cave, Li Jun reported to his master that the fairies had agreed, so he could abandon the fairy flower field. The old master contentedly patted Goldani, urging Li Jun to quickly make this gate his own. The system panel appeared, requiring Li Jun to abandon one area to possess Heavenly Lake, and he chose the fairy flower field. He officially became the new master of Heavenly Lake, receiving an A-grade mana stone and a martial arts manual. It was the supreme imperial chain blade. Li Jun secretly thought he would give it to Hyosu. His master praised the plan as hitting 2 targets with 1 arrow, but Li Jun corrected him, saying it was 3 targets. He said he also wanted to take the energy crystal of the 1,000-year golden turtle, then smirked meaningfully. But to avoid overindulgence, he would only take the glacier water. The system confirmed he had received glacier water as he filled a container. Li Jun smiled contentedly, thinking that Bluey would surely love this gift. He suggested to his master that they return, as he didn't want to keep everyone waiting, while his master waved goodbye to Goldeni. At the same time, Li Jun's teammates were cheering and celebrating as the system announced he had successfully cleared Heavenly Lake. The head of the Sacred Force clan muttered in panic, wondering why Li Jun was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Li Jun appeared with a meaningful smile. "But here you are, uncle." He and his teammates confidently stepped out, their presence overwhelming. The head of the Sacred Force clan stammered in horror. "How did you manage to return alive?" Li Jun calmly retorted. "What do you mean? We just defeated the boss and survived." The news that Heavenly Lake had been conquered immediately caused a stir, and a reporter hastily urged his colleague. The crowd of journalists immediately surrounded Li Jun's group, continuously asking questions about the battle and those who had sacrificed themselves. Li Jun took the microphone, calmly saying, "I don't know where to start. What happened inside is truly unbelievable." He turned to look directly at the Sacred Force clan's group. "Let me tell you about those who left the gate before us." The entire Sacred Force clan group turned pale, knowing they were about to be exposed. He frantically cried out, "Wait!" But Li Jun had already grabbed him by the collar. The leader quickly knelt, putting on a show of joy. "We used the teleportation stone because we thought you were dead. I'm so glad you're back." Li Jun shoved the microphone into his face. "Stop acting. You were the one who caused conflict, slandering the Divine Fist Alliance and the Blood Iron Sword sect by claiming they had saboteurs." The crowd buzzed with whispers, suspicious about what had happened when the live broadcast was cut. A reporter quickly seized the opportunity. "What happened inside?" Li Jun smiled. "That's a good question. In the 3rd round area, we split into 2 groups," Li Jun said, hitting the leader's head with the microphone. He challenged, "Well, why don't you say something?" In the crowd, the head of the Imperial Blood Clan, Daewung Choi, silently observed. Li Jun continued to expose him. "I'm sure you can't. You used the teleportation stone, abandoning your own subordinates, and because of that, the Black Lion and the Purple Elixir were annihilated. I'm sure you can't say that yourself." One of his subordinates collapsed. Li Jun looked at the trembling traitor at his feet with contempt. "And you still dare to pretend? You're disgusting." Cornered, Daewung Choi drew his sword, yelling that Li Jun was slandering him and plotting to overthrow the Imperial Blood Clan. Li Jun coldly retorted, "Bullshit. Why don't you act a bit more like an adult? Losing your temper won't solve anything." "Shut up," Daewung Choi roared, his eyes blazing as he charged straight at Li Jun. A terrifying explosion rang out as his sword slashed past the ground, creating a violent shockwave. The crowd of reporters screamed in panic, jostling each other to flee from the explosion. Amidst the chaos, Jiu tried to direct everyone to evacuate to safety. His entire body emanating a yellow aura, Daewung Choi frantically roared, "Who ordered you? Tell me the truth." Li Jun moved like a ghost, easily dodging the attack and taunted, "You're seriously delusional. Why don't you go home and get some sleep, old man?" "How dare you?" Daewoo Choi was boiling with rage. A lowlife who can't inherit the bloodline dares to humiliate me in front of so many people. He poured all his strength into a destructive attack, swinging straight at Lee Jun. Lee Jun once again dodged with terrifying speed, leaving countless after-images behind him. He thought to himself, such wild and tempestuous internal energy. No wonder his alias is the Apostle Wind. Suddenly, Lee Jun's expression froze in horror as he witnessed the scene caused by the battle. An innocent man was crushed by the rubble, desperately crying for help, his legs already crushed. Nearby, a child was lost amidst the chaotic crowd, sobbing and calling for their mother. Witnessing the innocent caught in the crossfire, Lee Jun lowered his head, his eyes turning cold. I'm fed up with this. As expected of the Imperial Blade Clan, he said as a blazing red spear appeared in his hand. Lee Jun gripped his weapon tightly, blue energy surging violently. With a determined gaze, he raised the ghost spear, thinking to himself, it's time to end this. The earth-shattering battle between the Apostle Wind and the ghost spear officially began before the Heavenly Water Building. In a dark room, a mysterious person watched the battle on a screen, exclaiming in astonishment, Heavenly King Divine Art? The leader of the Sacred Force clan ordered his subordinates, prepare. At the scene, the sky above the Heavenly Water Building was still clear blue. Suddenly, a blazing sword aura flashed. It shot straight towards the building with terrifying speed. An earth-shattering explosion tore through the top floor of the tower. Amidst the rubble, Lee Jun stood calmly, with the ghost spear in his hand. Daewoo Choi, his eyes spitting fire, descended from the sky like a meteor. He frantically swung his sword, roaring, Die! Lee Jun smirked, calmly replying, Not a chance. Spear and sword clashed fiercely, both charging at each other with dizzying speed. Suddenly, Lee Jun stopped short, his gaze fixed on another direction. He was stunned to realize a group of people had just appeared on the rooftop of the opposite building, led by the leader of the Sacred Force clan, whom he astonishingly called Father? While parrying, Lee Jun thought to himself, he should have been in secluded cultivation. He suddenly realized this battle was being broadcast live, and they were here precisely because of the Heavenly King Divine Art. With a confident smile, Lee Jun decided, since there are uninvited guests, I should put on a proper show. Blazing red energy erupted from his chest, his heart seeming to pound. Ji Han, carrying an injured person on her back, was stunned by that surge of power. She looked up at the sky in horror, where a massive energy vortex was forming. Lee Jun's heart beat with immense power, releasing a terrifying surge of energy. Facing imminent danger, a martial artist shouted loudly, all members of the Primordial Essence Society, form the Black Tortoise Formation. The members immediately used their swords to create a solid energy shield. However, the shield quickly developed cracks under the tremendous pressure. A massive wave of energy erupted, engulfing an entire corner of the city. Inside the energy storm, Lee Jun's heart beat with dark rhythms. The leader of the Sacred Force clan looked at the scene before him in horror. That is, he realized it was a punch, just as it was about to collide. Daewoo Choi was knocked back, roaring in fury. How dare you? He roared, proclaiming himself to be Daewoo Choi of the Imperial Blade Clan, the Apostle Wind. But Lee Jun, with just one stomp, easily shattered his sword. A blinding flash of light erupted amidst the tall buildings, immediately followed by an earth-shattering explosion, shaking the entire city. The woman from the Primordial Essence Society braced herself, shouting encouragement for everyone to endure. The leader of the Imperial Iron Sword clan was also blown away by the aftershocks of the explosion. She was stunned, unable to believe the destructive power she had just witnessed. The crowd below stared blankly at the sky, not understanding what had just happened. As the dust settled, a desolate scene appeared. A figure gradually emerged amidst the thick smoke and dust. It was Lee Jun, standing majestically amidst the rubble. Lee Jun smiled smugly. Thanks for playing along on the stage I set. He looked down at the defeated opponent. Daewoo Choi, Apostle of Wind. You've acquired the Heavenly King Divine Skill, Lee Jun muttered, looking out at the desolate scene. Suddenly, a man in a black robe quietly approached from behind. Lee Jun turned around. You've seen it then, the man replied. Yes, I knew you'd realize. I wanted to speak privately, but walls have ears here. I'll get straight to the point. He extended his hand, his voice full of authority. Come home, Lee Jun coldly retorted. You really haven't changed at all. He turned his back and walked away, firmly refusing. I won't be coming home. The man glared angrily. Do you know what you're saying? He pointed at Daewoo Choi, who was kneeling and muttering in despair. You've just made the Imperial Blade Clan your enemy. How do you plan to deal with the consequences? Lee Jun sneered. Ha, like I said, you never change. Just be honest. Say that you're worried I'll die because of the Heavenly King Divine Skill, and that you're worried about losing the martial art you just rediscovered. The man sternly warned. Don't let emotions cloud your judgment. If you get carried away by old memories, I can handle the consequences. Li Jun shrugged, casually revealing, the Divine Martial Clan has agreed to accept me as a member. I have nothing more to say. I'm leaving, he said, turning decisively. The fact that you are my son will never change, the man asserted. You will eventually have to come home, no matter the cost, he declared as Li Jun glanced back with sharp eyes. Meanwhile, in a modern office building, an angry fist slammed down on the table, accompanied by a growl. Say something. At a summit meeting, Park Young-seop angrily slammed the table, questioning, do you think silence will solve everything? Lee Jianmu, the fist king of the Divine Power family, just sat there silently. Choi Kang-gyu, the tyrant king of the Overlord family, wore a smug expression. Han Ji-woong, the scholar king, tried to calm him. Sword King, please calm down. If you don't cooperate, we'll have no choice but to act. Choi Kang-gyu provocatively smirked. No choice? Are you planning to attack my Overlord family? Park Young-seop fumed. Who was it that begged for help in the Heavenly Lake incident, after all? A new character, Jung Hyun-jae, the Poison King, appeared to intervene. Even an outsider can see that the situation at Heavenly Lake has gone too far. He revealed that the Poisonous Abyss family had rejected the Tyrant King, stating that participating in the Heavenly Lake incident would have disastrous consequences, and accused the Overlord and Divine Power families of betraying the alliance. Jung Hyun-jae looked at his injured hand, gritting his teeth. You must take responsibility for this, Choi Kang-gyu immediately retorted, turning his attack on Park Young-seop. Don't just blame us. The Iron Ridge family also has a lot to answer for, he growled. Didn't you already know the strategy for attacking Heavenly Lake? Jung Hyun-jae continued, pressing. Absurd. Then how did you pass through the second area so easily? Daewon confessed that the Iron Ridge family definitely knew the strategy beforehand. Bombarded with questions, Park Young-seop stammered. That matter is, in his mind, an image of his daughter appeared in a teacup, recalling her words. Lee Jun informed me of the strategy through telepathy. The blonde girl continued. If it weren't for Jun, we wouldn't have made it back alive. The scene of the Poison King collapsing in a pool of blood appeared as a warning. Back in reality, Park Young-seop thought to himself. Although he knew his family's actions were suspicious, he couldn't reveal what his daughter had said. Choi Kang-gyu smirked sinisterly. You kept the strategy to yourselves. What will become of the Iron Ridge sword family if this gets out? Finally, even Han Ji-woong spoke up with a stern expression. Nevertheless, I cannot overlook the betrayal of an ally within the alliance. Lee Jianmu coldly asked, so what do you want me and the Tyrant King to do? Jung Hyun-jae made his first demand. First, you must hold a press conference and apologize to the entire populace. At the same time, in an ancient mansion, the atmosphere was also incredibly tense. Lee Jun's father was stopped just as he entered the gate. He asked, I heard you're demanding that child return? A noblewoman questioned, have you forgotten our promise? It was Choi Mi-jin, wife of the Divine Power family head, originally from the Overlord family. Lee Jun's father explained, Jun has learned the divine skill of Heavenly King Sumeru. There's no other choice. But Choi Mi-jin screamed, I don't care. She trembled with rage. You promised to abandon him in exchange for his life, and now you want to bring him back? The bastard child who harmed his own uncle? Choi Mi-jin issued a threat. If you dare bring Lee Jun into this house, I won't stand for it. With that, she collapsed in a fit of rage, quickly caught by the maids. In her private room, Choi Mi-jin vented her anger on the furniture, screaming, how could he treat me like this? Lying slumped on the bed, she sobbed resentfully. Even if I wanted to tear him apart, I had to hold back because of that promise. A nanny gently wiped away her tears. My lady will ruin her beautiful face. Choi Mi-jin asked her close nanny. Nanny, what should one do if someone breaks a promise? The nanny replied cruelly. I will make them pay, causing Choi Mi-jin's eyes to light up. She hugged the nanny, sobbing. Nanny, you're the only one I can trust. Then she leaned into her ear, whispering a venomous request. So, nanny, you'll take care of Lee Jun for me, won't you? The nanny smiled calmly. My lady, just trust me. I will handle it for you. At the Divine Power family mansion, a senior servant ordered the maids to keep quiet because the young lady was resting. Two maids watched the nanny's retreating back, whispering about how trusted she must be. They were astonished because even though she had served for a long time, she still looked like a woman in her 60s. One person leaned into the other's ear and began to whisper a chilling rumor. She whispered about the nanny's secret. They say she has taken care of the young lady since birth, and her appearance hasn't changed at all over the years. Meanwhile, at an academy under a clear blue sky, Lee Jun's friends were excitedly reading aloud articles, praising his achievements and his joining the Divine Instrument family. Lee Jun could only blush awkwardly as he heard them recount his glorious feats. Stop it! Don't read it out loud anymore, he protested in embarrassment. but his blonde-haired friend continued excitedly. He cheered joyfully. It's great to see Jun's potential being recognized by everyone. Right, Hihosu? He turned to seek agreement, and received an approving nod. Despite Lee Jun's increasing discomfort, Hihosu suddenly remembered, announcing that the press conference was about to begin, and invited everyone to watch together. No, I'm going to catch some sleep, Lee Jun firmly refused, leaning against the tree trunk. His two friends ignored him and intently watched the live press conference on their phone. On the screen, the clan leaders declared that everything that happened at Heavenly Peak Lake was entirely their fault. Lee Jianmu spoke solemnly, apologizing on behalf of his brother and son for their unforgivable action. A reporter immediately questioned, "Are you apologizing to the allied clans, or for deceiving the public?" Choi Kang-gyu bowed his head, taking responsibility. "It was all due to our negligence." Another reporter pushed forward, loudly questioning the true intent behind the apology. Meanwhile, at the academy, Park Hyuk-jin and Hyosu scoffed at the press conference, while Lee Jun yawned in boredom. Back in the press conference room, Lee Jianmu designated another reporter to ask a question. This person immediately dropped a bombshell question. "Is the demonic sword the prize for the upcoming Heavenly Peak martial arts tournament?" Lee Jianmu paused for a moment, his expression still eerily calm. Then, he solemnly confirmed it was true, sending shockwaves through the entire hall. Hyosu and Park Hyuk-jin watched the news, unable to believe their ears. "The prize is the demonic sword?" Too shocked, Park Hyuk-jin cried out and was smacked in the face. Hyosu remained glued to the screen, muttering that it was unbelievable. This time, even Lee Jun shot up, his indifferent expression completely gone at the mention of the demonic sword. A memory suddenly flooded back, the image of a fervent crowd at a martial arts tournament from years ago. The host of that year was about to announce the champion's name, and the winner was none other than Sword Dragon Park Hyuk-jin. At that time, the prize was the map to the Blood God's tomb and the long blade sword. Lee Jun was also there, standing in the stands, covered in injuries. He quietly clapped, his gaze fixed on the winner. Back in the present, Lee Jun thought to himself, the reason he stayed at the academy was for the long blade sword, so why was it changed? He knew well that without that sword, he couldn't enter the Blood God's tomb, a place that they were also eyeing. Hyosu spoke up, reminding him that the demonic sword was also something Lee Jun's master once coveted. Park Hyuk-jin suddenly hugged Lee Jun, excitedly calling his name. Pushed away, Park Hyuk-jin pouted, "If you missed me, just say so. Why hit me?" Making Lee Jun quickly apologize. Sitting thoughtfully under the tree, Lee Jun asked his master about the change in prize, wondering if it was a blessing or a curse. He was startled when the old master's spirit suddenly materialized right in front of him. The master confidently fanned himself. "It'll be yours anyway. What's there to worry about?" Making Lee Jun realize he had a point. While Lee Jun was thrilled, thinking he was being acknowledged, the master was deep in thought about the demonic sword. "Well, we'll know soon enough," he muttered, his hand tightening around his fan. The scene changed, shifting to a lush, sun-drenched oasis. Amidst the joyful blonde-haired sprites, Lee Jun called out loudly, "Bluey!" He looked around, wondering where his spirit beast was hiding. From within the bushes, a pair of mischievous, emerald eyes glowed brightly. A blue blur suddenly darted past, making Lee Jun stumble. The spirit beast Bluey leaped onto its master, joyfully licking his face. Lee Jun gently told the panting Bluey, "Come on, let's play hide-and-seek later." He smiled, reassuring the dejected spirit beast. "Don't be disappointed. We're going to do something even better." Lee Jun held up a vial containing a shimmering blue liquid, asking, "Ready?" The cork was removed, and a wisp of blue magical smoke wafted from the vial's opening. He inverted the vial, pouring the strange liquid onto the ground. The liquid solidified into a crystal mass, and Lee Jun commanded Bluey, "Here, drink this." Bluey licked the crystal mass, and a notification appeared. Bluey has absorbed the yin energy of heavenly water. Immediately, it began to absorb the immense energy, its entire body erupting in a fierce blue glow. The small spirit beast spun wildly, creating a swirling vortex of energy. Lee Jun had to raise a hand to shield his face from the overwhelming aura emanating from it. He exclaimed, "The energy is stronger than expected," but the master beside him calmly explained that it was a rare elixir. The old man warned that the yin energy would clash with the inner core, causing Bluey to endure terrible pain. Just as he said, Bluey tensed up, his face contorted in extreme agony. Lee Jun could only watch helplessly. This feeling reminded him of something from the past. Memories flooded back. He recalled his friend Park Hyuk-jin being beaten down, and he could do nothing. "I'm sick and tired of this feeling." Lee Jun gritted his teeth as his thoughts concluded. Back in reality, Bluey's eyes flashed with a powerful white light. It let out a sky-shattering roar, unleashing all its suppressed power. A massive energy explosion spread outwards, shaking the entire space. When everything settled, the sky cleared, and the first snowflakes of the season began to fall. Li Jun silently reached out his hand, catching a pristine snowflake. He smiled contentedly and clenched his fist. The process was a success. "Well done, Bluey," he said, seeing the exhausted spirit beast sprawled on the ice after its rank had increased. Li Jun sat down to comfort it, while a series of notifications about rewards and upgrades appeared before his eyes. He was surprised to see more messages. "Huh? There's more?" A notification appeared. The Forbidden Zone had evolved, granting Li Jun the reward of merging gates. Li Jun cried out in astonishment at this unexpected reward. He couldn't believe that he could not only increase the number of gates, but also merge them. After a moment of hesitation, Li Jun decided to try and chose to merge towards the south. Immediately, the system announced that the southern region would merge with the Heavenly Lake Summit Gate, and a massive surge of energy rushed forth. Li Jun quickly hugged the startled Bluey tightly. Both were swept away in the fierce merging current. When everything settled, a majestic new land with a lake and ice mountains had formed. Li Jun gasped in shock, unable to believe that the gates had truly merged. Suddenly, the martial god appeared right beside him, making Li Jun jump. A spiked turtle monster also appeared, frantically asking the martial god what was happening. Upon hearing that the gates had merged, the spiked turtle let out a piercing scream. Li Jun thought to himself, it seems even these ancient creatures had never witnessed anything similar. The system displayed another notification, allowing him to rename the new territory. He hugged Bluey, pondering a more fitting name. Li Jun mumbled that the gates he had conquered were all notorious places. Seemingly decided, he said, "This name is good." Bluey growled excitedly, making Li Jun happily ask, You like it too, Bluey?" With the spirit beast's approval, he decisively confirmed the new name for his territory. Li Jun decisively pressed the confirmation button. The system chimed, announcing that the gate's name had been changed to Forbidden Zone of the Four Sacred Temples. "Whoever came up with this name is absolutely badass," Li Jun said smugly, while Bluey also appeared extremely excited. Suddenly, a blazing red warning appeared, startling both master and servant. "What's going on?" Li Jun stumbled as the system reported that the masters of the Four Sacred Temples were enraged and their hostility level had skyrocketed. He froze when he read the warning that they could attack his gate at any moment. Just then, the martial god appeared, riding on the back of a giant spiny turtle, who barked at him, asking what he had done. "Master, who are the masters of the Four Sacred Temples?" Li Jun hastily questioned. The master could only sigh wearily. "It's you again, always causing trouble." He explained that the Four Sacred Temples were the dwelling place of divine beasts. Li Jun broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, "So you mean..." The martial god confirmed that he had angered the four divine beasts: the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Just for changing the name? How petty! Li Jun roared in indignation. Immediately, the system announced that the hostility level had increased again, making him blush deeply. "Arg! This is so annoying!" Li Jun's furious shout echoed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man was questioning his subordinate. "Are you sure you no longer wish to protect Xin Li?" "Yes, my lord." The subordinate knelt, responding firmly. "It must be because of Li Jun." "That's also one of the reasons," the lord muttered from his chair. He smirked. "I told Xin Li to curry favor with Hyungjun Sa, but he lost his trust instead." Li Jun's father clicked his tongue, uttering a disdainful remark. How pathetic. Hyungjun Sa was startled and astonished. He didn't expect the leader to agree so easily, but the leader replied that he had no other choice but to cover up the foolish heir's mistake. The leader looked at Hyungjun, acknowledging him as a valuable talent. He affirmed that Hyungjun was the vice leader of the Divine Fist Alliance and had been chosen as his successor. He was not ready to lose him. Changing the subject, the leader asked Hyungjun what he had found out about Li Jun. Hyungjun Sa bowed his head in apology, confessing that he hadn't found anything significant, causing the leader to frown and question. He reported that Li Jun not only used the Heavenly King divine art, but also spear techniques and many other unidentified martial arts. Hyungjun concluded that Li Jun must surely have a master behind him to reach such a high level, but that person's identity remained a mystery. The leader stopped, pondering the information he had just received, muttering about Li Jun's progress. He mused that if Li Jun had truly learned the Heavenly King divine art, he would certainly be able to become even stronger than himself. His hand clenched under the moonlight. With a determined gaze, he ordered Hyungjun to exert all his strength to bring Li Jun back to the clan at all costs. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Zone, Li Jun happily checked Bluey's information panel and the newly merged territory. He excitedly realized that Bluey's stats had skyrocketed, its speed reaching SSS, and it had also gained new skills. Li Jun affectionately hugged Bluey, doting on it like a good child. He turned around, cheerfully asking his new subordinates if they agreed with this arrangement. Standing before him was an entire army of shark people, including Sharku and Shark Roar. Immediately, the entire army knelt to the ground, unanimously calling Li Jun their master. Li Jun told them they didn't need to kneel, just to try and get along with the residents who had lived there before. He turned to say the same thing to the spiny turtle monster, but was immediately reminded by the martial god to speak respectfully to her. Li Jun was startled. Good heavens. Are you serious, master? While the martial god reminded him, don't forget she's your senior. Li Jun pouted in protest, but he cried out in despair. It's a monster, and I'm human. The martial god roared, while the spiny turtle monster sneered, remarking that Goldeni couldn't learn martial arts anyway. The spiny turtle monster then spoke up to dissuade the martial god, and he seemed to relent. It turned to comfort Li Jun, making him agree in bewilderment. Witnessing the chaotic scene, the Shark People tribe began to doubt their decision to serve their new master. Meanwhile, in a magnificent city at night, throbbing music emanated from a club. Inside, the crowd was dancing wildly under colorful lights. Two men, one in a suit and one in a hoodie, silently walked through the dance floor. The man in the suit knocked on a room door and reported, "The guest has arrived." A voice from inside echoed, "Come in." The man in the hoodie coldly opened the door and stepped inside. A surge of green energy suddenly struck. The man in the hoodie swiftly caught a strange flying object, simultaneously drawing a razor-sharp dagger. He immediately lunged to attack the man in the suit, who was still stunned. With twin daggers in hand, his killing intent blazed fiercely. The man in the suit was knocked backward. He tensed, his eyes flashing, and energy began to gather before his chest to counterattack. His face contorted. He let out a roar, revealing a pair of terrifying fangs. The hooded attacker calmly watched his prey writhing in pain. With the sharp blade at the attacker's throat, Li Jun turned the table. The subordinate squeezed his eyes shut, sweat pouring down as the blade suddenly stopped right above his head. He trembled as he opened his eyes, utterly terrified by the chilling killing intent emanating from the knife. "Forgive me for daring to test you," Li Jun said, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. From the shadows, an old voice echoed, "He was just following my orders. Please be lenient." An authoritative old man stepped out, introducing himself as the Money Keeper, the one who governs this dark zone. "Pleased to meet you, Money Keeper." Li Jun got straight to the point. "I'm here to propose something." He sat down, his gaze sharp. "That revenge agreement. Is it still valid?" The old man was silent for a moment, then replied concisely, "It is." At the same time, news of a mysterious item seller was causing a stir. Everyone was discussing the latest item up for auction, Ergen's crown, an item from an unconquered gate. The immense value of the items and the seller's mystery made everyone ask, who exactly is that guy? Someone seemed to be on the verge of finding a clue about the mysterious seller's name. Returning to the meeting, Li Jun smiled with satisfaction. "I'm glad to hear that." Suddenly, the Money Keeper froze, seemingly realizing something horrifying. You are," he screamed in utter panic. "Ghost Spear Li Jun." Li Jun simply pulled his hood down slightly. A confident smile was the clearest answer. "No way. I can't believe you're Skybreaker," the Money Keeper mumbled, still in shock. He burst into hearty laughter, admitting, "I didn't think anything could surprise me this much at my age. Talent will be respected regardless of age," he affirmed, dismissing his initial doubt. The Money Keeper was still not satisfied, he reminded. "But that's not enough. You are a child of the Divine Power family." He took a sip of tea and continued, "I heard you severed ties and joined the Divine Instrument family. But there's no guarantee you're not a spy." He warned of the risk of being absorbed by the Imperial Blade family, while Li Jun casually asked the server if the tea was poisoned. Li Jun confidently drank the tea, asserting, "There will be a Heavenly Realm battle before my school break. I know it well." He explained that he would participate as a member of the Divine Instrument family, a testament to their trust in him. Li Jun smiled, raised his glass, and expressed his desire to maintain a good relationship with the black market. Meanwhile, in a deserted alley under the moonlight, someone was panting. A man hastily pulled his suitcase, trying to escape into the night. He startled and looked back, his face filled with panic, as if being pursued. He secretly decided he had to flee to a remote countryside to live in seclusion. Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking his path, a cold voice echoing, "Where do you think you're going?" Minwook Lee questioned the fugitive about daring to flee after taking money from the Divine Power family. The fugitive was terrified upon realizing Minwook Lee's power, stammering, "The ultimate power gate?" He collapsed to his knees, desperately begging for his life just this once. Without hesitation, Minwook Lee delivered a kick, stomping directly on the traitor's head. He growled, "If you had dealt with that bastard Li Jun cleanly, my father and I wouldn't have to suffer this humiliation." Killing intent erupted. Minwook Lee roared, And yet you still dare to beg for forgiveness? Suddenly, a masked assassin appeared behind Minwook Lee, whispering the words, "Shadowless." Minwook Lee was struck down, looking at his attacker in horror and pleading, "Please don't kill me." The cries for help faded, leaving only a pool of blood staining the cold ground. A clear morning at the academy, bright sunlight shining down. Amidst the noisy classroom, Lee Jun sat alone, quietly looking at his phone. He was reading a message from the money keeper, silently wondering why he chose Dream Garden. Lee Jun explained to the martial god that it was a good opportunity to hear more details about Bluey from the Spirit King, but most of all, he was still worried about the 4 guardians and the hostile Dark Zone gates that opposed Bluey. "I already have too much to do, why can't everyone just leave me alone?" Lee Jun slumped onto his desk, exhausted. From the other side, Eunbi nudged Jiyu. "Jiyu, look." Heiji giggled teasingly. "Jun just sighed while looking at you. I think he's thinking about you." Jiyu coldly turned away. "I don't know. Who cares what he thinks about me?" A friend then handed Jiyu a romance novel, making her fluster. Suddenly, the door burst open, and an unfamiliar teacher walked in, shouting, "Silence, everyone sit down." Eunbi asked in surprise, "Miss Cha, why are you here? What about our homeroom teacher?" The woman named Cha stood at the podium, her face serious. "Today I have some bad news to tell you all," she announced decisively. "Mr. Kim Tae-young has passed away in an accident." The entire classroom was shaken, fearful whispers spreading. "No way. He's dead?" While everyone else panicked, Lee Jun remained silent, a cold thought echoing in his mind. He's finally been eliminated. It wasn't a massive monster attack from a gate, but a monster shock, when a part of a monster's body suddenly appears, a deadly trap. Even the strongest awakened ones couldn't do anything if a monster suddenly dragged them into a gate. Lee Jun clenched his fist. He knew a monster shock couldn't happen at such a perfect time. It must have been my uncle, the one most furious about this situation, who dealt with him, he deduced, the image of the powerful man appearing in his mind. Lee Jun sighed, his eyes sharp as a plan began to form. In class, a female student sobbed, mourning her deceased teacher. While Lee Jun silently observed, he coldly analyzed. Are they just overly emotional because they're young? Or is anyone truly grieving his death? He wondered, looking at the photo on the desk. Elsewhere, a man browsed items on the black market. He said to the person behind him, "This time the black market seems to have found some decent items." With a sinister smile, he ordered, "Get ready." Meanwhile, Lee Jun put on his hoodie and resolutely declared, "I'm going to the black market." His words stunned the moneykeeper's assistant. "What?" The moneykeeper rubbed his temple, disbelieving his ears. "I believe I misheard. Could you repeat that?" Lee Jun casually said while eating. "I want to buy a large quantity of good quality saplings and rice." He smirked. "I'm just thinking of trying my hand at farming for a bit." A vision appeared in his mind, himself as a farmer, assisted by fairies and Skaman creatures. The dream garden appeared magnificent and vibrant. Lee Jun explained that even though Bluey's habitat was harsh, these creatures were completely unharmed. A fairy cheerfully revealed, "Haha, it's easy. After the Skaman plant the trees. We just need to use enhancement skills to harvest within a week." Lee Jun mused, having grasped the entire plan. "Oh, I see." Returning to reality, the moneykeeper spoke. "I will ensure those items are prepared." Lee Jun smiled in response. "It's fine, take your time." The moneykeeper asked about the delivery location, and Lee Jun decisively chose Busan. Despite being a little surprised, the moneykeeper agreed with his decision. Then, he signaled to his subordinate, saying he had prepared a special gift. The assistant opened a wooden box, inviting Lee Jun to look inside. The moneykeeper explained that this was a gift to help him move more conveniently when visiting the black market. Afterward, Lee Jun was escorted through a luxurious corridor. He looked down at the crowded exhibition hall and was curious about the auction. The assistant confirmed that this was the upcoming VVIP auction. Lee Jun scanned the crowd, his gaze stopping on a few notable figures. Suddenly, murmurs arose as everyone recognized a legendary item, the demonic sword. Lee Jun secretly recalled that this was the sword that the demonic cult's Blade Evil would use in the future. A calculating smile formed on his lips as a plan began to take shape. Meanwhile, the auction hall was packed with powerful guests. A young man with a bandage on his cheek asked his subordinate about the amount of money they brought. He was Pilsong Jil, the son of a wicked person and the future Blade Evil, confident that 2 billion won was more than enough. Pilsong Gil showed immense interest in the demonic sword, carefully examining its information on the screen. He turned to his subordinate and said that only such a weapon was cool enough. Sitting nearby, a young man in a white turtleneck calmly observed everything in silence. The auctioneer stepped onto the stage, officially starting the auction with the first item, the demonic sword, with a starting bid of 100 million. Immediately, The price was driven up to 120 million amidst the crowd's excitement. The auction hall buzzes with excitement as bids for the sword escalate rapidly from 200 million to 400 million. Pilseong-gil smugly raised his paddle, shouting a bid of 700 million, confident that victory was his. The auctioneer pressed. "Does anyone bid more than 700 million? While Pilseong-gil smirked. On stage, the auctioneer prepared to strike the gavel to close the bid. Then, "This item is sold for." At that moment, a cold voice echoed from the VIP seats, offering an unimaginable sum, 2 billion. Pilseong-gil flinched, utterly astonished by the insane price that had just been offered. His subordinate frantically reported. "Young master, we're out of money, what should we do?" The auctioneer declared loudly. "All right, sold for 2 billion. Even as Pilseong-gil furiously turned back and yelled, "What did you say?" Pilseong-gil's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, ordering, "Find out who that bastard is immediately." The scene shifted to a city at night, signaling the end of the auction. The spirit of the old martial god appeared with a sulky, pouting expression. Li Jun, the auction winner, turned to appease him. "Master, are you still angry? Please don't be upset anymore," he explained. "Times are very different now. The notion that only the demonic cult uses this kind of weapon is a thing of the past." The master angrily roared. "Shut up. That doesn't change the fact that it's a demonic cult item made from human skin." The old man continued his theatrics, hitting his own head with a fan and sighing, making Li Jun secretly think, "What a difficult old man." Walking down the street, Li Jun held the sword and said, "Please be understanding this time. After all, I've acquired a good item." The master examined the sword and reluctantly admitted, "It does look like a good item." Li Jun smiled in response. He continued with a mysterious air, "Although it looks like an ordinary A-grade artifact." Li Jun channeled his inner energy into the sword, causing it to erupt with fierce blue lightning. An information panel appeared, revealing the weapon's true name. Demonic Sword, Awakened, along with its incredibly powerful stats and hidden effects. Li Jun recalled that this was the Azure Dragon that Blade Evil had nurtured in his previous life by slaughtering his own subordinates. He was secretly glad to have obtained it first, thinking it would be perfect for someone who doesn't tolerate injustice like Hyosu. Afterwards, Li Jun strolled alone down the deserted street. He subtly smirked. Standing on a rooftop, he called out into the night, "Why don't you come out?" From the shadows, a voice rang out, astonished that Skybreaker had sensed their presence. Pilseong-gil appeared with 2 subordinates, mocking that the rumors of Li Jun sweeping through uncleared gates were indeed true. Li Jun calmly replied, "With such dense killing intent emanating from you all, who wouldn't notice?" Pilseong-gil sneered, "It seems you're not so foolish. Then I'll get straight to the point." He raised his dagger, threatening, "That demon-slaying sword you just took should have been mine. Hand it over, and I'll let you off easily." The silent night enveloped the alley, heralding a tense confrontation. Pilseong-gil realized that Li Jun was the famous Skybreaker, known for selling rare artifacts from the entertainment plains and immortal flower field. He continued to scoff, claiming that reputation nowadays was so cheap, even a child like Ghost Spear was being hailed. "How pathetic," Pilseong-gil uttered with disdain. He charged forward to attack, intending to steal all of Li Jun's belongings to curry favor with his father in the demonic sect. But Li Jun blocked the attack, his cold voice ringing out, "An idiot who doesn't even know how to properly emit killing intent. What are you talking about?" He easily blocked the blade, looking back with a grim smile. This is how you emit killing intent." A terrifying surge of killing intent erupted from his body, manifesting as a gigantic evil dragon. Pilseong-gil was frozen stiff, trembling as he wondered why he, the son of Blade Evil, could be so afraid of someone else's killing intent. He frantically yelled at his subordinates, ordering them to charge and seize the demon-slaying sword and all the artifacts. Pilseong-gil's subordinates charged forward simultaneously to attack Li Jun. Facing the danger, Li Jun only subtly smirked. In a flash, he moved like a ghost, taking down all of them. Pilseong-gil stood dumbfounded, utterly terrified by his opponent's power. Amidst the battleground, he stammered in disbelief at what had just happened. Li Jun leisurely approached, asking for the true identity of the defeated foe. Overwhelmed with panic, Pilseong-gil could only scream in despair, "Don't come any closer." Li Jun calmly stood watching, enjoying his enemy's fear. Suddenly, his figure blurred, and then vanished right before Pilseong-gil's eyes. He's gone!" Pilseong-gil exclaimed in shock. But then a chilling sensation ran down his spine, and he realized the terrifying truth. Li Jun had used the position swap technique, appearing right behind him. Just as Pilseong-gil was about to threaten with his father, Li Jun quickly covered his mouth. "Don't worry, I don't have a habit of killing people," he whispered with a cunning smile. As he spoke, Li Jun pulled out an amulet hidden in Pilsong-gil's clothes. He held up the amulet, mocking his cowardice for having to rely on a protective item from the Zhou sect. Li Jun laughed loudly, declaring he would make good use of this valuable item. Looking at the people lying sprawled, he pondered how to deal with them. The next morning, a reporter delivered shocking news in front of the Alliance building about Pilsong-gil being captured and tied up. Pilsong-gil and his subordinates were all tied up, becoming the center of media attention, while the perpetrator had vanished without a trace. A reporter read aloud the contents of the challenge note left by Skybreaker at the scene. He reported that the Alliance was planning a deeper investigation into this mysterious individual. Meanwhile, in a luxury car, the infamous Blade Evil frowned and asked about the Alliance's reaction. His subordinate reported that it would take time to negotiate, causing Blade Evil to growl, asking about the one who handed over his son. The subordinate fearfully confessed that they were still searching. A cold glint flashed in the cramped space of the car. Blade Evil coldly withdrew the blood-stained sword from the body of the subordinate he had just executed. He glared threateningly at the remaining ones. "You'd better find him, before my patience runs out." Elsewhere, a bewildered young man stood in the middle of a vast desert. Spotting Li Jun, he joyfully ran over to greet his benefactor. The young man bowed deeply, while Li Jun smirked, secretly thinking about his attitude, and said he had a gift. Li Jun threw a large object towards the startled young man. He hastily refused, feeling he had already received too much, but Li Jun firmly told him to open. Inside was a beautiful sword, emitting a brilliant light. The young man was stunned as the sword pierced the ground and transformed into a gigantic white stone pillar. Overwhelmed with emotion, he looked up and asked Li Jun why he was so kind to him. He continued, saying that he hadn't done anything and had no illustrious background to deserve this help. Li Jun thought to himself, "Because I like your potential," but felt too embarrassed to say it aloud. Instead, he clenched his fist and placed it on the young man's shoulder. With a radiant smile, Li Jun gave a thumbs up and said, "It's so you can train even harder." Li Jun said, "I'm leaving," then turned and walked away. The young man who was helped secretly thought that Li Jun's encouragement was just to comfort him. He clenched his fists, his heart filled with determination. Bowing low to the ground, he swore to serve his benefactor for life, while Li Jun merely yawned indifferently. That night, in a building, a phone suddenly rang. Li Jun answered the call. On the other end was a voice from the black market, calling him Skybreaker. The caller informed him that the item Li Jun requested had arrived. "Great, thanks," Li Jun replied, while Bluey lay on his back, playfully gnawing on the phone cord. Li Jun smiled meaningfully, telling himself it was time to prepare for action. At the same time, in an ancient mansion, someone had received news that Li Jun had finally made his move. A subordinate knelt before a powerful woman, respectfully calling out, "Madam." The woman, Choi Mi-jin, asked about Li Jun's destination, and received a brief answer, Busan. The subordinate held a red spider lily, muttering that Busan was the perfect place to quietly eliminate him. Another man with a smug smile ordered his subordinates to prepare to depart for Busan. In another room, a man named Jin Hua came and knocked on Choi Mi-jin's door. As Jin Hua and another woman entered, Choi Mi-jin calmly asked what was wrong. "Li Jun has left the academy," Jin Hua reported, startling Choi Mi-jin, who nearly dropped her teacup. The man from before placed a hand on the accompanying woman's shoulder, telling her he would be away for a while. He said that Wu Gun would stay to look after her and the young master. Choi Mi-jin commanded, "Handle Li Jun properly and return safely." The man obeyed and set off. The dark wooden door was slowly slid open. The man in the black robe asked Choi Mi-jin, "Mother, does the nanny know how to fight? I thought she was just a normal servant." Choi Mi-jin took a sip of tea, replying mysteriously, "She is no ordinary person. She was brought back by your grandfather after conquering the Red Zone Gate." The man sprang up in horror, shouting, "What? Does that mean they're all monsters?" "They are not monsters," Choi Mi-jin calmly stated. "They are humans just like us." She narrowed her eyes, adding meaningfully, "It's just that their nature might be a little different." Meanwhile, in Busan, the city that was once South Korea's second capital, now lay in ruins due to the dungeon break incident. The alliance of 15 clans, the Martial Alliance, and Samarion had repeatedly tried to reclaim Busan, but all had failed. Ultimately, the government gave up, turning Busan into an unconquered gate area, and Li Jun had now set foot here. He silently gazed at the desolate landscape, thinking, "It's been a long time since I've seen this." A memory suddenly flooded back. An image of Li Jun in the past, with a face full of injuries, appeared. He glared furiously at the Divine Power family members, gritting his teeth. Those bastards betrayed humanity to side with demons. The only thing we got in return was this useless D-rank trash. He thought despairingly. Helplessness and exhaustion were evident on the young man's face. Just then, a voice rang out, and Park Hyuk-jin with his blonde hair appeared behind him. Lee Jun turned, recognizing his comrade. "Oh Hyuk-jin, how are you doing? After this confrontation, we'll soon have to face the demons." He expressed his gratitude. "I'm always grateful to you for making the difficult decision to turn your back on your family." Park Hyuk-jin merely smiled in response. "It's only natural." The memory ended. The present Lee Jun looked forward, his eyes burning with determination. "Back then, I was useless. But now, I can be stronger and fight against the monsters." Lee Jun smiled smugly, adjusted his tie, and remarked that he was completely different now. He tightened his tie, revealing his muscular physique beneath his shirt. Suddenly, Bluey poked his head out from inside his shirt and let out a cheerful yelp. Lee Jun happily petted Bluey, admitting that it was all thanks to the little guy's help. The Spirit Master suddenly appeared, clearing his throat to remind Lee Jun that his power was due to the Master recognizing his potential. Lee Jun secretly sighed, frustrated that after all this time, his Master still acted so childishly. The Master flew into a rage, scolding Lee Jun as an ungrateful disciple, when he responded indifferently. All right, let's go." Lee Jun ignored him, floating with his Master on the edge of a tall building. With that, he launched himself off the rooftop. Meanwhile, below, two martial artists in gray robes were patrolling. Suddenly, a dark blur shot past the barbed wire fence directly above them. One of the two martial artists only managed a cry of pain before being knocked unconscious from behind. The other turned, bewildered, wondering why the wind was blowing so strongly. Lee Jun, still holding Bluey tightly, gently landed from above. His feet touched the ground firmly. Brushing back his hair, Lee Jun seemed pleased with his entrance, while Bluey looked a bit dizzy. He looked ahead, where the traded goods were piled high amidst the ruins. The Master wondered why Busan was chosen. Lee Jun explained that it was the perfect place for a secret transaction, because it was deserted and had few monsters. Lee Jun clapped his hands, shouting loudly, "All right, everyone gather round." A swarm of red-eyed ratmen monsters and tiny fairies emerged from the ruins. Next came the fierce sharkmen army, ready to receive orders. One of the creatures shouted loudly, signaling that it was time to work. Under the supervision of the fairies, the monster army diligently carried construction material. The Master praised Lee Jun profusely for the unprecedentedly diligent labor force. The Ratman leader, Taegur, rushed over to report to his Master that everything was complete and was praised by Lee Jun. Hearing the order to disband, Taegur happily rallied the entire team to clean up and vanished in the blink of an eye. With the work done, Lee Jun was also about to turn and leave, but he suddenly stopped, as if sensing something unusual. A familiar aura made him wary. A figure suddenly appeared right in front of Lee Jun. He frowned, recognizing this aura that was both familiar and detestable. A stranger in a blue-purple martial arts uniform, leading a group of subordinates, spoke up to greet Lee Jun. He was Shim Jinhua. Shim Jinhua smiled meaningfully. "Long time no see, young Master Lee Jun." Immediately, he drew his twin swords and took a stance, ready for battle. With eyes blazing with murderous intent, Shim Jinhua declared that he had come to offer condolences. Lee Jun faced him calmly, acknowledging the opponent's strength in both his previous life and this one. A confident smile spread across his lips. This situation was perfect. Lee Jun excitedly channeled his power, ready to try a new game on these uninvited guests. Shim Jinhua secretly thought her opponent had lost his mind. Two subordinates eagerly requested orders. "Madam, please give the command. I will bring back his head." But Shim Jinhua coldly ordered, "Silence." Her eyes sharpened as she pondered the name Lee Jun. She analyzed that no matter how strong Lee Jun was, he couldn't fight an entire army, but his relaxed demeanor made her suspect a trap. Therefore, Shim Jinhua decided to hold her ground, ordering everyone to wait for the opportune moment. Noticing his opponent's hesitation, Lee Jun merely smirked. Her true identity was revealed. Shim Jinhua, outwardly a nanny for Choi Mi-jin, but in reality, the leader of the demon extermination squad. Lee Jun also noticed her caution, which was different from what he had predicted. The waiting felt truly bothersome to him. He decided to break the stalemate. "If you won't come, then I'll come first." Shim Jinhua's subordinates immediately drew their swords defensively. Lee Jun shot forth like an arrow. He moved at terrifying speed, easily gliding past the enemy ranks. The demon extermination squad had no time to react, staring in astonishment at his retreating figure. Suddenly, Lee Jun appeared right behind them and made a goofy face to tease them. That childish act stunned both Shim Jinhua and her subordinates. Regaining her composure, Shim Jinhua furiously yelled, "Chase him!" The demon extermination squad immediately obeyed, leaping down from the tall building in pursuit. But Lee Jun quickly vanished around a corner, leaving his enemies behind. A member of the demon extermination squad gleefully shouted, thinking they had cornered their target. However, a grotesque hand suddenly emerged from a verdant blue gate, seizing the man's head. Li Jun coldly watched his pursuer scream in despair as he was dragged into the energy vortex. He smirked, casually declaring that he had dealt with one of them. Just then, another squad from the Demon Extermination Squad discovered Li Jun's location and charged towards him. They roared in anger, only catching a glimpse of Li Jun's figure, lightly leaping over the fence. Numerous members of the Demon Extermination Squad frantically cried for help as they were swallowed by mysterious gates, all part of Li Jun's plan. Finally, the remaining subordinates cornered Li Jun in a dead-end alley. They panted, confident that Li Jun had no escape. Li Jun scratched his head in annoyance, admitting he was cornered but had no intention of surrendering. Well then, goodbye. He smiled and waved. An energy orb appeared and then vanished right in front of the two subordinates, making them terrified and call Li Jun insane. Elsewhere, a subordinate reported to Shim Jinhua that Li Jun had escaped through a gate. This person continued to report heavy losses, with many agents missing, and requested further instruction. Shim Jinhua secretly thought that Li Jun's true plan was impossible to guess. She gritted her teeth, making a firm resolution. We cannot return before we kill him. The female leader of the Demon Extermination Squad drew her sword, ordering everyone to prepare to enter the gate in pursuit. Meanwhile, Li Jun stepped out of the teleportation vortex, setting foot in a land covered in white snow. A giant monster bowed its head in greeting. Greetings, master. And Li Jun asked about the ones he had sent. The monster confirmed they had been dealt with and were being cleaned up to be used as fertilizer. Li Jun instructed his monster, don't use it for anything edible. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before Li Jun. An unauthorized group has entered the gate. The system asked if he wanted to expel them, but Li Jun merely smirked meaningfully. He turned and ordered his subordinate, Sharku, summon the Skamen and the fairies here. A large batch of fertilizer is coming, Li Jun muttered, as he pressed the reject button and locked the gate. Meanwhile, Shim Jinhua and her army had just stepped through the gate, entering the icy land. They immediately received a notification that the red zone gate was locked, and the master of the forbidden zone was showing hostility. A team member frantically cried out, "Look!" Before them, a massive army of monsters had surrounded them from all sides, terrifying the entire squad. From afar, Li Jun observed their panic, realizing that Skamen, fairies, and even Sharku were all present. Shim Jinhua roared in anger, questioning, "What illusion skill did you use, Li Jun?" "Illusion skill? A decent guess," Li Jun casually retorted. "This is my territory." Ignoring his enemy's shock, he turned to his subordinates and said, "All right, Sharkus, today I intend to test your combat abilities." Sharku cracked his knuckles, leading the mighty monster army, and boldly replied, "We are ready, master." Li Jun decisively commanded, "Then, deal with them." Facing the perilous situation, Shim Jinhua shouted loudly, rallying her soldiers, "Demon Extermination Squad, carve a bloody path." Following the command, all members of the Demon Extermination Squad charged forward simultaneously, rushing straight into the horde of monsters. The two forces collided, creating a terrifying explosion of energy. From above, Li Jun observed the chaotic battle, secretly thinking, "Damn, I knew my allies were strong, but they're even better than I thought." He smirked, concluding, "But this seems like too risky a move for the Demon Extermination Squad." A voice echoed amidst the bloody scene. "Aren't you going to check?" Amidst the white snow, a female swordswoman in purple stood upon the corpses of her subordinates, whom she had just massacred with her own hands. Reflected on her blade, she smirked maliciously, thinking, "As long as I get your head," she growled, challenging Li Jun. "Then I'm willing to sacrifice all their lives." The two stood facing each other, the air as taut as a bowstring amidst the snowy mountain. Li Jun smiled nonchalantly, spreading his hands. "Unfortunately, I am not your opponent." The female swordswoman was stunned by the incomprehensible declaration. "What?" She cautiously took a defensive stance, preparing for whatever was about to happen. Suddenly, a gigantic blue spirit wolf appeared behind Li Jun, terrifying the female swordswoman to her core. Li Jun calmly spoke, "We should respect our elders, but you are a demon from another world who has cruelly trampled upon this one, aren't you?" he declared coldly, as the wolf's shadow enveloped his enemy. "Try to survive, Blood Witch." The title Blood Witch was uttered, recalling the image of her sitting amidst piles of corpses under a blood moon. She was the one who had personally killed countless awakened and massacred more people than even the most notorious assassin. An indiscriminate berserker, killing both children and the elderly, even drinking blood from their hearts. Returning to the present, an invisible pressure suddenly made her knees buckle. The Blood Witch was forced to prostrate herself on the ground before Li Jun. She looked up, her eyes filled with doubt and disbelief. How? Her thoughts were chaotic. A human could control monsters, while her world's top warriors were annihilated by them. Trembling on the ground, she stammered, "What kind of trick is this?" How do you know about us? Li Jun grabbed her chin, leaned close, and said, Of course I know. I also know you killed my mother. Li Jun looked directly at his enemy, his voice etched with pain. You might have been following orders, but I still remember clearly. A memory suddenly flooded back, his mother's gentle voice echoing, Jun. My Jun. In the past, his mother instructed her little son. Let's play hide and seek. No matter what happens, don't come out. She covered his mouth, whispering her final words. Never. Li Jun recounted with hatred. The boy then could only hide in the dark corner, sobbing as his mother was murdered without being able to resist. The most horrifying memory was the sight of the Blood Witch frantically dismembering his mother in a pool of blood. Returning to the present, Li Jun coldly told his defeated enemy, Honestly, no matter how I kill you, I won't feel satisfied. He revealed an even more brutal revenge plan. But killing Jin Mugyol, the one you are utterly loyal to, will hurt you more, won't it? The Blood Witch screamed desperately, while Li Jun merely turned his back and walked away coldly. He ordered the newly summoned monsters, deal with her. The hideous monsters, including shark men, pixies, and giant rats, roared and charged forward. Li Jun calmly put his hands in his pockets, ignoring the chaotic scene and horrifying screams behind him. Enveloped by a blue light, he instantly teleported back to his room. Li Jun let out a tired sigh and collapsed onto his bed, exhausted after the battle. The old master's spirit appeared, offering comfort. I didn't know your mother had passed away, Li Jun replied. But the master insisted that a great teacher must know everything about his disciple. Li Jun began to recount his painful past. That after his mother died, his aunt abused him every day. The master listened thoughtfully, and then asked, Does Jian Long know about this? Hyokjin doesn't know either, Li Jun replied, explaining that he didn't want to cause them more trouble. Startled by his master's scolding, Li Jun grimaced uncomfortably. He asked again in confusion, but the master merely snapped that it wasn't important. Suddenly, the martial god's hand gently rested on his shoulder. With compassionate eyes, he asked how he could endure such soul-gnawing pain alone. Don't forget, he said. Your master is the greatest of all time. Li Jun thought to himself, he never expected someone who always teased him could be so serious. He smiled, feeling relieved that at least one person knew his secret, and thanked his master for his concern. The master was about to ask something else when suddenly, Li Jun's phone rang, interrupting their conversation. Li Jun hastily answered the phone, while his master looked visibly annoyed. On the other end of the line, a familiar female voice spoke. It was Han Jiyu. Jiyu Han asked him to come, help train the kids immediately, leaving Li Jun bewildered. She urged him to come quickly before hanging up. The master suggested that training was the best way to relieve stress, and Li Jun reluctantly agreed. He immediately set off for the academy. Meanwhile, in the training room, Jiyu Han and the others were impatiently waiting. A male colleague tried to joke to lighten the mood. Jun's a bit late, isn't he? Immediately, Jiyu Han erupted in a fit of rage. The whole group panicked, worried that Li Jun wouldn't come and they would have to face Jiyu's wrath. Eunbi tried to reassure everyone that Jun would come, while Heiji casually ate, and Jiyu Han was fuming. The door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Li Jun finally appeared, causing everyone to call his name in astonishment. The male colleague grabbed Li Jun, frantically begging him to do something about Jiyu. Jiyu Han's ice-cold voice rang out, calling Li Jun's name, and making the colleague scream. Exuding overwhelming killing intent, Jiyu Han growled, asking why he didn't listen to her and come immediately. Li Jun casually scratched his head and apologized, explaining that he was late because he was preparing for the training session. Jiyu Han remained silent, her rage still unabated. Finally, she calmed down, and curiously asked what he had prepared. Li Jun smirked, asking the group if they truly wanted to become stronger. He threw the sports bag onto the floor, startling the entire team. With a meaningful smile, Li Jun repeated the question of whether they were ready to do everything to get stronger. Jiyu Han was stunned, a flicker of regret crossing her face for having called this guy. At the same time, at an academy under the moonlight, a tense atmosphere hung heavy. Inside a room, a potted plant suddenly withered unusually. A woman in a hanbok paced back and forth, her heart burning with anxiety. In her agitation, she was so annoyed that she broke a fingernail. A sudden voice called out, "Madam," making the woman jump and turn around. A man in a black suit stood there, asking if she had received any news from the nanny. A man began to report with an awkward expression. He delivered unfortunate news to the powerful woman before him. He revealed that Miss Shim and the Demon Extermination Squad had vanished without a trace while on a mission in Busan. Before he could finish his sentence, the woman roared in anger, demanding he be silent. A thunderous slap landed on the messenger's cheek. "Search all of Busan, find her and bring her back to me," she shrieked, ordering. Enduring the wrath, the man wiped the blood from his lip and obeyed. Immediately after, another subordinate in a formal black suit approached. The subordinate presented a stack of documents, reporting the detailed investigation results. According to the report, the demon extermination squad had ambushed someone in Busan, but then all traces of them suddenly vanished. The man mused, wondering what had happened when both the squad and Miss Shim disappeared at the same location. He began to put forth a terrifying hypothesis, surprising his subordinate. Could a monster shock, a sudden gate opening, have occurred there? He muttered. To defeat Miss Shim, it would have to be at least a dark zone gate, but he quickly dismissed it, as no human could forcibly open a gate. Suddenly, a horrifying truth flashed in his mind, causing him to crumple the report. No. There is one person who can, he realized, his hand erupting in flames. That is something only my lord can do. Meanwhile, in a distant place, sunlight bathed a lush green mountainous region. The peaceful scenery was in stark contrast to the dark schemes unfolding. A loud noise echoed, startling a pair of small birds on a branch. The sound continued to reverberate through the mountains, scattering the birds. Meanwhile, Li Jun lay relaxed, his head resting on his arm on a rock. Below, a group of 3 people strained to lift giant rocks, one of them yelling, "Are you sure about this? This training method is too simple." The person wearing glasses complained, but Li Jun merely replied, "Oh, still have energy to talk? Then keep moving." A desperate scream echoed throughout the mountains. After the exercise, all 3 dragged their feet through a sparse forest. The short-haired girl wiped her sweat, surprised. "I didn't know there was such an empty space behind the school grounds." From behind, Li Jun explained that not many people knew about this place. "I usually come here to train because it's private," Li Jun said while grabbing the collar of his exhausted friend wearing glasses and pulling him along. "I'll let you guys visit occasionally." Li Jun casually suggested, "Take a break, then another 4 laps to the school grounds, okay?" Causing all 3 to panic and shout in unison, "No." Suddenly, a system notification appeared, granting Li Jun the apprentice trainer feature along with 500,000 bonus points. "What's wrong?" the short-haired girl asked worriedly when she saw Li Jun flinch, but he quickly dismissed it. "Nothing." Li Jun blushed as he read the information about the new feature, which increased training experience for targets by 50%, and secretly thought, "This is great." He hadn't expected to receive a reward for training his friends, and glanced at the newly appeared spirit of his master, wondering if this was the enlightenment he spoke of. The master immediately became furious. "Why are they dumping all this on you?" But Li Jun coldly thought, "Probably not." Time passed, and the hellish training continued with underwater breath-holding exercises. Next was dodging sharp objects thrown by Li Jun himself. The arduous days continued as all 3 had to crawl exhausted on the cliff face. After the hellish training, the group of martial arts students lay sprawled on the ground, completely exhausted. Suddenly, a system panel appeared, stunning Eunbi. She had unlocked the B-rank marksmanship ability. Sunho shouted in surprise, explaining that this was an ability only for the descendants of the Alliance of 15 family. The whole group happily congratulated Eunbi, who was shyly delighted. Following that, Heiji also received a notification unlocking the B-rank healing ability. Faith, Jiyu also received a notification of her own. It was Sunho's turn, and he too unlocked the rare B-rank Twin Blades ability. Sunho's excited shout echoed throughout the forest. From afar, Li Jun and the mysterious master observed, satisfied that both Heiji and Sunho had received suitable abilities. Li Jun turned to ask Jiyu, the only one left who hadn't revealed her ability. Jiyu's system panel appeared, revealing something no one expected. An S-rank sword master aptitude. The S-rank ability with its overwhelming stats stunned everyone. The entire group, including Li Jun, was speechless at the appearance of an S-rank ability. Li Jun thought to himself, even knowing Jiyu had worked incredibly hard, he still couldn't believe she had achieved this extraordinary feat. Jiyu clasped her hands, sincerely thanking her teacher. Eunbi, on behalf of the group, expressed deep gratitude, stating that without Li Jun, they wouldn't have been able to awaken. Everyone thanked him in unison, calling Li Jun their savior. Jiyu shyly bowed her head, once again whispering her most heartfelt thanks. Li Jun was a little surprised by the shy demeanor of the girl who had just acquired such terrifying power. Li Jun smiled with satisfaction at the group's progress. He secretly decided to push them to their limits, and the team enthusiastically agreed. The scene abruptly shifted to the academy grounds. Li Jun was startled, remembering he only intended to train his friends, then confusedly asked, "Could you repeat that?" In front of him was a female teacher, who had a favor to ask. She declared loudly, "Please let me join your training session." Li Jun clutched his head, completely bewildered by what was happening. He screamed in his head, "What the hell are you talking about?" A memory suddenly flooded back, taking the story back to a week ago on the school's running track. The strict female teacher led the way, ordering the class, "Focus on your breathing while running." She turned back and yelled, "You guys at the back, run faster." The students at the back were nearly exhausted, stumbling as if on the verge of collapse. The female teacher looked back, a hint of confusion on her face. After giving the class a break, she coldly announced that it was just the warm-up. Standing before the students, she began the main lesson. She instructed everyone to practice freely, finding their own way to master the 10-strike fist. The training ground echoed with the sounds of students diligently practicing on wooden posts. However, she still didn't see anyone truly thinking about how to apply the techniques effectively. The memory ended with the image of the cold female teacher turning and walking away. In the female teacher's flashback, Heiji, Eunbi, and Sunho simultaneously unleashed powerful punches. Their faces were filled with determination as they poured their strength into each strike. A burst of green energy shattered the rock, demonstrating its terrifying destructive power. She thought to herself, dummies made from monster bodies were easily destroyed by E-rank awakened. She couldn't believe she had overlooked such talents. After the attack, all three collapsed onto the training ground, exhausted. Memories of her own former students collapsing during her training sessions suddenly resurfaced, making her question herself. Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge, two colleagues were discussing the Class 5 representative. They marveled at Eunbi Park's breakthrough after so much effort. The conversation continued with praise for Heiji So's talent for projectile weapons and Sunho Nam's rare dual-wielding sword tech. When she heard that Sunho had unlocked that skill while training with Lee Jun, she froze. A colleague congratulated Miss Cha because Class 5 now had 3 more talented students. Hearing this, Miss Cha quietly turned and walked away. She looked back with a mysterious smile, saying she had something to take care of. Her thoughts continued. Since then, I've been observing the other students with you, Jun. She recalled Lee Jun's brutal yet effective training method, and the sight of his group struggling to overcome the cliff-climbing exercise. Back in the present, Miss Cha declared loudly that she wanted to join the training to learn Lee Jun's method. Lee Jun clutched his head, finally realizing that the person who had been observing his training was her. Miss Cha, with determined eyes, finally agreed to Lee Jun's proposal. However, she added that she wouldn't participate for free. Lee Jun laid out the conditions, warning that others might join, while Miss Cha just wanted to avoid trouble. He demanded that she not reveal the training session to others, and that he would decide the location. Faced with 2 simple conditions, Miss Cha happily agreed immediately. The scene shifted to a modern and incredibly luxurious urban area. The group of students gasped in awe as they stepped out of the car. Eunbi was overwhelmed, realizing this was Jiyu's residence, the headquarters of the Divine Skill Clan. She secretly thought Jiyu must have felt suffocated leaving this place for the dorm, while also admiring her friend's way of speaking. Lee Jun politely thanked Jiyu for lending them her family's dojo. Jiyu was a little embarrassed, replying that it was no big deal, and led everyone to follow her. The whole group proceeded together into the magnificent mansion. The entire security detail simultaneously bowed deeply, welcoming the young lady back. Jiyu asked about her father, and was told by a servant that he was waiting for her in the dojo. She walked in, calling out for her father when she saw a man sitting with his back turned. The man turned around, smiling, and affectionately greeted his daughter. The group behind them froze, Sunho exclaimed in horror, mistaking him for the chairman. Jiyu irritably pinched her father's cheek, explaining that this was her father and he looked completely different, while he secretly thought he looked quite like Minsong. Jiyu's father cheerfully greeted the group, praising them for achieving the difficult feat of befriending Jiyu, which made her even more embarrassed. Eunbi and Sunho quickly defended Jiyu against the terrifying aura emanating from her father. Jiyu's father recognized Miss Cha, calling her Crimson Lotus Fist, and she respectfully greeted him as Mr. Han. Then, Mr. Han turned to look at Lee Jun, smiling meaningfully. He unexpectedly put his arm around Lee Jun's shoulder and cheerfully declared him his son-in-law. To Lee Jun's astonishment, Mr. Han acted extremely intimately. The group of friends froze, unable to believe what was happening. Meanwhile, Jiyu exploded in anger. After being thoroughly scolded by his daughter, Mr. Han still smiled brightly, saying he would let the group train naturally. He also specifically instructed that he wanted to speak privately with Lee Jun after the training session. Immediately, Jiyu mercilessly kicked her embarrassing father out of the room. She awkwardly explained to Lee Jun that her father just liked to tease. Lee Jun smiled reassuringly, showing that he completely understood the man. He knew that, behind that facade, Jiyu's father was an upright man, bearing the heavy responsibility of hunting demons. Because he was busy, Jiyu and someone named Min Seong had to handle the family's affairs themselves. Once Mr. Han had left, Lee Jun announced the start of the training session. Jiyu curiously asked about the plan, and Lee Jun vaguely hinted at a completely different kind of test. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended, causing the entire group to sway. Everyone, including Miss Cha, had to brace themselves against the invisible surge of power. Jiyu collapsed, horrified to realize it was Lee Jun's killing intent, and didn't understand why he was doing it. Jiyu's father turned his back and walked away, leaving his subordinates bowing deeply. He smiled meaningfully, secretly thinking, It's begun. In the training room, Lee Jun was the only one standing firm among his friends who had collapsed all over the floor. Sunho, Hyeji, and Eunbi could only groan in pain under the invisible pressure. Jiyu panted, bracing herself with her hands on her knees to keep from collapsing. She and Miss Cha trembled, trying their best to stand firm. Miss Cha looked at Lee Jun in horror, unable to believe in one 8-year-old student could possess such power. He's gotten even stronger, she mumbled in a daze. Miss Cha realized that Lee Jun's killing intent was now much more intense and pure than when she first felt it. Memories of a more immature Lee Jun flashed through her mind, but now, it felt as if he was controlling a ferocious beast. In her mind, Jiyu recalled having once deluded herself into thinking that with just a little more effort, she could catch up to him. She bitterly realized that it was just a foolish delusion. No matter how much she trained, she could only follow in the footsteps of a Lee Jun who was already too far ahead. No! Jiyu roared in her mind, refusing to accept the harsh truth. She didn't want to be left behind Lee Jun. She didn't want the distance between them to grow ever wider. With all her remaining will, Jiyu roared and threw a punch straight at Lee Jun. Lee Jun was completely taken aback by her sudden action. Lee Jun caught Jiyu, who was swaying from exhaustion. Even so, she gritted her teeth and whispered, I still have strength. No. Lee Jun replied coldly. He declared the training session over, leaving the entire group sprawled on the floor behind him. In their daze, the group had only one thought. This terrifying killing intent. How can anyone endure it? Sunho collapsed to his knees, trembling as he asked, We're not going to continue this brutal training, are we? His reply was Lee Jun's bright, mysterious smile. The group froze, horrified by his reaction. Lee Jun suddenly recalled their desperate pleas. He looked at his hands, secretly thinking, I didn't expect to cause injuries. When the pressure vanished, Jiyu immediately helped Eunbi up and encouraged her. You did great. At the same time, in another classroom, Miss Cha Kyung-jin was startled when a student called her. Oh, sorry, where were we? A student quickly reminded her. She tried to continue her lecture on internal energy control, but her mind kept drifting to Lee Jun's training session. She realized that the high-risk, high-reward path he had chosen was a training method that could be fatal if done incorrectly. Looking at the students, still as naive as chicks before her, she understood that they needed to become stronger to survive. As a teacher, I must reflect and improve myself, she resolved. Inspired by Lee Jun, she declared loudly, Everyone stand up, run 200 laps around the field, stunning the entire class. Just then, a luxurious car quietly entered the school grounds. An old man carrying a sword arrived at the academy with 2 young blonde-haired individuals, remarking that the place was still the same as before. A group of people in suits, led by a young man, were already standing, bowing deeply in welcome. The young man expressed his honor at being personally visited by the swordmaster, but the old man brushed aside the pleasantry. The old man declined the offer of an escort, saying he would stroll around with his grandchildren to look around. After the 3 guests departed, the leading young man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Others whispered that they had been very nervous, but the feeling wasn't as special as they imagined, not as terrifying as the martial arts king or the sword king. However, the leader believed that this very ordinariness was the most terrifying thing. The grandson explained that S-Rank awakened were different because they could completely conceal their aura, a testament to their absolute energy control. The leading young man quickly reorganized his team, asking everyone to remain vigilant and prepare to welcome other guests. Meanwhile, the grandson asked his grandfather if he was tired from walking around the large campus, and suggested they rest. The swordmaster immediately grew angry, shouting that his grandson was treating him like a real old man. He swung his wooden sword and gave his grandson a whack on the head. Struck painfully, the blonde-haired young man, dazed, called out, Grandpa! Suddenly, the swordmaster stopped, his gaze fixed on the academy's main building. He sensed a familiar energy and affirmed, It's them. It was the aura of those from another dimension. Seeing this, the granddaughter grabbed her younger brother, deciding they had seen enough and should head to the main building. The swordmaster then said he needed to check a few things. At the same time, in a classroom, Cha Kyung-jin announced that the final exam, the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament, had officially begun. In class, students excitedly discussed the demonic sword and were certain that Lee Jun would win. Miss Cha Kyung-jin announced that the chairman would generously reward those who improved their ranking, but she also warned with a sly smile that those who didn't improve would have to participate in hellish training. The teacher rallied the class to win the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament together, and everyone responded in unison. After class, Lee Jun waved goodbye to everyone and leisurely departed. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out his name loudly from behind. A blonde orange-haired young man rushed forward like a whirlwind, but Lee Jun deftly dodged him. A loud crash echoed through the hallway. The blonde-haired young man lay sprawled on the floor, pouting because Lee Jun had dodged, while he was scolded for rushing in carelessly. A beautiful girl covered her mouth, laughing as she teased her foolish younger brother, while an old man stood behind them. Li Jun curiously asked the girl about the older man accompanying them. The girl happily introduced him as her grandfather, and the old man also greeted Li Jun warmly. Li Jun was stunned, realizing this was the sword master of the Iron Ridge sword family, the only S-rank awakened in Korea. He respectfully shook hands and introduced himself as Li Jun. Li Jun thought to himself that in his previous life, he could only see this legendary figure from afar. This was the first time he had been in such close proximity to an S-rank awakened. Meanwhile, the swordmaster was also secretly assessing him, thinking that an AA rank couldn't possibly compare to an S rank. But immediately after, his expression suddenly changed, a drop of sweat rolling down as he sensed something unusual from the young man. Gripping Li Jun's hand, the swordmaster was utterly astonished, his mind churning. Just what the hell is this kid? The swordmaster secretly assessed Li Jun, unable to believe that an illegitimate child could have such a complex background. As he tried to probe, he was horrified. I cannot see through his energy, and the internal cultivation he has mastered. The handshake startled the swordmaster. He couldn't identify this type of energy, something that shouldn't exist. He confusedly wondered if this was a more advanced Heavenly King divine art, or some hidden power. Startled, the swordmaster quickly withdrew his hand in bewilderment. Li Jun innocently asked, "Did I do something wrong? You were looking at me very intently." The swordmaster quickly forced a laugh to hide his astonishment, while his two grandchildren suddenly appeared and teased him. The grandson playfully clung to his grandfather, leaving Li Jun to simply watch their family scene. After they left, the martial god appeared and explained, "He tried his best to identify your energy. I was terrified." His master playfully chided, "How dare you doubt Hongmen's divine artifact? Even the martial god's grandfather couldn't break the internal power of this ring." Li Jun secretly breathed a sigh of relief, fortunate that the swordmaster hadn't been able to recognize his true internal energy. He pondered his power. The Hongmen divine art was like a coat of paint, able to blend with anything. His current power foundation was pure demonic energy. If discovered, he could be mistaken for someone from the demonic cult. Li Jun reassured himself that, fortunately, the Heavenly King divine art could serve as a perfect cover. He returned to the conversation, asked about the swordmaster's match schedule, and learned he would enter the arena at noon. The swordmaster and his two grandchildren waved goodbye, wishing Li Jun good luck in his upcoming match. The scene shifted to the competition area, where students were excitedly gathering in front of the electronic board. Li Jun stood amidst the crowd, looking up at the match schedule on the announcement board. His name appeared. His first opponent was a 10th-year student, a B-rank awakener from the 10,000 Poison sect. Li Jun confidently thought to himself that even though his opponent was a talent and the son of the Iron King, he was no match for. Li Jun secretly thought he didn't need to look far when he saw a familiar figure. "Li, you're here." Hyosu happily ran over. Hyosu eagerly started a conversation, confessing that he was also looking for Li Jun, which surprised him. He excitedly boasted that his first opponent was a D-rank awakener from the Imperial Sword Clan. Hearing the name Imperial Sword Clan, Li Jun's expression darkened, and he secretly thought, why such bad luck? He seriously asked Hyosu if he truly needed to participate in the heavenly battle. Li Jun turned away and unexpectedly suggested, "How about you withdraw?" He thought to himself that with the Void Divine Art and Link Spear Art, Hyosu could win against most opponents. But if the Imperial Sword Clan discovered their ultimate technique was in the hands of an unknown person, the consequences would be dire. Even though he knew the heavenly battle was a great opportunity, Li Jun still believed protecting Hyosu was paramount. He wondered how to convince his friend to give up such an important event. "I will withdraw." Hyosu unexpectedly spoke up, interrupting Li Jun's thoughts. He explained that since he had been recruited by Li Jun, he no longer needed to prove himself or compete for scholarship. Hyosu smiled, believing that Li Jun surely had a good reason for his suggestion. "I trust you, Li," he said, placing his hand on his chest, affirming his absolute trust. Li Jun placed his hand on his friend's shoulder, gratefully saying, "Thank you for understanding." Suddenly, Li Jun's eyes sharpened. He was startled because he sensed a threat. Without a word of explanation, he swiftly spun Hyosu around. "What's wrong?" Hyosu asked, confused, not understanding what was happening. Li Jun gripped Hyosu's hand tightly, preparing to pull him away. To protect his friend, Li Jun unhesitatingly pushed Hyosu into a spatial warp gate. "Get in quickly," Li Jun shouted, despite Hyosu frantically demanding an explanation for this sudden action. Li Jun reminded Hyosu of his promise of loyalty, then unhesitatingly kicked him into the warp gate. Hyosu stood alone, bewildered in an unfamiliar place, not understanding what had just happened. Immediately after, Li Jun also vanished from the scene, with terrifying speed. In a flash, a strange man in a black suit suddenly appeared where they had just been standing. He looked around bewildered, seemingly searching for traces of something. He knelt down, secretly thinking he had sensed the energy of the Imperial Sword Clan, but the traces had vanished. From above, Li Jun silently observed the pursuer, doubting his own judgment. As soon as he returned to the school grounds, Hihosu and his group of friends rushed over and bombarded him with questions. Li Jun answered calmly, but his friends were extremely excited about something else. Hihosu pointed towards the matchboard, exclaiming about a classic matchup that had just been announced. On the screen, the matchup appeared. Ji-Yu versus Jung-Yun Park. Seeing Li Jun wasn't surprised, Hihosu wondered, not knowing that Li Jun already knew this outcome from his previous life. Hihosu asserted that the whole group would cheer for Ji-Yu, but Li Jun seemed pensive. He recalled his previous life, where, not being close and even threatened by Ji-Yu, he had cheered for her opponent. Now, he was in a dilemma. Cheering for Jung-Yun would disappoint Ji-Yu, but cheering for Ji-Yu, he feared other repercussions. Li Jun's gaze turned towards Ji-Yu, who was happily chatting with her friends. Ji-Yu's sharp gaze made Li Jun involuntarily shiver. Finally, Li Jun scratched his head awkwardly, decided to disregard everything, and stated his choice. Grabbed by the hair and interrogated by Jung-Yun Park with a threatening expression, Li Jun could only stammer wordlessly. Jung-Yun continued to press him, demanding that Li Jun clearly state who he would root for. Hesitantly about to answer, Li Jun suddenly glanced to the side. He froze when he saw Ji-Yu's knife-sharp gaze fixed directly on him. Caught in a dilemma, Li Jun could only scream in silent agony, just as the most anticipated battle began. On stage, the host hyped up the atmosphere, announcing that a climactic battle was about to unfold. He introduced the first combatant, Ice Flower of the Shenji Men clan, Ji-Yu Han. Next was her opponent, Sword Flower of the Shui-Ti Gen clan, Jung-Yun Park. In the stands, Hihosu curiously whispered to Li Jun, asking who would win. Li Jun merely shrugged, giving a vague answer, pretending he couldn't predict the outcome. But in his mind, he knew Jung-Yun was a formidable opponent, an experienced A-rank fighter superior to Ji-Yu. Li Jun recalled that in the previous timeline, Ji-Yu had won, but it was actually because Jung-Yun had voluntarily withdrawn. He analyzed that Jung-Yun's action was simply because she didn't want to waste time on the weak. It was an arrogance that could only exist because she was certain her younger brother would win the championship. But this time will be different, Li Jun thought to himself with a mysterious smile. He confidently declared in his mind, "I've prepared an opponent for you, Jung-Yun. Give it your all." The stands erupted as the match officially began. On the arena floor, Ji-Yu swung her sword, and it transformed into a surprising sword whip. In another scene, Jung-Yun revealed to a strange man that Li Jun himself had taught her how to use the sword whip. The platinum-haired man was utterly astonished, never expecting Li Jun and Jung-Yun to have such a close relationship. Jung-Yun Park smiled provocatively, remarking that Ji-Yu was too blunt compared to when she spoke with Hyuk-jin. Faced with her opponent's declaration of wanting to talk, Ji-Yu became wary. Jung-Yun Park coldly warned, "Don't you dare get close to Jun." She sneered at Ji-Yu's bewilderment, deeming her opponent too naive. "Because I like him," Jung-Yun declared, while drawing her sword, her eyes full of possessiveness. Seeing Ji-Yu's reflection on the blade, she realized her opponent was clearly not pleased. Jung-Yun then proposed a bold wager. The winner of this match would get Jun. "What do you say?" she asked confidently, certain of her victory. Ji-Yu shivered slightly, but her gaze immediately became resolute, tightening her grip on her weapon. Without a word, she charged straight forward, using action as her answer. The sword whip in Ji-Yu's hand swung up, hurtling towards Jung-Yun, who stood waiting. The sharp whip line cut through the air, aimed directly at the blonde girl. "Don't regret this later," Ji-Yu growled, officially accepting the fight. "You too," Jung-Yun replied with a smile, unfazed. The two weapons clashed, creating a force that pushed both combatants back. A massive wave of energy erupted from the center of the arena. In the stands, students screamed, blown backward by the terrifying pressure. Two figures moved at dizzying speed, constantly clashing in a relentless battle. "I can give up everything, but not Jun," Jung-Yun roared, determined to give her all. Pouring all her strength into her sword, she unleashed a decisive blow, her eyes blazing. Ji-Yu strained to defend against the golden stream of power, pressing tightly against her weapon. Jung-Yun Park's sword glowed brightly with energy accumulated to its limit. She roared, channeling all her power into the upcoming attack. A heaven-shattering slash came down directly onto the arena floor. Jung-Yun stood firm, watching Ji-Yu retreat, poised with her sword whip. Ji-Yu remained unfazed, swinging her weapon to create a sharp arc of blue energy. Jung-Yun continuously used her sword to block her opponent's tricky and unpredictable whip strikes. She secretly analyzed. She's focusing on the sword whip's properties. It hardens when internal energy is channeled into it, then withdraws the energy to disperse power when attacked. She keeps attacking no matter how many times I block. What the hell did Jun teach her? Jung-Yun licked a streak of blood from her cheek, her eyes flashing with ruthless determination. With a pounding heart, she charged straight forward. She stomped her foot hard on the arena floor, changing her strategy. Jiyu was stunned when her sword whip was suddenly blocked and strangely straightened. Zhongyun had pinned Jiyu's weapon with her foot, completely neutralizing it. Seizing the opportunity, she swung her sword to attack Jiyu at close range. Zhongyun's fist flared with a brilliant yellow electrical current. Jiyu remained unfazed, gathering a blue lightning orb in her hand to retaliate. The two terrifying streams of power collided, creating an explosion that shook the entire arena. From the stands, Li Jun exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, I never thought of using Shibu Quan like that." The master admired. "I never expected her to calculate the sword whip's range and use Shibu Quan to close the distance. So young yet so knowledgeable in martial arts. No wonder I'm intimidated," he confidently added. "But Jiyu was taught by my disciple. She won't lose easily." While Li Jun secretly thought this match was truly unpredictable. On the arena floor, a terrifying clash erupted. Jiyu and Zhongyun lunged at each other, the deafening clang of metal echoing. Just as the two blades were about to deliver their decisive blows, a shout rang out. "Stop," Jiyu panted. The match abruptly interrupted. Her opponent, Zhongyun, was also gasping for breath, but wore a challenging smile. The referee stood between them, declaring, "The match ends here due to time running out." The entire audience held their breath as he prepared to announce, "The winner is..." The crowd erupted in admiration. They hadn't expected Ice Flower to be so strong, and believed the future of the two families was truly bright. The old man stroked his beard smugly, "Humph," stating the obvious, which made Li Jun tease, "Master, you should hide your smile first." From the stands, Hihosu cheered. "Oh, there they are." The group of friends rushed to support the exhausted Jiyu, and Unbi praised, "Jiyu, you did great. You're so cool." Another friend comforted, "Don't be too disappointed about the result." The giant scoreboard displayed the final result as a draw, causing an audience member to exclaim in disbelief. Despite her friends regretting that she could have won with more time, Jiyu silently drank water. Heiji noticed something unusual. She asked Jiyu who she was looking for, then turned to snap at Hihosu. "Did you really have to say that right now?" Jiyu scanned her eyes everywhere, secretly thinking, "Has Jun run off already?" Meanwhile, Zhongyun was in a rage. "Find him and drag him here for me. I want him to tell me straight to my face who he was cheering for." Among her friends, Jiyu was stunned, wondering, "Jun was just here a minute ago. Where did he go?" Her anger flared, and she crumpled the handkerchief in her palm. Jiyu fumed, so he decided to run away like a rat. Her furious shout rang out, "I'll catch you." Meanwhile, at a bustling festival, the atmosphere was completely opposite. Li Jun was leisurely enjoying some sweets. His master complained, "It's all sugar, looks too sweet." But Li Jun replied, "We eat it because it's sugar." He happily added that these snacks truly helped to enjoy the festival. Suddenly, Li Jun was hit on the head. He rubbed his head, turned back in pain, and was surprised to see a familiar face. Hyungjun Sa, the leader of the Tianwang Association, greeted him, making Li Jun stunned in recognition. Li Jun wondered why the leader of the Tianwang Association was here, but Hyungjun Sa replied that he was on leave. Li Jun couldn't believe it, as the Tianwang Association only existed to protect Shin. He secretly thought Hyungjun had never rested until he became the leader of the Shen Quan Alliance. Wondering about this sudden change, Li Jun's gaze suddenly turned to the woman standing behind Hyungjun. He recognized it was Cha Kyungjin, and she smiled back in greeting. Both hastily explained that they had only coincidentally met while strolling. Li Jun squinted, smiling meaningfully, clearly not believing their explanation. He teased, "Right, the leader of the Tianwang Association should also date, shouldn't he?" Which made Hyungjun awkwardly deny it. Li Jun happily waved goodbye. "I'll leave you two to your privacy. Have fun." Despite the fiery glare from Cha Kyungjin. Left behind, Cha Kyungjin vented her anger on Hyungjun Sa, who was blushing profusely amidst the crowd. Li Jun left with a triumphant smile, having clearly achieved his goal of mischief. He quickly blended into the lively atmosphere of the night festival. From a rooftop, Li Jun quietly observed and pondered. The leader of the Tianwang Association taking leave meant he had stopped being Shin's bodyguard, especially since he was dating Cha Kyungjin. Li Jun realized this was a golden opportunity to draw Hyungjun Sa to his side, through her. He came up with an idea. What if I help her overcome an obstacle during her training? Li Jun activated his special skill, Demon Trainer S-Rank. He recalled that this skill was upgraded right after Jiyu unlocked her S-Rank Swordmaster aptitude. Once I unlock Miss Cha's features, everything will be over, he confidently thought to himself. Li Jun smiled contentedly under the night sky, eagerly awaiting tomorrow. Meanwhile, in a gloomy sanctuary, a monk was presiding over a ceremony for his followers. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. "Look what you're doing." A mysterious woman entered, sneering, abandoning even the Tiandian to change deities. Truly a wild monk. She looked disdainful, but the monk coldly asked her to get straight to the point. The woman revealed her purpose. The vampire witch, the one I'm interested in, has suddenly gone missing. She stated that the person had disappeared with the Demon Extermination Legion in Busan after leaving the Shengli family. She gave a faint laugh. The investigator claims she died from teleportation gate shock. What a pathetic death for someone who had reached the pinnacle. The woman in red glanced over, her voice cold. So, is that what you came here to tell me? She scoffed. Of course not. The Manhwa has finally appeared. The woman's voice rang out, as the old monk was stunned. Are you serious? He roared. But she merely replied. The Dijong family has offered it as a reward for the Tiando. Those madmen, he gritted his teeth. They clearly don't know what that thing can do, and yet they're offering it as a prize for a children's talent competition. The calm woman replied. We wouldn't know its value either if our Lord hadn't told us. They looked at each other, sharing a steely resolve. The demonic painting must belong to us. Prepare for the arrival of our leader, she commanded. This time they must arrive simultaneously. The old monk simply nodded silently. I will take the demonic painting, he declared. But don't forget, our ultimate goal is to bring our Lord into this world. Looking down at the city below, she whispered, all for our Lord. At the same time, in a colossal stadium, the roar of the crowd erupted. In the arena, Li Jun leaned on his spear, a provocative smirk on his face. Should I make the first move, or do you want to charge at me? Across from him, a purple-haired youth with hateful eyes silently tightened his grip on his weapon. I'll attack first, he growled, charging forward. A barrage of pitch-black spikes shot out, tearing through the air. Li Jun simply swung his spear, deflecting them all, and scoffed. You can't even hide your frustration at not getting attention. You're still too green. He was In-sung Jeong, son of the Iron King of the Myriad Poisons clan, a B-rank genius at just 17 years old. Spoiled since childhood as the sole heir, his personality was extremely arrogant. For business with the Myriad Poisons clan to go smoothly, Li Jun thought to himself as he swung his spear. I'd better teach him a lesson. Li Jun easily swept away In-sung Jeong's darts with his spear. In-sung Jeong furiously closed in, but all his attacks were effortlessly neutralized by Li Jun. Sensing something unusual, In-sung Jeong pondered the strangeness of his opponent's fighting style. He couldn't understand why Li Jun was defending his weak points so carelessly. Suddenly, a thought flashed through In-sung Jeong's mind. Wait, is he trying to lure me in? Losing his composure, he stepped back and yelled, Do you think I'll let you do whatever you want? Li Jun just smiled provocatively. Huh? Not attacking anymore? You're not trying to stall for a draw, are you? In-sung Jeong smirked back, believing that a martial artist must be skilled not only with their body but also with their word. The two stood facing each other on the vast arena, the atmosphere growing tense. In-sung Jeong secretly reached into his jacket, preparing to unleash his trump card. Seeing this, Li Jun let out a long yawn, showing complete disdain. Now! In-sung Jeong yelled, throwing 3 small metal spheres towards Li Jun. A massive explosion shook the entire arena. In the stands, a man cried out in horror. Those are metal bombs. I can't believe he's using hidden weapons. But then, he turned to reassure another person. Don't worry. He explained that these were modified versions of the bombs, much weaker, and only talented academy students could withstand them. The long-haired man sitting next to him merely sneered. Only if they're talented. Amidst the smoke and dust, Li Jun stood firm against the incoming shower of pitch-black darts. He smirked confidently, completely unfazed by the surprise attack. In the stands, the powerful spectators were stunned by the unbelievable sight. Everyone was aghast, unable to believe their eyes. In-sung Jeong stammered in utter shock. What? What the hell? Before him, Li Jun stood firm, all the darts suspended in midair by a surge of blue aura. Li Jun smiled, thinking to himself, he had been hit by this metal bomb move before. The darts began to vibrate violently, accumulating energy. He calmly declared, I'll return them to you. Catch this. With a mere flick of his finger, Li Jun controlled the entire shower of darts, sending them hurtling back towards In-sung. In-sung Jeong watched in horror as his own weapons flew back towards him. He panicked as he was surrounded on all sides by his own darts. Extreme fear seized In-sung's mind. Am I going to die? Just as the sharp points were about to pierce his skin, a voice rang out. You didn't think I'd let you off that easily, did you? Li Jun snapped his fingers, a smile still on his lips. I'm not that scary, am I? All the darts suddenly lost their energy, scattering to the ground. In-sung Jeong collapsed, completely broken before an opponent beyond his imagination. The referee loudly declared the match over. Amidst the resounding cheers of the crowd, Li Jun was declared the victor. Li Jun hoisted his spear onto his shoulder, savoring the moment of victory. From behind, In-sung struggled to utter a weak question. How? How did you do that? Amidst the audience's cheers, Lee Jun hoisted his weapon onto his shoulder and gestured for silence. In the stands, two astonished men discussed. What I just saw. Was that telekinesis? They couldn't believe one 8-year-old student could control his inner energy with such sophistication. Another person interjected, stating that he couldn't be considered an ordinary student, as he had already defeated the Wind Apostle of the Imperial Sword Sect. A member of the Divine Skill Sect cleared his throat proudly, boasting that Lee Jun had voluntarily joined their sect. The boasting was cut short by a cold remark, demanding an end to the nonsense. A ponytail-haired man from the Sacred Power Sect spoke up, warning them, asserting that the child belonged to their bloodline. The Divine Skill Sect member sneered, reiterating that Lee Jun was also a child abandoned by the King of Fists himself. The Holy Power Sect member retorted decisively. Even so, blood is thicker than water. The argument grew heated, making those around them shiver as both sides began attacking each other's families. The Holy Power Sect member growled, losing patience. Are you done talking? The opponent smirked defiantly. What if I'm not? Just then, another man unexpectedly covered the smug guy's mouth, gently saying that Jun's opinion was the most important. He smiled meaningfully and asked the Holy Power Sect member, "Don't you agree?" The man with the ponytail merely glanced at the one who had just intervened, offering no reply. Meanwhile, on the stadium's large screen, the image of some powerful figure was displayed. A person wearing a hat was watching on a tablet, muttering the name Ghost Spear. Lee Jun. Down on the field, Lee Jun quietly left the arena, the spear in his hand still glowing brightly. Two friends were waiting, one cheerfully offering water, while the other shyly held out a towel. The two girls glared at each other, sparks flying, the atmosphere incredibly tense. Stuck between the two's fiery argument, Lee Jun could only awkwardly call out. Suddenly, a group of friends called out his name loudly from a distance, startling Lee Jun. He immediately quickened his pace towards them. His close blonde-haired friend slung an arm around Lee Jun's shoulder, happily congratulating him on finally getting his moment to shine. He excitedly showed Lee Jun the nation's explosive reaction to the live-streamed match. The blonde-haired friend sincerely said that he was the happiest that no one would dare call Lee Jun a loser anymore. Lee Jun fell silent, touched by his friend's concern. Suddenly, the loudspeaker called Hyukjin Park's name, and the blonde-haired friend realized it was his turn to compete. Hyukjin Park promised to come back to hear Lee Jun talk about his techniques, while Lee Jun just waved his hand, urging his friend to go quickly. A spirit-like old man appeared, remarking that Lee Jun had a good friend. The old man advised that people like Hyukjin Park value trust and sincerity more than actual strength. Hearing the calls, Lee Jun turned back, and agreed to go with the two girls to cheer for Hyukjin. Down on the arena, Hyukjin Park advanced alone, a sword on his back. From the stands, Lee Jun and his two friends quietly watched, silently wishing him luck. Night fell, enveloping the school. The whole group cheerfully clinked glasses, cheering for everyone's first victory. At the small party, Lee Jun confessed that he had thought he would lose. He then teased the bespectacled friend. Huh? Trained by me and you still plan to lose? Making the other person flustered as he tried to explain. The bespectacled friend gave a forced laugh, saying that besides Jiyu and Hyukjin, the rest of them were only E rank, so their chances of winning were almost zero. The brown-haired friend agreed, saying that their presence here was already a miracle. Lee Jun sat opposite, calmly speaking. You've missed the most important part. He snapped his fingers, confidently declaring, You're not just E rank, you're E rank trained by me, so victory is a given. Lee Jun asked if today's victory wasn't satisfying enough, and the bespectacled friend quickly denied it, promising not to tarnish his teacher's reputation. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, Jiyu's phone suddenly vibrated just as she stood up. Lee Jun asked curiously, Jiyu, did you get an important message? Crack. The phone screen shattered under a powerful squeeze. Jiyu gritted her teeth, growling a name in fury. Lee Jun. The whole group was stunned, the brown-haired friend frantically asking what had happened. The scene shifted to a skyscraper at night. In this era, awakened ones were the true celebrities, pushing idols and actors into the past. However, some still found a way to survive and rise. That was a group of awakened ones who formed a girl group called Red Girls, and were extremely popular. They built their reputation by holding concerts in locations that had become ruins due to the gates. Their careers skyrocketed after an incident where a horde of monsters appeared during a live broadcast, and a member named Uni became famous through YouTube. The viral clip showed Uni intimately kissing Lee Jun's cheek. In the changing room, an orange-haired girl asked Uni what she was watching, and she replied that she was watching her own YouTube. Her colleague immediately advised Uni to stop using edited photos to attract views, as she could be reported. Uni confidently explained, In this day and age, you have to sensationalize for views. Who doesn't like that? She gleefully boasted to her colleague. My new video already has 1 million views. Lee Jun must have seen it too, right? Thinking of Lee Jun, Yoonhee became dreamy again. Oh, he's so handsome. She gently caressed Lee Jun's image on the screen, secretly wishing to meet him one day. Meanwhile, at another location, a crowd of academy students was bustling and gathering in front of a large building. In the stands, everyone eagerly discussed today's surprising match schedule. Lee Jun's group was also watching the results, and a voice commented on the fated matchup. Hyukjin Park turned to his friend, about to say something. He asked, "What happened to your face?" And the brown-haired friend could only awkwardly reply, "Don't ask." He secretly grumbled in his head, not understanding why Ji-yu had beaten him up twice. Hyukjin Park teased if he needed eggs to soothe the bruises, but his friend refused. Suddenly, another voice rang out from behind. "Hey, loser." A ponytail opponent appeared, arms crossed, sneering. "I thought you'd be scared shitless by now. Turns out you still have a bit of self-respect." He smirked, adding, "You really are an idiot, I'll give you that." The brown-haired friend could only signal that the guy was crazy, while Hyukjin Park looked exasperated. The opponent stood alone, his whole body trembling with excitement, while Hyukjin Park whispered, "Just ignore him, he's probably just bored with life again." Hyukjin Park slung an arm around his friend, mocking the opponent and betting on his next words. Just as predicted, the ponytail guy growled, "Go ahead and laugh while you still can." He glared, boldly declaring war. "I will utterly destroy you." The announcer's voice boomed, declaring that the match between Lee Jun and Shin Lee was about to begin. Shin's father turned to Lee Jun's father, remarking, "You don't seem happy about your sons having to face each other," he continued, expressing a father's discomfort at seeing his children fight. In stark contrast, Lee Jun's father replied, "No, I'm quite pleased with this match." Leaving the other man stunned, he coldly explained the philosophy of the Sacred Power Clan. The strong survive, the weak are eliminated, and this fight will make the succession easier. Shin's father remarked bitterly, "You are a perfect clan head, but the worst father." Lee Jun's father merely nodded slightly, taking it as a compliment. In the arena, Lee Jun and his opponent, Shin Lee, stood facing the referee. The referee announced the rules. All martial arts, weapons, and even secret techniques were permitted. The match would only end when one side surrendered, and the winner could do anything as long as they spared their opponent's life. Lee Jun unhesitatingly raised his hand, loudly agreeing to the terms. The referee turned to ask Shin Lee for his consent. Shin Lee gritted his teeth, flashed a belligerent smile, and also nodded in agreement. The whistle blew, and the match officially began. Lee Jun calmly cracked his neck joints, warming up gently. He forcefully plunged the tip of his spear into the ground, creating a boundary line. Shin Lee provoked, "Tit for tat. Why don't you make the first move?" Ignoring the taunt, Lee Jun took his stance, and blue energy began to surge around him. "Arrogant bastard," Shin Lee roared. "I'll make you regret it." Then charged forward with a fiery fist. Both fighters lunged at each other with terrifying speed, commencing a fierce battle. Lee Jun smiled provocatively. "Now I understand why you're so confident." Shin Lee felt an ominous surge of dark red energy, thinking to himself that it reeked of blood. "But it's too late to realize it now," Shin Lee roared, charging straight ahead. Lee Jun easily blocked his opponent's punch with hands enveloped in blue energy. Shin Lee was stunned as his full-force attack was effortlessly neutralized. He gritted his teeth, trying to push with all his might, but couldn't budge Lee Jun. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Jun spun around, using Shin Lee's own force to throw him down. Immediately after, a punch enveloped in brilliant golden energy struck Shin Lee directly in the chest. However, Lee Jun was momentarily startled by an unexpected turn of events. Shin Lee had grabbed his wrist, sneering, "Is that all you've got?" Lee Jun retaliated with a flurry of blows, moving so fast that he created countless afterimages attacking Shin Lee. Beaten black and blue, Shin Lee still frantically screamed, "Where's your spirit? Fight back." Lee Jun gathered his energy, his eyes resolute. "I can win, even without using the Heavenly King divine art. I am the strongest," Shin Lee roared, unleashing a surge of wild purple energy. Lee Jun also poured all his strength into his fist, preparing for a direct collision. Two streams of energy, one blue and one purple, clashed in a decisive moment. "Die!" Shin Lee yelled, then realized in astonishment. "Energy fist?" In the stands, a group of young spectators gasped. "Oh my god, energy fist? He's already reached AA rank at that age?" Meanwhile, Lee Jun's father maintained a cold expression, despite those around him marveling at his clan. To him, becoming an awakener was the ultimate form of power. AA rank awakeners were always sought after by governments worldwide. Shin's father secretly calculated that with this talent, Lee Jun would surely reach S rank within the next 5 years. Even so, he couldn't bring himself to be happy. A bead of anxious sweat trickled down his cheek because he sensed an ominous dark energy enveloping his own son. In the stands, Overlord Choi Kang-gyu was also watching the match. He was startled and astonished by the terrifying power that had just erupted. In the middle of the arena, Lee Jun lunged like a ghost, but a surprise attack pierced his hip, fresh blood splattering. Despite being wounded, Lee Jun held his ground, his gaze unwavering. Shin Lee laughed maniacally, roaring a challenge. "See my power now? Why aren't you saying anything?" He continued to taunt. "Haha. You can't open your mouth because we're in an internal energy battle." But in Shin's horrified eyes, Lee Jun merely smirked. "You're too loud. I intended to see how far you'd go, but I can't listen to your rambling anymore," Lee Jun calmly declared. Immediately, a surge of wild blue energy erupted from Lee Jun's body. His eyes blazed with brilliant blue flames, signaling that his true power had been unleashed. He swung a thunderous punch, shattering Shin Lee's purple energy. A devastating uppercut left his opponent no time to react. Shin Lee coughed up blood, completely dazed by the counterattack. His body was sent flying dozens of meters across the arena. Lee Jun stood there, waving his hand with an annoyed expression. "Please stop screaming. My ears hurt." After the victory, Lee Jun thought to himself. Why? He was astonished when the master's spirit suddenly appeared right on the arena. The martial god trembled violently, horrified, wondering why he could see that. From Shin Lee's body, he sensed a fragment of his own martial art, Skybreaker art. A surge of fiery red energy emanated from Shin Lee's dantian. Lee Jun stood silently, while the master's thoughts still echoed, confirming the existence of the ancient martial art fragment. He turned to question the master about Skybreaker art and its connection. The master explained that it was a supreme skill, only learnable after mastering ultimate palm technique. He recalled that it was the martial art his first disciple, someone who looked exactly like Shin Lee, had once used. Lee Jun was bewildered, not understanding why a martial art from thousands of years ago could appear here. He speculated that the appearance of these ancient martial arts might be related to the gates. Lee Jun hypothesized that the world inside the gates might be fragments of the past frozen in time. He thought to himself, if he could meet the 1,000-year-old master's spirit, then Shin Lee possessing a fragment of Skybreaker art was also understandable. "We can figure it out later," Lee Jun said confidently, cutting off the master's confusion. He smirked, his sharp gaze fixed on his opponent. "That's the one who obtained that martial art fragment." A side quest panel appeared. Recover the Skybreaker art fragment by destroying Shin Lee's dantian. Lee Jun gaped at the enormous reward, wondering if the master had lost his mind. He smiled meaningfully. "Well, I have another reason to defeat you now." Facing Shin Lee, who was struggling to get up, Lee Jun declared, "Shall we begin round 2? Lee Jun landed on the arena floor, ready for round 2. In a flash, he moved like a storm, creating countless after-images that surrounded Shin Lee. Shin Lee exclaimed in shock. "What? Is that a hidden skill?" "No," he realized in dismay. "These are just after-images created by his incredibly fast movement." One of Lee Jun's after-images lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Shin Lee panicked as the fist, enveloped in blue energy, was already right in front of it. A precise attack landed directly on Shin Lee. Still dazed, Shin Lee thought to himself, "This guy, I've been watching you since earlier." Lee Jun smirked meaningfully. Shin Lee bitterly realized the truth. He deliberately delivered weak blows while avoiding vital points. Feeling humiliated, he gritted his teeth. "How dare you?" Lee Jun casually brushed his hands as if he had just finished a trivial task. He clapped his hands lightly, and rings of energy spread around. Shin Lee roared in fury. "Are you toying with me? As long as I have this power, I won't lose to anyone." He stood firm amidst the encirclement, his cloak fluttering defiantly, his eyes burning red. Shin Lee growled as he locked onto his target. "I see you." Lee Jun gently landed on the ground, calmly facing his opponent. Shin Lee glared at Lee Jun, resentment clearly visible on his face. Instantly, Lee Jun appeared and delivered a devastating punch to his face. Shin Lee was stunned, not understanding what had just happened, as he saw Lee Jun casually turn and walk away. Shin Lee took a full, devastating punch to the face. A barrage of continuous attacks gave him no time to breathe. He collapsed, fresh blood dripping onto the arena floor amidst his ragged breaths. His whole body trembling, Shin Lee struggled to stand up with a look of horror. He thought to himself, his whole body shaking uncontrollably, his back drenched in cold sweat. A terrifyingly familiar feeling. It was the most primal fear. The fear of an absolute powerhouse. As Lee Jun leisurely approached, Shin Lee frantically recoiled. "Go away. Don't come here," he stammered in despair. In a panic, Shin Lee screamed and swung his final punch at his opponent. Lee Jun merely tilted his body slightly, easily dodging the feeble attack. Immediately after, A thunderous uppercut landed squarely in Shin Lee's stomach. He was completely knocked out, falling face down onto the cracked arena floor. In the stands, the crowd of spectators also shivered at the brutal sight. Lee Jun coldly stood, watching the defeated opponent lie motionless at his feet. He turned to walk away, but then paused. No, it's not over yet. With a smug smile, Lee Jun said, "It only ends when the opponent surrenders, right?" He grabbed Shin Lee's hair, lifting his blood-soaked head. "Awake now?" Lee Jun asked with a smile, while his opponent could only groan. "You must have heard Ki-hong Lee talk about how I deal with those who bother me, haven't you?" Lee Jun placed his hand on his opponent's stomach, threatening, "Answer my question, or I will destroy your dantian and that filthy power of yours." Lee Jun growled, his eyes burning into Shin Lee's pupils. "Who gave it to you?" Grabbed by his hair, Shin Lee replied with difficulty, "The one who gave me this power is..." Before he could finish, a golden sword flashed, signaling the arrival of a third party. Suddenly, a blinding light exploded, interrupting the confession. Lee Jun looked up in surprise, sensing a powerful surge of energy. The terrifying pressure caused the arena floor to crack into long lines. Shin Lee was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth amidst a painful scream. Lee Jun thought in shock, "What's happening?" As a man in a black suit, holding a sword, slowly approached. The stranger, with a scar on his cheek and a cold gaze, fully revealed himself. In his mind, the image of Shin Lee frantically screaming appeared. "Have you seen my power yet?" Standing in the stands, he squinted uncomfortably as he recalled. "That power," he muttered, a memory suddenly flooding back. They also gave the power of destruction to Shin. It was the power of destruction. Energy obtained from those who had crossed over from Murim. He remembered their first encounter. He had mistaken them for monsters and prepared for a fight to the death. He exerted all his power, ready for the fated confrontation. But the bitter outcome was a complete defeat. Kneeling in despair, he couldn't believe it. How can such power exist? Just then, a hand reached out, and a voice echoed, "Beyond the heavens, there are heavens. Beyond people, there are people." An alluring offer was made. "Do you want to become strong? I will give you power." The mysterious figure and his companions stood before him, setting a condition. "But you must pay a fitting price. Are you ready?" In his memory, Blade King accepted a dark pact. "I will do anything. This power is absolute," he recalled. But they wanted to conceal their identities, and this power naturally became top secret. Returning to the present, he thought to himself about Lee Jun. "You also can't conceal your energy without significant internal energy control. Just like him." A voice echoed from afar. "It seems you must intervene now, Blade King," startling him. From above, Blade King looked down at the arena floor, where Lee Jun was overpowering Shin Lee. The silver-haired bodyguard standing nearby smiled and said, "Shin might say something foolish. You can stop him. You are his bodyguard after all. I'm not sure I can keep his head intact. Or perhaps, take this opportunity to reveal your true self?" Blade King coldly replied, "The higher-ups wouldn't want that." "All right, I'll intervene now," Blade King decided, while the bodyguard whispered, "Please." He thought irritably to himself as he stepped in. They must be hiding because of the demonic catastrophe. Why do they crave it so much? He wondered, while glancing at the arena. His thoughts continued as he opened the door. If I can unravel its secret, I can turn them into my subordinate. No sooner had he finished speaking, Blade King appeared and blocked Lee Jun with his hand. "How cruel!" Blade King drew his sword and shouted. "How can you continue to attack someone who has lost the will to fight? Stop immediately." Lee Jun replied in shock. "But you were the one who tore his mouth, weren't you? I'm aiming for you. If you don't dodge my attack," Lee Jun quickly analyzed. Although Blade King is Shin's uncle, Shin is the future opponent of the Imperial Blade clan. If he wanted his son to win, he wouldn't have intervened at this moment. He glanced at the panicking Shin, seeing him tear his mouth so he couldn't speak anymore. A cunning smile appeared on Lee Jun's lips as he realized, Shin definitely knows something. His line of reasoning flashed. The Imperial Blade clan is definitely colluding with demons. The fragment of the Skybreaker art must be related to demons from another world. Blade King pointed his sword directly at Lee Jun. "You've gone too far. Are you trying to destroy your opponent's dantian in a fair fight? I've seen through your evil nature and can no longer stand by." Lee Jun smiled provocatively. "Even Blade King has no right to interfere in my match. If you want to fight, then bring it on." Provoked, Blade King gritted his teeth, snarling, "You arrogant bastard!" he roared and swooped down from above. Two terrifying surges of power collided, Blade King's sword blocked by Lee Jun's bare hand. A massive energy explosion erupted, engulfing the entire arena. The terrified audience exclaimed, "Oh my god, so that's the infamous energy of one of the 5 kings?" Li Jun braced himself, his hands trembling violently, thinking, "This is quite difficult. Am I not ready to face a 5-king yet?" He gritted his teeth and shouted, deciding to use his trump card, status window. His thoughts raced against time. "I can't publicly reveal the primordial divine art yet." So, Li Jun frowned as he realized the price. It takes 1 million points for 1 stat point. His current stats flashed in an instant. On the opposite side, Blade King was also exerting his full power, his stats appearing. Li Jun was pressed down onto the arena floor by his opponent's power. But then he smirked. The stats on the status window began to skyrocket. Blade King was stunned as he felt Li Jun's power suddenly surge, pushing him back. "What's happening?" Li Jun said coldly. "Aren't you surprised, when the one you thought you could crush at any moment is fighting back with equal power?" He looked straight into his opponent's eyes. "My martial arts far surpass your thunder god art." Blade King roared furiously. "How dare you, a lowlife!" Then swung a massive sword energy slash towards Li Jun. Li Jun easily dodged the attack, then turned to the one sprawled on the ground. "Damn it, your uncle is truly terrifying." He grabbed Xin Li's chin, his voice turning cruel. "Since you won't answer, I won't be able to keep my promise." Xin Li cried out in panic. I'll tell you, it was my uncle." But Li Jun coldly replied, "I don't need to hear it from you anymore." Suddenly, the Blade King charged forward, roaring, "Stop right now." "That's enough." A firm hand suddenly appeared, stopping Li Jun. A middle-aged man spoke in a calm, steady voice. "That's enough." He turned to the Blade King, warning, "You should stop too. It's not a good look for adults to interfere in a children's match." Ignoring the intervention, Li Jun still tightened his grip on Xin Li's neck, disregarding his pleas. "I don't want to stop." The man angrily yelled, "How dare you defy your father?" Li Jun sneered, his eyes sharp as knives. "Since when did you consider me your son?" The question stunned the man, leaving him speechless. Li Jun looked at the person on the ground with disgust. "Please take off that mask. It's so repulsive, it's giving me goosebumps." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the female streamer Uni began her broadcast. "Hello, subscribers. I'm Uni, from Red Girl." She excitedly commented on the match. "Li Jun? I'm a huge fan of his now. He'll soon turn the 5 kings into 6 kings, just you wait." Met with audience opposition, Uni angrily slammed the table. "No, I'm serious," she asserted. "Alright everyone, just wait and see who's right in the end." Back on the arena floor, Li Jun's hatred for the masked individual showed no signs of diminishing. The middle-aged man stood blocking Li Jun, while the Blade King observed the situation from behind. Li Jun faced his father, his voice full of resentment. "If you wanted to be a father, then you should have fulfilled your duties." He coldly turned his back. "I never expected much from you." A painful memory suddenly flooded his mind. "When my mother was murdered, and when I was abused by Mi-jin Choi, when I tried to get your attention." Li Jun's young hand reached out in vain, begging you not to kill me. "You didn't care at all." Li Jun roared in indignation. "You abandoned me first." His father tried to explain, but Li Jun coldly cut him off. "Don't. I don't want to hear anything else." He turned to Xin Li, who was lying on the ground, his eyes cruel. "If you chose to be an outsider, then you must pay the price." Li Jun crushed his dantian, and a system notification appeared. Immediately, the Blade King charged forward, swinging his sword and creating a terrifying shockwave. The arena floor cracked open, but the Blade King still moved like a phantom, giving Li Jun no moment of rest. Meanwhile, in the stands, the panicked crowd screamed, "The stadium is about to collapse." A female staff member tried to reassure everyone. "The stadium is protected by a barrier. It won't collapse. Please evacuate calmly." Amidst the chaos, a young girl screamed as she stumbled. A hand caught her just in time. The blonde girl kindly asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" The brown-haired girl was flustered, her eyes fixed on the arena, thinking, June. Her prayer did not come true. Li Jun had been pinned to the ground by the Blade King's sword. The Blade King roared furiously. "You insolent bastard! Not only do you act with malicious intent, but you also dare to insult me. Today I will teach you a lesson." He raised his sword high. Before the deadly blade, Li Jun merely looked up with an unusually calm expression. Li Jun smirked defiantly. He asked his master, "Master, do you see it?" and received the reply, "Yes, I see it very clearly." The master realized that the Blade King also possessed a fragment of the heaven-shattering art. His sword glowed with blazing red energy. The master worriedly mumbled, "It's still going. I told it not to." Li Jun was momentarily confused upon hearing that. Huh? Who is it? Suddenly, he felt a surge of killing intent rushing towards him. The Blade King roared furiously as he charged forward at terrifying speed. "How dare you look away?" Li Jun calmly retorted. "Well, you're quite strict." He secretly thought he wanted to play a little longer, then glanced towards his father in the distance, but he shouldn't. especially after confirming that Gongkyu Choi held a fragment of the heaven-shattering. Although there was no need to continue the match, Lee Jun decided not to end it so quickly. He extended his hand, and a gigantic red ghost spear appeared from thin air. The weapon plunged into the ground, causing the earth to shake violently. Lee Jun swiftly spun around and gripped the spear's shaft. He smiled and said, "Let me give you a gift to end this." Then he raised the spear high, beginning to channel his power, Infinite Spear Art, third form, and plunged the spearhead into the ground, unleashing a massive surge of spiritual energy that transformed into twin dragons. The energy exploded violently, engulfing the entire arena. The Blade King in the distance could only struggle to defend against the earth-shattering power of the technique. The Blade King braced himself, secretly thinking he couldn't block this attack. He gritted his teeth, determined to use all his strength to counterattack his opponent. A massive blue energy surge swept through the stands, terrifying the crowd. Just then, the old man in gray calmly walked down the stairs, facing the energy wave. His gaze was sharp as he slowly drew his weapon from its sheath. The old man unleashed the sword wall technique, creating a massive defensive wall. The sturdy wall of light completely blocked the energy dragon. The pressure emanating from the old man caused the ground to crack, forcing all the spectators behind him to prostrate themselves. The old man spoke in an authoritative voice. "Enough, aren't you ashamed?" He declared the match over because the arena had been completely destroyed. At the same time, in a dark room, a computer screen suddenly lit up. A flood of news and comments about the battle began to spread online. Public opinion was divided into two factions. One side criticizing Lee Jun's actions as cruel and inhumane. They worried he would join the Mojiao and needed to be controlled. The other faction was astonished by the overwhelming power of the Ghost Spear, questioning whether this was the birth of the Di Lu Wang. Someone quickly scrolled through the comments, secretly admitting that Uni had been right about everything. The employee sitting in front of the computer sighed tiredly. She secretly thought that even if it was the chairman's order, having to manipulate the media was unacceptable. A male colleague approached playfully, addressing her as Miss, and reassuring her that he wouldn't let her get fired. The scene suddenly shifted to a lush, sun-drenched garden. A message appeared on Lee Jun's phone from reporter Soa Kim. Meanwhile, Lee Jun was leisurely resting his head on a giant spirit beast, complaining that the world was too convenient, preventing him from escaping annoying messages. He touched the air, opening a system notification panel. The system confirmed he had completed a side quest, received rewards, and used points to learn Tianpo Gong. Lee Jun gleefully thought to himself that the reward for destroying Shin's Dantian was truly sweet, truly killing two birds with one stone. He mused that now he just needed to win the Tianzhan and seize the Moji that the outer world demons were searching for. But then, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Wait a minute. The Master's spirit appeared, and Lee Jun immediately spoke up. "Master, I have a question." He asked that if both Shin and the Blade King possessed fragments of Tianpo Gong, were the demons from the Master's era? The Master turned away, replying that he himself wasn't sure. He explained that he could only answer after personally witnessing the Moji, which made Lee Jun even more curious. With a serious expression, Lee Jun put forth a terrifying hypothesis. "Master, what if, even if it's the slightest possibility, what if the outer world demons are connected to your first disciples?" The air suddenly grew cold as the Master replied, "If that's the case, I will have to kill them with my own hands." Eavesdropping on the conversation, the two spirit beasts were startled, one wondering why he would have to kill his own disciple. Seeing that things had come to this, the Master decided to tell Lee Jun the whole truth. He began to explain that the fragments of Tianpo Gong should never have existed. Tianpo Gong also had another name, Shuepo Gong, the martial art that had helped him dye the entire world in blood in the past. Those who used it would suffer an unbearable thirst, and that thirst could only be quenched by human blood. The next day, the thirst would crawl up your throat again. The Master began to recount his bloody past, and your heart, consumed by the desire for slaughter, would beat incessantly. Though I tried to restrain myself from harming innocent lives, thanks to a shred of conscience remaining, I slaughtered every martial artist, regardless of whether they belonged to the righteous, evil, or demonic sect. The Master mused. The notoriety it caused back then was the lifelong shame of my life. If I could turn back time, I would not have created Tianpo Gong, he explained. Only after personally taking tens of thousands of lives did I realize Tianpo Gong was an incomplete martial art. The problem lay in the meditation technique. It couldn't control the essence of the martial art, leaving an insatiable bloodlust as a side effect. Lee Jun asked in horror, "You taught such a martial art to your disciples?" "Fortunately, I only taught it to the first one," the Master replied. "The moment I realized the flaw, I chose to go into seclusion, creating a new martial art to atone for my sins, and hoping my first disciple wouldn't follow in my footsteps. It was created by combining Tianmo Gong and Buddhist meditation techniques, based on the foundation of Tianpo Gong, And that is the Yuanxi Shengong you have learned. The master declared grandly as a new skill information panel appeared before Li Jun. Li Jun let out a trembling laugh as he read the information on the system panel. Unbelievable, he muttered. It's SSS rank, and a growth type. What rank will it reach after evolving? The master cleared his throat, pulling Li Jun back to reality, and he quickly asked, So, what happened after you created Yuanxi Shengong? I went to meet my first disciple to give it to him. The master recalled the scene of his disciple sitting amidst a sea of human bones, but the situation was beyond salvation. I tried to take all the blame upon myself and bring him peace. In his memory, the master tried to use pure energy to save his disciple who had fallen too deep into the demonic path. But not everything went according to plan. He ended in failure, severely wounded and falling amidst a pile of corpses. Returning to the present, the master looked directly at Li Jun, solemnly asking, Disciple, if the demons from other worlds are connected to my first disciple, can you fix everything? This is not a command, merely the wish of an old man, the master added. But Li Jun bowed his head and replied, Yes, master. Li Jun smiled brightly. So master, you don't need to ask. After all, I am your disciple. The master's spirit faded, and he only managed to utter his final thanks. Li Jun muttered to himself as his master's silhouette vanished. If you're grateful, then give me some cool divine artifact. Ah, never mind. Elsewhere, the clang of metal echoed as someone diligently practiced their sword, counting each strike. Li Jun approached the practicing martial artist and complimented him. Wow, you're really diligent. The muscular martial artist turned around and greeted him joyfully. Oh Li, it's great to see you. He continued to praise Li Jun's achievements, but Li Jun coldly replied that he didn't care about fame. Overwhelmed by such indifference, the martial artist admired him even more. Vowing to continuously strive to be like Li Jun suddenly suggested, Right, you should unlock some features, which made the martial artist ask again in confusion. Before Li Jun's question, the martial artist quickly waved his hand, frantically affirming his absolute trust. Li Jun explained that he wanted to help him become stronger, and all he needed was to trust him and give his all today. The martial artist enthusiastically agreed, while Li Jun gave a meaningful smile, whispering that he would transform him into a completely new person. At the same time, in an ancient building bathed in moonlight, a tense atmosphere prevailed. An angry shout echoed in the dark night. A man sat amidst a pile of scattered weapons, desperately asking himself, where did everything go wrong? He gritted his teeth and decided, the reputation of the Imperial Blade Clan has been damaged. We only have one option left. He ordered the young man named Taemin. You must win the battle of the heavenly realm. You must obtain the demonic calamity. He continued to assign the task of dealing with Li Jun, making Taemin tremble under the pressure. Looking at Li Jun's picture, Taemin bowed his head in obedience. Yes, father. In a desolate land, the brilliant sunlight shone down. Li Jun received a system notification. His disciple had awakened an AA rank trait, bringing in a massive amount of bonus points. He turned to ask the muscular martial artist, Hey Su, how do you feel about gaining a new trait? Hai Su laughed heartily, his entire body enveloped in a dark purple energy, feeling an unprecedented power surging within him. The trait he received was Descendant of the Metropolis, which elevated his innate martial arts talent to S rank. Li Jun smiled with satisfaction, believing Heisu's talent deserved recognition from even his master. The Spirit Master explained that the Metropolis was one of the illustrious martial arts clans from the Goryeo era. Li Jun quickly deduced that Heisu was a descendant of that prestigious clan, originating from Korea. He slyly told his master that it was ironic for a noble descendant to learn martial arts from a humble master. The master could only sigh, admitting that his cunning disciple's words always hit the mark. He promised to retrieve the martial arts of the Metropolis, while Haisu was astonished to find himself surrounded by a swarm of shark monsters. All right, Haisu, I'm leaving, Li Jun said, then opened a spatial gate, ignoring his frantic cries for help. Left alone amidst the monster encirclement, Haisu desperately called out his master's name. A masked monster stepped forward, politely suggesting, Since it's your master's command, would you kindly spar with me? Meanwhile, at a colossal arena, a scene of utter devastation unfolded. A group of reporters present at the scene exclaimed in astonishment, This is brutal. They still want us to spar in an arena like this? Another person spoke up, suggesting that the organizers of the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament should have prepared better, then pointed into the distance. There, a group of mysterious people in white cloaks were simultaneously casting a type of green magic. The broken stone blocks of the arena began to float up and perfectly reassemble themselves. Witnessing the sight, a young man with blue hair asked in surprise, Senior, what is that? And was told it was a restoration spell. The narrator explained that because the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament attracted international attention, They received support from Western magic to restore the arena. Amidst the crowd, a man asked his teammate if they had found Li Jun yet, but the other complained that it was too crowded to see him. Hidden beneath his hoodie, Li Jun secretly thought that more people were looking for him than he had imagined. He had assumed all attention would be focused on the match between Swordmaster Park Jong-yun and Dragon Slayer Taemin. Suddenly, his master appeared, teasing that he should have been more discreet, but Li Jun irritably replied that he couldn't refuse the mission. Li Jun told himself to just hold out until Jong-yun's match began, while people were still asking each other if he had been found. Those searching for Li Jun wondered if he would come to the arena today. Li Jun, after taking off his hoodie, headed to the contestants' preparation room. Inside, a blonde-haired young man called his name intimately, "Hey, Park Hyukjin." The young man was delighted to see Li Jun, asking why he was late and informing him that his sister had been looking for him extensively. Li Jun replied that he had something to take care of and intended to wait for his sister to return. Suddenly, he startled and turned around, sensing someone's presence behind him. His sister, Park Jong-yun, suddenly appeared, used an arm lock to throw him to the floor, and playfully scolded him for being late. Restrained, Li Jun secretly thought that his sister was not fragile at all, and her opponent was the one who should be worried. He hastily explained that he was late because he was busy finding a gift for her. Finally, Li Jun was released, collapsing face down on the floor while Park Jong-yun looked on triumphantly. He held out the gift to his sister. Park Jong-yun was completely stunned by what Li Jun had just given her. The atmosphere in the waiting room suddenly became tense. Immediately after, the two of them lunged into a spar, their sword blades clashing and sparking. Park Jong-yun smiled, pressing her sword. "Taemin, you seem to be struggling. Why don't you surrender here?" Taemin gritted his teeth, straining to fend off the overwhelming attack. Their two swords clashed, sparking, as they lunged at each other in a deadly dance. Enraged, Taemin unleashed his power, and magical flames erupted from his hands. He leaped into the air, swinging his flaming sword directly at Park Jong-yun, but the attack was neutralized. Taemin was sent flying, sprawling on the ground. Park Jong-yun gave her opponent no moment of rest, immediately rushing forward to deliver another blow. Jeers rang out from the stands. "Look at that pathetic sight. Even the legendary Dragon Slayer has fallen. I can't lose here. I must win." Taemin roared in his mind, struggling to get back up and fight. His motivation was revealed. "I absolutely must obtain the demonic sword." Taemin activated a mysterious seal, which glowed brightly on his cheek. Despite this, he remained on his knees, exhausted, prompting Park Jong-yun to sneer. "Oh my, already defeated? I'm just getting started." Taemin looked up, his eyes still burning with fighting spirit. Park Jong-yun smiled. "I promised Dokwa. I'll also give you a beating for Dokwa. You people really hold grudges more than I thought." Taemin smirked, standing up to face her. Suddenly, he swung his hand, throwing a handful of sand directly into Park Jong-yun's face. "Ah, my eyes!" Taemin cried out dramatically to distract her. The audience angrily booed. "That's not fair. Fight honorably." Park Jong-yun staggered, clutching her burning eyes with both hands. She gritted her teeth, seething with rage. "You!" Cornered, Park Jong-yun roared. "Do you think I'll let you escape?" She seized the opportunity, thrusting her sword straight through Taemin. Taemin screamed in agony. Park Jong-yun coldly withdrew her blood-stained sword. Collapsing to the ground, Taemin gasped in admission. "Huh. I really can't win against you. I was going to give you another beating, but it ended too quickly," Park Jong-yun said, making Taemin let out a bitter laugh. She turned her back, delivering a final remark. "What an unlucky guy." But Taemin unexpectedly growled. "Don't think it's over." He secretly activated a hidden mechanism on his sword hilt. Sensing the killing intent, Park Jong-yun startled and turned back. "What?" A poisoned needle was suddenly shot out, flying straight towards her. Instantly, a brilliant golden seal appeared in midair, blocking the needle. A system notification rang out. Zhu Tong's protection has been activated. A layer of energy armor enveloped Park Jong-yun, leaving her stunned. She suddenly remembered. This was the item June had given her. The protective charm completed its task and turned to dust, completely neutralizing the insidious attack. Park Jong-yun, safe and sound, looked up towards the distant stands. There, the blonde-haired friend was angrily cursing Taemin, while Li Jun merely crossed his arms and smiled smugly. Park Jong-yun unconsciously smiled warmly, thinking, "So adorable. My Jun." Below the arena, Taemin trembled in fear, unable to believe the existence of the energy armor. Sprawled on the ground, Taemin stammered in horror. "How do you have energy armor? You're only an A rank." Without a word, Park Jong-yun angrily grabbed Taemin's head. She forcefully slammed his head into the ground, ending the match. Looking at the defeated opponent with contempt, she growled, "Bastard. I wouldn't even bother to stain my blade with you." On the big screen, the image of Park Jong-yun, raising her hand in victory, along with the commentator's announcement, echoed throughout the arena. In the stands, Lee Jun's blonde-haired friend expressed regret. How annoying, I was going to deal with Taemin myself. Both shared a sinister smile, imagining the prospect of facing Taemin in a rematch. But then the blonde-haired friend suddenly paused, realizing a serious problem. Lee Jun began to calculate. When Junghyun advances, the bracket will change. The rest of us are, GU. The group was shocked to realize the harsh truth. They would have to eliminate each other in the quarterfinals. Lee Jun stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with determination. We don't have any more time to waste. The blonde-haired friend suddenly understood why GU had refused to watch, and stayed in the training room alone. Jun, I'm going to train for tomorrow, he shouted, then dashed off like the wind. Lee Jun sat alone in the silent stands, muttering good luck to his friend. He smiled confidently, thinking about the shared goal of both GU and Hyukjin. The championship title. Hyukjin, he told himself. You've won once before, so you know what to do. The scene shifted to a hospital building. In the quiet room, Taemin sat on his hospital bed next to his father. He bowed his head, his voice full of bitterness. I'm sorry, father. I can't believe I lost her. Taemin's father pondered, realizing that what protected Park Jung-yeon was not ordinary energy armor. Taemin's father explained. Perhaps you didn't notice, but that was a single-use artifact. Taemin was stunned on the hospital bed, unable to believe his ears. He clenched his fists in frustration, thinking that he had prepared even expensive secret techniques but still lost to his opponent in every aspect. Trembling with anger, Taemin bitterly admitted, complete defeat. I cannot accept it, father. Suddenly, the hospital room door was pulled open. Taemin's father angrily turned around and shouted, Didn't I say no one was allowed in? A calm voice echoed from outside the door. It is this humble monk. Recognizing the familiar person, Taemin's father quickly stood up, his attitude completely changed. Oh, my apologies. I thought it was one of my subordinates. An elderly monk, Hyobul, calmly walked into the room. Taemin bewilderedly asked his father, and was instructed to stand up and greet the master whom his father served. The young man bowed awkwardly. My apologies for my ignorance. I am Taemin Choi. Monk Hyobul patted Taemin's head, asking, I came to greet the Blade King, but why does the young patron seem troubled? Taemin confessed his defeat, and his goal of acquiring the heavenly demon Calamity, as per his father's order. The monk mused. Oh, that is also the item we are looking for. What a coincidence. Hyobul glanced at Taemin's father with sharp eyes. I didn't expect the Blade King to have such profound foresight. Taemin's father broke out in a cold sweat, thinking his clan would perish if they were discovered hiding the item, then hastily explained. The monk smiled mysteriously, exuding a terrifying aura. There's no need to feel so bad. To commend your sincerity, I should bestow a gift upon the young patron, Hyobul said, leaving Taemin's father astonished. Standing before the father and son, the monk began to introduce. As you both know, this is an incredibly precious item. Hyobul smiled sinisterly, cradling the glowing red box, and muttering about the gift bestowed by the Lord. The scene shifts to the morning of the quarterfinals. In his room, Lee Jun stretched awake, feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep. He happily enjoyed the beautiful weather by the window. Lee Jun thought to himself that this was a perfect day to claim the heavenly demonic calamity, just as a female employee unexpectedly burst in. Startled, Lee Jun spun around to face the intruder. The girl looked at him with an extremely serious expression. How did you get in here? Lee Jun exclaimed in alarm, but only received the cold reply. I broke it, along with an image of a shattered lock. The girl approached, insisting that wasn't as important as the news she was about to deliver. She suddenly grabbed Lee Jun's hand tightly. Help me, Jun! The girl cried out in panic. Lee Jun was stunned when he heard the shocking news. The heavenly demonic calamity, the prize of the battle, had been stolen. After getting dressed again, Lee Jun questioned, So it was stolen last night, and you're still looking for the culprit? That's right, the girl confirmed. Lee Jun ran his hands through his hair, unable to believe anyone would dare to commit such an outrageous act. It must be them. The old master's voice unexpectedly echoed beside him. He explained that these were the beings Lee Jun called demons from another world, and they would do anything to steal items related to his greatest disciple. Cowards! Lee Jun gritted his teeth, eyes blazing. They don't dare to fight me head-on, so they steal what belongs to me. Meanwhile, the female employee was reporting over the phone to Miss Nam, asserting that the heavenly demonic calamity absolutely could not fall into their hands. Ji-yu was anxiously talking on the phone about the fate of the celestial battle, believing that the leaders were discussing it. Lee Jun insisted that they had to do something to prevent the event from being suspended. He had an idea, asking Ji-yu to request Mr. Han to change the prize according to his suggestion. Meanwhile, in a high-level meeting room, a voice announced that the Imperial Blade clan would not be attending. The chairman, Mr. Han, began the meeting of the Alliance of 15 Clans, going straight to the issue of last night's incident. He bluntly proposed suspending the celestial battle and asked for everyone's opinion. A member immediately agreed, stating that the theft of an item from the Dark Gate was far more important. However, a blonde-haired man argued that even if postponed, they should still award the prize to the most outstanding student. He emphasized that this was a way to avoid backlash from the students. Mr. Han considered, thinking it was also a good way to avoid criticism from the press, but was concerned about the prize. Suddenly, an assistant rushed in, calling for Mr. Han. Mr. Han received a call from GU, showing annoyance at being disturbed in the middle of a meeting. Amidst the murmurs, Mr. Han silently listened to the proposal over the phone. After the call, Mr. Han slammed his hand on the table, drawing everyone's attention. He made a surprising proposal. How about we decide the prize is the Blood God's diagram? Another member expressed approval, saying that Mr. Han was primarily responsible, and they were only there to offer suggestions. Someone questioned the Blood God's diagram, arguing that it was just a worthless piece of paper, despite being an ancient artifact from the Dark Gate. Finally, everyone agreed, deciding that the new prize for the celestial battle would be the Blood God's diagram. At the same time, in a strictly secured storage facility, valuable artifacts were being carefully inspected. At the storage facility, a security guard felt something was off when he opened the door. The guard stumbled, bewildered, asking Li Jun, who had just passed by, "Huh? Did you just bump into me?" But only received a casual reply. What are you talking about?" Easily outmaneuvered, the guard could only wonder, was I mistaken? In a hidden corner, Li Jun irritably clutched something under his cloak. "Bluey, you." He grabbed his spirit beast, growling, "I told you to stay put." Despite its pitiful cries, Li Jun recalled that it had taken him a lot of effort to borrow this one-time invisibility artifact from the money keep. Just then, an old warehouse manager appeared, noticing Bluey's craving for mana stones, forcing Li Jun to struggle to restrain it. Fortunately, the heavy iron door slammed shut right behind them. Having narrowly escaped danger, Li Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Good heavens, we just made it. He identified his target as the passage behind building number 3, where the demonic calamity was stored. Outside, Li Jun picked up Bluey and ordered, "Stop scratching and come here." He assigned a task to the spirit beast. "Find me a source of energy similar to my internal energy, and I will reward you with a mana stone." Bluey immediately began its work, using its keen nose to sniff around. It led Li Jun deeper into a forest path. When Bluey suddenly stopped, Li Jun impatiently asked, "How much further are you going?" The small spirit beast barked excitedly, signaling that it had found the target. Before Li Jun's eyes stood an ancient temple gate, towering at the top of stone steps. He was utterly confused, because according to the Inwangsan mountain map, there was no temple here at all. Li Jun asked again to be sure, "Bluey, are you sure it's here?" And the spirit beast nodded vigorously. Li Jun called out into the ancient temple. He continued to call, but only silence answered him. "There's nothing here," Li Jun muttered, while Bluey seemed utterly delighted. Suddenly, Bluey darted straight towards the door, making Li Jun wonder, "Is there something inside?" Both cautiously entered the dark hall. As soon as he stepped in, Li Jun couldn't hide his astonishment and burst out laughing. Inside was a gigantic energy vortex, and he silently understood why this temple was built in secret. A notification appeared. The gate was closed, along with the option to forcibly open it. "So this is where the trail leads," Li Jun affirmed as Bluey excitedly yelped. He smirked defiantly. "All right. Let's go see the faces of those who stole my demonic painting." The system confirmed the action of forcibly opening the gate as Li Jun's hand was enveloped in a blue current. The gate opened, and Li Jun stepped through without hesitation. The system announced that he had entered the Supreme Heavenly Temple, a red zone area. Li Jun mused that this place didn't seem to be related to the monsters of the 4 sacred temples. The master's spirit suddenly appeared, and Li Jun immediately asked him about this unfamiliar place. The master confessed he had forgotten, making Li Jun tease that age spares no one. In response, the master issued a cold threat, while a sign reading Pure Land Temple appeared. Li Jun was overwhelmed by the ancient Chinese architecture, feeling as if he had traveled to another country. At this moment, the master stated with certainty, "Now, I'm sure, this is exactly the place I was thinking of." Li Jun wondered about this place, and the master explained that it was the base of monks who lived by slaughter. He was skeptical, thinking that even Shaolin Temple monks wouldn't kill an ant, so this couldn't be Shaolin Temple. The master revealed that they were Shaolin heretics, and this place was exactly like the era he once lived in. Astonishing Li Jun. Li Jun tried to rationalize this unbelievable information, telling himself that with the existence of awakeners and spatial gates, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. He deduced that if this was the master's era, then those who stole the demonic painting must surely be connected to him. Li Jun resolutely advanced towards the temple's main gate. A guarding monk immediately took a defensive stance, loudly questioning the intruder. Two guards blocked Li Jun and Bluey's path, demanding his identity. Li Jun merely smirked confidently, retorting, "Who am I, you ask?" He pointed directly at them, boldly declaring, "I am the owner of the item you stole." Hearing this, the monks immediately moved. A multitude of gray-robed figures poured out from within the temple. In an instant, Li Jun and Bluey were surrounded by an army of monks, their long staffs pointed menacingly. The monks roared, disdainfully scoffing at a mere awakener daring to set foot in the supreme heavenly temple. However, Li Jun hesitated to act, prompting the master to appear and ask for an explanation. The young man awkwardly explained that since they were all people from 1,000 years ago, he didn't know if he should show respect to his elders. Li Jun even started to feel guilty for not speaking politely to them, infuriating the master standing behind him. Unable to bear it, the master smacked him on the head, yelling that there was no need to respect barbarians, while the monks stared blankly at the two. A subquest panel appeared, requiring him to eliminate the warriors of the Supreme Heavenly Temple, making Li Jun ponder his calculation. Li Jun smiled at Bluey, who was brimming with fighting spirit. "Oh, you want to fight too, kid?" he enthusiastically replied. "All right then. Let's see how strong you've become." Giving them no time, the monks roared, "Kill him," and charged forward in unison. Immediately, Bluey transformed into a gigantic beast, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The monks cried out in panic, "A monster?" At the spirit beast's true form, Li Jun seized the opportunity. "Thanks to Bluey, a flaw has appeared in the 18 Arhats formation. I must target it." He shot forward, seizing the opening Bluey had created. The system announced that Li Jun had used the skill Heavenly Demon Overlord's Stride. He poured all his strength into it, unleashing an earth-shattering stomp. The ground cracked open, and a powerful surge of energy erupted, sending the monks flying. The monks were shaken but quickly regained their balance in midair. They immediately reformed their ranks, swinging their staffs to attack Li Jun from all directions. Li Jun calmly dodged the rapidly approaching staff strikes. He used the shaft of his spear to block a dangerous attack, but another monk had already slipped behind him. Countless staff strikes rained down simultaneously from all directions. Li Jun couldn't avoid a vicious blow that landed directly on his abdomen. He staggered back, still clutching his spear. You guys really are on another level." He secretly thought that if Bluey hadn't broken the formation from the start, he would have struggled with this 18 Arhats formation. Li Jun took a stance, determined to end this battle before more reinforcements arrived. "Infinite Spear Art. Third form. Black Dragon Ascent," he roared. As lightning converged on his spear, he channeled all his energy, thrusting the spearhead powerfully into the ground, unleashing an earth-shattering surge of power. From the epicenter, a gigantic blue dragon of pure energy was summoned, its roar echoing through heaven and earth. The mighty dragon swept across the battlefield, sending the entire 18 Arhats formation flying. A monk cried out in horror, "Impossible! How does he possess the spear art of a martial god?" Another frantically yelled to report to Hyungak, but it was too late. In a flash, all that remained was a shattered black silhouette, amidst a screen of red blood. Silence returned to the night, enveloping the ancient temple. Amidst the battlefield strewn with corpses, Li Jun stood coldly. A monk, gasping his last breath, called out Hyungak's name in vain. Finally, he collapsed, completely breathless. Li Jun sighed in relief, wiping away sweat, while Bluey had returned to its adorable small form. "Well done, my Bluey, you're really strong." He happily patted the spirit beast's head. But then, Li Jun's eyes sharpened, and he reached out towards the fallen. "Then, it's time to harvest." His hand glowed as the vampiric martial arts was activated, beginning to absorb the chaotic energy. A series of system notifications appeared. Internal energy increased, absorbed a fragment of the skybreak. Li Jun mumbled, calculating. 1 internal energy point per person, 18 inches total. Better than I thought. He smirked meaningfully, ready for the next phase of his plan. Li Jun stepped forward. The battle was not over yet. In the middle of the battlefield, a seasoned monk appeared, making Li Jun think to himself, "Is it the final boss's turn now?" The old monk closed his eyes, and an ominous dark red energy began to pour out from his body. Opening his eyes wide, his gaze was as sharp as a blade, filled with murderous intent. At the same time, in a secret location, the elevator door slowly opened. Inside was the old monk, with an unusually calm expression. He stepped out, staff in hand, facing dozens of monks prostrating at his feet. The crowd cheered in unison. "The living Buddha has returned. Please save us." He gripped the staff tightly in his hand, a treasure he had long yearned for. Finally, he whispered with utmost satisfaction. He raised the staff high, declaring, "We finally have the calamity of destruction." Tears streamed down his cheeks, and he choked up, for his lifelong efforts had finally been rewarded. A memory flooded back. It was the calamity of destruction, the weapon of the legendary sky-breaking blood god, a deity so powerful that even the emperor of the entire continent trembled before him. And it was also the item his liege had desperately sought for so long. If the sky-breaking blood god hadn't betrayed them, the treasure would have naturally belonged to his liege. Unexpectedly, after 1,000 years, it was found in the Republic of Korea, in another world in the future. He smiled smugly, thinking of the day his liege would descend upon this world. Suddenly, a voice calling Hyungak echoed from somewhere, making him startle and glance over. A monk named Hyunmu breathlessly reported to Hyungak that someone had infiltrated Shunglong Temple. Hearing the news, Hyungak and the other monks immediately turned back, and the atmosphere grew tense. Hyungak was skeptical, not believing an outsider could find this place. But Hyunmu insisted it was just an ordinary awakener. He thought to himself, Kunlun was now a gateway, but only those from Muram knew of this place. I must see for myself, Hyungak decided, and ordered Hyunmu to lead the way. Meanwhile, in the outer courtyard, the spirit beast Bluey was growling vigilantly. Lee Jun noticed Bluey's unusual behavior. His gaze suddenly turned to the distance, discovering something. He realized the newcomer was Hyungak. Lee Jun swallowed, secretly assessing that his opponent looked very strong. Suddenly, the master's spirit appeared, pointing directly at the enemy. Hyungak, he's the one who did it, making Lee Jun ask in surprise. You know him? Of course, the master explained. He used to follow my senior disciple around, like a fledgling. When Lee Jun asked about Hyungak's strength, the master casually replied that he was the weakest among his senior disciples' subordinates. Lee Jun, however, thought differently. He sensed that Hyungak's power was at least on par with the Blade King. He suddenly realized his master's words were true. Compared to ancient martial artists, current awakeners were indeed much weaker. At the same time, Hyungak's eyes blazed with murderous intent. The monks accompanying him trembled, unable to believe the horrifying sight before their eyes. From above, Hyungak looked down at the devastated courtyard, where Lee Jun stood amidst the blood of his disciples. His rage erupted, and Hyungak roared to the heavens. Who dares? Hyungak roared furiously from the air. Which bastard killed my disciple? Lee Jun knelt, enduring the murderous roar that threatened to tear him apart for wild beasts to feast on. Without hesitation, Lee Jun stomped his foot, cracking the ground as he prepared to counterattack. Hyungak shot down like an arrow, giving his opponent no moment of rest. With sharp eyes, the old monk prepared to unleash his first attack. He gathered his strength, unleashing the blood Arhat palm with a blazing yellow force. Lee Jun was no less, his eyes fierce as he swung his spear to meet the attack. He unleashed the infinite spear art, retaliating with a powerful illusory slash. Two earth-shattering streams of energy collided, creating a blinding explosion. However, Hyungak easily blocked Lee Jun's spear point with his bare hand. Though pushed back by the shockwave, Hyungak still managed to shatter his opponent's spear energy. Lee Jun was slightly surprised but secretly pleased that the attack had been effective. Immediately, Hyungak closed in and unleashed a thunderous palm strike towards Lee Jun. He hastily raised his spear shaft to block the blow, the shockwave making his entire body tremble. Lee Jun gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, realizing he had sustained internal injuries despite using his divine body protection technique. His master's spirit appeared, reminding him, "Wake up. It's not over yet." Hyungak, quick as lightning, leaped over his head, preparing to launch an aerial attack. A spinning kick enveloped in brilliant golden energy struck straight down on Lee Jun. Lee Jun spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, taking the monk's devastating kick full on. A massive surge of energy exploded, shaking the entire space. Lee Jun was sent flying like a leaf in a storm. His body slammed directly into a distant mountain, creating a horrific impact. In the quiet temple courtyard, Hyungak stood, his aura still lingering. He roared furiously. "Damn it, I knew you weren't dead. Come out now." His shout echoed throughout the mountains and forests. Amidst the rubble, Lee Jun let out a soft groan of pain. He sat up, hastily embracing the weak Bluey. "Are you all right, Bluey? Why did you do that?" he questioned, his voice filled with worry. Lee Jun thought to himself. Even he couldn't fully withstand that blow. He clutched the spirit beast tightly, a fear rising in his heart that he might not be able to save it in time. Bluey struggled, indicating it wanted to rush into battle, but Lee Jun stopped it. "I can't let you do that. You could die. Leave this to me. You wait at the gate." With that, he held Bluey close and began to summon a teleportation gate. Lee Jun decisively pushed his spirit beast through the blue light to ensure its safety. He staggered to his feet, leaning on his spear and panting. "It's been a long time since I've been beaten to this extent." Wiping the blood from his lips, he declared, "But running away isn't my style." Lee Jun faced Hyungak, asking coldly, "How did you learn the martial god's techniques?" Hyungak was stunned, half his face shrouded in shadow. He whispered, "Could it be You are also one of us? Li Jun was startled by Hyungak's insinuation. The old master affirmed that his phantom slash technique was intimately connected to him. Hyungak revealed a shocking truth. The martial gods' martial arts were also the sky-breaking blood gods, leaving Li Jun stunned. In his mind, Li Jun questioned his master about his aliases, and was told they were names from his notorious past. He mumbled the powerful titles, Sky-breaking blood god, blood god. Li Jun burst out laughing, teasing whether the blood god's map was also his master's hideout. The master's awkwardness made Li Jun realize he had guessed correctly. He sighed, not expecting his master to be so deeply involved with the people of the Supreme Heavenly Temple. Li Jun realized that all paths of cultivation originated from his master's aliases. He pouted, asking why his master hadn't passed down all his martial arts to him. Returning to reality, Li Jun looked directly at Hyungak with a completely new understanding. He declared, "You truly are the greatest person in history." Clutching his spear, Li Jun declared that lacking internal energy or sky-breaking martial arts was no problem. "I have nothing to fear when the greatest person is always by my side," he proclaimed, as Hyungak began to emit dark demonic energy. The old master unleashed a fiery palm strike, but Li Jun managed to block it with his spear in time. Hyungak roared, unleashing the blood Arhat palm with countless energy orbs. Li Jun couldn't fully defend, and cried out in pain. He was sent flying through the sea of flames created by the palm strike, but immediately, Li Jun regained his balance, soaring into the air to counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his spear straight through Hyungak's chest. Li Jun tensely swung his spear. In his mind, his master's voice echoed a warning. "That's the one-finger strike. You should avoid it." Hyungak unleashed a terrifying finger strike. Li Jun couldn't dodge in time, and his body convulsed in pain. He staggered back, clutching his bleeding shoulder. The wound was deep, and blood quickly stained his clothes red. His master reappeared, advising, "You can't defeat him right now, retreat." But Li Jun firmly refused. "I can't do that." He explained that if Hyungak found this place, he would also find the Forbidden Zone. "I can't push those who trust me to their deaths just to save myself." Clutching his spear tightly, he growled, even if his body were to be shattered. "I won't give up," Li Jun roared, unleashing the power of infinite spear art. Hyungak was stunned by the astonishing surge of energy. The martial god's spear art. Is it a movement technique? Suddenly a young monk rushed forward, shouting, "Hyungak!" It was Hyunmu, trying to rush forward to block the attack. But Li Jun didn't flinch, his cold gaze focused on his sole target. In a flash, his spear pierced through Hyungak's chest. Fresh blood dripped onto the cold ground. However, it was Li Jun who coughed up blood, and a similar wound appeared on his chest. Collapsing, he heard his master's desperate voice calling his name. "Disciple, get up! Disciple! You must wake up!" His master's voice screamed in Li Jun's mind. "Am I going to die?" Li Jun wondered, recalling the terrifying feeling of his first encounter with death. His entire life flashed before his eyes. Amidst the chaotic fragments of memories, Li Jun suddenly realized something. In every crucial moment, that supreme martial artist was always by his side. "I should have." He began to regret, treated him better. "Thank you for everything, master." Li Jun breathed his last as his body crashed to the ground. "Thanks for nothing. You rotten brat." The master in the mental space growled. "Though it's not time yet, I have no other choice." He decided to reach out and intervene. "What a foolish disciple." His voice echoed as Li Jun lay collapsed at Hyungak's feet. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Li Jun lay motionless in his own pool of blood. Hyunmu approached, doubtfully. "Is he dead?" Looking at his blood-stained hand, Hyunmu sighed over an unnecessary battle. But then, Li Jun's seemingly dead body began to move. Hyungak was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Hyunmu also spun around, his face filled with horror. "Hyunmu!" Hyungak shouted a warning. "Stay away from him!" Li Jun roared, his entire body ablaze with a furious aura. His eyes flashed with a deadly crimson light. A wave of pure energy erupted from Li Jun, knocking back his enemies. For a moment, the image of Tiantang Zuishang Temple appeared. The door leading to the deepest part of the temple burst open. Inside, a sealed holy relic awaited. What was unleashed was a blazing red object, filled with demonic energy. A terrifying explosion shook the entire mountain, signaling the awakening of a calamity. Li Jun stood tall, his hair turning fiery red, while Hyunmu had fallen. Hyungak stared at his disciple in shock, speechless. Blood splattered across the devastated battlefield. The old monk realized in horror. Impossible. How can the Potian Gong be so stable? He trembled as he felt the familiar energy. This is the Liege power. How can a mere awakened one possess it? The immense pressure forced Hyungak to take a step back. Suddenly, he felt a resonance from the distant temple. Hyungak's face paled. Moji. It has reacted to his Potian Gong. A blazing demonic spear, filled with resentment, tore through space and appeared. The demonic spear shot forth like a crimson meteor, searching for its master. "No!" Hyungak inwardly roared. "I must stop it from falling into that brat's hands." The old monk poured all his strength, flying into the air to intercept the demonic weapon. Seeing he couldn't stop the weapon, Hyungak changed targets, charging straight at Lee Jun with a finishing blow. Die! But a colossal golden hand suddenly appeared, blocking his attack. Hyungak's attack was blocked by a colossal golden hand. The force of the impact created a terrifying explosion, shaking the entire area. The ground cracked open under the unimaginable power of the mysterious entity. The colossal energy hand remained standing firm there. Hyungak coughed up blood, shaken by the aftershocks of his blocked attack. The old monk couldn't believe his eyes, muttering that this was impossible. From above, Lee Jun hovered, his hand firmly grasping the demonic weapon, making Hyungak wonder how a mere awakened one could do that. With fiery eyes, Lee Jun stood tall, the demonic weapon in his hand spewing forth surging demonic energy. He gripped the weapon tightly, completely subduing its power. Lee Jun unleashed a blinding light from the demonic weapon, aiming it directly at Hyungak. Blinded by the sudden light, Hyungak painfully covered his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Jun used the hilt of the weapon to strike the old monk hard in the stomach. Hyungak was horrified to see a sharp surge of energy rushing towards him. Lee Jun appeared right behind him, delivering a karate chop to Hyungak's nape. A pillar of blue light tore through the night, engulfing him in the attack. Despite being overwhelmed, Hyungak still managed to deliver a thunderous slap to Lee Jun's face. The old monk was sent flying backward, unable to withstand the furious barrage of attack. Lee Jun clutched his burning cheek, his eyes blazing with extreme fury. He plunged the staff forcefully into the ground, stabilizing his injured body. A new power awakened. The system announced his skill was evolving. System notification. Dominant Scroll, B, has evolved into Supreme Dominant Scroll, SS. Noticing the change, Hyungak flinched in horror. He quickly spun around, sensing something ominous. But it was too late. A shadow suddenly closed in from behind. The blazing red tip of Moji pierced straight through Hyungak's back. The culprit was none other than Lee Jun, who had completely turned the tables. Hyungak stared in horror at the fatal wound on his chest. His hands trembled, touching the shaft of the weapon embedded in his body. He gritted his teeth, gathering his last strength to grasp the Moji. Lee Jun coldly declared, "I shouldn't let you go so easily." Cornered, Hyungak growled, "For Hyunmu, and for my liege, I will drag you down with me." A terrifying explosion erupted from their position. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the scene that followed was revealed. Lee Jun stood tall, pinning Hyungak's corpse to the ground with Moji. The old monk's body emitted crumbling sounds under the pressure. He coughed up blood, gasping his last words, "Monday. Monster." With blazing red eyes, Lee Jun reached out, ending everything. Hyungak mumbled in despair as his body began to disintegrate. In his wide, staring eyes, the image of Lee Jun with a demonic smile appeared, and he uttered his last words, "My liege." Fresh blood splattered, ending the venerable monk's existence. From his dead hand, the last drops of blood fell. Hyungak's body collapsed to the ground with a dry thud. His body gradually vanished, leaving behind only the remnants of a dark power. Lee Jun absorbed the remaining energy orb, and the system panel continuously displayed notifications of massive rewards. He stood silently amidst the desolate battlefield, his enemies completely gone. His hand still gripped the demon calamity, the red energy patterns on the spear's shaft subtly pulsating. The power was withdrawn, and the demon calamity fell to the ground. Lee Jun stood there, silent and exhausted after the battle. Finally, he could no longer stand and collapsed. The master's spirit appeared, gently looking at his unconscious disciple. "You have truly endured the calamity of destruction. Sleep for a while, my disciple." Lee Jun fell into a deep sleep, his face serene after the storm. Elsewhere, a magnificent waterfall cascaded down amidst towering mountains. The warrior Hai Su was meditating under the rushing water, diligently training. From afar, a fox beastman named Thegor observed him. Thegor mused, "Hey Su, my friend, how's your training going?" Hai Su quickly donned a towel and asked, "Anyway, why are you here?" Thegor replied, "I think it's time for you to leave." Hai Su startled, seeing the clock read 8:30, realizing he had to go home to cook for his siblings. Thegor sternly reminded him, "Your problem is you work too hard. Remember to rest." And Hyesu could only give a wry smile in agreement. As Thegor was about to leave, Hyesu frantically opened a teleportation gate and called him back. Thegor spun around, confidently declaring he would personally take Hyesu home, leaving the young man stunned. Hyesu quickly refused, but Thegor insisted that the master's subordinates were also his family. Rejected, Thegor immediately threw a tantrum, clinging to Hyesu and stubbornly demanding to take him home. Hyesu pondered, worried that if Thegor, a monster, went out and encountered awakened ones, he would be killed. I'd rather be scolded by Lee than let you be in danger, Thegor declared. Finally, Haesu sighed and accepted on the condition that Thegor be very careful, which made the beastman overjoyed. Suddenly, a small spirit named Lotatil appeared, curious about Thegor's excitement. Thegor immediately hugged Haesu, boasting to Lotatil that he would take his lonely companion home. Lotatil expressed concern when Thegor intended to go alone, deeming it too dangerous. I'll go with you, the spirit cheerfully decided, leaving Haesu frozen. Thegor and Lotatil quickly became close, while Haesu could only silently curse his fate. Dragged away by his two overzealous companions, Haesu could only desperately shout for Lee's help. Night fell upon the city, a crescent moon hanging in the starry sky. In a small house nestled amidst a car junkyard, the lights were still on. Inside, a dish of stir-fried noodles with egg and bean sprouts was steaming on the pan. A young man was cooking, reassuring his eager younger brother waiting beside him. Other children rushed in, happily showing off that they had finished clearing the dishes, creating a warm family atmosphere. A paper airplane suddenly swooped down, catching the children's attention. The children cheered, believing their older brother Hihosu had returned, despite their eldest brother's worried reminder. Without hesitation, they rushed to the door, joyfully calling out their brother's name. The curly-haired boy hugged the visitor, pouting, "Why are you so late? I've been waiting forever." But then all three children froze, looking up with bewildered expression. Before them was not their brother, but a giant shark beastman and a swarm of tiny spirits. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, cars lay piled up like scrap metal. A glaring red emergency alarm blared loudly. In the control room, an employee frantically reported, "Red-level monster mana detected in Dobonggu." The manager was stunned because Dobonggu was supposed to be a safe zone, while his subordinate confirmed that no gates had opened. He was annoyed that the incident occurred while he was busy investigating the demon calamity, but then he asserted that there was no other choice. He ordered, "Contact Muram High School immediately. We need support from the senior trainees," and the entire room responded in unison. Returning to the small house, the warm lights were still on amidst the silent night. Inside, the atmosphere was completely different. A little girl giggled, asking Thegor to toss her higher. The mouse beastman Thegor happily indulged the little girl, while another boy eagerly demanded his turn. The eldest sister was surprised to see the swarm of spirits diligently helping her with chores. She turned to thank them, where the shark beastman was sitting, and a strange man was holding the infant. The shark beastman thanked them for the welcome, while the man holding the baby chuckled, glad the children weren't scared. Suddenly, the shark beastman asked, "But is this really your home?" which left the man bewildered. The spirit, Lotatil, wondered about the house in the junkyard, while Sharku was suspicious and Thegor remained silent. Haesu explained that he used to live in the slums, so this place was already an upgrade. He recounted his intention to use mana stones to buy a decent house, but the prices in Seoul were beyond imagination. Ever since the gates appeared, real estate prices in safe areas had skyrocketed absurdly. Furthermore, he couldn't leave Seoul because he still had to attend Muram school and worry about his siblings' safety. Finally, after searching for a place that was both safe and spacious enough, he chose this house. Sharku blurted out a criticism of his choice, but Lotatil quickly interrupted, empathizing with Haesu's hardships. Lotatil whispered, reminding Sharku to be careful with his words, fearing that Haesu would be hurt. "Don't you feel anything when you see a place like this?" Lotatil questioned, making Thegor confused. She explained that while they were blessed by the master, Haesu clearly hadn't received similar treatment. Sharku was stunned to realize that the master must have forgotten Haesu because he was too busy taking care of them. Both Lotatil and Thegor were speechless at the harsh truth. The three resolved to take care of Haesu themselves, making him shiver unconsciously even in his sleep. Suddenly, a giant blue crystal block landed in the middle of the junkyard in the dead of night. Haesu and his younger siblings could only gape in astonishment at the sudden sight. He was bewildered, watching an army of rat people and spirits busily working like a construction site. Thegor, in his role as commander, eagerly urged his army to work even faster. "Let's show the master our capabilities," Thegor shouted to the orderly ranks. Just then, Sharku called Thegor back, feeling that something was amiss. Sharku reviewed the blueprint, wondering why there were only 3 rooms for a family. Thegor explained that the children were still young and afraid to sleep alone, and when they grew up, they could build a new house. Sharku pointed at the drawing, saying he had marked X on all 3 rooms. Thegor slyly revealed that those were the magic keys. He explained that he would use the patented items of the Shenji clan to create buttons at the marked locations. Thegor excitedly boasted that with just one button, walls would rise, transforming 3 rooms into 5, 8, or even a maximum of 10 rooms. Sharku admired him, acknowledging Thegor as a talented monster, which made Thegor blush but still proudly boast that he had diligently studied human architecture. Thegor humbly replied, saying he was just doing odd jobs, and was even more impressed with Sharku, who had created sturdy ice walls. Praised, Sharku blushed in embarrassment, while Hyesu stood silently behind, holding a child. Hyesu was stunned, so moved that he was speechless by their help. Amidst the forming ice structure, Hyesu stammered that they didn't need to do so much, unaware that this house would become one of the most expensive properties in Korea. Meanwhile, on a schoolyard at night, a group of people had gathered. A blonde-haired boy yawned tiredly, while his female companion wondered why they had been called out here in the middle of the night. A girl wearing glasses greeted Eunbi upon her arrival, and Eunbi replied that Jiyu had called her. A ponytail-haired girl clapped her hands, asking everyone to focus. She thanked everyone for coming immediately, and announced that she would begin briefing the mission. She announced that, according to information from the Shenji clan, a large amount of monster magic power had been detected in Dobonggu. The group listened intently, as she revealed their estimated level was red. However, the blonde-haired girl asked in surprise when the commander stated their mission was not to eliminate those red-level monsters. The commander explained their role. We just need to prevent the monsters from escaping. The rest will be handled by the professional awakened. The naive blonde-haired boy asked, why don't they just handle everything themselves? And immediately received a smack on the head from the blonde-haired girl. Grow up, the blonde-haired girl snapped as the boy trembled in fear. She further explained that since most awakened were busy searching for Moji, these minor tasks fell to them, making him mumble, you just needed to say that. If you understand, we will depart, the commander declared decisively, and the blonde-haired boy quickly agreed. The team quickly rushed off, traversing the city at night to reach the mission location. They landed in a vast car junkyard. Before them was a giant ice dome, which the commander confirmed, it's there. She analyzed. An ice wall? It must be an ice-type monster. The scanner data showed countless signals, making one member exclaim, oh my god, so many. The blonde-haired boy panicked upon seeing over 100 signals, but was cut off by the blonde-haired girl. Shut your mouth. Jiyu humorously offered anxiety medicine upon hearing the blonde-haired boy admit he only felt safe with Jun by his side. The commander reassured the team that their mission was only to supervise and monitor, not to directly confront red-level monsters. She pointed towards an ice cave and said that was the entrance they needed to guard. When asked what they would do if monsters appeared, she asserted, we will buy time until the hunter team arrives. To conserve energy for a long night, she decided to divide shifts so everyone could take turns sleeping and guarding. The night gradually passed, giving way to the dawn. The next morning, the entire team was still sound asleep when the blonde-haired boy let out a big yawn. Suddenly, the person on guard shouted, huh? There's movement at the entrance. The alarm shout, there's movement at the entrance, startled the entire group of students. The blonde-haired boy squinted to observe while the female commander anxiously asked, is it a monster? What kind? He strained his eyes to look closer, and then, he was stunned when he recognized the familiar figure. It was Hyesu, whom he never expected to see in a place like this. The whole group was bewildered, and a blonde girl asked, Hyesu? Who is that? Her friend explained, he's the junior that Jun often hangs out with, which made the blonde boy even more confused. What is he doing in there? The brown-haired young man also looked on with a puzzled expression, unable to understand Hyesu's purpose. The blonde girl suddenly frowned, as if realizing something was amiss. Hyesu was moving strangely, not like he was guarding against monsters but as if he was searching for something on the ground. Jiyu suddenly had an idea. Oh, are you talking about the miners? The leader girl explained that miners are people who specialize in extracting mana crystals at the edges of dangerous gates. The blonde boy suddenly remembered, come to think of it, I heard Jun say that Hyesu has been the family's pillar since his parents passed away. Although Muram High School offers generous subsidies, that's a different story. But that's if he lives alone, he continued. He has many siblings. When the number 7 was revealed, all 3 girls were stunned, speechless. The blonde boy further explained that as an ordinary, awakened, it would be difficult for Hyesu to earn enough scholarship money to get by. Everyone fell silent, realizing the painful truth. So he's working as a minor for his siblings. It's dangerous, but understandable. Eunbi turned to the leader, asking with a worried expression, Miss Cha, what should we do? Cha worried that Hyesu might not realize he was being watched by monsters. She quickly made a decision. Scolding him can wait. The priority now is rescue. The whole group responded in unison, ready for the mission to rescue Hyesu. Meanwhile, Hyesu was stealthily moving through the junkyard, unaware that he had been discovered. He suddenly stopped, sensing something unusual. Hyesu panicked when he couldn't find his pursuers, sweat pouring down. A moment before, he had still been saying goodbye to his younger brother, to go for morning training, but then a shark monster called out to him, Wait, Hyesu. It warned that humans were watching the area. Stunning Hyesu, the monster ordered, They're coming. Just act like nothing's happening. Hyesu anxiously asked about the fate of the other monsters, but it reassured him that they could handle themselves. It assigned Hyesu a task. Go out and try to distract them as much as possible. I'm counting on you. Back in the present, Heisu took a deep breath, telling himself to stay calm and act naturally. Just then, he was bewildered to see the entire group of students rushing straight towards him. They ran, shouting, "Hyosu, are you okay?" The two friends arrived first, eagerly asking if he was safe and unharmed. Jiyu urged with a serious face. "Let's get out of here first." Unbi explained and scolded. "There's a horde of monsters behind you. If you're going to be a miner, you need to pay attention to your surroundings." Heisu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they had no idea about his connection to the monsters. Having been discovered, Heisu stammered an awkward apology. Meanwhile, the monsters panicked at being exposed too early, before they could even finish building their home. The Sharkman anxiously asked if they needed to fight, as they had to return to Murim, but Thegor confidently declared that he already had a plan, otherwise he wouldn't have shown himself. He boasted that when he said he would build a home, he had already created a portal entrance in the basement, sending shivers down Haisu's spine. Lotitel and the Sharkman marveled at Thegor's meticulousness, making him visibly smug. Thegor excitedly shouted, preparing to lead the group into the glowing blue portal. Suddenly, a mysterious attack struck Thegor directly in the back. He was thrown forward, slammed his face into the portal, and collapsed. Lotitel frantically called Thegor's name, while the Sharkman growled cautiously, asking who had just attacked. A colossal black shadow loomed out of the smoke. A blue paw gently landed on the ground. The blue fox spirit beast, Bluey, appeared with fiery fur and furious, stark white eyes. The Sharkman trembled, realizing it was the spirit beast of the owner of the Forbidden Zone, not understanding why he was angry. Bluey's white eyes glowed menacingly in the darkness. It let out a roar and unleashed a terrifying energy blast. The junkyard violently shook as a colossal blue crystal mass emerged from the ground. In the midst of it all, Heisu was still trying to vehemently deny to Jiyu and Unbi that he knew anything. But then he froze, seeing the colossal blue energy explosion right behind him. The ground shook as the group of trainees surrounded Heisu. Suddenly, a massive pillar of blue energy erupted from the ground. The whole group was stunned by the sudden transformation of the scene. Jiyu looked up, not believing her eyes. She stumbled and fell backward. Suddenly, a small blue creature landed neatly in her arms. Jiyu exclaimed in astonishment. "Bluey?" Bluey joyfully yelped. Meanwhile, Heisu burst into tears of relief, whispering, "Lee, I've done my best." The others were curious. "Huh, why is there a puppy here?" "So cute." Jiyu pressed the spirit beast. "Why are you here alone? Where's June?" Bluey frantically used actions to mimic June being in danger. The group didn't understand, even thinking it wanted to play. Too disappointed, Bluey immediately turned and ran off to lead the way. Jiyu immediately understood. "June is in danger, let's hurry and follow," which stunned a blonde friend. The others also realized the seriousness of the situation and decided to go along. Miss Cha hastily shouted, "Stop! Where are you all going in the middle of a mission like this?" But Heisu held her back, saying she should follow to protect the trainees. Pushed away by Heisu, Miss Cha could only helplessly shout his name. The group of trainees was astonished by a massive surge of energy, engulfing the entire area. Jiyu was stunned, exclaiming, "Oh my god!" The entire group stood before a desolate, cracked wasteland, wondering what had happened. In the distance, a lone figure lay motionless on the ground. "What is that?" a blonde-haired male student exclaimed in surprise, pointing forward. Realizing something was wrong, Park Junghyun and Jiyu were the first to rush forward. The entire group of trainees hurried after them, crossing the barren land. They were horrified to realize that the person lying there was Lee Jun, covered in injury. Jiyu quickly helped Lee Jun up, and Park Junghyun breathed a sigh of relief. He's still breathing. Without hesitation, a vial of healing potion was poured into Lee Jun's mouth, but instead of recovering, Lee Jun coughed up a large mouthful of blood, startling everyone. Park Junghyun despairingly realized that even a B-grade potion was useless. They needed to get him to the infirmary immediately. Cha stepped forward, warning the group to be extremely careful, as the monster that defeated Lee Jun might still be lurking nearby. She ordered Hyukjin, Jiyu, and Park Junghyun to quickly take Lee Jun away, while the rest would stay to investigate. Hyukjin carried Lee Jun on his back, and together with the two girls, they swiftly departed, following Cha's instruction. Cha and the remaining group began to observe their surroundings. She remarked that the place looked like a landmark in China. The other trainees were also confused, as the gates they knew usually had medieval settings. Suddenly, a brown-haired male student stopped short, seemingly having discovered something. He was stunned to see a demonic artifact shaped like a scepter lying on the ground. Panicked, he shouted, "Why is a demonic artifact here?" "Miss," but a dark power had invaded the trainee's mind. He was drawn into an uncontrollable craving, reaching out towards the demonic artifact. Fortunately, Cha's call pulled the trainee named Sunho back to reality. Cha approached, pressing. Why are you so silent? Did you find something? Sunho stammered, reporting. Yes. There's a demonic artifact here, but when he looked again, the ground was empty. The demonic artifact had vanished without a trace. Cha looked doubtful, while Sunho was utterly bewildered. It was clearly right here. Cha decided, if there's nothing, let's move on. Staying in one place for too long isn't a good idea. The group left, but Sunho still looked back, wondering if he had hallucinated. Suddenly, a horrifying vision appeared, a crimson space filled with human corpses. Amidst that sea of blood, a white-haired figure stood towering over a mountain of bodies. The mysterious entity's long white hair flowed eerily. It turned, revealing a face completely shrouded in shadow. Only its glowing red eyes flashed with deadly intent. The entity extended its hand, its voice echoing in the mind. Begone. The time has not yet come. Elsewhere, Taemin shot up in his hospital bed, gasping for breath after a nightmare. He writhed in pain as purple electrical currents enveloped his body. Taemin trembled as he looked at the bandaged wounds all over his body, wondering how severely he had been injured. Just then, the hospital room door opened, and a girl carrying a fruit basket entered. She looked at Taemin with a serious and worried expression. Taemin startled awake in his hospital bed, still covered in bandages. The room door burst open and Ji-yu rushed in, making Taemin yell. What the hell? Han Ji-yu, don't you know how to knock? In her haste, Ji-yu dropped the fruit basket she was carrying. She stumbled, lunging straight towards Taemin, and was surprised to see that he was awake. In an awkward position, Ji-yu hastily asked, How's your body? Are you okay? Taemin blushed, stammering, speechless at the unexpected situation. Ji-yu quickly stood up, saying she would go call the doctor immediately, then ran off. A moment later, the elderly doctor arrived to examine Taemin, with Ji-yu present. He took off his glasses and gently asked, How are you feeling? Are you still in pain anywhere? Ji-yu's jaw dropped in astonishment when she heard Taemin's confident reply. I feel great. The doctor also couldn't hide his shock, explaining that after only 3 days, all his wounds and even the chaotic energy flow within him had recovered. Taemin secretly thought this recovery speed was probably due to the energy of S-grade martial arts. He realized that the healing energy was from the Hanwhan martial art, continuously regenerating every cell in his body. The doctor concluded that Taemin would make a full recovery in a week, and then bid farewell. As soon as the doctor left, Taemin stood up and stretched, complaining that lying down for 3 days had made his body stiff. Ji-yu worriedly advised him to rest more, but Taemin reassured her that the doctor had given permission and asked why he was there. Ji-yu explained that Prodigy had come to report, which was how she found him unconscious. On the bed, the spirit beast Bluey lay flattened, whimpering with a guilty expression. Taemin smiled and patted the spirit beast's head, comforting it. You didn't do anything wrong, why are you so gloomy? You did great. He picked up Bluey and thanked Ji-yu, but she quickly waved her hand, saying that not only she, but also Jongyeon, Hyukjin, and Miss Cha had helped. Taemin worriedly asked Ji-yu, Really? Does everyone know Paranji is a monster now? He hugged the sobbing spirit beast, reassuring it. It's okay. You don't need to hide Paranji's identity anymore. By the way, did anything happen while I was unconscious? At the answer, a lot has happened. Taemin couldn't help but be stunned. Ji-yu began to recount. First, a red-grade monster appeared in Dobong-gu, and there, Haesu. Hearing this, Taemin was consumed by guilt and helplessness. He gritted his teeth, silently cursing. Those bastards, they caused trouble again when I wasn't there. Taemin roared in anger. A sudden pain struck him, making him pause, and realize something was wrong with his body. A strange sensation spread, and a status window appeared before Taemin's eyes. All his stats had severely dropped. A clear punishment. Taemin muttered. Damn it. Just as I thought. There's a penalty. All my stats and internal energy have decreased. He wondered if this was a side effect after defeating the blood demon Chiono-Echion. Nevertheless, Taemin leaned back on the bed, telling himself that just being alive was a blessing. Suddenly, a familiar ahem sound rang out, catching his attention. Taemin was astonished to see his master's spirit hovering outside the window. He called out, Master? And the old man quickly wiped away his tears, pretending nothing was wrong. Taemin exclaimed in alarm, Wait, are you crying? Which made the old master even more flustered. I said I'm not crying, he snapped, though tears continued to stream down his face out of worry for his disciple. Taemin smiled and stood up. I know you're worried about me, but I have to go. Despite his master's astonishment, ignoring his master's protests, Taemin confidently strode out of the hospital room. The scene shifted to Qingdao Beach, China, under a brilliant sunset. A woman named Somi was kneeling respectfully. A blonde-haired figure appeared, greeting, Somi, long time no see. Somi politely inquired, but the figure replied that the world now called them the martial god. Somi quickly bowed her head in apology for still holding on to past memories. The martial god reassured her that there was no need to be so tense. That person was Heavenly Lord Samayong, a martial god revered by all martial artists, described as astonishingly beautiful, yet also cruel and ruthless. Samayong spoke, questioning Somi. With sharp eyes and overwhelming aura, Samayong asked directly, "Where is the destruction sword?" Somi broke into a sweat, replying that Xue Huo was going to retrieve it. Samayong sneered, saying that the senior would be very pleased, but first, they wanted to see it for themselves. Somi quickly promised to have Xue Huo bring it as soon as it was retrieved, earning her praise from Samayong for her quick wit. Samayong narrowed their eyes and smiled, asking about the situation of this world. At the same time, in a modern building, Li Jun gently told Prodigy to wait a moment. After confirming no one was nearby, he decided this was a suitable place. Li Jun focused his energy and shouted, "Destruction sword." The demonic weapon immediately responded to its master's call and bound itself to him. Li Jun breathed a sigh of relief, but then was astonished by its new form and SS-grade aura. The information window appeared, confirming that the destruction sword had evolved to SSS grade. Li Jun smiled at the SSS grade weapon, but secretly thought it was too ostentatious to carry around. Suddenly, the spear in his hand glowed, startling Li Jun. It had shrunk and changed its design, making him wonder if it reacted to his thought. Li Jun ordered it back to its original form, pleased that with this ability, no one would recognize it as a demonic weapon. He turned to his spirit beast, deciding it was time to clean up the remaining mess. Carrying Prodigy in his arms, Li Jun opened a teleportation gate, looking down at the giant ice wall created by his subordinates. Meanwhile, outside the wall, a monk and another man were helpless before the impenetrable barrier. Inside, a small demon reported to Lord Sharku that humans were gathering outside. Sharku decided to break through the wall, while Thegor stood beside him, commenting sarcastically. Suddenly, Li Jun appeared right behind them, questioning Sharku's breakthrough plan. Hai Su was stunned to see Li Jun, who demanded he explain the entire situation. He stammered, recounting how Lord Thegor had decided to build them a house after seeing the junkyard. Called by Li Jun, Thegor immediately prostrated himself on the ground, trembling and begging for forgiveness. Li Jun pointed towards a magnificent villa, asking if that was the house that had been built. Thegor, in his tiny form, confirmed that the house was complete, though a bit large for 8 people. Li Jun turned to ask about the ice wall, and Sharku proudly claimed it as his work. He listened to the explanation, then turned to ask Paranji's opinion on how to deal with this artwork. Paranji let out a growl, terrifying Sharku, who knelt down and begged the Lord of the Forbidden Zone for his life. Li Jun waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to stop apologizing and to stand up and go home. Sharku quickly ran off, muttering "brother," leaving Li Jun with an annoyed expression. Hai Su scratched his head apologetically, apologizing for letting everyone build this oversized structure. The children just stood silently, not understanding what was happening. Li Jun explained that while the wall was reckless, it was very effective at stopping monsters. He affirmed that it was very useful for protecting the children, making Hai Su wonder if they should keep it. To Hai Su's worry about talking to outsiders, Li Jun casually replied that they could just make something up, then placed his hand on the ice wall. He exerted himself, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. The colossal ice wall began to crack under Li Jun's power. Outside, a monk frantically shouted that the ice wall had been broken. Li Jun calmly stepped out, smiling as he greeted an acquaintance. "Oh, Sa-hyung Jun?" Questioned about what had happened, Li Jun simply replied, "I've handled everything." Before Sa-hyung Jun could recover from his shock, his subordinate reported that the scanners no longer detected any monster. Li Jun put his arm around Hai Su, fabricating a story that the two of them had dealt with the green rank monsters, and closed the gate, causing its energy to freeze the entire area. Sa-hyung Jun mumbled that if the two of them had truly dealt with red rank monsters, it would be unbelievable. Assuming the mission was complete, Sa-hyung Jun ordered everyone to return to the main house. His troops unanimously obeyed the order decisively. Li Jun suddenly realized those people were from the Shingi clan. He then called the Shingi clan members back to give them another instruction. With a serious expression, Li Jun asked them to tell the alliance leaders to leave this ice wall alone, because this place was now the children's new home. His gaze sharpened as he emphasized his warning, specifically targeting the Payawang Dao and Jeomsan groups. Li Jun reassured the Shingi clan members that there was no need to worry. The representative respectfully replied that they were only acting according to their young master's wishes, and would relay his words. With everything resolved, Li Jun stood before the cracked ice wall. He turned and left the Forbidden Zone without looking back. Li Jun thought to himself that Hai Su and the children seemed very pleased with their new home. The scene shifted to a hospital. Upon returning, Li Jun wearily complained that he was utterly exhausted. He opened a hospital room door, not expecting someone to be waiting inside. Lee Jun froze when he realized his sister was standing with her arms crossed, looking at him with an angry expression. She immediately grabbed her brother, snapping, "Are you trying to kill yourself? Why aren't you in the hospital?" His sister continued to question him about the news report, about Hyesu not participating in the tournament, and why Lee Jun went there in such a state. Lee Jun could only force a laugh at the exaggerated news report fabricated by the Shingi clan about his achievements. Her anger shifted again. "And another thing, why didn't you tell me you were raising a monster?" She asked if Ji-yu knew, and Lee Jun slyly replied that Ji-yu did know, but he hadn't told her. Furious at her brother's wordplay, his sister raised her hand, intending to teach him a lesson. Lee Jun frantically raised his hands to block the blow, hastily asking his sister to calm down. Suddenly, he paused, realizing something unusual, and worriedly called out, "Sis?" His sister was trying to suppress her sobs, her shoulders trembling from extreme worry. She tearfully confessed how scared she had been, while Lee Jun gently promised to tell her everything next time. Finally, Lee Jun obediently lay back in the hospital bed under his sister's care. In the hospital room, a small blue creature suddenly appeared, startling both Lee Jun and his sister. Despite Lee Jun's warning, his sister picked up the creature and was immediately captivated by its cuteness. She excitedly hugged the spirit beast, declaring she wanted to take it home to raise, making Lee Jun sigh inwardly, thinking his sister was getting overly excited. She suddenly pouted, saying she felt left out because someone named Ji-yu knew about it before her. Then, she turned to make Lee Jun promise that next time something similar happened, he had to tell her first. She smiled brightly upon receiving the promise from her younger brother. A while later, his sister left, and Lee Jun sat alone on the hospital bed with the sleeping spirit beast. He stroked its head and thought to himself. As soon as his sister left, this creature immediately started acting spoiled. Lee Jun looked at his hand, calling the name of the magic weapon, Mi Jue Qiang. He grasped the appearing spear shaft, pondering that it had been 3 days since he acquired the magic bone, and now the question was how they would react. In his mind, images of Tianwai Tian, the demons of this world, appeared, with their goal of opening a spatial gate. Their purpose was to summon their master, Jin, to this world. Lee Jun mused that Hyulbul's death might have changed the future, but there was still plenty of time. A terrifying vision appeared. 7 years later, the leader of Tianwai Tian descended, and in just 1 month, everything was destroyed. Lee Jun clenched his fist, resolving to become even stronger to destroy Jin Muyul. But first, he had to sever every limb of Tianwai Tian. The story flashed back to the past, where a man handed Lee Jun the first-place reward he desired. Lee Jun smiled as he accepted the item stored in a wooden box. The man curiously asked if Lee Jun knew the rules of the Celestial Martial Arts Tournament. Lee Jun unrolled the scroll, and a series of system notifications appeared, stating that this was the sealed Blood God map. The man asked in surprise, "So, even you, Lee Jun, can't view the information?" And Lee Jun could only confirm it. The award giver believed that because it was Lee Jun, he requested the Blood God map, and suggested they both uncover its secrets together. Suddenly, Lee Jun was startled to hear his master's voice echo in his head, advising him to try using the Hunyuan divine art. Following the advice, Lee Jun focused on the scroll, preparing to activate the Yuan Shen technique. As soon as the energy was infused, a line of hidden text immediately appeared on the map. The system information panel confirmed that the item Blood God map had been unlocked, with both its rank and difficulty at SSS. This map leads to the Hunyuan sect, where only those who have cultivated the Hunyuan divine art to 9 stars can enter to inherit the legacy of the sky-breaking blood god. Lee Jun wondered why this place had such a high difficulty, and received the answer that he must prove himself worthy. He quickly realized he had to overcome a trial to inherit the legacy, which pleased his master due to his quick understanding. When asked about the level required to reach 9 stars, his master revealed that it was equivalent to SS rank by current standard. Lee Jun was stunned by the requirement, causing the award giver to misunderstand and excitedly ask if he had found anything. As his master explained that the minimum realm was the transcendent realm, Lee Jun hastily denied to the other person that he had seen anything. He couldn't help but be surprised to learn there were ranks above S-class, but his master just smiled and said that was the level he had to achieve in the future. Lee Jun secretly thought about the 10 strongest people on Earth, all S-rank awakened ones, and realized he had to surpass a threshold that even they had never reached. Feeling immense pressure, he wondered if he could do it, just as the award giver leaned in close, pressing him for answers. Lee Jun continued to deny it, causing the other person to angrily question their relationship. Suddenly, Lee Jun turned and walked away, then looked back, casually saying he was just kidding. He proposed a deal. He wouldn't reveal anything about the map, but would gift the Blood Goo poison art if he was hosted by the Shingi clan and completed the Forgotten Soul Gate. The award giver was speechless upon hearing the name Blood Goo poison art. Although the other party was still skeptical, Li Jun asserted that it was something he had no need for. He confidently explained that he already possessed the Hunyuan divine art, and asked them to help him spread a rumor to other factions. Li Jun revealed the rumor he wanted to spread: "I will conquer the Soul Forest Gate alone." The award giver happily accepted, believing a small rumor was nothing compared to the blood goo poison art. At the Soul Forest Gate, a blonde-haired young man accompanying Li Jun wondered about the plan to conquer this place. He seemed incredibly excited by the lush green scenery and wanted to go straight inside. Park Hyukjin was surprised when Li Jun said they needed to wait for one more person. Just then, Hai-Su rushed over, profusely apologizing for being late. Park Hyukjin recognized the new companion as Hye-Su, while Hye-Su was also surprised to see Senior Hyukjin here. Park Hyukjin, acting like a senior, told Hye-Su to just follow him, but Hye-Su eagerly volunteered to be the vanguard and clear the path. Li Jun coldly cut short their noisy conversation, announcing that time was up. He signaled to begin the plan via a message sent to Chairman Han Min-seong. Immediately, the system warned that the master of the Soul Forest Gate was attempting to seal the entrance, and Li Jun decisively chose deny. As the master of the 4 sacred forbidden zones, Li Jun easily nullified the opponent's efforts, leaving the gate's master bewildered. He secretly thought that thanks to Prodigy's increased rank, controlling this gate was a trivial matter. Li Jun continued to ponder. Although he could clear the green zone by himself, this place required a special condition. That condition was needing at least 3 people, but he couldn't help but be annoyed by Park Hyukjin's carefree attitude in such a dangerous place. He mused, although bringing Shikuna would make it easier, this was a great opportunity for Hye-Su to use the true demonic sword. Furthermore, Park Hyukjin was also a formidable combatant, with skills far surpassing most monsters. His train of thought ended. Li Jun turned to ask Hye-Su if he had ever seen a golem, hinting at the enemy before them. At the same time, within the inner sanctum of the Divine Power Fist sect, a peaceful scene unfolded. In stark contrast, in a hospital room, a red-haired person looked at their comatose relative and gnashed their teeth in hatred. "That bastard deserves to be torn to shreds," a powerful woman contemptuously muttered. "A lowly bastard dares to..." She spun around, baring her teeth in a sneer. "Dare to lay a hand on my son, the legitimate heir of the Divine Power Fist sect?" A subordinate bowed and reported, while the woman stood by her son's hospital bed and asked about Li Jun's situation. The subordinate revealed that Li Jun was conquering the Soul Forest Gate alone, causing her to ask again for confirmation. Upon learning the news came from an informant within the Shingi clan, she crossed her arms and smiled smugly. "Soul Forest Gate, huh?" With a sinister smile she ordered, "Mobilize the Tyrant Legion." Looking at her comatose son, the mother secretly vowed to personally kill the one who caused it. Meanwhile, at the Soul Forest Gate, Li Jun smiled as he introduced the giant stone golem before the group. Hye-Su and Park Hyukjin were astonished by the monster's size, realizing it was the boss of the first stage. Addressing Hye-Su's confusion, Li Jun explained that the Soul Forest Gate had a special strategy, consisting of 3 stages that had to be cleared sequentially. He confidently declared that each stage would only have one boss, and the team only needed to follow his instructions to clear the challenge quickly. Li Jun outlined the strategy. When the golem awakens, it will summon smaller golems, and all 3 must work together to attack the brown ones without using inner energy. Hye-Su wondered why they couldn't use inner energy, and Li Jun replied that it was the condition to clear this stage. Li Jun looked at Hye-Su meaningfully, saying that this was the perfect environment to test the power of the sword he had given him. Hye-Su suddenly came to, muttering 2 words: "Summon." The cloth-wrapped sword on his back began to vibrate and emit powerful energy. Hye-Su drew his S-rank sword, proudly boasting that it was a weapon personally bestowed by Yi Jun, astonishing Park Hyukjin. Park Hyukjin immediately turned to beg Li Jun for a weapon, but was reminded that his Thunder Roar sword was already AA rank. Li Jun secretly thought about his debt to Hyukjin from a previous life, then firmly told him to stop whining and promised to find him a good weapon later. Park Hyukjin beamed. "You truly are my best friend." He reluctantly accepted. "Alright, then I'll get a good weapon later," Li Jun declared resolutely. "Let's see what I can do now," making Park Hyukjin panic. "Wait. Don't tell me you're going to." Despite the warnings, Park Hyukjin charged forward with his sword. "Charge," making Li Jun yell after him, "Hey, we have to go together." Li Jun angrily turned to Hye-Su. "That reckless idiot. Hye-Su. We have to follow him. Grab your weapon and let's go," and received a firm reply. "Yes." All 3 rushed towards the cliff, where a colossal entity was lurking. In the darkness, the stone monster's blue eyes suddenly glowed. The Stage 1 boss, the Earth Golem, awakened and immediately activated a barrier, astonishing. "Hye-Su. A barrier?" Li Jun shouted, pulling his teammate back to reality. Focus, Hyesu. He explained that a characteristic of this gate was that when the boss was provoked, a barrier would be erected around it. The Earth Golem began summoning mini-golems from underground. Lee Jun immediately assigned, Hyukjin, focus on the brown golems, and Park Hyukjin replied from above, understood. Park Hyukjin swung his sword, a powerful slash sweeping away the small monster. Lee Jun turned and ordered, Hey Su, when I give the signal, we'll all charge the boss together, got it? He began counting down while his teammates got into position. 1, 2, 3. At the signal, all three simultaneously charged to attack the Earth Golem. Lee Jun led the charge, unleashing a dark crimson spiraling magical spear attack directly at the boss. He roared when he saw the monster regenerating. It's trying to recover. Hey Su, destroy it before it revives. Hai Su obeyed, pouring all his strength into his greatsword to unleash the finishing blow. Hai Su braced himself, channeling all his strength into the final attack. Immediately after, a system notification appeared. Earth Golem, Stage 1 boss, has been defeated. Lee Jun patted Hisu's shoulder, praising, well done. While the system allowed them to proceed to the next stage, Park Hyukjin exclaimed in surprise at the sight of a mountain of piled-up rewards, thinking this gate was truly generous. Wow, these artifacts are super rare, Park Hyukjin exclaimed excitedly, while Hyesu asked blankly if they were really that valuable. Lee Jun urged everyone to pick items, then paused as he noticed something unusual. Without hesitation, he used his power to pull a mysterious scroll out of the pile of treasures. Clenching the scroll, Lee Jun thought to himself, how ridiculous. I'll take this, Lee Jun declared firmly, ignoring his two teammates who were still engrossed in the gold and silver. He was horrified when he recognized the item in his hand. Why is the blood parasite art appearing in Stage 1? Lee Jun muttered as he read its effects. A perfect martial art to punish those who don't listen. Park Hyukjin excitedly invited everyone to continue, after Lee Jun explained that this scroll could be exchanged for a lot of information. As soon as they entered, the group was confronted by the Stage 2 boss, the Shield Golem. Park Hyukjin worriedly remarked that the monster looked extremely sturdy and massive, with 2 shields in its hands. Not just sturdy, it's ridiculously tough, Lee Jun calmly corrected, his eyes full of confidence. Park Hyukjin squinted suspiciously, questioning Lee Jun as if he had faced it before. Lee Jun was silent for a moment, then replied, I already told you, my master taught me everything. He thought to himself that he couldn't reveal he had died and returned, while his teammates began to speculate about his great master. In Lee Jun's imagination, his master was yelling, Disciple, are you comparing your master to those fake masters? Lee Jun thought about his excuse, then outlined a strategy. Just keep attacking until it raises its shields. Park Hyukjin asked if inner energy could be used, and Lee Jun immediately assigned the first attack to Haisu. With a determined expression, Haisu accepted the order. Immediately, he shot off like an arrow, the sword in his hand flashing. Haisu concentrated all his strength, his face tense as he prepared to unleash a powerful technique. He soared into the air, delivering a thunderous blow from above onto the shield golem. The heaven and earth profound void divine art, an ultimate technique, was unleashed. Witnessing that, Park Hyukjin exclaimed in astonishment, that martial art is, Hai Su's glowing blade was about to collide with the stone giant. The towering shield golem raised its 2 colossal shields to block the attack. A terrifying explosion rang out as the attack was completely blocked. The recoil force sent Hyesu flying back, causing the ground beneath him to crack open into a large crater. He realized in shock, if it weren't for the true demonic sword blocking the blow, I'd be dead for sure. Sitting amidst the rubble, Hyesu looked up at the monster, standing tall like an impregnable mountain, but he quickly struggled to his feet, his eyes gleaming with resilience. Without a moment's hesitation, Hyesu charged at the enemy once more. This time, he swung his sword, creating an arc of azure energy, aiming for the lower part of the golem. However, the attack only left a streak of fire on the shield. The monster didn't budge at all. Seeing this, Park Hyukjin jumped into the fray, declaring, as a senior, how can I let my junior bear the burden alone? Park Hyukjin also joined the fight, unleashing the Heavenly Thunder King divine art with a destructive blue lightning stream. Meanwhile, Lee Jun's spear had also broken through the monster's defense. Lee Jun faced the colossal shield golem head-on by himself. Seeing this, Park Hyukjin frantically yelled, Jun, I know. Lee Jun replied curtly, his eyes sharp, his spear glowing with energy. He put all his strength into swinging his spear, delivering an earth-shattering blow to the golem. Attacked, the monster roared, its entire body beginning to emit a terrifying surge of energy. Lee Jun immediately recognized the danger, hastily shouting, a wide-range attack is coming, stick to the barrier as much as possible. All three immediately leaped away, trying to escape the attack's range. A destructive burst of light erupted from the golem, engulfing the entire area. Hai Su couldn't dodge in time, his face sustaining a bleeding cut from the aftershock. But the shield golem's attack was also when it was most vulnerable. Its stone body began to crack. Before Jesus' astonished eyes, the Stage 2 boss exploded into dust. After the system announced the rewards, Lee Jun sighed, wondering, it's a green zone, but why is the difficulty so high? He smirked, explaining, that's because this isn't a normal green zone gate. This place hides a magic stone mine, a reserve large enough to supply over 1/3 of South Korea's total energy. Lee Jun was about to urge everyone to continue when Park Hyuk-jin unexpectedly spoke up. Wait, there's something we need to clarify. He turned to call Hae-soo, who responded with a bewildered look. Park Hyuk-jin sternly questioned, how can you use the martial arts of the Tyrant clan? Park Hyuk-jin gravely asserted that Hae-soo's martial arts were even higher ranked than the Tyrant clans, then turned to demand an explanation from Lee Jun. Lee Jun confirmed, revealing that the martial art Hae-soo learned was a 5th-tier technique. He clarified that it was Lianhuan Badao, on the same level as Diwang Jianfa. Park Hyuk-jin cried out in astonishment, asking if it was the sword art that Dao Wang had been searching for all this time. Still reeling, Park Hyuk-jin wondered if that technique required mastery of Tiandi Shukong Shengong. Lee Jun smirked meaningfully, hypothesizing, what if Hae-soo has already mastered it? Amidst Park Hyuk-jin's astonishment, Hae-soo confirmed that Lee Jun had given him the flower of inheritance to rebuild his martial arts foundation. Park Hyuk-jin was even more shocked upon hearing about the item worth billions, pressing if it was all thanks to Lee Jun's master, but only received an evasive answer. Lee Jun admitted that without his master's training, even knowing the future would be useless, then suggested the group proceed to the next stage. Park Hyuk-jin pleaded to be introduced to Lee Jun's master, but Lee Jun merely ignored him and reiterated the need to move on. Hae-soo smiled, calling after him, hey, don't ignore me. The scene shifted to 9 p.m., in front of Seoul Forest Gate, where a group of mysterious figures appeared on the rocky ground. A masked man announced, the Tyrant clan has arrived. The woman accompanying him let out a weary sigh. She turned back, irritably asking her subordinates why they made her wait so long, and received their apologies. The masked man, Choi Sun-ho, leader of the Tyrant clan, explained that they had to avoid the eyes and ears of other clans. Choi Sun-ho ordered them to enter the gate and kill Lee Jun before he cleared the dungeon, but the woman reminded him not to underestimate the one who defeated their brother. Choi Sun-ho sneered, believing that the clan leader hadn't even used 30% of his internal energy when facing a mere kid. Despite his comrades' ominous premonitions, Choi Sun-ho confidently declared he would personally dispel all worries with the formidable force at his command. Lee Jun appeared in Choi Sun-ho's mind as a target not worth mobilizing the entire Tyrant clan for. He confidently believed that even if the opponent had mastered Tianwang Shengong, he was still just a kid of level 3 or 4 stars. The red-haired woman accompanying him coldly ordered the entire team to deploy. Meanwhile, the car carrying Lee Jun's group also arrived at the edge of the forest in the dark of night. Elsewhere, a powerful woman received a report that both the Divine Power Fist sect and the Tyrant clan had taken action. She calmly ordered her plan to begin, as the big fish had taken the bait. She confirmed the order, holding both phones, indicating thorough preparation. Immediately after, a call was made to reporter Kim So-ah. In her office, Kim So-ah picked up the phone in astonishment. The caller identified himself as Nam Ji-woo, secretary to Chairman Han Min-sung of Musago Company. He offered to provide her with an exclusive scoop about Lee Jun. Kim So-ah, a reporter specializing in news about Lee Jun, couldn't hide her excitement and immediately asked what the news was. The blonde woman arranged to meet her at Seoul Forest Gate, and then abruptly hung up, despite Kim So-ah trying to ask for more detail. At the same time, a similar message was sent to Yoon-hee, a fan of Lee Jun, inviting her to record exclusive footage. In the TV station's waiting room, Yoon-hee was stunned by the unexpected offer. Without a moment's hesitation, she hastily texted back, agreeing to come immediately. Knowing that reporter Kim So-ah would also be there, Yoon-hee immediately jumped up, determined to leave. She couldn't miss the chance to witness Lee Jun conquering the dungeon firsthand. Ignoring her colleague's call that it was almost airtime, Yoon-hee rushed out of the building, shouting that she would be right back.
Rejected, Park Hyuk-jin pleaded. Are you really not going to teach me? While Lee Jun replied wearily. Park Hyuk-jin yelled, at least tell me his name, making Lee Jun secretly think about keeping his master's identity a secret. Lee Jun finally revealed, I only know his alias Mugyukja. He recalled his master's other terrifying titles, Martial God and Blood, God of Destruction. Lee Jun explained to Park Hyuk-jin the meaning of the safest name, Mugyukja, one who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Park Hyuk-jin excitedly grabbed Lee Jun's collar, exclaiming that the name was even cooler than his grandfather's Sword Emperor. Li Jun sneered while looking at his phone. If the Sword Emperor heard that, he'd cry. Suddenly, a message popped up reporting the commander-in-chief of the Divine Power Fist sect and the Overlord's elites are approaching with 250 men. Li Jun merely smirked confidently at the news of the approaching enemies. At the same time, one of the leaders of the attack was also thinking about their objective.
Li Jun turned and called his two companions over. He announced the shocking news, making Park Hyuk-jin astonishedly ask again about the Overlord's army.
Li Jun calmly added that Ishin's mother was also personally leading troops, confirming they truly wanted his life. Brushing aside the tension, Li Jun changed the subject. Putting that aside, I need your help with something. Park Hyuk-jin and Haisu didn't hesitate, affirming they would do anything for him. Park Hyuk-jin looked at his friend with sympathy, asking how much he had endured to be so calm. Li Jun remained silent at his friend's question. Park Hyuk-jin smiled, extended his hand, and declared, "We'll help you." He put an arm around Li Jun's shoulder, sincerely saying, "If things get tough, tell us right away. That's what friends are for." Park Hyuk-jin eagerly suggested dealing with the enemies immediately, but Li Jun stopped him with a different plan. "Hold on, let's clear Stage 3 first." The group advanced into the area of the Stage 3 boss, the Stone Giant.
Park Hyuk-jin confidently remarked, "Oh, this is the boss. Looks easy. If it's that easy, let's just finish it in one go."
He secretly thought this final boss looked truly disappointing. Immediately, the Stone Giant summoned the three Golem brothers, making Park Hyuk-jin exclaim in surprise, "Three of them." Li Jun immediately ordered, "We have to take down all three at once, one each, report damage status." He realized this challenge required absolute teamwork. Li Jun was glad to be with this team and shouted Hyuk-jin's name. Park Hyuk-jin reported almost done, while another voice called Hai-su's name. Hee-su also replied that he was almost done, and Li Jun ordered them to chip away at their health so they could finish them in one blow. Li Jun gave the final command on my signal. "We'll shatter them simultaneously."
He began counting 1,
2, 3. The entire team simultaneously unleashed their finishing blows. Standing on the rubble, Hai-su asked if everything was over. Li Jun replied, "Not yet, we still have to defeat the final boss." Before them, the giant stone hand began to move. The system announced that the stone giant had opened its eyes after the three Golem brothers were defeated. Park Hyuk-jin worriedly asked, "It's too huge. Can we finish it before they arrive?" But Li Jun affirmed that all three of them could do it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a notification that the stage had been cleared stunned the ambush team. A subordinate panicked, "No way, the intelligence must be wrong." An assassin asserted that the information came from the Divine Intelligence Bureau, so it was definitely accurate. The female leader retorted, arguing that intelligence isn't always right, especially when the Bureau is backing Li Jun. The subordinate believed there was no way Li Jun could have known their tactics in advance. Perhaps it was just luck, but the situation wouldn't change now that the Overlord's army was involved. The female leader agreed decisively. She ordered the entire team speed up and received a unanimous response. "Understood, sir." The black-clad assassin squad silently traversed the dense forest. Suddenly, the entire team froze, their assassin senses detecting something unusual. Under the full moon, a horrifying sight appeared before them. From the shadows, Li Jun emerged, an assassin already held firmly in his grasp. The sharp blade sliced across the throat, ending the enemy's life in silence. Li Jun coldly uttered, "So that's 50. They must have realized it by now." He checked the stage information. The system confirmed the intruders had entered Stage 2 and asked if he wanted to let them escape. Looking at the map showing their positions, Li Jun secretly thought, with an army of this caliber, they stand no chance. They still underestimate me too much. 30 minutes earlier, Park Hyuk-jin had burst into joy when the system announced they had become the new masters of the Stone Giant. Back in reality, Park Hyuk-jin worriedly asked Jun, "Shouldn't we prepare before they arrive?" Li Jun snapped out of his thoughts, replying, Sorry. I was checking a few things. He turned and called Isu, who was drinking water, and immediately responded. Lee Jun seriously warned if they discover your martial arts, the Overlord clan will never let you live in peace. Be careful. Isu confidently replied that he was ready, while Park Hyukjin cheerfully interjected, Don't worry, big brother here will protect you. Park Hyukjin asked about the next plan as night approached. Lee Jun thoughtfully replied with a question, What do you think is the best way to sow fear in the darkness? Lee Jun smirked, proposing a counter-ambush to take down the enemies one by one in silence. Park Hyukjin worried the plan was too slow and the gate might close, but Lee Jun reassured him that it wouldn't disappear. Hearing this, Park Hyukjin smiled and agreed, guessing this was another technique his master had taught Lee Jun. Isu affirmed, I will follow your lead, showing absolute trust in his teammate. Meanwhile, in a dark forest, Lee Jun's hunt had begun. Disguised as an assassin, he stood among the bodies he had just taken down and thought to himself that the enemy must have started to realize. At the assassin's base, a subordinate frantically called out vice leader, making the red-haired woman turn around.
He reported that Myung-suk was missing, but she merely brushed it off, thinking he had snuck off to the restroom again.
Another subordinate confirmed that Myung-seok had just been right next to him, and now even Changyun was gone. When news that the captain of Squad 4 was also missing was reported, the female vice leader finally realized the gravity of the situation and ordered a full head count. Their supreme leader received the ambush report via radio and roared in his mind, nonsense. The final report stated that 50 members of the tyrant squad had vanished without a trace. Then the signal went silent. From a distance, the figures of the female vice leader and 2 subordinates fell into the sights of a predator. The leader narrowed his eyes, focusing intently to find the lurking enemy. He muttered a sneaky rat as he sensed a faint presence. Immediately, he shot off like a ghost, swinging his sword to attack whoever dared to linger nearby. However, his eyes widened in astonishment as he realized something was wrong.
It's not him, the leader gasped as his blade pierced through one of his subordinates.
In a flash, Lee Jun's true shadow darted past and vanished into the night. The leader stood alone in the forest, utterly bewildered. I definitely sensed something. But now, it's completely silent. The female vice leader roared in anger while a subordinate asked for permission to enter the fray. She commanded, Catch him, aiming at the fleeting shadow in the forest. Lee Jun, in his assassin guise, approached an enemy. You seem to be struggling alone. Let me help you. He quietly infiltrated their ranks, a ghost among wolves. Seizing the opportunity, he unexpectedly struck down the one who had just offered help. In his final moments, the assassin realized in horror, that wasn't him. The leader stood before his comrade's corpse, coldly asserting, I know. He silently cursed the elusive enemy and decided to end the game quickly. The leader swung his great saber, roaring, If you don't want to die, get out of the way. If you keep hiding like a rat, I'll destroy this entire area. His eyes gleamed with ruthlessness as he poured all his strength into his sword. An earth-shattering slash was unleashed, sweeping away everything in its path. The attack left a massive trail of destruction tearing through the forest under the moonlight. The leader was confident that the target had been eliminated, but a flicker of doubt suddenly appeared. From within the dust and smoke, Lee Jun emerged, clutching a massive blood spear. He calmly said, Why the surprise? You came here to kill me. Clearly, the only one doing the killing here will be me. The great saber was easily blocked by Lee Jun's spear shaft. The leader was stunned. You bastard. How are you still alive after taking my Dugang? You're Dugang, Lee Jun scoffed. You're much weaker than Duking. Stop acting tough. Pushed back, the leader thought in horror. If it were his former self, that attack would have killed him instantly. He finally realized his opponent's identity. The man in front of me is a rank. Damn it. He's one of the top 5 of the Baideo faction. Lee Jun thought to himself, even though he was only a rank and his abilities were limited, he felt more at ease fighting, wondering if this was the power of the fear of destruction. A white-haired old man appeared behind him, explaining that combining Hunyuan Gong with the foundation of the fear of destruction made him invincible. The leader glared furiously, damn it. Just because you're a little stronger, you think you're hot stuff. Li Jun retorted, that damn it, again, you lowlife. So, what are you if you're defeated by a lowlife? Provoked the leader, roared tyrant squad, formed the Li's in. Surrounded Li, Jun muttered to himself, all these annoying tactics. A voice rang out from the crowd. It seems I can finally kill you here. Li Jun recognized the newcomer. The queen bee has finally appeared. What heavy footsteps. The red-haired leader stepped out, sneering, you dare to look me straight in the eye when you speak. You've grown a lot, lowlife. Li Jun asked directly, did that idiot I Shin beg you for revenge, making her freeze? He continued to provoke just a few things I overheard while tailing you like a rat, making her let out a forced laugh. Her smile vanished and she snarled, you dare mention my son with that filthy mouth. In a fit of rage, the woman swung her sword and charged straight at Li Jun. She was Choi Mi-jin, rank known by the moniker Tyrant Witch. Once a notoriously brutal name, Choi Mi-jin unleashed a destructive surge of lightning towards Li Jun. While using Hunyuan Gong to block the attack, Li Jun asked, I've always wanted to know, why do you hate me so much? Choi Mi-jin screamed, during the fight, a filthy bitch aiming for my position next to my bloodline. Do you think I would just sit by? Li Jun coldly asked, so that's why you cruelly murdered my mother. Choi Mi-jin smirked. Oh. With a venomous smile, she admitted, that's right, I ordered your mother's death. Choi Mi-jin scoffed, but Li Jun coldly replied that hearing her confession from her own mouth satisfied him. Li Jun's eyes gleamed with a deadly light. He growled, his killing intent surging. Now I'm certain. I can kill all of you without hesitation. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from Li Jun's body. Sensing the situation was dire, the leader suggested to Choi Mi-jin we should retreat and observe for a bit. The leader exclaimed in astonishment as he felt Li Jun's power. What is this energy? He muttered, realizing its similarity to the potion divine art. His master had cultivated a sense of unease rising within him. The leader no longer hesitated, roaring orders to his subordinates, don't just stand there, attack him now. Immediately, an entire army of assassins surrounded him from all sides, pointing their sharp blades at Li Jun. Li Jun took a stance, the blood spear in his hand beginning to glow with a blue aura. With a single horizontal sweep, he created a massive energy vortex, sending all the surrounding assassins flying. Li Jun stood coldly on the chaotic battlefield beside the corpse of a recently defeated enemy. His face was stained with blood, but his gaze remained as sharp as a blade, devoid of any emotion. The leader tried to reassure his comrades, don't panic, fill the gaps quickly, keep attacking. He'll eventually expose an opening. Two other assassins charged forward, screaming, determined to fight Li Jun to the death. Li Jun moved through the encirclement, easily neutralizing every attack with his dazzling techniques.
He frowned as he saw the enemies continuously swarming him, thinking to himself, the Lei formation is truly a troublesome formation. Li Jun decided to break it. I need to disrupt their formation. A surge of dark energy began to gather in his palm, forming a pitch-black energy orb. Li Jun unleashed a palm strike, releasing the dark orb directly towards the charging assassins. Li Jun unleashed a massive surge of dark energy.
An assassin shrieked miserably as his body was incinerated, desperately crying for help.
The spirit of the white-haired old man appeared, realizing this was not Wuji Qi, but the elder's Potian Qi. He wondered if this was a transformation caused by rage, but fortunately, the Hunyuan divine art would prevent Li Jun's reason from being consumed. The old man affectionately called out, "My disciple." He allowed him to unleash his anger, but emphasized that he would only turn a blind eye this one time. His master's image appeared, his voice echoing in Li Jun's mind. Wu Ji Qi must never transform into Po Shen Qi. Li Jun gripped his blood spear tightly, silently understanding why his master was worried, for this power was completely different. He stomped his foot heavily on the ground, causing the earth to crack. Standing amidst the energy vortex, Li Jun felt an uncontrollable urge to kill, a chilling exhilaration. Strange patterns began to appear on his face, and he realized this was a feeling he had never experienced when using the Hunyan divine art. He was certain of one thing, that with this power he could wipe out every living creature in this dungeon. An extremely powerful shockwave blew away the assassins. The leader, carrying a female assassin, wondered in astonishment where Li Jun got such power and decided to approach to investigate. Both quickly moved through the treacherous terrain. The leader was stunned to realize that the ley formation had been broken in an instant, and this energy was his lord's Patian Qi. He realized he had to immediately return and report this. But Li Jun appeared right in front of him, amidst a sea of fire, making the leader exclaim in terror. When did he get so close? Li Jun looked down coldly, the patterns on his face appearing utterly sinister. "My body can't move," the assassin leader realized in horror. The blazing red flames from Li Jun's power began to engulf his body. He only managed to utter a sound of astonishment before completely vanishing in the sea of fire. In his final moments, he realized the horrifying truth. You have inherited my lord's advancement." The leader's hooded head burst into a torch, ending his existence. From the shadows, Choi Mi-jin witnessed the entire event with sharp, cold eyes. Another assassin named Sun-ho frantically called out to her, "Sister, that guy is no joke. We have to run." He continued to report in fear. "He wiped out half of the Baiwang Legion with just one blow. We need to evacuate the survivors immediately." Choi Mi-jin calmly touched Sun-ho's face, her voice full of provocation. "Don't you want revenge?" She pointed to the devastated battlefield. "In an instant we lost half of the Baiwang Legion and the Goisha Legion. Don't you feel guilty towards them?" Sun-ho stammered, his mind in turmoil. "But I—" A subordinate's desperate plea echoed, "Leader, please, spare us." The desperate pleas of the remaining soldiers pierced Sun-ho's heart like a knife. "Please don't abandon us, leader." Sun-ho burst into tears and helplessness. "What should I do?" Choi Mi-jin calmly replied, "Don't worry." She turned her gaze towards Li Jun, remarking, "That guy seems unable to move." Choi Mi-jin continued to analyze. Or is he just standing still? You saw the power he just unleashed. What would happen if it were you? Sun-ho suddenly realized, clearly I would fall into a state of exhaustion. Huh? Choi Mi-jin affirmed, exactly. If I'm not mistaken, he is currently completely defenseless. Hearing her encouragement, "So, if you want to kill him, now is your chance." Sun-ho immediately charged forward. With eyes burning with hatred, he roared, "Die!" Just as Sun-ho was about to attack the collapsing Li Jun, a blonde figure rushed out and blocked his blade. Blocked Sun-ho roared in anger, "You bastard!" Lying on the ground, an exhausted Li Jun thought to himself, "Idiot." Park Hyuk-jin looked at his motionless friend and said, "That's the consequence of recklessly using a powerful technique." Then he turned to face the enemies, confidently declaring, "Let me handle these guys for you." But a voice rang out as Choi Mi-jin appeared. Park Hyuk-jin realized, so the young lady of the Divine Fist clan is here too, and was warned back by her. Choi Mi-jin coldly declared, "This is an issue between our Divine Fist clan and that child." "This also concerns my friend Park Hyuk-jin," retorted, his voice strained. The confrontation grew tense as Choi Mi-jin challenged, "Do you really want to go against the Divine Fist clan?" And Park Hyuk-jin replied without hesitation. He even provoked, "Or perhaps we should start a war and see who loses." Choi Mi-jin threatened, "What if we kill you here and erase all traces?" But Park Hyuk-jin merely warned her that she would regret it. Losing patience, Choi Mi-jin yelled, "I've regretted it for a long time. Sunho, kill Lee Jun now!" Understood, Sister Sunho immediately obeyed, charging towards Lee Jun. Choi Mi-jin also acted, lunging to attack and hold back Park Hyuk-jin. "Where do you think you're going?" Caught by surprise, Park Hyuk-jin could only yell in despair as he saw his friend in danger. "Damn it, Jun!" Seizing the opportunity, Sunho leaped into the air, swinging his sword down with a venomous vow. "This time, I'll definitely kill you." His eyes burned with hatred, determined to finish off his enemy once and for all. But just before the blade struck, a firm hand appeared, blocking the attack. The newcomer was Hai-su, who smiled confidently and said, "Brother, I'm late." Park Hyuk-jin moved, while provoking Hosu at this speed. "Do you think you can protect Jun?" Sunho roared, "One more won't make a difference. If you cherish your friends so much, I'll send all of you to the afterlife." Immediately, Hai-su lunged like lightning, blocking Sunho's sword. Hai-su held his opponent firmly, then turned and said, "Brother, just stay put for a moment." As Lee Jun slumped down exhausted, his comrade's promise rang out, "We'll protect you at all costs." At the same time, at the Seoul Forest Gate, a luxurious car was approaching. A group of 3 girls appeared. The purple-haired one asked, "Uni, are you sure coming here will make you more famous than going to a music show?" Uni confidently replied to our friend's skepticism, "I told you, just trust me." 2 other women approached. One in a polite suit spoke, "Welcome, I am Nam Ji-woo, assistant to Chairman Han Min-song." The other introduced herself as Kim Se-ah, a reporter for Gate Information magazine, making the group realize this was the person who specialized in writing articles about Lee Jun. Uni also quickly introduced herself, "Nice to meet you. I'm Uni from the Red Girls." Nam Ji-woo ignored her, gesturing for everyone to enter the gate, making Uni furious at being overlooked. The group entered the gate. One member marveled at the scenery and reminded everyone to proceed to the second gathering area. Uni excitedly raised her selfie stick. "It's really beautiful inside the gate. How about we take a picture before we go?" Kim So-ah coldly interrupted, "We don't have time for that. Keep moving." Scolded Uni puffed out her cheeks in a pout, while the other 2 members giggled and teased her. Nam Ji-woo suddenly stopped sensing the increasingly loud vibrations. She turned and called Uni. It turned out Uni was busy live streaming. "Hello everyone, it's Uni. Today the Red Girls members and I are here to welcome Lee Jun." Amidst the forest scenery, the idol didn't forget to call on her fans to cheer for her. Nam Ji-woo's group and the Red Girls were stunned by the chaotic scene of the battle. In the air, Choi Mi-jin unleashed a lightning strike towards Park Hyuk-jin. Kim Sa-ah was astonished to recognize the presence of notorious figures while Hae-soo was blocking Sun-ho's attack. The entire group was shocked, speculating that the Tyrant Witch's army had been dispatched to eliminate Lee Jun, and Nam Ji-woo coldly confirmed it. Yooni panicked when she realized Lee Jun had fallen on the battlefield. She was about to rush to his aid immediately when Kim So-ah called her back. The female reporter argued that the power of an awakener was nothing compared to an even more formidable weapon. She suggested Yooni record a spectacular video while she would handle the article. After a moment of hesitation, Yooni agreed, determined to expose the enemy with the power of media. Meanwhile, Hae-soo steadfastly held his ground, promising to protect his brother. Park Hyuk-jin also desperately yelled Lee Jun's name. Lee Jun helplessly realized his body was exhausted, and at the same time, strange voices began to echo in his head. A demonic voice whispered, urging him to kill so his friends could survive. The evil entity continued to tempt him, stirring Lee Jun's hatred towards those who had disrespected him. It asserted that ultimate power belonged to the one at the pinnacle, and Lee Jun's eyes began to glow red. Seizing the opportunity, Sun-ho scrambled to his feet, preparing for a new attack. The demonic voice continued to echo, urging him to eliminate his comrade's enemy right before his eyes. Park Hyuk-jin could only watch helplessly as the assassins closed in on Lee Jun. He grew even more desperate when he saw Choi Mi-jin charging to attack Lee Jun while Hae-soo was still being held back. Choi Mi-jin exuded overwhelming killing intent. Park Hyuk-jin could only watch in shock. She unleashed an extremely powerful blow, sending Park Hyuk-jin flying. Lying on the ground, he heard a mocking voice. "You shouldn't be careless when facing me. Don't you value your own life?" In despair, Park Hyuk-jin envisioned Lee Jun on the verge of death. From afar, Hae-soo's shout rang out, "Lee Jun, wake up!" But Lee Jun could no longer hear anything. His eyes had turned fiery red. "Lee Jun, calm down!" Hae-soo's desperate plea was drowned out by his rage. Having lost all reason, Lee Jun unleashed a brutal strike at Sun-ho's throat. A surge of crimson energy gathered in his hand, forming a deadly weapon. He pinned the assassin to the ground, completely overwhelming him. A demonic voice whispered in his head, "Kill. You must kill." Lee Jun tightened his grip on Sun-ho's throat. The enemy now only trembled in terror. The voice roared, "Kill him!" Suddenly, an illusion of a white-haired old man appeared, shouting, "You fool! Can't you control yourself?" Lee Jun froze, exclaiming in pain, "Master!" The master shook his head. "Tsk, tsk. You were almost consumed by the Hunyan divine art." Lee Jun looked at his hands bewildered, repeating, "Hunyan, divine art." The old man explained, "More precisely, it's the Potean divine art within the Hunyan divine art. It's what caused your internal energy to become chaotic." Lee Jun frantically confessed to his master in his mind, "Someone whispered to me, telling me to kill them." The master explained that it might be the consciousness of the Potantian divine art which had once troubled his own master. Lee Jun anxiously asked, "So what should I do? If I use my internal energy again, it might speak to me again." He bowed his head, his voice filled with remorse. "Master, I know this might sound selfish." But he couldn't let go of his hatred for those who had murdered his mother. The master gently replied, "You misunderstand. Revenge is natural, but I want you to be enraged without being consumed by murderous intent." Standing amidst the illusion of a bloody battlefield, Li Jun silently replied, "Yes, master." Meanwhile, in the real world, Hai Su and Sun Ho clashed in an earth-shattering battle. Sun Ho exclaimed in astonishment, "How can you use the martial arts of the Paewang clan?" Hai Su thought to himself, the opponent was an AA rank awakened, but he couldn't lose because Li Jun would be in danger. Immediately after, Sun Ho unleashed a lightning-fast strike that hit Hai Su's abdomen. Hai Su staggered back, gritting his teeth. "You bastard!" Sun Ho coldly charged forward, his sword glowing brightly. "If you won't speak, I'll pry it out of you." Hai Su realized in horror that his opponent's sword energy was even longer than before. Sun Ho swung his sword, unleashing a full power slash. The powerful attack sent Hai Su flying backward. Sun Ho roared his old question, while Hai Su desperately realized he couldn't withstand this surge of sword energy. He mustered all his strength trying to block the energy blade with his bare hands. As his hands trembled before the terrifying power, Hai Su desperately thought, "Is this the end?" A dark figure appeared, its face hidden behind a hood, calling out. He charged forward, swinging his blazing red spear. "How dare you harm my precious younger brother?" Hai Su joyfully shouted, "Big brother!" Sun Ho was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "You can still move?" "Can't you see clearly?" Li Jun retorted with a fiery spear strike at the enemy. Sun Ho cursed inwardly, regretting not having finished off the target sooner. He bitterly realized that his Paewang team had been almost completely annihilated. Meanwhile, his sister was still caught in another battle. He knew that in this situation, he alone couldn't possibly fight against both of them. Lying sprawled on the ground, Sun Ho desperately admitted, "We lost." Li Jun coldly looked down. "What the hell are you doing?" "Can't you see I'm surrendering?" Sun Ho replied, thinking to himself that this guy was even stronger than his cousin. He was confident that with the powerful Paewang clan backing him, the opponent wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Li Jun smirked. "If you want to play that game, I'll indulge you." Sun Ho secretly planned to persuade his sister so they could kill Li Jun without expending much effort. But Li Jun's reply left him speechless. "What?" Li Jun turned to Hosu. "Hosu, leave this guy to me." "Go check the area for any remaining enemies," he ordered, and Hosu immediately complied. "Understood." He softly praised. "You held out very well," and Hosu replied decisively. Sun Ho pleaded, "Wait, I surrender." But Li Jun coldly replied, "Who cares? I don't accept." Li Jun leaned in close, his voice full of hidden meaning. "Let me tell you, do you think you just happened to come here?" Sun Ho realized in shock. "Don't tell me, you lured us here." Li Jun sneered. "Not entirely stupid, are you? That's right, none of you will leave here alive today." Sun Ho roared in despair. "You bastard! How dare you!" He realized in horror that his internal energy had vanished, thinking to himself, "When did he seal my acupoints?" Li Jun judged, "You're still too green. If you intended to kill me, You should also be ready to die. He gave Sunho one last chance. Any last words? Sunho could only gasp. "Spare me!" Lee Jun replied strangely, "I will spare you. I'm not insane like you." Immediately after he thrust the butt of his spear directly into Sunho's dantian. For awakened ones, the dantian is the core of internal energy. Once destroyed, it's almost impossible to recover. Living as a cripple is considered hell. Even death would be a release. Lee Jun whispered to his defeated opponent, "I've been through that hell once before. Now it's your turn to enjoy the life of the weak." Sunho's energy dissipated, and he lay motionless on the ground. Lee Jun coldly turned his back and walked away, leaving his enemy to a fate worse than death. He walked towards his teammates waiting in the distance. Choi Mi-jin spoke up, her voice tinged with reproach. "Lee Jun, you're late." Lee Jun smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I didn't kill him." Hearing that, Choi Mi-jin immediately flared up in anger and roared, "You bastard!" Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a voice rang out declaring, "You've lost." Choi Mi-jin's subordinates lay slumped in pools of blood, utterly defeated. Lee Jun's comrades helped each other through piles of enemy corpses. The battle had reached its end. Lee Jun closed in, scoffing, "Now there's no one left to help you." Choi Mi-jin growled, "Are you still planning to kill me?" Seeing Park Hyuk-jin appear, Choi Mi-jin frantically screamed, "You bastards! Don't come any closer! I told you to get lost!" Surrounded by Lee Jun and his comrades, Choi Mi-jin was caught in a pincer movement. She secretly calculated, "There's no chance of winning now. I must return home and regroup my forces." Meanwhile, a wounded comrade of Lee Jun was helped away to rest. He struggled to report, "Big brother, all the Lord-level martial artists nearby have either been knocked unconscious or killed." Lee Jun replied, "Well done. Now go rest." Suddenly, Lee Jun was right behind her, whispering, "Don't tell me you were planning to slip away quietly." Choi Mi-jin froze, hearing the chilling reply, "Don't worry, I won't kill you here." "For conspiring to kill me, for ordering my mother's murder. Until you've paid your full debt, you are not allowed to die." Lee Jun enunciated each word. Choi Mi-jin furiously screamed, "How dare this brat speak so arrogantly!" Lee Jun simply remained silent, his gaze as sharp as a dagger piercing straight into her mind. Choi Mi-jin suddenly froze, realizing, "It's too similar. The boy has eyes exactly like his mother's." Memories flooded back. She recalled the profound eyes of Lee Jun's mother, a gaze she could never decipher. Returning to reality, Choi Mi-jin began to break down. "No, she looked straight at me. It was her fault. That's right. I did nothing wrong." The pressure from past guilt made her clutch her head and collapse. Finally, Choi Mi-jin lost consciousness, sprawling on the ground. Park Hyuk-jin asked in astonishment, "Jun, did you take her down just with your gaze?" Lee Jun denied, "No, I discreetly struck her pressure points. I never intended to injure her." So what are you going to do with her?" Park Hyuk-jin asked worriedly as he saw Lee Jun turn and walk away. Lee Jun, his face marked by the battle, coldly declared, "Public execution." From within the bushes, a group of terrified reporters filmed the girl in the red hat stammering, "Master Lee Jun." Park Hyuk-jin suddenly blushed awkwardly as he recognized the girl. "You're Uni from the Red Girls group, right?" Regaining his confidence, he took the girl's hand and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Sword Dragon Park Hyuk-jin." Lee Jun looked at his phone, which displayed a group chat where Uni's group was cheering and asking for Park Hyuk-jin's autograph. The phone screen replayed the final scene of the battle, where the entire event had been fully recorded. The black-haired comrade asked, "Do we need to edit the footage, Lee Jun?" Decisively replied, "Broadcast it as is." The black-haired young man smiled secretly, thinking about the astonishing power of the entire group, far exceeding his expectations. He looked towards a fallen enemy, realizing Lee Jun had used consecutive lord techniques, albeit still immaturely. The defeated foe wiped away cold sweat, trembling as he thought, "He's just a 17-year-old kid. If the Sword King finds out, he won't let it slide." Park Hyuk-jin suddenly turned to Uni's group with a serious expression. "I have something to tell everyone." Immediately after, Lee Jun unexpectedly bowed deeply before them and confessed, "I have deceived you all." He explained that the entire conquest story was merely a play to expose the assassination plot of the clans. "I apologize for lying." Lee Jun frankly admitted his fault to the stunned group. His black-haired comrade also bowed. "I am also deeply sorry." Uni crossed her arms, her eyes sharpening. "So basically, you used us to expose that plot." "Yes," Lee Jun admitted, but the purple-haired girl next to her spoke up. "I don't mind much." She grinned slyly. "That means I'll get exclusive coverage of this hot scoop, right?" "Feel free to use me as you wish," the purple-haired girl declared, ignoring Uni's displeased expression behind her. Following Lee Jun's apology, Uni also hastily shouted that she didn't mind being used. The blue-haired girl also chimed in, asserting that meeting Lee Jun was already a great honor. Lee Jun smiled gratefully. "Thank you for your understanding." He began assigning tasks while the purple-haired girl asserted, "This footage alone is enough for a major article. I'm counting on you." "As for Choi Mi-jin, Hyuk-jin imprison her in your clan's Golden Jade Hall," Lee Jun ordered. "Only our Iron Blood clan can deal with her." Park Hyuk-jin asked worriedly again, "But Jun, are you really okay with this?" Lee Jun explained that although Choi Mi-jin was not blood-related, she was still his aunt, and handling her himself would cause unpleasant rumors. Furthermore, no villain had ever returned from the Iron Blood Sword Clan's Golden Jade Hall, and Choi Mi-jin would be no exception. A memory suddenly flashed through his mind of his gentle aunt holding him in her arms when he was a child. "For Choi Mi-jin, that will be a punishment more painful than death," Lee Jun said coldly as he looked at the unconscious Choi Mi-jin. "She will never see her son again." Immediately after, news of Peido Nachul Choi Mi-jin's defeat began to spread online. The public quickly caught on to the trend, with one person saying, "I see it. It's a real-time trending search term." Headlines ran everywhere reporting the story in a way favorable to Lee Jun ambushed by Lord-level warriors. Public opinion was inflamed, outraged by a major clan alliance's act of attacking a student. On social media, comments exploded and public opinion completely reversed, supporting Lee Jun's actions. An office worker following the news even commented gleefully, "I'd kill Lee Shin myself." Her eyes gleamed with amusement behind her sunglasses. Finally, the plan was a complete success. Uni's YouTube channel uploaded a video titled "The Truth About the Seoul Forest Gate Incident," attracting nationwide attention. That clickbait thumbnail is insane. What's going on? 2 viewers of the video exclaimed in surprise, then realized, wait, isn't this fake? It's real. The video uploaded by Uni recorded the full truth of the Seoul Forest Gate incident, leading public opinion to condemn the lords for ganging up on a student. Although some criticized Lee Jun's ruthlessness, the majority of the public still sided with the student who single-handedly overwhelmed the Paewangdo clan. Moreover, his benevolence in sparing his enemies' lives truly moved people's hearts. Countless supportive comments appeared praising Lee Jun and expressing sympathy for his circumstances. And all these reactions were within Lee Jun's grasp. At the same time, in the forbidden zone of the 4 great sacred lands, Lee Jun was meditating, but killing intent and a surge of dark energy still swirled around him. A white-haired elder observed, warning that once the sky-shattering chi was unleashed, it wouldn't be easy to control, urging him to quickly learn the infinite skill and infinite chi. Lee Jun silently calculated that the infinite skill had cost 15 million points, and the infinite chi would likely be many times more expensive. "Is there really no other way?" he asked, and the elder replied, "There is." That method was to reach the peak of the Fire Realm, a state equivalent to S-Rank and on par with Korea's Sword Emperor. Lee Jun thought to himself that it was no less difficult than learning the infinite key. The elder explained that the Fire Realm was the minimum requirement to be able to utilize the infinite key. "Don't be careless, focus intensely," he warned. "Otherwise, the sky-shattering destruction chi will devour you," a thought Lee Jun himself had already realized. He knew well that the energy from the sky-shattering destruction chi was extremely dangerous. But why did it appear when I was using the primordial chaos divine art? Lee Jun questioned himself in pain. The elder explained that perhaps his desire for revenge and weakened physical state had activated the sealed sky-shattering part within his divine art. The sky-shattering destruction chi despises weak masters, he concluded, and will not hesitate to devour them. The little mouse worried that its master was still angry about the last time, fearing that he was thinking of ways to punish them. The giant turtle creature immediately reassured it, explaining that young Master Lee Jun was merely circulating his chi to check his body. Encouraged, they resolved to focus on supporting their master. Meanwhile, at Korea International Airport, a plane had just landed. A mysterious woman with reddish-brown hair strode confidently through the waiting lounge. Looking at the peaceful surroundings, she secretly found it an eyesore. A smirk appeared. She just wanted to shatter this tranquility. Because compared to the hidden war unfolding in China, this place was truly too peaceful. She irritably checked her phone, wondering where that damn monk's subordinates were. Her call went unanswered, only the sound of voicemail played. She decisively hung up before the automated message finished. Her rage erupted. She threw her phone away and roared, "These idiots!" Her eyes glowed red, screaming in anger. Not only did they not come to pick me up, now they dare to ignore my calls? Her frantic actions made those around her recoil in fear. A security guard approached to intervene, but received a deadly glare from her. Suddenly, she grabbed the guard's chin, teasing, "Quite brave. And rather cute, too." The security guard blushed, stammering a request for her to let go. With a mischievous smile, she whispered a meaningful farewell. Then she casually walked away, leaving the collapsed security guard behind. A female security guard watched in horror as her colleague collapsed, blood gushing from his neck. Amidst the chaotic airport, she knelt beside her fallen comrade, shouting orders to block all exits to apprehend the culprit. When another employee ran over to report that the attacker had vanished, she could only stare in helpless shock. Meanwhile, the reddish-brown-haired woman had arrived at the entrance of Nirvana Temple at the foot of Inwang Mountain. She stopped noticing the surrounding landscape was filled with traces of destruction. She thought to herself, not sensing any sign of life. Inside the temple, it was no less desolate. Her steps halted before the splatters of blood on the steps. That damn blood fire! I had a bad feeling when he stopped answering while still in China, she muttered. Standing amidst the blood-splattered main hall, she concluded that a major battle had taken here. At the same time, Li Jun was leisurely lying on his bed, scrolling on his phone. Suddenly, a girl kicked open his room door. Li Jun, the short-haired girl, yelled angrily. "It's you again? Next time try knocking," Li Jun grumbled, but the girl brushed him off. "Why knock? I read the news." She rushed over, placing both hands on Li Jun's cheeks, asking worriedly, "You were attacked. Are you okay?" Li Jun merely scoffed slyly, asking back, "As you can see. Did you come here because you were worried about me?" Caught off guard, the girl blushed quickly, denying, "No. I just stopped by because you didn't come to practice." She tried to cover her embarrassment, but Li Jun still teased, "It doesn't look like it. It's clear you're worried about me." I said no. The girl adamantly denied, but her hand pushed something towards him. "Anyway, it's good that you're okay. Here, eat this." Li Jun was surprised. "Oh, 2 bags of snacks? All for me?" His colleague turned away, instructing, "Eat up, recover, then come to practice. Everyone's waiting for you." Li Jun could only smile as he watched her retreating back. He sighed, looking at the shattered door, thinking to himself, "Even if I fix it, it'll just break again, so I'll leave it." Just then, his phone rang loudly. Li Jun irritably picked up the phone, hearing the other end blare, "Are you ignoring me lately, you bastard?" Park Hyuk-jin chuckled. "Just kidding, but hey, someone from your family came because of that incident." When Li Jun asked who it was, a name and image appeared. Heavenly King Dae-soo Sa Hyung-jun. Park Hyuk-jin continued to elaborate on his complicated situation, then concluded, "Your dad can be really scary sometimes." Li Jun equivocated. "Not sure, but hey, we don't have any secret agreements, do we?" Park Hyuk-jin affirmed, "We are the Tai-she-jan family. Sin-ryok isn't on our level. What about the Ba-dao family?" He stated that the Ba-dao family had completely vanished without a trace since the Tianmo Dajan. Li Jun declared, "It seems I'll have to go knock on their door myself." He smiled meaningfully when asked about his plan. "What do you think?" "Nothing at all." At the same time, at the Sin-ryok family's residence in Hanam-dong, the Sin-ryok family head sat high up asking, "How was the trip?" He sternly questioned, "You didn't even get to see my wife." The man remarked, "The Tai Shujian family seems to have made their decision. You look relieved." He stood up, his eyes sharp and cold. "They want war, and the target is the Pei Wongdo family. Isn't that right?" The son reported with a tense expression, "That's right. They've also sent a warning to our side. They said if we hand over the madam, the Sin-ryok family will not be harmed." The family head sat on his throne, coldly analyzing the dilemma as various powers watched intently. The son firmly stated his opinion. "Forgive me, but what the madam did is something a martial artist should not do. She must pay for her sins."
Indeed, the family head agreed, his eyes sharp.
He began to reveal the secret about Choi Mi-jin, his wife, and also Do Wong's younger sister. Through this marriage, the Paewangdo family had brought the Sinryok family under its wing and exploited them. Now those powers, and even her nanny Shim Jinhwa, have all disappeared. Seizing the opportunity, he declared, "The Sinryok family will withdraw from this matter." The son was stunned. "Are you serious, father? Didn't you say that would be beneficial for us?" "I spoke of the martial artist's way. That's not what I meant," he tried to explain in confusion. But the family head issued an even more shocking command. "Inform everyone Li Jun will be the successor." With that, he stepped down from the throne without a moment's hesitation. He stood before his son and entrusted him. "The one you must look after from now on is Li Jun." The son suppressed all emotions, resolutely obeying. "Understood." The family head smiled meaningfully. As he turned to leave, the son quickly asked, "Where are you going, father?" "To the training hall. Didn't you already finish your seclusion?" "Martial arts have no end," he replied. "I will focus on training. Do not seek me even in an emergency." The son could only stand there bowing his head, accepting the family's new fate. At the director's office, Han Min-sung asked, "So, what brings our celebrity here?" Li Jun smiled, presenting a red scroll and saying, "As promised, the Shui Du Gong." Immediately, Han Min-sung lunged to snatch the secret scroll, to Li Jun's astonishment. The director scrutinized. "Is it real?" Li Jun immediately retorted, "If it's fake, I'll take it back, okay?" Han Min-sung cleared his throat. "I was a bit surprised. Apologies if I offended you." Li Jun replied, "It's fine, but who will learn the Shui Du Gong?" Han Min-sung began to explain the predicament. "That's the problem. Since Jiyu will lead the Singi family later, I've also thought about it." "But it will be very difficult for Jiyu," he continued. "One needs to cultivate both the yin and yang of the prison. With her personality, it's impossible." When Li Jun suggested the Singi family head, Han Min-sung immediately rejected. He absolutely hates learning such cunning martial arts. Li Jun mumbled in agreement. Indeed, how could a family head like him learn something like this? He secretly thought about the family head. There isn't a shred of cunning in him, which is also why the Singi family once declined. Li Jun then offered a solution. "Then the director should learn it." Han Min-sung quickly refused, but Li Jun hit a nerve. "Or is it because you're afraid of insects?" Han Min-sung vehemently denied. "Afraid of insects? I'm an A-rank awakener. How could I be afraid of common bugs?" But Li Jun already had his answer. "Anyway, I've kept my promise," Li Jun said, then turned to leave, but Han Min-sung called him back. The director stopped him. "Wait, there's something I want you to look at." A stack of documents was presented before a bewildered Li Jun. The scene shifted to a modern school as Li Jun asked, "You're asking me?" "To teach someone my own age?" he questioned skeptically as he read the proposal on the paper. Li Jun immediately objected. "You know this is absurd, right?" But Han Min-sung still tried to convince him about the safety of the job. Li Jun flatly refused. "I have no intention of teaching anyone. The reason I came to school is to receive guidance from the Xiao Shen and gather energy." Han Min-sung persuaded. There's still plenty of time. Think it over carefully. If student Lee Jun agrees, a special class will be established. He continued to offer attractive conditions, a class exclusively for you, and you'll have full discretion to choose the students. What do you think? Still not tempted? But Lee Jun flatly refused, waving goodbye. Not at all. See you next time. Goodbye. Leaving Han Min-sung to cry out in despair. Just as he left, a white-haired elder appeared beside Lee Jun, questioning. That was a good offer. Why refuse? Lee Jun replied, I hate troublesome things. I'm already busy teaching Hosu and Jiyu, a disciple who only knows one thing and not two. The elder didn't give up. Don't you want to earn tech tree points? But Lee Jun brushed him off. I can earn them from gates. His master's words were like a splash of cold water. At your current level, ordinary gates give very few points. Didn't you feel that today? Lee Jun thoughtfully admitted, after clearing the Kwa Yu Ching Gate in Seoul Forest, the points earned were less than 2 million. Clearing low-level gates is truly inefficient. The old man smiled and suggested, so why don't you try teaching the kids? While also cleaning up the gate. As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification suddenly appeared before Lee Jun. Side quest activated. The youngest teacher without scandal. Difficulty A. The completion condition is to accept Director Han Min-sung's offer and recruit at least 7 students on the grounds that their parents and guardians want him to have a school life. But the reward was what decided everything. Restore degraded abilities. Lee Jun smirked. Offering a reward I can't refuse. He silently thought about his situation and decisively pressed the Accept button on the virtual panel. Immediately, Lee Jun returned to the director's office. Han Min-sung was utterly surprised. Student Lee Jun, did you forget something? Lee Jun stated simply, I'll do it, leaving the director bewildered, not understanding what was happening. I accept the offer to be a teacher, Lee Jun affirmed, also making a request. Instead of changing the contract, let me add a special clause. Lee Jun laid out his conditions. I want to choose my own students and need an additional teaching assistant. Director Han Min-sung explained that after the summer break, they plan to recruit new teachers of A rank or higher. Lee Jun then asked about the fate of teacher Cha Kyung-jin and learned that he would also have to leave because he was only B rank. Without hesitation, Lee Jun proposed, then appoint teacher Cha Kyung-jin as my teaching assistant. Han Min-sung agreed easily, pointing to the contract. He happily extended the contract and urged Lee Jun to sign it first. With the director's good wishes, the contract was officially signed, marking the beginning of the youngest teacher. Everything was settled. Now it was time to begin the recruitment process. Lee Jun stepped outside and immediately called the first person on his list, Han Ji-yu. He asked directly if the chairman had informed her of anything, but Ji-yu replied no. Lee Jun announced that he had been invited to be a teacher at Musago, but Ji-yu and her classmates responded indifferently. Noticing their strange attitude, he teased that Ji-yu already knew but was pretending otherwise. Ji-yu stopped beating around the bush, asking directly if she could join that special class. And Lee Jun replied that he was about to ask her the same thing. After Ji-yu happily agreed, Lee Jun told her to ask Yunbi and the others as well. It turned out the whole group had been eavesdropping from the start, and Yunbi excitedly screamed when she learned Jun would become a teacher. The whole group spoke in unison over the phone, all wanting to join the special class. Lee Jun declined the party invitation, telling the group to train hard while he completed the recruitment. He silently calculated he had 4 people, still 3 more to go. Li Jun was enveloped in a stream of emerald green energy, preparing for his next steps. Li Jun appeared in a stream of green energy, introducing himself as the homeroom teacher to a student named Hosu. He took Hosu's silence as agreement and then disappeared, leaving the student still bewildered. Continuing his walk down the street, Li Jun muttered that he needed to find 2 more people. Just then, a friend called with an excited voice, "John, what's up?" Li Jun answered, "Oh, Hyukjin, I need to talk to you." But then he abruptly hung up. "Never mind, I'll call you back later," leaving the person on the other end wondering. Li Jun stopped walking. Immediately, he shot through the streets at terrifying speed. "Just as I thought," he silently confirmed. He leaped high, discovering a suspicious group of people following him. Standing on the edge of the rooftop, Li Jun questioned, "Hey you guys, what do you want with me, Heavenly King Unit?" The whole group bowed in unison. "Greetings, young master. Due to an urgent matter, we rudely followed you." The group's representative spoke up, suggesting they go somewhere more secluded to talk. On the rooftop of a skyscraper in Incheon, Li Jun asked directly, "So what's the matter?" The representative announced, "The family head has designated you, Li Jun, as the successor." Li Jun smirked, scoffing, "I figured as much. Since Li Shin's Dantian is shattered, they're settling for a chicken instead of a phoenix, huh?" His eyes gleamed with calculation. Well, if they've already offered the successor's seat, this could be an opportunity to easily devour the Shinyak clan. Li Jun had already laid out his plan: seize control of the Shinyak clan, tear it into 5 pieces, or depose Li Genmu. He believed that would be the ultimate revenge, because what Li Gyeonmu cherished most was the clan itself. Li Jun faced the Heavenly King Unit members. "So you're here to serve me because I'm the successor?" The representative confirmed, "Yes, that is the family head's order." Li Jun smirked, asserting his authority. "So from now on, you'll only obey my orders, right?" The man was slightly anxious, but still complied. "Yes, that's right." However, he still had one final question he wanted answered. Li Jun allowed it then, directly asked, "Are you here as the vice leader of the Shen Quanzong, or as the leader of the Heavenly King Unit?" The man boldly declared, "I am here as the head of the Heavenly King Unit." Li Jun continued to test him. "What if I order you to give up your vice leader position and prioritize my commands even over the family heads?" Without a moment's hesitation, the man replied, "If that is your command, I will give it up." The leader was secretly astonished by Li Jun's aura, a person whose depths were unfathomable, someone to whom he and the entire unit owed their lives. He believed that Li Jun was the one who could revive the Shinyak clan, and he had been ready to follow him from the very beginning. Resolutely kneeling on one knee, the man swore, "From now on, I will prioritize your commands, even above those of the family head." Li Jun was satisfied with the answer and gestured, "Good, I will have a worthy reward for you. Follow me." Both appeared on a tree branch looking down at the main building of the Paewangdo clan in Incheon Songdo, which greatly surprised the leader. Li Jun explained, "I came to show you my power to prove that I am worthy of leading you." The man realized in shock, "But this is the Paewangdo clan's front yard." At the same time, elsewhere, a brown-haired man with a blood-smeared face was collapsing. He stood up amidst a battlefield full of corpses, a blood-soaked sword clutched in his hand. A final victim, gasping on the ground, pleaded, "Please spare me. I still have a family and young children." A rustling figure emerged from the shadows of the forest. The final scream of a victim echoed in despair. The cold blade swung, ending all remaining life. The killer stood tall beside a ditch filled with corpses, the result of the massacre. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind. "You've grown stronger." The killer startled and turned around, his blood-stained face still in shock. "What?" He sighed in relief upon recognizing the familiar face. "Oh, it's Father." The father placed a hand on his son's shoulder and asked, "How does this new power feel?" The young man replied, "My body is overflowing with power. I feel like I'll go mad if I don't use it soon." He smugly declared, "With this power alone, I feel like I can defeat any awakened one, even the strongest swordsman in Korea." But deep within his mind, a demonic voice was screaming, "Kill them all." He confessed to his father, "But every time I use this power, I hear a voice like a devil's whisper telling me to kill someone." The father sternly warned, "You must not succumb to the temptation of that voice. Remember that carefully." "Good. Shall we continue?" The son replied with ambitious eyes, "Yes, I want to reach A rank before descending the mountain." The father smirked, the most taboo thought for an awakened one appearing in his mind, becoming stronger by killing people. He stepped on a corpse and casually said, "Well, there's still plenty of time and prey, so get as strong as you like." Then the man called out, "Kibiom." Immediately a figure appeared and respectfully said, "You called for me, master?" The one called Choi Kibium, captain of the Red Lion Legion, asked, "Has Tamin found the next prey already? So fast!" Kibium congratulated his master on Tamin's rapid progress, but the man merely replied, "That's thanks to you bringing carefully selected prey. The next prey might be the last, so I need you to work a little harder." Kibium knelt on one knee, showing absolute loyalty. "If it is your command, master, I will do anything." He smirked meaningfully, "I will bring them immediately." Amidst an ancient complex, Lee Jun sat perched on a tree branch with a bald-headed companion. He was making an important call with a focused expression. The person on the other end frantically asked about what had just happened, but Lee Jun cut them off. "I'm busy. Listen carefully." He announced that he had become a homeroom teacher at Musago and asked if the other party wanted to enroll, which left the listener in disbelief. Park Hyuk-jin shouted in astonishment at the news that someone his age was a special class teacher, while Lee Jun calmly pressed on with his questions. Suddenly, a female voice rang out from behind Park Hyuk-jin, stunned to hear that Jun would be teaching a special class. A beautiful blonde girl appeared. It was Ji-young, and she demanded Park Hyuk-jin hand her the phone. Lee Jun heard Ji-young scolding her younger brother for not handing over the phone. Having snatched the phone, Ji-young asked Lee Jun again for confirmation, while Park Hyuk-jin sat slumped on the floor, muttering, "That violent brute." Lee Jun officially invited both of them to join his special class, and Park Hyuk-jin immediately yelled his agreement without hesitation. Lee Jun knew Hyuk-jin would join, then turned to ask Ji-young for her opinion. Ji-young hesitated a little, but Lee Jun's affirmation that he really wanted her to join made her think. Li Jun used a psychological tactic, saying that he would be very troubled if she didn't join, which astonished Ji-young. Hearing that Ji-yu had also agreed, Ji-young immediately decided to join as well. Li Jun happily sealed the deal, while his companion just looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. As soon as the call ended, a system notification appeared. Subquest, Musago's youngest teacher, completed. Li Jun's entire body was enveloped in a brilliant blue energy aura. He felt an unusual power rising, as if a seal had just been broken. Suddenly, Li Jun noticed something unusual and couldn't help but be surprised. A new subquest was created, and at the same time, Li Jun comprehended the S-Rank Thunderous Divine Palm from his master. He astonishingly questioned the white-haired master, not understanding how he could transmit martial arts to him despite system interference. A new quest titled Li Jun's Will appeared with A-rank difficulty. The completion condition was to cripple the Paewangdo clan, and the main reward was mastery of the infinite palm technique. Li Jun was stunned, but the master only asked if he thought this quest was impossible. With a confident smile, Li Jun affirmed that he would complete it at all costs, which pleased his master. He secretly resolved to destroy the Paewangdo clan today. Li Jun's status window appeared, showing that his suppressed stats had returned to normal. He decided to pour a massive amount of points into inner energy. Immediately, Li Jun pressed the confirm button to enhance his power. The bald-headed companion frantically screamed as a colossal blue energy pillar erupted. He realized in terror that Li Jun was unleashing a regal aura even more overwhelming than that of the Five Kings. That destructive surge of power far surpassed anything he had ever witnessed. The companion wondered if this was the true form of young Master Li Jun. Meanwhile, Li Jun was also overwhelmed by the power of the 6-star Hunyan Shengong. He was confident that with this power he could directly confront the Paewangdo clan. Li Jun calmly suggested they attack before the enemy could close the gates. The companion was stunned, unable to believe he actually intended to attack an entire clan. Li Jun coldly replied, "They came for me first. Now they have to bear the consequences." In the forest, a member of the Heavenly King unit anxiously asked the captain, "Captain, what should we do?" This person continued to express apprehension about following the young master deep into the Paewangdo clan's territory, a mission that could cost them all their lives. Li Jun appeared calmly reassuring them that they didn't need to worry. The captain recalled Li Jun's astonishing surge of energy, an oppressive might that even the Fist King didn't possess, and believed he would protect them. Convinced by the captain's words, the other members also unanimously decided to stake their lives. The entire Heavenly King unit knelt down in unison, swearing their loyalty. "Young Master, we the Heavenly King unit pledge to follow you as your most loyal subordinates." Li Jun smirked confidently at their submission. Standing before the grand gates of the Paewangdo clan, he thought to himself that he needed to show something impressive to the subordinates who had put their trust in him. Li Jun looked up at the security camera and provocatively spoke, "Hey, I know you're watching." He continued to mock the hidden enemy. "You must be furious seeing me." "So why aren't you reacting?" Li Jun said as he channeled his power, a surge of blue aura erupting around him. Blue lightning energy converged in his palm, forming a destructive sphere of power. He unleashed a terrifying lightning attack. In his mind, Li Jun shouted the name of the technique, Sumeru Shengong, Liming Shenzhong. A massive surge of energy slammed directly into the sturdy gates of the Peiwangdo clan. The captain exclaimed in horror. In his mind, Liming Shenzhong, a martial art technique that even the Fist King doesn't possess. After the gates were utterly destroyed, the subordinates, stunned, asked Li Jun what he was doing. Li Jun turned back, smiled, and urged, "What are you standing there dumbfounded for? Follow me quickly." The entire team's eyes lit up with determination, and they replied loudly in unison, "Yes, sir!" Inside the Pei Wang family's main headquarters, a sudden tremor shook the entire meeting room. Choi Tae-shin leaned his hands on the table, asking blankly, "Is there an earthquake nearby?" He angrily turned to his brother, who was sitting still, snapping, "Hyungnim, are you just going to sit there? Hey, go find out what's happening." The gray-haired man, Choi Tae-ung, the second son of the family, remained calm. "Let's talk after the patriarch returns." Choi Tai-ho, the third brother, couldn't hold back. "Aren't you angry? Your son died at the hands of the one who shamed you." Choi Tai-shen quickly intervened. "Third brother, you've gone too far. Try to imagine how second brother is feeling." The two younger brothers continued to argue, one grieving for their nephew, the other trying to maintain peace. Choi Tae-ho admitted he was just frustrated and worried about the pain his brother was enduring. Choi Tae-ung tremblingly poured wine, trying to reassure them. "I understand how you feel. Please try to endure a little longer." But his hand trembled so much that he spilled the wine. Just then, a subordinate rushed in to report another tremor, an intruder. Choi Tae-ung was stunned. Who dares to break into the heart of the Pei Wang family's territory? The subordinate replied, "He just breached the main gate." Another family member turned pale upon hearing the report. The intruder was Li Jun from Gichang, bringing the Heavenly King unit with him. Hearing that name, Choi Tae-ung sprang to his feet, his fury erupting. He gripped the armrest of the chair, veins bulging, while Choi Tae-shin anxiously called his name. In a flash, a massive greatsword appeared in Choi Ta-young's hand, its murderous aura engulfing the entire room. He roared a vow of revenge. "Li Jun, killing my son wasn't enough. Now he dares to invade the Pei Wang family. I will make him regret it." Meanwhile, outside, Li Jun was confronting the Pei Wang family's guards. He smiled smugly, purple lightning energy gathering in his hand. All this commotion, and still no one has shown their face. Li Jun unleashed a destructive technique, Thunderous Divine Palm. Facing the enemy, a Pei Wangdo member shouted, "Form the Chen Kun Array!" A group quickly formed an energy shield, determined to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Witnessing this, Li Jun merely smirked. "They're holding out better than I thought." He unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning, challenging, "Then try to block this attack." Just as reinforcements from the Iron Lion division arrived, one side of the defensive line was breached. Even so, a member remained optimistic. "All right, at this level, maybe we can actually hold out." Li Jun coldly ignored them, beginning to gather an even larger energy sphere than before. He raised the colossal lightning sphere high, ready to flatten everything. The Pei Wang Do members were terrified, but still roared, ready for battle. Come on! The entire team combined their strength, pouring all their power into resisting the destructive attack. But a sharp-eyed soldier realized, it's huge, but its power is weaker than the previous attack. At that very moment, Li Jun appeared right behind him, grabbing his throat. The Pei Wang Do soldier was stunned, not understanding when the opponent had gotten so close. Li Jun explained that the energy sphere in his hand was the real one. That massive attack was just a decoy. The real attack is this one. He unleashed all his energy at close range. From a distance, Li Jun's subordinate screamed in horror, "Young master!" A leader of the Pei Wang Do family was also stunned by the sudden turn of events. Amidst the smoke and dust, Li Jun stood there completely unaffected. He calmly turned to look at the subordinate who had just called him. The subordinate silently assessed that the entire Iron Lion Division and Fierce Lion Division had fallen, but fortunately they were still alive. Li Jun secretly thought that openly using the Pei Wang family's martial arts was nothing short of a declaration of war, then called his captain. The curly-haired subordinate startled and replied, while Li Jun asked him how long he planned to just stand there and watch. He sneered, mocking the slow captain and calling him an idiot. The captain broke out in a cold sweat, realizing Li Jun remembered everything and that he was definitely on his blacklist. The buzz-cut subordinate asked the young master how to deal with these defeated enemies. Li Jun ordered them to just stop the bleeding so they wouldn't die, then destroy all their energy cores. He loudly ordered all his subordinates to destroy the energy cores of the Pei Wang family's cultivators. Li Jun calmly remarked that the enemies were still coming. He wondered why, after all this, the Tao King still hadn't shown up, or if he wasn't even here. Realizing this was a golden opportunity, Li Jun flashed a sinister smile. He was determined that if it had come to this, he had to take advantage of the Tao King's absence to sweep this stronghold clean. Li Jun decided he had to weaken their forces immediately and charged forward to attack. He gathered a massive surge of energy, causing a Pei Wang Do member to cry out in horror. Li Jun's face shone with cold determination. Suddenly, Choi Tae-ung appeared with his brothers, drawing his greatsword and roaring, "Do you know where you are?" Two terrifying, murderous auras clashed in the courtyard, signaling an earth-shattering battle. Li Jun smirked. So the big shots have finally decided to show their faces. The Pei Wang Do members rejoiced as if they had found a lifeline, while Choi Tae-ung ordered a damage report. Choi Tae-ung was stunned speechless upon hearing that the Black Lion Division and Iron Lion Division had been completely annihilated. He looked at Li Jun silently, assessing that the enemy's aura was many times stronger than their previous encounter. Choi Tae-ho roared, demanding Li Jun's head to appease Sun Ho's departed soul. But Choi Tae-ung stopped him, stating that all the elders must attack together. Choi Tae-ho asked in astonishment, "To the point where you have to suggest an all-out attack? Is that kid really that strong?" Choi Tae-ung affirmed that Li Jun's strength was on par with the family head, while their opponent merely smiled darkly. He growled, warning his younger brother, "Do you think I'm doing this out of fear? If you want to live, you'd best listen to me." Choi Tai-shin tried to dissuade the furious Choi Tae-ho, but it was useless. By Choi Tae-ung's command, the entire force of the Paewang family simultaneously charged to attack Li Jun. Li Jun calmly faced the charging elders, muttering, "They're here." He mentally counted a total of 10 elders and identified Choi Tae-ung as his first target. Li Jun felt the immense pressure from the powerful wind current generated by Choi Tae-ung's great saber. Just as Choi Tae-ung swung his saber, Choi Tae-ho rushed in to intervene, shouting, "Brother, retreat!" Li Jun easily dodged the combined attack of the two Choi brothers. With a single strike, he used his spear to send Choi Tae-ho flying into the air. Li Jun continued his pursuit, completely overwhelming the third son of the Paewang family. Choi Tae-ho laughed triumphantly, believing that the brothers' continuous attacks had defeated Li Jun. But Choi Tae-young had a bad feeling. No, that guy isn't someone who can be defeated so easily. His intuition was correct. Choi Tae-ho only had time to cry out in horror, "Brother!" before being defeated. Li Jun stood firm, the spear in his hand glowing with red energy, ready for battle. The two weapons clashed, creating a terrifying energy explosion in the arena. Choi Tae-young was utterly stunned to see that his chi saber strike hadn't even scratched Li Jun. Li Jun smirked confidently as he faced his enemy. In contrast, Choi Tae-ung gritted his teeth in fury at his opponent's strength. Li Jun alone easily fended off the combined attacks of the Paewang family elders. His spear effortlessly blocked Choi Tae-yong's massive great saber. Seeing his brother at a disadvantage, Choi Tae-ho roared, "Everyone form the Paewang formation to support him!" The Paewang family members immediately deployed a purely offensive formation, disregarding all defense. An aide of Li Jun analyzed the situation, secretly horrified, as this was the Paewang family's undefeated formation. He judged the situation to be too dangerous. Even the Sword Emperor would struggle, and decided he had to help his master. But Li Jun spoke first. "Senior brother, don't be reckless. Leave them to me." The aide frantically protested, "But young master, the Paewang formation is something that even—" Li Jun cut him off, his smile unwavering. "It will indeed be difficult, but my strength isn't limited to this." He decisively ordered, "Leave them to me. You go deal with the remaining awakened ones and destroy their Dantian." The buzzcut aide, though worried, bowed his head and obeyed. Understood. Meanwhile, other subordinates murmured anxiously, "It's too dangerous. We must go help him." The aide relayed the command, astonishing everyone. "Are you serious? This is too dangerous." He asserted, "That is the young master's order, and somehow I feel I can trust him." Regaining his composure, the aide shouted, "Trust the young master and carry out the mission, quickly!" Li Jun secretly calculated. The real problem was the Paewang formation before him. The formation was activated, and 7 elders began to channel their internal energy to the 3 main attackers. The 3 Chai brothers, Chai Tae-young, Chai Tae-ho, and Chai Tae-shin, were ready for battle. A mysterious voice echoed in Li Jun's mind, warning that the first attacker would be Choi Tae-ho. Choi Tae-young roared, "Die!" then swung his great saber down, but Li Jun managed to block it with his spear. Li Jun was secretly astonished. This old man's internal energy was so powerful, it made his Pomi Chung tremble. While Li Jun tried to pull back his spear to create distance, Choi Tae-ung also noticed the spear's unusual nature and refused to let go. Li Jun realized his spear was locked by the opponent's internal energy. If he forced it out, he would surely suffer internal injuries. Noticing Li Jun was restrained, Choi Taeho immediately shouted, ordering his youngest brother Choi Taeshin to join the fight. Choi Taeshin charged with a fierce expression, declaring he would take one of Li Jun's legs to avenge his nephew. He launched a vicious kick, but Li Jun, quick as lightning, used his spear shaft to block the attack. Choi Taeshin was stunned to realize that his opponent had managed to activate Hushin Gongchi to protect his leg in an instant. Witnessing that defense, Choi Tae-ung sternly admitted that Li Jun was no ordinary foe. "If that's the case, let's see if you can block this move," Choi Tae-ung said, then began to channel his energy, gathering chi into his great saber. Li Jun realized it was Daogang, a technique many times stronger and more precise than anything he had ever seen. In the critical moment, the mysterious voice echoed again, asking if he could block it. Li Jun affirmed in his mind, "I have a plan." He recalled the moment when his Hunyan Gong reached 6 stars. The system had unlocked the ultimate spear technique, Huan Ying. That was the final move of infinite spear arts. Li Jun thought to himself, the enemies before him were perfectly worthy for him to test this new technique. Choi Tae-ung let out a final roar. "I'll end it here," then swung his massive chi saber strike forward. Facing the destructive attack, Li Jun merely looked up calmly. Li Jun muttered a single word, initiating the reversal of the battle Huan Ying. Immediately, an invisible surge of energy enveloped everything, making the entire world seem to stop. Within the anomalous zone, Li Jun realized he was the only one who could move. Time had been frozen. A white-haired master suddenly appeared in the mental space, reminding him, "Disciple time in the illusion is very short." Li Jun quickly understood, responding with a determined yes. The master continued to urge, saying that if he only stood still, he wouldn't be able to fully unleash the power of this skill. Following the instructions, Li Jun began to move, performing the first form of infinite spear art, Lightstorm. He continued to simulate the battle, facing the entire Peiwang Elders formation. Moving in this frozen space drained his strength, leaving Li Jun exhausted. He silently vowed to try harder to master everything, then unleashed the next move, Phantom Kill. Li Jun's face hardened, focusing his entire will on the intensive training session. The master smiled in approval, remarking that it was not a bad performance for the first time. Returning to reality, Choi Tae-ung's earth-shattering slash came down, shattering the ground. However, Choi Tae-ung was stunned, his eyes wide with horror as he felt nothing. Li Jun had vanished without a trace, leaving only a deep pit and 3 bewildered enemies. "Find him now!" Choi Tae-ung roared. But Choi Tae-shin stammered that his body couldn't move. Choi Tae-ho also confirmed in horror that he too had been bound by an invisible force. From above, Li Jun silently observed his prey trapped within the light formation he had set. Choi Tae-ung desperately looked up, realizing his enemy was directly above him. From elsewhere, a mysterious figure exclaimed in panic, "The elders have been defeated! Where did he go?" Li Jun coldly looked down at the battlefield, devastated by his fiery spear strikes. He strode across the battlefield littered with enemy corpses. The buzz-cut aide was astonished, Master. What just happened? Does this kind of martial art truly exist? He was still in shock. This is the first time I've seen such a technique. The mysterious figure watching from afar couldn't believe his eyes. No way! He broke through the Paywang formation so easily. Under the moonlight, the aide was still shaken silently, thinking that the elders of the Pawang clan had turned to dust in an instant. Li Jun ordered with a cold expression, "Don't just stand there, deal with the rest of them." Suddenly, Li Jun felt a sharp pain, silently thinking that the Wuji spear art skill put immense pressure on his body. A notification window appeared, and he smiled in relief as the skill was upgraded to SS+, alleviating the burden. The system continued to announce, bestowing upon him the new title Spear Emperor and registering him on the global leaderboard. A colossal leaderboard appeared before his eyes, and Li Jun was surprised to see his name, Li Jun Spear Emperor, at rank 100. He expressed dissatisfaction, "What, I'm only rank 100, then realized something was wrong with this list. He became even more confused when he saw Sword Emperor Park Chun-sik, the strongest in Korea, only ranked 90. The white-haired master suddenly appeared beside him, remarking that the leaderboard was truly strange, and Li Jun agreed that there was only one conclusion. Li Jun deduced that if monsters like Shui Yan were also on the list, he had to check if there were any other individuals belonging to Heaven Beyond Heaven. Elsewhere, Li Jun's subordinate bowed and reported to a mysterious figure. "Young master, we have cleaned everything up." A red-haired woman observed from afar, realizing Li Jun had single-handedly defeated the Paywang elders and connecting it to Shu Yan's disappearance. The man with his hair tied back decided, "I'd better report this to Lord Inju." At the residence of the T Shijian clan, a shocking event was quietly unfolding. On the global leaderboard, a hand pointed to the 90th rank of Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor Park Chun-sik received news of an urgent call he had been waiting for. On the other end was Matsumoto Akagi asking directly, "Have you seen the leaderboard?" Park Chun-sik was stunned to learn that the mysterious question marks on the leaderboard were Heaven Beyond Heaven, and they had begun to act. He hung up, sensing a major crisis was about to engulf this country. Meanwhile, breaking news reports simultaneously announced that the residence of the Paywang clan had been completely destroyed. The culprit was none other than Li Jun, and this act was seen as a declaration of war. Elsewhere in the basement of the Redbone Club, a young man breathlessly reported news to his grandfather. The elderly man calmly replied that he was following the news on his phone. He couldn't hide his astonishment upon reading the report that Li Jun had single-handedly wiped out the Paywang forces. His face showed extreme bewilderment at this unbelievable feat. At the same time, a powerful clan head was happily accepting the submission of the new creation clan. His subordinate wondered about this sudden change in attitude. The clan head explained that it was the influence of young Master Li Jun that made other clans scramble to find support. After asking about Du Wang's whereabouts, he was informed that a reporter was waiting for an interview. It was reporter Kim Seoa who had written many positive articles about Li Jun. The clan head looked at the business card and decided to agree to the interview. When connected with the reporter, he spoke, revealing a shocking truth. "I've heard a lot about you, that you've written many good things about my son." Kim Seoa sat in front of her computer setup, asserting to the person on the other end that she was simply reporting the truth. Li Jun's father smiled in thanks and was willing to answer all of the female reporter's questions. Kim Seowa went straight to the point. Are Li Jun's actions the will of the Shenquan men? After being asked again, he decisively confirmed, yes, it can be said that Jun's actions reflect my will. He continued to expose the crimes of the Pawang clan, stating that they had even ambushed children in the dungeon, which enraged Li Jun. The clan head boldly declared that he would be the shadow backing his son. Kim Seowa politely thanked him for his frank answers and ended the interview. She realized this was the declaration of Li Jun as the next heir of the Divine Fist sect and began typing the shocking article. After hanging up, the subordinate expressed surprise, thinking that his master would draw a clear line with the young master. But Li Jun's father explained that the reputation he had built for the family, his son had achieved in a single move. Suddenly, the subordinate received news that young Master Li Jun and the Heavenly King Division were already waiting outside. The clan head decided he had to go out personally to welcome his son. Meanwhile, outside the Divine Fist sect headquarters, a chaotic crowd of reporters was shouting, demanding to see Li Jun. Suddenly, a reporter pointed in astonishment towards the distance. Li Jun, leading the Heavenly King Division, appeared majestically before everyone's eyes. A reporter immediately questioned whether it was true that Li Jun had annihilated the Pawang family. Amidst whispers about old alliances and a power coup, Li Jun remained silent. He silently admitted that he used to be an outsider to the factions, but now things were different. Then he warned the crowd to leave. Li Jun called a nearby security guard, startling him into a hurried response. Li Jun coldly ordered the guard to inform his father that he had arrived. The heavy gates of the Divine Fist sect slowly opened. Stepping through the threshold, Li Jun silently thought of his past life when he didn't even have this qualification. But now he confidently led his subordinates inside without any hindrance. The sect members buzzed as they realized the awakened Li Jun had just entered the main house. He silently told himself that this place was nothing special, unlike what he had imagined. The assistant with the buzz cut whispered, reporting that someone was waiting ahead. Li Jun's gaze sharpened as he looked ahead. In the courtyard, two men were already waiting to confront him. Li Jun recognized Jun Kyung-hoon, his father's most trusted retainer. He determined that this was the first person he had to eliminate to seize the Divine Fist sect. A memory suddenly flooded back of a young Li Jun kneeling and begging Jun Kyung-hoon for a chance. The only response to that plea was Jeon Kyung-hoon's scornful gaze. He had insulted his mother and called him a piece of trash who didn't know his place. The gates slammed shut, leaving Li Jun in despair after the threat to get out if he didn't want to die. Back in the present, Jun Kyung-hoon, the powerful two-faced man, greeted Li Jun with a smile. Li Jun silently reaffirmed his resolve to purge this man, to reform the family. Jun Kyung-hoon asked why he had come, and Li Jun replied that he had heard he would be arriving. The person accompanying Jun Kyung-hoon seized the opportunity, probing if he had come to accept the position of successor. Li Jun confidently retorted, "What if it's true? Will you hand over the Divine Fist sect to me?" The clan head growled, stating that he didn't understand that the meaning of a successor was to lead the family alongside him. Li Jun bluntly declared that his intention was the entire Divine Fist sect. He further emphasized that there would be no place for his father in his family, stunning the assistant. Hearing this, the clan head couldn't help but laugh at his arrogance. He threw his head back and laughed with delight and mockery. The clan head declared that those of the Divine Fist sect always get what they want, even if it means beheading their parents to seize divine power. However, he set a condition: Li Jun must be recognized by all awakened members of the family, which he naturally accepted. "Very well, gain everyone's recognition," he said. "Then I will step down and hand over the family to you." Li Jun warned with a loaded statement, "You will regret this." The clan head ignored the threat, asserting that he had never regretted anything, and ordered Jun Kyung-hoon to escort Li Jun to the annex. Li Jun turned back, demanding that he keep his word. The clan head watched him with a sinister gaze, hoping he wouldn't disappoint him. At the Divine Fist sect's annex, Jun Kyung-hoon introduced it as Li Jun's residence, an old and dilapidated place. Li Jun smiled, realizing the place hadn't changed, making the assistant curious about his past. He explained that this was a place full of memories of his mother, a place where he had previously been forbidden entry by someone. Jun Kyung-hoon feigned emotion at Li Jun's maturity after so many years apart. Silently cursing Li Jun as a venomous bastard, Jun Kyung-hoon called Sa Hyung-jun to accompany him to discuss matters of the power faction. Li Jun immediately intervened, declaring that from now on, the head of the 4th Division would completely withdraw from the affairs of the power faction. Jun Kyung-hoon asked Sa Hyung-jun in astonishment about his sudden decision. Sa Hyung-jun firmly confirmed that he would resign from the Power Legion to focus on the Heavenly King Legion. Jun Kyung-hoon wondered if the clan head already knew about this. Sa Hyung-jun replied that he did not yet. Li Jun unexpectedly interjected, declaring that the head of the 4th Division had something to do with him. He coldly ordered Jun Kyung-hoon to leave if he had nothing more to say. Jun Kyung-hoon sneered, saying he would explain it to the clan head himself, then left. After Jun Kyung-hoon left, Sa Hyung-jun warned that the young master's actions were a mistake. He explained that the awakened ones greatly trusted the master of the Power Legion, but Li Jun already understood his intentions. Li Jun confidently brushed aside his subordinates' worries, asserting that he had a plan and something more important to say. He offered to teach Sa Hyung-jun the Supreme Heavenly King technique, leaving him stunned. Li Jun reiterated the oath of loyalty Sa Hyung-jun had sworn to him alone. He asserted that his subordinates could not be weak and that there was still much legacy to share. Li Jun mused about his plan to build up his power to confront his father and the TNG in the future. Just then, his phone vibrated, signaling a prearranged meeting. Li Jun waited, and a cloaked figure quickly emerged from the forest. The female assassin introduced herself as a nameless guest from the Assassin's Guild coming to present herself to him. Li Jun was stunned to realize it was the receptionist he had once met. The female assassin, a top expert of the guild, handed him a ledger containing information about Jun Kyung-hoon. The female assassin conveyed thanks from her guild, pledging that they would be Li Jung's eternal allies. Li Jun muttered to himself, confirming that, as expected, Jun Kyung-hoon had embezzled a great deal. He mentally calculated the embezzled funds used for treatment and repairs, then wondered if that was all. The female assassin revealed that the ledger was just the tip of the iceberg. The real bomb was in the USB drive, containing secrets about the captains. Li Jun smirked, responding to her surprise that he had his own ways of knowing everything. The USB drive contained a past scandal, the reason why the awakened members had to obey John Kyung-hoon. When asked why he didn't report it to the Kwanwang Li Jun, revealed that the USB drive originated from his own father. He explained that his father only intended to keep the captains in check, but Kyung-hoon had abused it to consolidate his power. Stunned by the truth, the female assassin pulled back her veil and asserted that her grandfather had ordered full support for Li Jun. With that, she vanished in a flash, leaving behind a promise to always be ready to help. Now alone, Li Jun looked at the ledger, beginning to map out his next plan. He decided to start by cutting off Jun Kyung-hoon's funding at the Shinria clan's supply warehouse. At the warehouse, a brown-haired man was checking ledgers on a tablet. Observing from above, Li Jun cheered inwardly upon finding his target in the ledger. That man was John Taipong, John Kyung-hoon's biological younger brother, and the one holding most of the assets. Li Jun mused. This was the crucial link in the ledger that the nameless guest had given him. He finally understood why John Kyung-hoon could embezzle and still be trusted. It turned out he had used his own younger brother as a shield for all his shady activities. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over to report to John Taipong that they had barely managed to escape. John Taipong disdainfully explained that Team 1 was just a group of D-rank awakened individuals. A wounded soldier questioned him, saying they couldn't enter the Gwangju Gate tomorrow without supplies. He desperately cried out that being pushed into the gate without equipment was nothing short of a death sentence. In another space, the white-haired master expressed his displeasure, unable to accept his disciple being treated so stingingly. He said it was time for his disciple to act, and Li Jun agreed, determined to seize this opportunity. Back at the warehouse, John Taipong arrogantly declared that the distribution of supplies was entirely his prerogative. The soldier continued to plead, but only received a harsh reply from Taipong, "Buy it with your own salary." Enraged at being talked back to, John Taipong grabbed the soldier's collar, growling if he was being disrespected. Just then, a sudden kick landed, stopping John Taipong's actions. Li Jun's devastating kick landed squarely on the warehouse manager's face. John Taipong was sent flying, tumbling into a pile of wooden crates. He lay sprawled, astonished, asking who had just attacked him. When he realized it was young Master Li Jun, his face changed color. John Taipong knelt, stammering that he was merely punishing a disobedient subordinate, but Li Jun coldly repeated the two words, disobedient subordinate. The warehouse manager froze, sweat pouring down him like rain. Li Jun gathered his strength, using some kind of divine ability to transmit his message. His voice echoed everywhere, declaring that he would begin punishing the traitor who had embezzled public funds and conspired to rebel. Elsewhere, a long-haired subordinate recognized the voice, exclaiming in surprise, "It's the young master's telepathic message!" The patriarch of the Shinryok clan, sitting in his office, also heard the summons, angrily wondering what the hell Li Jun was doing. Accused John Taipong's face turned pale, stammering in denial. "Me conspiring to rebel? Young master, what are you talking about?" Li Jun coldly held out the ledger. "You brazen fool! Do you still dare to say that after seeing this?" The undeniable evidence stunned Taipong, who thought to himself, "How much does he know?" Just then, the summoned clan members began to arrive, a captain rushing forward. The captain reported, "I came as soon as I received the telepathic message." Li Jun looked at the crowd and declared, "Then let's begin." Standing before everyone, he declared loudly, "From now on, I will eliminate the rotten parts of the Shinryo clan." Amidst the murmurs of astonishment, an authoritative voice rang out, cutting through the crowd. "Stop!" An elderly man stepped forward, questioning, "Young master, has this action been reported to the patriarch?" Li Jun merely smirked upon realizing that the newcomer was Quoshin, the most rotten member of the clan. Quoshin lectured, "Acting without the patriarch's permission is already too much. I suggest you apologize to my brother and end this here." In response, Li Jun simply threw the ledger onto the ground decisively. Quoshin picked up the ledger stunned, asking, "Where did you get this?" but only received a curt reply, "What does it matter to you?" He tried to remain calm, feigning doubt about the source, but his heart was in turmoil. My ledger of corruption, how did it fall into his hands? Li Jun exposed, "Your brother embezzled supplies. If that's true, you should have been the first to know. Both of you are shameless to the core, aren't you?" Quoshin's hand twitched slightly, as if he intended to use force to silence him. But Li Jun acted first, a burst of energy erupting and shattering the surrounding ground. A subordinate exclaimed in horror, "Kong Xiaoshu!" Li Jun smiled meaningfully, holding up a USB drive. "Did you think I started all this with just a ledger?" The final piece of evidence was pointed directly at Quoshin, leaving him utterly stunned and with no room for denial. Quoshin thought in horror, "A USB drive? What's in it that makes him so confident?" A powerful voice rang out as Li Jun stood there. "You've turned the entire clan upside down since you arrived." The clan head appeared unexpectedly, confronting Li Jun, while a subordinate shouted, "What are you doing to Mr. Quoshin?" Li Jun calmly retorted, then turned to threaten, "Or should I open this USB drive right in front of everyone?" The clan head narrowed his eyes, muttering in thought about Li Jun's trump card. "Father must already know what's inside," Li Jun said directly to the head of the clan. He continued to expose, "It contains the secrets and misdeeds of the executives." But Quoshin roared, cutting him off, "Enough!" The crowd began to murmur about the shocking secrets hidden within the USB drive. Cornered Quoshin gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you want?" Li Jun coldly stated his demand, "For you and your brother to disappear from this clan." "That's ridiculous! Do you know how many years I've dedicated?" Quoshin yelled indignantly, the ledger of evidence lying at his feet. The clan head silently looked down at the ledger, his face devoid of expression. Then he delivered his verdict. Quoshin Danju do as Li Jun says, leaving Quoshin stunned, clan head why? Quoshin tried to salvage the situation. "Do you believe that ledger without evidence?" But the clan head merely countered, "The USB drive, what's inside?" Faced with Quoshin's silence, the clan head declared decisively, "Enough. I am disappointed in you, Danju." As Quoshin collapsed, Li Jun called a subordinate division commander, and a man with a buzz cut immediately appeared. "Yes, sir." Li Jun handed over the ledger and ordered, "This is a copy. Hunt down the executives listed in here." The division commander expressed concern young master doing so will weaken the clan, but Li Jun flatly dismissed it. Li Jun just smiled confidently and said, "Division Commander, just trust me."
The division commander was worried but still resolute. "I trust you, young master," Li Jun boldly commanded, with the clan head's approval. "Heavenly King Core, destroy the mana cores of everyone on the ledger and throw them into the dungeon." The clan head questioned. Such an overreaching act is ridiculous, but Li Jun merely smirked. "I don't recall ever overreaching. If destroying the commander's mana cores isn't an abuse of power, then what is it?" Li Jun retorted. "It is the right of the successor, permitted to execute any threat without consent." Li Jun looked directly at his father, asserting, "I believe the clan head is well aware of that," leaving him speechless. He delivered a bitter judgment. "Someone who only knows how to train while the clan rots. You are not worthy of being the clan head." A figure appeared, respectfully presenting a list. "This is the supplementary list you requested." Li Jun took the ledger with a confident smile. "Thank you. The expenses will be drawn from my shadow account." He asked. "These people were demoted for disobeying orders, right?" The woman confirmed. "That's right. Some even left out of sheer disappointment." Li Jun smirked, revealing his intention. "But why add them? Because the clan has a power vacuum and I will fill it." That night, the orders were carried out. Unit commanders were deposed. Corrupt officers were dismissed, plunging many departments into chaos. The scene shifted to the inner chambers of the Divine Authority sect, where an important meeting was about to take place. The division commander reported, "Everyone has gathered." Li Jun replied coldly, "Good." A voice rang out, announcing his presence. The successor of the Divine Authority sect, young Master Li Jun, is entering. Li Jun faced a group of powerful elders, who had retired but still commanded great authority. Among them were the former elders of Dongyi Pavilion and Jinchon Pavilion. Along with them were the former elder of Manpum Pavilion and the former unit leader of Biyik. The old man smoking a pipe spoke up, introducing himself. "I am Li Yute, former elder of Dongyi Pavilion. Why has the young master summoned these old men?" Li Jun got straight to the point. "I have an important matter to discuss," which piqued the elder's curiosity. He announced a shocking truth. The clan has a power vacuum. All high-ranking awakened ones, including the unit commanders, have been dismissed. Li Jun unexpectedly spoke up. "Me," Li Yute calmly remarked. "I've heard countless stories about young Master Li Jun recently. How he overthrew the unit commanders right after joining. Truly audacious." He asked directly. "So, is that why you called us here?" Li Jun smiled and replied, "I hope you can fill the vacant positions." Li Yute, the former elder of Dongyi Pavilion, was once Jun Kyung-hoon's sole opposing force. All the awakened ones here had once followed him and were unjustly expelled. Li Jun explained his strategy, believing that if Li Yute returned, the others would follow, and promised not to let them suffer any losses. He pledged to meet all their demands, arguing that this would avoid unnecessary conflict compared to recruiting new people. An elder refused, stating they were retired, but Li Jun immediately countered that letting talented individuals remain idle was a loss for the entire nation. He aimed directly at Li Yute, asserting that his skill was no less than that of the retired unit commander. Li Yute firmly refused, saying he was too tired of internal conflicts. Li Jun delivered the decisive blow. "I heard your granddaughter is suffering from the 9 yin severed meridians, which stunned the elder." "How do you know?" Li Jun casually revealed that he had investigated through his underground network and knew he was in Haenam looking for a cure for the girl. Li Yute admitted he couldn't return because he had to find the Millennium Flower in Haenam to save his granddaughter, who was suffering from illness. Li Jun set a condition. "If I cure her, will you return?" But Li Yute dismissed it, believing it wasn't an easy illness to cure. He confidently proposed, "What if I teach her the Hegemon Heavenly Star art? That technique can definitely cure it." The elder wavered but was still concerned about needing the clan head's permission, so Li Jun immediately brushed it off. "It's not necessary," he asserted with overwhelming presence. "I am imparting a technique to my own family. The clan head has no right to stop me." The audacious declaration left all the elders present speechless. Finally, Li Yute cast aside all pride, bowed his head, and urgently grasped Li Jun's hand. "I beg you, please cure my granddaughter. The 9 yin severed meridians disease would block the meridians at age 20 and cause death. On the other hand, it granted the afflicted a massive source of internal energy due to its potent yin energy." Li Jun sat by the bedside of Li Yute's granddaughter, asking about the skill manual he had prepared. Li Yute immediately presented it. The manual was an item used to impart martial arts, but the higher the technique, the lower the success rate. Li Yute was secretly astonished, unable to believe that Li Jun would use an S-rank Supreme Heavenly King technique just to recruit him. Without hesitation, Li Jun placed the book on the girl, and purple energy immediately surged forth. He ordered the pre-brewed inheritance flower to be brought. Li Yutei's granddaughter was given the medicine and began to cough violently. After the coughing fit, she slowly opened her eyes, bewilderedly calling for her grandfather. The girl was astonished to find her body felt light, no longer experiencing the crushing pain. "It feels like I've been reborn," she smiled brightly at her grandfather. The girl suddenly noticed her grandfather was crying and asked in surprise, while Li Jun merely smiled silently. As Li Jun left, Li Yutei hastily called after him to thank his benefactor. "I, Li Yutei, pledge my utmost loyalty to young Master Li Jun, even if it costs me my life," he vowed, bowing his head. Not long after, Li Yutei successfully persuaded the retired elders to return to the clan. In the office, Li Jun reviewed documents and asked about the vacant position of unit commander. The division commander reported that they had decided to leave the position vacant because it was the clan head's right-hand man. "Then just abolish the powerful command unit," Li Jun casually declared. The division commander was stunned, unable to believe his ears at the young master's earth-shattering decision. Li Jun secretly resolved that he would soon depose his father from the position of clan head. At the main residence, the clan head wondered why all the awakened ones and many long-unseen old faces had gathered. Li Jun realized that prominent retired figures like Song Sun-hyung, No Jae-hoon, and Jin Byung-jun had all returned. Li Yutei clasped his hands in greeting, confirming to the clan head that all the former elders and commanders had returned at Li Jun's invitation. Facing his father, Li Jun declared, "I've already said it. I will take over the clan in my own way." He smirked defiantly. "It's time for you to step down." The clan head narrowed his eyes and asked if the other clan members agreed. Li Yutei boldly announced that from Donggi, Jinchon, Monpum Pavilion, to the Biak unit and the warriors, all had decided to follow the young lord. The father had to admit that in a short time, his son had won people's hearts and filled the power vacuum. He acknowledged Li Jun as the most capable among his children, but expressed regret that this talent hadn't been shown sooner. "You have no right to say that after abandoning your own son," Li Jun growled, demanding his father keep his promise. The clan head brushed him off, demanding his son prove his strength right here, and Li Jun understood that a decisive battle was inevitable. "That's right, show me how strong you truly are," the clan head roared, unleashing a surge of dark energy. Li Jun responded by summoning his red spear and the spirit of a water dragon, ready to meet his father's challenge. He was Li Jianmu, a martial arts fanatic, and he wanted a fight. In Li Jun's eyes, his father was merely a cold-blooded clan head, willing to discard his own family for the clan's benefit. A voice from his memory echoed, reminding him he only had 5 minutes to use the primordial divine art before it consumed him. "Today, I will depose you." Li Jun shot into the air, striking his father with a lightning-fast blow. At the same time, at the Iron Ridge Sword Clan's manor, another event was unfolding. Returning to the confrontation, Elder Li Yutei could only stare in horror at the sight of father and son clashing. A son brought tea to his father, but the meditating old man suddenly sensed an unusual surge of energy. He abruptly stood up, declaring, "I must go," causing his blonde-haired son to call out in bewilderment. "Father?" Ignoring the pleas to stop, the old man rushed off, explaining that a massive demonic aura was approaching. Perhaps a heavenly outsider had appeared. A heavenly outsider? Under the blood-red sky, the ominous sign was clear. Upon arriving, the son knelt, terrified as he recognized where they stood. The old man confirmed. This was the divine power zone. He realized the absurdity of demonic energy emanating from this very place. Something horrific must have happened inside. Seeing no guards, he decided he had to witness the event firsthand and pushed the door open, stepping inside. As the door opened, the father and son were stunned by the scene within. Inside, Li Jun had just delivered a thunderous spear strike, defeating his father, Li Jianmu. Clan head Li Jianmu coughed up blood, utterly defeated. Li Jun stood coldly above him, commanding, "Concede." Li Jianmu admitted his son had grown stronger, but Li Jun merely replied that his energy had been depleted long ago. With a bitter smile, the clan head finally conceded. "You win." Li Jun confessed that defeating his father brought no satisfaction, only a sense of wretchedness. He questioned his father for abandoning their family in exchange for such pathetic power. A memory suddenly resurfaced. Young Li Jun standing beside his mother, asking, "Father abandoned mom and me, didn't he?" Back in the present, Li Jianmu roared, "But thanks to my abandonment, you too have gained immense power." A crack appeared on Li Jun's neck as his power seemed to surge. Li Jun proudly declared that he had obtained power far surpassing the divine art his father always coveted, then scoffed. "How does it feel to kneel before your own son?" Li Jun looked at his defeated father and declared, "Look closely at the difference between the divine art you dreamed of and my power." Li Jianmu gritted his teeth and retorted, The position of clan head is not as easy to seize as you think. Li Jun coldly ordered the 4 pillars to escort the former clan head to Jinchon Pavilion. Watching his father's retreating figure, he thought to himself, I've waited for this moment. Why do I feel so empty? The elders collectively bowed, respectfully welcoming the clan's new master. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Quite a significant tremor in the divine power zone. An old swordmaster appeared, explaining that he had recently sensed an overwhelming demonic aura. The swordmaster was astonished to realize that Li Jun himself was the source of that terrifying demonic aura. He asked directly, So you are the new leader of the Divine Power Zone clan? Li Jun admitted it. And the swordmaster smiled, asking for one more thing. Have you mastered demonic cultivation? He probed. But Li Jun only smirked meaningfully. The swordmaster unexpectedly declared, Regardless, you will marry Jung Yun, leaving both Li Jun and his son stunned. While the swordmaster's son grew angry, Li Jun vehemently opposed the arranged marriage. He cried out in alarm, I'm still a high school student. Li Jun irritably turned away, at which point the swordmaster burst into laughter, admitting he was just joking. Returning to seriousness, he said that the unusual demonic aura he sensed originated from Li Jun himself, and then, he directly called out his identity. You are the world's 10th ranked lord, aren't you? Li Jun invited them inside, then openly admitted, Yes, I am the Spear Emperor. The swordmaster was impressed, muttering that it meant this young man had reached S-rank. The official conversation began, and the swordmaster remarked, The world rankings have been quite chaotic lately. The swordsman continued to analyze. One is you, Li Jun, rank 100 with the title Spear Emperor. The rest of the rankings are all question mark, he said sternly. I and the other masters believe those question marks are members of the Outsiders. Do you know about them? Li Jun replied clearly. Of course. Aren't they the ones who crossed the gate? Which made the swordsman admit. Exactly. Do you know why they came here? Li Jun confidently revealed. They are searching for a divine artifact related to the blood god. This information astonished the swordsman, while his son shouted as Li Jun added, I also know that the Outsiders have been hiding in the Tyrant Blade set. Li Jun explained. Their leader has allied with the Outsiders. The swordsman realized with shock. I understand. No wonder you annihilated them. I felt something was strange, but I never imagined they would dare to borrow the power of the Outsiders. Li Jun asserted. I will deal with their leader myself, and the swordsman agreed before asking one last question. Are you related to the Outsiders? Facing the inquiry, Li Jun revealed a deep-seated grudge. My mother died at the hands of the Outsiders. Our relationship is that of sworn enemies. I will destroy them all. The swordsman thoughtfully apologized for bringing up painful memories, then made an offer. Li Jun extended his hand, offering to share intelligence with his Iron Ridge Sword Sect and Hanji Wong's Divine Mechanism Sect. After a moment of thought, the swordsman agreed, and their handshake officially marked a new alliance. Outside, under the moonlight, Li Jun bowed to see off his guests, acknowledged by the swordsman as the clan head. As they left, the swordsman didn't forget to congratulate him on reaching the divine power realm. He also happily brought up the marriage with Jung Yun, making his son embarrassedly exclaim, Father. Li Jun stood alone, silently pondering the swordsman's respect, and realizing that he had truly become the clan head. He called one of the 4 pillars who immediately knelt, awaiting orders. Yes, clan head. Li Jun ordered. Ensure there are no leaks about the divine power realm. My succession must remain a secret. As his subordinate complied, Li Jun decided to temporarily lay low while the movements of the Outsiders remained unclear. But it seemed his laying low plan was about to be ruined by an incident report from the school. During the opening ceremony, a surprising announcement was made. Li Jun would be the homeroom teacher of the special class. At the Musago Arena, Director Han Minseong welcomed all students back after the break. He continued to introduce the new faculty, making some students notice the presence of a familiar face on stage. The students buzzed with excitement as they recognized Li Jun, unable to believe their senior was now a teacher, while he himself was sweating, suddenly remembering this assignment. Teacher Na Hee-won from Daejeong Group and Monk Chong-gun from Shinyang Temple introduced themselves in turn. When it was his turn, Li Jun stepped onto the podium with a visibly tense expression, but then he regained his composure, boldly declaring himself a representative of the Divine Fist sect, and that he would have fun with everyone. Below, the students were still in shock, one exclaiming, Senior Li Jun, someone on par with Oh Wang, is a teacher now? Immediately, surprise turned into extreme excitement, as they realized they were about to be taught martial arts by a master of such caliber. Listening to the cheers, Li Jun secretly resolved to train the children well in preparation for the confrontation with Chonchon. Director Han Minseong had to intervene, announcing that not everyone could join teacher Li Jun's class. Only a select few chosen by him would have the honor of entering the special class, making the potential candidates show clear signs of confidence. The other students sighed in resignation, knowing that such an opportunity would never come to ordinary people like them. Lee Jun held the microphone, preparing to announce the list of chosen ones. The first names were called out, including Han Ji-yu, the chocolate-loving bookworm. When the name Park Hyuk-jin echoed, the blonde student couldn't hide his triumphant expression. And finally, a special spot was given to someone unexpected, Hosu. Immediately, murmurs arose, the crowd wondering why it was Hosu when everyone else was in the top 8 of the Cheonmu tournament. Bitter rumors quickly spread, suggesting Hosu was chosen simply because he had been seen with Lee Jun recently, all thanks to connection. Hearing those words, Hosu hung his head, but a resolute voice rang out from the stage. "Raise your head, Hosu." Lee Jun encouraged Hosu. "You have some of the best potential in the entire country, and I will help that potential blossom." Moved by the encouragement, Hosu replied, "Yes, teacher." At the training ground, Lee Jun, in his new guise, summoned the class. "All special class students, gather." Park Hyuk-jin grumbled about the teacher's hat, only to be corrected by Lee Jun. "Call me teacher." Lee Jun introduced the new teaching assistant for the class, teacher Cha Gyung-jin, who was carrying a large box. He ordered, "Before we begin training, everyone put on the iron cuffs in front of you." Lee Jun further explained while Na Hee-won put on the heavy cuffs. Each one weighs 100 kilograms, for a total of 400 kilograms. After the entire class had put on the cuffs, Lee Jun announced an even harsher rule. "From now on, we will seal your inner energy." A female student questioned in astonishment, but Lee Jun calmly confirmed. "From now on, all exercises will be performed without using inner energy." Lee Jun signaled to the teaching assistant, and Cha Gyung-jin immediately ordered the class to line up with an overwhelming aura. The hellish training began, running 500 laps around the field with 400 kilograms iron cuffs while their inner energy was sealed. Occasionally, they sparred with Lee Jun to check their progress, and if they improved, the weight of the cuffs would increase. The weight continuously increased, sometimes reaching 1,600 kilograms, like carrying a truck on their bodies. Only awakened bodies with superhuman physique could endure this terrifying training. Another student watched from the sidelines, horrified. "They're running like monsters, even though it's break time." The white-haired elder suddenly appeared beside Lee Jun and called out, "Hey, disciple." He looked worriedly at Han Ji-yu, who was running with a fierce, murderous gaze. "That girl seems like she wants to kill you after this is over." Lee Jun just laughed and replied, "Now that you mention it, I just remembered I haven't given Ji-yu any mint chocolate. Maybe I should quit being a teacher?" Shaking off his idle thoughts, he returned to a serious expression, focusing on the task at hand. After a week of basic training with iron cuffs, everyone's physical condition had noticeably improved. Na Hee-won gave water to an exhausted female student, while Lee Jun secretly thought that mere physical training wouldn't awaken their characteristic. He decided it was time to send the kids to conquer a gate. Elsewhere, in the silent forest, the mournful caw of crows echoed. A man in a suit stood silently amidst a battlefield full of corpses. A subordinate approached with news. "Hyung-nim, the Paewang family has been attacked by Lee Jun." The man was stunned upon hearing about his uncles, while the subordinate could only bow his head in apology. His eyes glowed a deadly red as he growled, asking where his relatives were buried. The subordinate reluctantly obeyed. "I will lead the way for you." At the back mountain of the Paewang family, they explained that due to their hasty actions, they couldn't retrieve the bodies, only bury their clothes. The man ordered them to go straight to the main headquarters of the Shenquan sect. Despite warnings about the swarming reporters, he asserted, "I don't care," then strode off with 2 subordinates. The reporters jeered as they saw them leave, believing it to be an escape. The man's face was icy, ignoring the shouts from behind. He was stunned when confronted with the sight of his family now reduced to a pile of ruined ashes. He asked in shock, "Is this truly where my family once existed?" Amidst the swarm of reporters, he bitterly realized his Paewang family had turned to dust. His rage erupted, and he charged, slaughtering the reporters in a bloody streak. A terrified female reporter screamed, "The War King has killed someone." Amidst the frantic screams, the War King asked his subordinate, "Son, how does the new power feel?" The subordinate excitedly replied, "I'm going crazy here, I want to use it right now." The War King coldly approved. "Good, I'll let you run wild. We're going to Hanamdong where the Shenquan sect is located." Meanwhile, a mysterious figure with golden hair swore, "I will slaughter that precious thing right before Lee Jun's eyes, and tear him apart with my own hands." That figure suddenly appeared, stunning the War King. "Looks like I arrived just in time. You, no way." The War King exclaimed in surprise, naming the stranger, Inju. And Inju replied, "I have a proposal concerning Lee Jun." The The woman accompanying Inju calmly remarked, looking at the corpses at their feet. You really went all out, didn't you? The War King's subordinate had used his new power to slaughter a reporter. Inju arrogantly spoke. I have heard much about Lord Inju. It's an honor to meet you. Inju smiled, probing. I heard. You're going to Hanamdong? The War King raged. Yes. Li Jun. That bastard destroyed my Batian sword art. I will definitely get my revenge. But Inju merely questioned. How? Inju analyzed the dire situation of the War King's family. The remaining members were hospitalized and the key figures were all dead. Inju continued. Furthermore, after what just happened, the major families in Korea must have heard about the Demon King slaughtering reporter. Inju asked bluntly, You might be strong. But can you truly deal with all those families? Causing the War King to ask back. So, what are you trying to say? Inju extended a hand, offering, I will lend you my power. But there's one condition. At the same time, in a meeting room, Li Jun announced, This time, the special class will go to the Crimson Ridge Gate. A female teacher exclaimed in panic. The Crimson Ridge Gate? A red zone. And it's an unexplored gate. That red zone gate required at least 100 trained B-rank awakened individuals to conquer. Despite concerns about the small number of students, Li Jun asserted, No, it can be done. That gate is the perfect training ground for our special class right now. A female teacher frantically called Li Jun, who held the position of director. Li Jun calmly expressed confidence in his own plan and asked for the opinions of the other instructor. Chong-gun, though initially somewhat doubtful, then resolutely supported, believing that Li Jun's determination was unshakable. When another teacher also agreed, Li Jun's risky plan was officially approved, much to the female teacher's dismay. Li Jun turned to reassure the teacher, asking her to place her trust in him and the students. Though appeased, she still worried about the parents' reactions if something went wrong. Just then, Director Han Min-sung stood up, announcing he had a proposal for this matter. And so, the mission to conquer the Crimson Ridge Gate, a nearly impossible challenge for a small group, was decided. Li Jun secretly thought about the arrangements behind this mission as a drone flew past. It was Chairman Han's plan to live stream the raid to promote the special class. Li Jun felt pressured. While some students, like Park Hyuk-jin, were utterly thrilled by the spotlight. The entire team faced the Crimson Ridge Red Zone Gate, where a deathly atmosphere hung heavy. Upon entering, Li Jun immediately ordered the entire team to use Lightfoot techniques to head straight for the central base. Park Hyuk-jin excitedly rushed forward, clearly feeling his body light as a feather after days of arduous training. But then, he suddenly froze before an unbelievable sight. Amidst the desolate land, a modern and magnificent building appeared before him. Park Hyuk-jin couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming that the inside of the building was spotless, and Li Jun calmly confirmed it was their base. Li Jun smiled smugly, revealing that he had prepared these convenient facilities for the entire team. While Li Jun directed everyone to get their rooms, Na Hee-won quickly claimed the room next to his, causing Han Ji-yu to immediately object. Hosu patted Li Jun's shoulder, half joking, half serious. Huh? You want this room? Go ahead. Han Ji-yu informed Park Hyuk-jin. We'll be living in this gate for 2 weeks, so get ready. Inside the modern base, the special training was about to begin. Li Jun seriously laid out the rules. The training course inside the Red Zone Gate will last 2 weeks. Absolutely no one is to leave. Li Jun introduced the female assistant instructor. Now, I invite Miss Cha Gyung-jin to explain. She explained concisely. Simply put, this is coordinated combat training. Hosu unexpectedly announced the opponents. The enemies are the Dark Elves, the Abyss of the Night. Stunning the entire group, a student cried out in panic. No way. Even A-rank awakeners struggle against them. Li Jun coldly reminded them. Didn't you all come here ready to risk your lives? He revealed his trump card. Before facing them, you must learn the White Tiger Assault Formation. Park Hyuk-jin quickly asked. An assault formation is a basic tactic. So is this an upgraded version? Cha Gyung-jin confirmed. That's right. Now I will demonstrate first. She called 4 students to the front, asking them to bring their weapons. Cha Gyung-jin explained the formation, and then charged to attack. When I attack, the 3 of you must protect Hai-su. Her sword clashed fiercely with Hosu's defense. While using her sword to pin down Hosu, she simultaneously unleashed a volley of daggers. The sharp throwing knives whizzed through the air, aiming straight for the target that needed protection. In the midst of the battle, Cha Gyung-jin emphasized, the key to this formation is to continuously pressure the enemy. She continued to charge and attack Hai-su, warning. As soon as the attack falters, the formation will collapse. Cha Gyung-jin explained the tactic. While 3 people draw attention, the person in the center will deliver a fatal blow to the enemy's opening. Recalling the instruction that Hai-su's role was the most important, Nam Sunho noticed an opening and resolved to act. This is my chance, he roared in his mind, charging towards Cha Gyungjin while his teammates acted as decoys. Cha Gyungjin's surprise was evident as Nam Sunho's sword tip closed in. With a decisive sword strike, Nam Sunho successfully hit the female instructor. He stared at the result in astonishment, exclaiming in delight, I did it. While Nam Sunho was still elated from hitting Cha Gyungjin, Hosu quickly handed her a recovery item. Hosu turned to praise Nam Sunho. That was a pretty good combo for a first try, making him shyly thank her. Lee Jun announced the end of the practice session. Keep practicing until evening. As soon as the sun sets, we'll have real combat. Night fell over the Crimson Mountains, signaling the start of a real hunt. Lee Jun led the group, instructing Na Hee-won and Park Hyuk-jin. It's dark now, be careful where you step. Just as Na Hee-won was about to ask how much further they had to go, Lee Jun signaled her to be silent. He pointed ahead, where a group of dark elves was lurking in the shadows. Na Hee-won recognized the leader in horror, while Park Hyuk-jin was mesmerized by their beauty, causing Lee Jun to yell at him to snap out of it. Lee Jun outlined the plan. First, we need to deal with those dark elves. He called his spirit beast. Parang, I'm counting on you. And a giant blue fire beast appeared. Lee Jun explained that Parang's role was to hold back the lesser demons, because even among monsters, there was a clear hierarchy. When the low-level monsters saw a boss like Parang, they would be completely paralyzed by its aura. While the elves are restrained, Lee Jun declared, that's when we attack the abyss of the night. Lee Jun commanded, Team 2, deploy the White Tiger counterattack formation. And the students responded in unison. Hosu gathered all his strength, preparing to unleash a decisive slash with the true demon sword. He leaped into the air, swinging a brilliant sword strike directly at the abyss of the night. The monster used its sturdy arm to block the attack, secretly astonishing Hosu that it could use its body as a weapon. Meanwhile, Parang emitted a terrifying aura, paralyzing the low-level dark elves, who screamed as they couldn't move. Hi, Su shouted a command. If the enemy attacks, those who aren't decoys must support the defense. And Nam Sunho immediately obeyed. Just like that, the special class students battled the abyss of the night for 2 hours. Finally, Hosu seized the opportunity to deliver the finishing blow, becoming the first to defeat this monster. After the strike, the true demon sword in his hand suddenly emitted a mystical blue light. Lee Jun witnessed the scene, thinking to himself that the true demon sword had finally awakened. He realized this meant the sword had officially recognized Hosu as its master. Lee Jun walked over and patted Hosu's shoulder. Well done, everyone. Leave the cleanup to me and Instructor Cha. Hearing Lee Jun announce there were 9 more monsters, Na Hee-won asked again in a panic. Lee Jun calmly explained that according to their investigation, there were at least 9 more such creatures inside this giant gate. He ordered the complaining students to quickly return to the dormitory. The entire incident was recorded remotely by a drone. In his office, Director Han Min-seong flinched as he reviewed the scene on the screen. He turned to Secretary Nam, asking skeptically, our student really killed a red rank monster, didn't he? The secretary confirmed and stated it was Hosu, a first-year student, further astonishing the director about this unprecedented feat. Director Han Min-seong mused, realizing that the swordsmanship of Hosu, an obscure student, resembled the style of the Tyrant King. He concluded in horror that it was the Chain Tyrant sword, something the Blade King had been frantically searching for. Han Min-seong broke out in a cold sweat, fearing that if the Blade King was still alive, he would hunt Hosu down relentlessly. Just then, the female assistant frantically reported shocking news. Director, the Blade King has appeared in Incheon. In Incheon, the Blade King and 2 subordinates stood atop the rubble, his great blade stained with fresh blood. He smirked arrogantly at the chaotic scene he had created. Standing high above, he mused that the Divine Authority sect's lack of movement indicated internal problem. Meanwhile, his subordinates gloated as they easily overwhelmed the opposition, while the citizens fled in despair. News reports on the buildings continuously updated on the brutal attack, confirming that both the Divine Authority sect and the Family Alliance were suffering heavy losses. A subordinate questioned Lord Inju lending them troops, but the Blade King dismissed it, stating that the other's intentions were unfathomable. With a cruel expression, the Blade King declared that the next targets were the Divine Authority sect and the Lee Jun family. Suddenly, a voice full of authority echoed from behind, interrupting his declaration. Who are you planning to crush? Quotient, the leader of the Divine Authority sect, appeared with 2 subordinates, challenging. Before that, why don't you deal with this old man first? The Blade King sneered, provoking that he was also planning to pay a visit because of the debt Quotient's son had caused. While Quotient calmly responded, one of his subordinates anxiously asked about contacting young master Lee Jun. The subordinate reported that they couldn't make contact, perhaps Lee Jun was still stuck in the gate, then hastily ordered to notify the response team. Quotient placed a hand on his subordinate's shoulder, reassuring him and declaring that his heavenly king core would handle everything. The subordinate earnestly pleaded for the Lord to conserve his strength, so they could buy time for Li Jun to arrive. Quotient looked at his subordinate with a trusting gaze, decisively entrusting. "I'm counting on you all." "Father, may I confront the divine authority?" the young swordsman asked. But his father only replied with a skeptical question. "Can you handle it?" He smirked confidently. "Yes. I want to test the limits of my power." The father gave a sinister smile of approval. "Very well, I permit it, but you must kill the divine authority." "Yes, sir." The young swordsman excitedly obeyed, drawing his sword from its sheath. He dashed forward, sword in hand, ready for the bloody battle. Facing his enemy, he greeted sarcastically. "Long time no see. Divine authority." Taemin, who bore the title Divine Authority, growled in response. "This is no time for greetings," he questioned. "So should I consider this the Tyrant King's faction officially declaring war on the Divine Authority faction? Do we need to call this war?" The young swordsman pointed behind him, where a shadowy monster was growling, and said, "As you can see, the Divine Authority faction is collapsing without even needing a fight." Taemin was horrified to realize they were monsters from inside the gate. The enemy continued to provoke. "Has the Tyrant King's faction allied with someone? Well, you already know, don't you?" Cornered, Taemin secretly resolved. "This is it. The power that Master Li Jun secretly trained me in. It's time to unleash it." A surge of blue aura erupted around Taemin as he shouted, "The Tyrant King's faction declared war first. I will give my all as the shield of the Divine Authority faction." From afar, the mysterious father squinted, recognizing, that power, is it the Heavenly King technique? He was stunned, correcting his thoughts in astonishment. "No, wait, could it be the Sumi Heavenly King technique?" The young swordsman shouted a warning. "Taemin, be careful, it's very dangerous." But Taemin resolutely replied. "Don't worry." Taemin roared his oath. "The Heavenly King Corps will annihilate all enemies who have harmed the Divine Authority faction." In response to the rallying cry, the warriors of the Heavenly King Corps shouted in unison and charged into battle against the monsters. His entire body engulfed in azure flames, Taemin charged straight towards his enemy. At the headquarters of the Alliance of 15 Clans, a tense meeting was underway. A young member with red hair mused, "What should we do about the Tao King?" Another man immediately objected, demanding the expulsion of the mass murderer and questioning the origin of the monsters. The situation was reported to be extremely critical. Monsters were spilling into the real world, and casualties in Incheon were skyrocketing. Fortunately, Singijiga, the head of the Hyunwon group, had taken action to evacuate civilians and received praise. At the praise, Singijiga merely smiled humbly. A table slam echoed, breaking the tense silence. Park Young-soo, commander of the Iron Blood Sword clan's undefeated sword, sprang to his feet and questioned, "So what are we going to do? Just sit here and watch?" Another member feared that weaker clans would get into trouble if they angered the Tao King. Park Young-soo scorned the cowards, deeming them pathetic and unworthy of being alliance members. He continued to criticize, stating that the damage was still increasing, and he didn't know how long the Divine Fist clan could hold out. A man offered an excuse, saying it wasn't that they didn't want to help. He reasoned that the Divine Fist clan had Li Jun backing them, so they didn't need to intervene. Suddenly, a dignified old man appeared at the door, declaring, "Swordmaster, you're just wasting your time here." He pointed directly at those in the meeting, loudly demanding what they thought of the dying civilians outside. He criticized the clan's calculating attitude, stating it was the very reason the public despised them. With fiery eyes, he roared, questioning whether they still knew what was most important for a true warrior. The old man called his son's name, and Park Young-soo immediately bowed in obedience. "Yes, yes, father," the father commanded. "What are you doing? At the very least, we should go protect the people." The father closed his eyes, uttering a remark full of disappointment at the council's cowardice. What a disgrace. Amidst the chaotic battle, the clanging of metal echoed sharply. The man in the suit sneered. "So you're not inferior to Taemin? Impressive." His eyes gleamed with cruelty and amusement. Suddenly, a ponytail-haired warrior held a sword to his neck, scoffing, "How interesting. Your subordinates fight with all their might, yet you don't value your own life." The man in the suit thought to himself, "That brat seems to have learned some strange skills, but he's still far inferior to our Taemin." He sneered back, "Aren't you the one who's learned strange skills?" The warrior grabbed his opponent's collar, growling, "The dark aura swirling around your body. Is that the evil magic of criminals from the evil demon cult?" With eyes flashing red, he challenged, "So, you mean it's not?" The warrior roared furiously. "You not only trespassed into the domain of divine power, but you also colluded with the evil demon cult." The man in the suit yelled, If you think this is ordinary magic, then your vision is truly garbage. The warrior was stunned. Then what is it? The man in the suit suddenly vanished, making the warrior panic. He disappeared. From above, he appeared with a gigantic energy fist, his voice echoing, "You'll have to find out for yourself." The scene shifted, and a series of system notifications appeared as Bao Jiangyon gasped for breath, exhausted. Li Jun also received a notification about a reward of 100,000 tech tree points. Before the group, Li Jun declared, "This is our 10th raid on the Night Abyss, and the last one through this gate. Who among you still hasn't awakened their trait?" The blonde-haired boy timidly raised his hand. It's me." Li Jun thought to himself, what kind of trait is he going to awaken to be so unlucky? Or is it because I'm not capable enough? He smiled and said, "It's best if you never awaken any trait at all." The blonde-haired boy panicked. "Huh? Are you going to abandon me like that, teacher?" Li Jun turned away. "Abandon what? Just don't run away because the training is too harsh. Let's head back to base to rest and prepare for the next training session," a female student said after the grueling practice. Suddenly, a drone flew in, carrying an urgent message. "Teacher Li Jun, please check your messages immediately." The blonde-haired girl realized in surprise. "Oh, that drone. It has communication functions too." The drone projected a hologram, announcing shocking news. "The Sword King has appeared in Incheon, leading a horde of demonic beasts." The blonde-haired girl exclaimed worriedly. "Incheon, that's where the Divine Fist clan is." "Big brother," Li Jun merely smirked, seemingly having guessed his opponent's intentions. "So this is how he plans to do it?" The voice from the drone continued to echo, trying to contact him amidst the chaotic scene being transmitted. Li Jun's eyes suddenly flashed with a complex emotion as he whispered, "Father." He turned to another female teacher, calmly responding to the call. "Yes, Chairman. Thank you for the notification. Teacher Cha, go ahead. I need to go out for a bit," Li Jun said, while Parang, the blue spirit beast, perched on his shoulder. "Keep the kids indoors. Just train around this area." The blonde-haired girl quickly grabbed his arm, pleading, "Jun, I'm coming with you," she asserted. "I'm strong enough not to be a burden anymore. Please let me come." Li Jun smiled warmly at their concern. "Everyone, thank you, but it's all right," he explained. "Class isn't over yet. Even if I leave, it will continue. And this battle only makes sense if I go alone." With that, he plunged from above into the city. Mid-air, Li Jun felt a terrifying surge of demonic energy shaking and thought to himself, with such intense energy, is it S-rank? He confirmed his judgment and realized, no wonder there's been no news from him until now. As he glided past skyscrapers, he sensed, two colossal auras are clashing non-stop. One belongs to the Sword King, and the other, is it Father? Li Jun landed on a rooftop, observing the battlefield from above. Below, on the devastated streets, the Sword King stood tall beside a fallen opponent. Li Juwu gasped, thinking to himself that it was all about to end. The Sword King looked down from above, sneering, "Brother-in-law, all that effort in training, only to be useless in real combat?" Li Juwu collapsed to his knees on the ground, horrified to realize his body couldn't move. He frantically yelled, "You! What have you done to my body?" The Sword King smirked, explaining that it was the effect of a special demonic art, the rejected martial art of the Pai Wang Wei. He turned his back, coldly declaring that he would let Li Juwu die a slow and painful death. Even while spitting blood, Li Juwu smirked. "Is that so?" "Sounds good," he challenged, "because my son will kill me before you get the chance," stunning the Sword King as Li Jun plunged down from the sky. Li Jun swung his blazing red spear, shouting, "Stop right now!" His gaze was as sharp as a knife, without a hint of hesitation. The Sword King immediately drew his sword and held it to Li Juwu's throat, growling, "If you make a move, your father won't make it out alive." Li Jun replied without flinching, "Is that so? In that case," a sudden, lightning-fast attack was unleashed. The Sword King couldn't react in time and was sent flying backward. He furiously roared Li Juwu's name, then turned to Li Jun and yelled, "You bastard! How dare you attack me?" Just then, two clan subordinates ran over, one calling young master, the other calling clan head. Li Jun calmly instructed, "Everyone has worked hard. I'll leave the evacuation and handling of the remaining demonic beasts to all of you." Li Juwu smiled proudly. "Yes, I knew you'd come." The two subordinates rushed to an injured comrade, shouting, "Taemin, I'll give him first aid." The brown-haired man helped Taemin up, realizing his arm was broken, and angrily cursed, "Damn it, Li Jun, you brat! Can't you see your father being trampled under my foot?" The Sword King roared. But Li Jun calmly retorted, "Then try to kill me." He narrowed his eyes, threatening, But in return, I'll slaughter every single person of Peiwang, including you. Fine. Let's see what you can do, the Sword King said, then pressed his heel harder onto Li Juwu's chest. Li Juwu painfully spat blood from his mouth from the enemy's torture. The Sword King laughed gleefully, mocking, "I've destroyed your father's core. Now you'll." He froze when he saw his opponent smiling. "You're smiling?" The Sword King realized in shock. You took off the ring," Li Jun replied. "If you're serious, I'll respond in kind." A voice echoed in Li Jun's mind. "Be careful not to be swallowed by the heavenly killing star," and he simply replied with a yes as a blue aura enveloped his hand. Suddenly, the Sword King's son, standing in the distance, found his entire body bound by a surge of blue energy. He frantically screamed, "My body!" In a flash, Li Jun appeared and grabbed him by the throat, lifting him into the air. "I can't break free." He struggled in despair, while Li Jun coldly said, "Blame your foolish father." Witnessing his son being captured, the Sword King broke into a cold sweat, his face changing color. Li Jun spoke sarcastically as the Sword King's son lay unconscious on the ground. "Don't worry, I won't kill him. I'll just make sure he can't use his hands anymore." He explained, "They say a swordsman's life lies in his hands, right? You destroyed my father's core, so we're even." "You! I'll kill you!" The Sword King roared in fury, the sword in his hand flaring with purple demonic energy. He swore, "Everyone connected to you. I'll tear them to shreds." The Sword King gathered all his strength, unleashing his ultimate technique, Thunder Force Chi, Thunderstrike Slash. With a face contorted by hatred, he screamed, "Vanish without a trace!" A colossal bolt of lightning struck down, destroying everything in sight. Taemin was utterly terrified by the young master's terrifying power, believing it to be the ability of an S-rank awakener. Li Juwu also couldn't believe his eyes, stammering that Li Jun was no longer human, and worrying about the clan head's safety. In the middle of the battlefield, Li Jun confronted the Sword King's sword directly with his long spear. Li Jun gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that the Sword King had grown too strong and he needed more power from the heavenly killing star. Responding to the call of disciple, from within his mind, Li Jun, with blazing red eyes, affirmed, "I know." Two immense surges of energy collided, sending both Li Jun and the Sword King flying backward. Ignoring his master's warning, Li Jun smirked provocatively. "Is that all you've got?" Insulted, the Sword King furiously roared, "How dare a piece of trash like you defy me?" Li Jun calmly replied from above, "The word dare is only for those in a superior position." He growled, his eyes sharp. "When you're above your opponent," the Sword King was stunned to realize that the overwhelming energy surrounding them was the true Hunwan Shengong. He questioned Li Jun in astonishment about cultivating demonic arts, but only received a nonchalant counter-question. Li Jun briefly thought of his master pinching his ear and scolding him for dragging out the fight and not finishing off his opponent. "Looks like master heard that," Li Jun thought to himself, then unleashed a palm strike towards the Sword King. The Sword King panicked, with only one thought in his mind, to dodge the attack. However, he was trapped within Li Jun's energy mist, unable to escape. Li Jun roared the name of his technique, Infinite Void Art. A blazing golden energy fist struck the Sword King directly in the chest. He was sent flying backward like a puppet with its strings cut. The Sword King spat blood, his face contorted in pain and disbelief. Amidst the chaotic battle, a clan member frantically shouted, "Look!" Other warriors were fighting fiercely, shouting to protect their territory while their clan head held off the enemy. Meanwhile, the Sword King had been defeated, kneeling before Li Jun, who coldly told him to stand up. The Sword King couldn't believe that he, an S-rank individual, could lose so disgracefully. Li Jun leaned in close, whispering a cryptic offer that horrified the Sword King. "You're not the only one who can drain others' blood and energy," Li Jun said, grabbing his opponent by the collar. He drained the Sword King's life force, making him scream in extreme agony, while the system panel announced that Li Jun had absorbed a fragment of the heavenly killing star. Li Jun thought to himself, it truly was the heavenly killing star, his eyes glowing with an eerie red. The Sword King, horrified, realized it was a demonic energy absorption technique, questioning why Li Jun attacked the hegemonic sword clan when they were on the same side. He yelled, claiming this demonic technique was bestowed by the heavenly demonic god monarch, implying Li Jun also served the human lord like him, but Li Jun only coldly questioned back. Feeling humiliated, the Sword King furiously roared Li Jun and Li Juwu's names, vowing to kill them both. He declared that even if he had to sell his soul to devils, he would tear Li Jun apart, but Li Jun calmly replied that it was also how his past victims felt. With blazing red eyes, Li Jun growled, "Did you spare them?" The Sword King trembled, stammering incoherently, only able to yell, "Shut up." Li Jun declared he was only doing the same as him, protecting those he cherished, and a colossal black dragon appeared behind him. The monster lunged at the Sword King, who was screaming in despair, "No, I don't want this." Li Jun decisively unleashed his ultimate move, Black Dragon Wall. Back on the battlefield, a warrior was astonished to realize the monsters were suddenly retreating. The remaining survivors were stunned, not understanding what was happening. Li Jun stood alone, gazing into the void where the Sword King had just vanished, while the echo of a subordinate's voice rang out, "My lord has disappeared without a trace." A voice rang out, questioning Li Jun, who was engulfed in dark energy with bloodshot red eyes. "Li Jun, what the hell have you done?" On the ravaged road, a man carried his injured comrade, fleeing from Li Jun. He gritted his teeth. "Big brother, the situation is dire. That monster Li Jun, how dare he? Now, we must run as far as possible." But Li Jun had raised his spear, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He charged, swinging his spear to create a destructive surge of energy. The man only had time to let out a horrified scream. Li Jun coldly watched the last two survivors fall. At the same time, elsewhere, a warrior joyfully reported, "My lord, the demonic beasts are starting to retreat." Taemin called out to the young man, standing with his back turned, his entire body radiating dark energy. "Young master?" He happily placed a hand on Li Jun's shoulder. "Young master. No, clan head. It's all over." But in response, a cold hand suddenly gripped his throat. Lifted into the air, Taemin could only gasp with difficulty. "Clan. Clan head." Suddenly, a majestic voice rang out from behind Li Jun. "So, you are about to be consumed by the heavenly killing star." His master appeared in an illusion, shouting, "Worthless disciple, shaming your master. Stop at once." Li Jun froze, the dark energy dissipating as he looked up. "Master?" He suddenly found himself lost in a dark space, wondering, "Where is this? I thought I heard master's voice." He mumbled. Then a strange hand rested on his shoulder. Another version of himself with blue hair and a demonic smile appeared. "We finally meet." "Do you know me?" Li Jun asked, and received the reply, "I know you very well. For I am you, and you are me." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Jun snapped, but the other self calmly explained, "I am the hidden desire deep within you." The dark self extended a hand, inviting, "You were born with the destiny of the stars to accompany me. Now, let us together dye all creation in blood." Li Jun recognized it. "I know who you are. You are the heavenly killing star, aren't you?" The other self merely smirked. "I thought you were terrifying, but you look quite clumsy." "So you mean my desires for fame, power, or wealth are all because of you?" Li Jun asked, waving his hand. "Nothing special, really." He casually chuckled. "Master will probably scold me for these trivial matters." The dark self roared. "Trivial? I am slaughter and destruction, a demonic heart that craves only fresh blood." It declared, "I never expected you to submit easily. Now, I will devour your consciousness and seize your body." Li Jun unexpectedly made an offer. "Then let's do it together." The other self was stunned, and he repeated, "I said, let's do it together." "Ah, I mean, if master finds out, it'll be a huge hassle," Li Jun explained, scratching his head. "I don't want to disappoint him." The dark self questioned his reverence for his master, but Li Jun merely replied that it was because his master cared for him, something a being like it couldn't understand. "I don't understand," the other self said smugly. "I've always been the center of attention." Li Jun secretly realized it was showing interest when his master was mentioned. Li Jun saw through its heart. "So that's why you dislike my master?" A memory suddenly surfaced. Li Jun recalled the days of being ignored and asserted, "Master was the first person to pay attention to me." "I don't understand indifference, but I know what loneliness is," Li Jun said. The other self was slightly moved. "Then perhaps we can understand each other." "No, you are different from me." Li Jun extended his hand but still denied it, making the other self curiously ask what the difference was. Li Jun gave an unexpected answer. "If you are lonely now, I can keep you company." Despite being reminded of his destructive nature, Li Jun remained firm. "Because I want to walk the path Master once walked, and that path requires overwhelming power," he admitted. "In the recent battle, without your power, I wouldn't have been able to defeat the Sword King. I believe we won together." The dark self pondered his words. "You are both similar to me, and yet different." Finally, it extended its hand, accepting the agreement. "All right. I'm also curious to see how you will control me," Li Jun confidently replied. "I believe I can do it." Suddenly, Li Jun's mind was shaken when he heard the call, "Clan head," from the outside world. Li Jun jolted awake, opening his eyes back to reality as someone shook him vigorously and called his name, Hyungjun. Taemin apologized to Li Jun regretfully. I lost my mind then. I'm sorry. Li Jun placed a hand on his shoulder, calmly replying, It's fine. Consider this punishment for me not handling things before you arrived. Taemin reported the situation. After you defeated Dao Wang, the demonic beasts retreated, but our losses are too heavy. He continued with the bad news. As for Dao Wang, Choi Taemin is still barely clinging to life, but Choi Kibyum is. Li Jun looked at the corpse pinned by the destructive sword, thinking to himself, I don't remember killing this person. Could it have been when Tianxia Xing took over my consciousness? He decided to temporarily continue wearing the Hunyuan ring, then turned and shouted, What are you standing around for? Clear the area and save as many civilians as possible. Suddenly, the scene changed, and Li Jun's master appeared, asking, Are you conscious again? Li Jun exclaimed in surprise. Master, you called my name just now, didn't you? The master sternly said, If my disciple is about to be swallowed by Tianxia Xing, I will beat it half to death to fix it. Li Jun replied, Regarding Tianxia Xing, I've already dealt with him. The teacher looked at the system windows appearing around them and acknowledged, Judging by the windows appearing before you, it seems that's true. Li Jun stared blankly at the blue notification panels that suddenly appeared. A series of rewards appeared. 100 million dextry points, a change in the nature of Hunyuan Shengong, and the Jueshi Wuqi reward. The master was surprised to see him actually suppress Tianxia Xing, while Li Jun was still pondering Jueshi Wuqi. The master's voice echoed as Li Jun's dark self appeared. Your foundation is more stable, but your killing intent is also surging. The power of the ring also has its limits. He suggested a new path. Perhaps it's time for you to enter the Hunyuan men? The scene shifted to a desolate city at dusk, and a mysterious voice echoed, Somi, you were right. A blond man said to the woman beside him, That Li Jun. He has truly inherited the martial arts of the Jueshi Wu Ren. It will be very dangerous. The woman named Somi asked about the progress of the Nitianzhen, confirming that thanks to Dao Wang drawing attention, the conditions had been met. The blood of those who fell, like Choi Kibyum, was the sacrifice to complete the preparations for the formation. Somi added, Currently, it hasn't absorbed enough blood, so it will continue to develop. The blond man smirked, revealing the final plan. To use the colossal Nitianzhen in Incheon, to summon the Mingzhu Zizhu and Tianshang Zizhu to this world. Li Jun wore a pensive expression. He stood silently, looking at the ruined city after the battle. The master suddenly asked if he had heard news about Tianwai Tian appearing in Shandong, China, which made Li Jun think of Shui Fo. The master continued to mutter about someone named Inju being behind the incident, and suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Given the urgent situation, Li Jun decided it was time to convene a clan meeting. Days after Dao Wang's attack, the clans established shelters but could not alleviate the suffering of countless civilian casualties. Amidst the mourning and criticism aimed at the Shinryuk clan, Li Jun quietly walked past the media's encirclement. Meanwhile, a young man rushed in to tell his sister to read a hot news article. The sister looked at the news about Li Jun, a strong candidate for the clan head position, and worriedly called his name. The scene shifted to a luxurious hallway, signaling an important event about to take place. Li Jun was escorted to the entrance of the clan conference hall. A solemn voice echoed, introducing the appearance of the Shinryuk clan head, Li Jun. The representative of the TXU Jian clan, Sword Emperor Park Chunsik, smiled meaningfully. The acting head of the Wandu clan, Young Suho, confirmed rumors that Quan Wang's Dantian had been destroyed. Park Chunsik began to speak, skeptical that someone as young as Li Jun could lead a clan. Li Jun interrupted, revealing that behind Dao Wang's attack were entities called Tianwai Tian. He explained that they were beings from another world with a destructive agenda, and he himself had just faced one of their members. Li Jun asserted that Dao Wang was merely a puppet, and although their ultimate goal was still unclear, if left unchecked, they would undoubtedly bring immeasurable disaster. Li Jun boldly declared that if all awakened, starting with the Wuda Jiazu, did not unite, they would have no chance against the Tianwai Tian. Jung Suho spoke skeptically. You mean they're really that strong? Li Jun firmly replied, That's right. This time it was Incheon, but the next victim could very well be all of Korea. He boldly appealed. So right here, I earnestly ask everyone, just this once, to unite and find a way to protect our nation from the Tianwai Tian. Park Chunsik of the TXUA Jian clan spoke first. Our clan will stand with the Shinryuk clan. Another clan head quickly responded. Us too. Young Suho cleared his throat, showing approval. If that can prevent great sacrifice, I will do whatever is necessary. Before everyone's unanimous agreement, Li Jun lightly clapped in appreciation. After the meeting, he immediately discussed the plan. Then let's come up with a common countermeasure. We should prepare shelters throughout the cities to evacuate civilians. The meeting concluded, and the hallway became silent. Suddenly, The academy director called out, "Chairman, I have something to say." Li Jun announced his decision. "I think I need to take a temporary break from teaching the special class," he explained, his voice heavy. "For both reasons. I need to closely monitor the Tianyi, and as a teacher, I couldn't even protect a single city. Please consider this a self-reflection. Could you explain it clearly to the children?" The director sympathized. "Well, if you feel that way as a teacher, then so be it." He patted his shoulder encouragingly. "Then consider this a vacation. Rest well and come back. Your position here will always be waiting. Don't worry." The teacher cheerfully waved goodbye. "After all, you're already deeply connected to our martial arts academy." Li Jun quietly bowed as the teacher left. As soon as he was alone, his master's voice echoed in his mind. "My disciple, your killing intent is surging." Li Jun bowed his head in apology. "Please forgive me. When I couldn't control my emotions, I struggled greatly to suppress my killing intent." "What you're experiencing is common among those who possess the heavenly killing star," Master explained. "It's time for you to enter the Hunyuan Gate." Master revealed that the Hunyuan Gate was a space he created to cultivate the Hunyuan divine art, and only by reaching the 9th star could Li Jun fully control his killing intent. Li Jun thought to himself, to confront Tianyi, his current strength wasn't enough, he needed to become even stronger. "Bring out the Blood God map," Master instructed, and Li Jun immediately took out the SSS grade map. The Blood God map was activated, and a 3-dimensional image of a snow-capped mountain appeared. Li Jun realized the Hunyuan Gate was located at Sioraksan Mountain, Gangwon Province. He immediately set off. Amidst the snowy mountains, Li Jun found a cave entrance, muttering, "According to the map, the entrance should be around here." He sensed something. A fragment from the map in his hand began to glow. The fragment flew forward, crashing into an invisible barrier. An energy vortex erupted, forming a gate, making Li Jun exclaim, "Oh, so that's how it is." Master suddenly appeared beside him, ordering, "Enter." Li Jun replied, "Yes." He winced as his body passed through the chaotic energy flow of the gate. The system announced that he had entered an unregistered area, Hunyuan Gate. Li Jun was stunned. This place is, standing before ancient architectural structures, he marveled that this place was even grander than Jile Mountain. "Master, did you really build this entire vast place yourself?" he asked. Master replied proudly, "Of course." Li Jun was overwhelmed by Master's vision, then asked, "So, where should I start?" Master pointed towards a magnificent grand hall and said, "First, go to the largest main hall." Li Jun approached the structure, looked up, and wondered about this place. Looking inside through the open door, he was surprised once again. "Oh, it's even bigger inside than I thought." Li Jun looked up at a portrait and thought to himself, "Who is this handsome guy?" He was stunned when he realized it was a portrait of his master in his youth, who had just appeared beside him and smugly asked, "Am I really that handsome?" Li Jun blurted out, "You didn't threaten the artist to paint you like that, did you?" Which made Master angrily retort. He quickly tried to smooth things over, then noticed that the faces of the other figures in the painting were erased, and wondered if they were discarded disciples. Suddenly, a system panel appeared, assigning him the main quest, Hunyuan qualification with SS grade difficulty. The quest required him to master all attributes to prove his Reaper qualification, leaving Li Jun confused about the concepts of fire, water, nature. Master's voice echoed, explaining that he would understand once he entered the trial, and a magnificent gate suddenly appeared. Li Jun was astonished by the gate, and Master informed him it was the entrance to the Temple of the Death God. Inside, Li Jun, spear in hand, wondered what this temple had to do with natural attribute. The space was plunged into darkness, making him recall his conversation with the heavenly killing star. A strange sensation washed over him, and the scenery abruptly changed. Li Jun found himself in a forest, and the system announced that he had entered the first trial with many skills and holy artifacts disabled. The system further announced that the heavenly killing star within him had also been temporarily sealed. While Li Jun was astonished by this vast space, he called for Master but received no reply. After sensing his surroundings, Li Jun realized he had to rely on himself in this trial. He crossed his arms, confused about what to do next. A strange voice echoed from the forest, startling Li Jun. So that damn old man finally sent someone. A group of strangers appeared, led by a man carrying a great sword. The man stared at Li Jun, thinking to himself that the death god's vow was finally being fulfilled. He squinted, assessing, sensing an unusual aura from Li Jun, unlike that of a human. Li Jun sensed an unusual aura emanating from the newly appeared individuals. The bearded man mused, "We've waited for countless years. He finally kept his promise." Li Jun confusedly questioned, "What are you talking about? Who are you?" But only received the cryptic reply, "You'll find out." The man said no more, drew his colossal greatsword, and declared, "Come, let's begin." Li Jun took a stance with his red spear, accepting the challenge. "I don't understand, but I just need to defeat you all, right?" A white-haired elder appeared, smiling and saying, "That's right. You must defeat us, the 4 great guardian deities." The elder continued, "Since the Wuji being chose you, you must be very confident, right?" Which stunned Li Jun. Upon hearing the name 4 great guardian deities, he suddenly realized that the fire, water, and nature mentioned earlier were referring to the 4 of them. A series of system notifications appeared, disabling almost all of Li Jun's powers, forcing him to fight with only his basic stats. The girl with the tiger tail took her stance, declaring, "Ready? Then the first strike is mine." She charged forward with terrifying speed, so fast she was a blur. A devastating kick landed squarely on Li Jun's face before he could react. Li Jun was dazed, secretly horrified that the attack had pierced through his infinite energy shield. The girl proudly boasted about her white tiger footwork, then continued her assault. He struggled to block the attacks with his spear, feeling the immense weight and wondering if this was truly the power of the 4 great guardian deities. The tiger girl's fists radiated powerful energy, giving Li Jun no moment of rest. Li Jun couldn't believe that his infinite energy was being blocked by bare hands. "Your energy is mere child's play compared to that of the Wuji being," the girl scoffed. He was sent flying backward, hearing the admonishment. "You're being too arrogant, relying solely on your abilities." Observing the fight, the bearded man worried he would be defeated, but the woman beside him calmly said, "It's not over yet." Despite being riddled with injuries, Li Jun gripped his spear tightly, his gaze unwavering. Witnessing him falter, the man with the greatsword remarked, "Oh? At least your will is quite strong." Li Jun pressed about his master, and the white tiger confirmed, "Of course we know, otherwise why would we be stationed here?" Despite the provocation, "I hope the second round will be a bit different." He still resolved to charge into attack. 2 days later. A terrifying energy explosion shook the entire area. The battle was a stalemate, and Li Jun collapsed from exhaustion, surprising the white tiger. "Is it over already?" She snapped in astonishment. "Hey, it's been 5,000 moves already. Why don't you just give up?" Infuriated, she delivered a kick straight at Li Jun, who was lying on the ground. But he only smirked, provocatively retorting, "I'm still full of energy. Come at me." The white tiger couldn't hide her admiration. "At least your stamina is truly remarkable." From above, the other guardian deities commented on Li Jun's progress. "His combat style has improved significantly from the start." The woman believed he could reach 12 stars of the Chaos Divine Art, but the man only hoped he would reach 10 stars and completely subdue the Heavenly Killing Star. The white-haired old man, however, expressed doubt. "Ridiculous, he can't even defeat the white tiger, let alone that. The ultimate purpose of the Death God's Temple is for the one who masters the Chaos Divine Art to control the Heavenly Killing Star. That is what the Limitless One and the Divine Beasts desire. Perfect chaos, divine art, and absolute control over the Heavenly Killing Star. Only when Li Jun achieves that can the plan they have long awaited be realized." Unable to sit idly by any longer, the old man decided to join the battle. "I can't let the white tiger have all the fun by herself." The man with the greatsword also charged down, believing the white tiger had reached her limit. The old man unleashed a fiery attack, forcing Li Jun to raise his spear in defense. Li Jun was secretly horrified as one by one they joined the fray, feeling his spear burning hot in his hand. The white tiger angrily roared when the white-haired old man cut her off, but he calmly told her to step aside for the vermilion bird to enter the fight. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Li Jun, warning him about his vulnerability. A new guardian deity, wielding the power of the Azure Dragon, launched a surprise attack. The Azure Dragon guardian deity noticed Li Jun was exhausted after the prolonged battle. Yet, Li Jun only smirked defiantly, ready to face all of them. He told himself that even though his stamina and internal energy were depleted, he couldn't fall if he didn't want to be scolded by his master. Li Jun strained to stand up, using his spear as a support for his weary body. In his mind, his master's imagined scolding echoed, "Do you still dare to call yourself my disciple?" Unwilling to accept a humiliating defeat, Li Jun let out a roar and charged straight forward. The Azure Dragon guardian deity was stunned as Li Jun's sharp spear pierced through his chest. Li Jun smiled triumphantly, thinking to himself that he must press the advantage immediately. Just then, the woman with the hair bun appeared, coldly announcing that, by law, she also had to join the battle. Giant branches suddenly sprouted from the ground, wrapping tightly around Li Jun, immobilizing his every movement. The other guardian deities observed. The bearded swordsman expressed surprise at her decision to join, but she simply replied, "Rules are rules." The Azure Dragon guardian deity clutched his wound, bitterly admitting that the kid had inflicted real damage on divine beasts like them. Li Jun was tightly bound, and a voice rang out, asserting that his defeat was inevitable. The White Tiger regretted that the battle ended too soon, while the swordsman understood why the Limitless One had chosen him. He mused thoughtfully. If only Li Jun could be a little stronger. Lifted into the air in the grip of the branches, Li Jun was utterly defeated, his spear falling to the ground. Observing from afar, Zhuke thought to herself, "Now I understand why that person chose him. If only he were a little stronger." Suddenly, she looked surprised by an unexpected turn of events. Li Jun had completely collapsed, tightly bound by withered branches. In his hazy consciousness, he vaguely opened his eyes. He was still in a daze, utterly exhausted. "Am I dead?" Li Jun wondered in the surreal space. He bitterly thought about collapsing during training and recalled his master's advice. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, scolding him for being so pathetic for losing to the Sida Hu Shen. Li Jun joyfully called out to his master, trying to explain that he had given his all. The master interrupted, urging him to awaken the dormant power within the core of his body. The voice explained that his life force was fading, making Li Jun realize he wasn't completely dead yet. "Who said you were dead?" the master snapped, ordering him to seek out that power immediately. Li Jun closed his eyes, muttering the two words core, and began to focus. Following the instructions, he concentrated his entire mind on his chest, feeling his heartbeat slowly decelerate. The master reminded him to use Hundun Shen Gong to stimulate his heart. The divine energy began to flow in, revitalizing his weakening heart. Li Jun felt the blood in his body gradually being replaced by the energy of Hundun Shen Gong. A strange sensation washed over him. He felt as if he was being recreated from scratch. Immersed in the pure energy, Li Jun wondered in astonishment. What is this power? Li Jun's eyes snapped open, feeling his inner energy not only return but also surge outwards much stronger than before. A series of system notifications appeared. Hundun Shen Gong had reached 10 stars, and all seals were lifted. 10 stars? Li Jun was stunned, but his master's voice rang out, asserting that only then would he be worthy of being his disciple, and ordering him to open his eyes. His eyes blazed, ready to return to reality. The Sida Hu Shen were dumbfounded as they watched Li Jun float in the air, his entire body enveloped in a dazzling aura. "Zhuke," exclaimed in astonishment, "that power, is it lightning energy?" The white-haired old man turned to question the large swordsman, but he could only confusedly admit that he couldn't believe Hundun Shen Gong contained lightning energy. Zhuke shook her head, stating that this was not merely lightning energy, but a power on an entirely different level. Landing on the ground, Li Jun was still bewildered, wondering if the recent experience was a dream, but the sensation was too real. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within his body, then roared, "With this power I can defeat you all." Hearing this, the Bai Hu girl stretched, smiling belligerently. "So, we get to fight another round, don't we?" Li Jun lunged forward in response. "Yes, sorry to have kept you waiting," beginning an even fiercer confrontation than before. Bai Hu was stunned as Li Jun easily dodged her kick. She couldn't believe her eyes. His speed had far surpassed what it was before, so fast that the naked eye could barely keep up. She realized that not only his speed, but also the flow of power he was using, faintly resembled that of the Sida Hu Shen themselves. The white-haired old man frantically yelled, "Bai Hu, behind you!" But Li Jun had already appeared right behind her, coldly declaring, "It's too late." He extended his hand forward, growling the name of the technique, Da Huo Mie Wang. A colossal streak of energy descended from the sky, aimed directly at the terrified Bai Hu. After the thunderous attack, Bai Hu lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Witnessing this, Zhuke frantically screamed her comrade's name. Li Jun paid no mind. He raised his hand to summon a colossal pillar of earth enveloped by vibrant, energy-filled vines. The power of wood and earth, two attributes he had just acquired, surged menacingly. Not stopping there, he continued to absorb energy from the ground, golden lightning bolts flashing around him. Zhuke was stunned. She realized a horrifying truth. Could it be? He's absorbing our attributes? Yes, Li Jun calmly admitted, as the spear in his hand blazed with fire. Currently, I can only absorb a small amount. But this is more than enough to fight you all, he roared, swinging his spear down hard onto the ground, creating a terrifying explosion. Zhuke couldn't react in time, struck down on the spot by the force of the attack. Witnessing two comrades successively defeated, Xuan Wu roared in anger. He lunged to confront Li Jun, shouting, "What the hell are you? What is that power?" Realizing he couldn't contend alone, Xuan Wu called out to Qinglong, "He's too tough alone, let's go together." "Don't get cocky just because you've gotten a little stronger," Xuan Wu roared, unleashing a colossal fireball towards Li Jun. However, the green vines once again emerged from the ground, easily blocking the fire technique. Xuan Wu was furious. "You fool! I'll burn all these vines to ashes. Just then, Li Jun felt a chilling current freezing beneath his feet. Qinglong had made his move, using ice magic to restrain Li Jun, creating an opportunity for Xuanwu to attack. Ice, huh? Li Jun merely smirked. In that case, immediately, an even grander colossal ice wall rose, completely blocking Xuanwu's ferocious flames. Xuanwu was stunned when his flames were blocked. He couldn't believe that the colossal ice wall hadn't melted at all. While Li Jun observed confidently, Xuanwu was drenched and had completely lost his will to fight. Qinglong appeared, silently acknowledging Li Jun as a formidable opponent for having grasped their attribute. He bitterly admitted that Li Jun had single-handedly defeated 3 of them. Qinglong conceded that in his current state, he couldn't face Li Jun alone. Therefore, I will concede, he declared decisively. Li Jun smiled. A wise choice. Now, open the gate to the next trial. But first, I'll claim my reward, he added. Qinglong, astonished, bestowed power upon him, acknowledging him as the only one in history to achieve 10 stars through his own strength. A series of system notifications appeared, confirming that the natural imprint had formed and the seal on the Tianxing was lifted. Li Jun stared blankly at his hand, wondering about the natural imprint. Qinglong explained that it was the power of the Sida Hushen, which he could now freely wield. A verdant gate opened, and Qinglong urged him to depart quickly. Before leaving, Li Jun turned back to ask one last question. Why are you here? And do you know my master? Qinglong pondered the disciple's question about his master. He decided to tell Li Jun about the man he knew by the epithet Wu Jizhe. The story began when Wu Jizhe was still known as Seolguk. At that time, Seolguk, barely in his 30s, had traveled to Liaoning and challenged a local lord. Qinglong recounted that in just 5 seconds, Seolguk had claimed victory. He had used a strange, never-before-seen martial art, and was incredibly excited when it worked. Seolguk even defeated the clan head of the Hebei Peng, who was said to possess the finest sword in the world. Thus, Seolguk roamed throughout the martial world, successively defeating the masters of Zhongyuan. Then, at Yueyang Lu by Dongting Lake, he met a woman named Zhu Qiang-ah who was being pursued. A frantic attendant screamed, begging the young lady to stop, for fear of enraging the elders. "Don't follow me!" Zhu Qiang-ah screamed as she fled headlong from her pursuers. Suddenly, a hand firmly grasped her wrist. Seolguk pulled her into a corner, gesturing for silence as the pursuers passed by. He offered help, saying she could come with him. Zhu Qiang-ah shyly offered her thanks. That night, Seolguk was astonished to learn that the girl he had just saved had run away from home. He blurted out his regret, but she calmly confirmed that her pursuers were indeed her own family. Seolguk curiously asked why she had run away. The girl replied that it was to find independence, and she had her own reasons. Although she couldn't elaborate, she admitted she truly had nowhere to go. Seolguk offered to let her accompany him, but it was misunderstood, forcing him to shout loudly to explain. And so, the two traveled across the continent together, and love blossomed from there. Though they didn't fully understand each other, Seolguk and Zhu Qiang-ah still shared happy days. But a year later, Zhu Qiang-ah suddenly disappeared. When Seolguk returned, he only found a letter left on the table. In the letter, she said she was going home and hoped he wouldn't look for her. Seolguk still searched frantically for 3 months, believing she would never leave like that. Finally, he found her whereabouts, the Wulin Alliance in Henan. Qinglong recounted that this was the beginning of a fatal misunderstanding, Wu Jizhe's greatest mistake. Li Jun wondered if his master had caused a ruckus there. Qinglong denied it, saying that Seolguk, on the contrary, had behaved very properly. Li Jun grew even more confused, not understanding why that was a mistake. Qinglong explained that Seolguk's reputation had reached the Mengzhu, and he wanted to take him as a son-in-law. But there was an ironic truth. The Wulin Mengzhu was not Zhu Qiang-ah's father. Li Jun questioned, as only the Mengzhu's children were allowed to live there. Qinglong revealed the bitter truth. Zhu Qiang-ah was not the daughter, but the wife of the Mengzhu. It turned out that a year ago, she had run away on her way to marry the Mengzhu. Seolguk, misunderstanding the Mengzhu as his future father-in-law, accepted the challenge and even struck harder, thinking he was hiding someone. After defeating the Mengzhu, Seolguk stood there, awaiting a different outcome. But tragedy struck. He returned with the title of Wushen, but that was after Zhu Qiang-ah took her own life upon hearing the news. Li Jun was stunned to hear that when she died, she was carrying Seolguk's child. Qinglong explained that Seolguk had repeatedly sought death, from throwing himself into abysses to destroying his meridians. But all was in vain. Wu Jizhe's internal energy protected his body, cursing him to live until his lifespan was exhausted. Returning to the present, Qinglong recounted that after that tragedy, Seolguk completely lost his mind and massacred any orthodox faction members. Li Jun replied thoughtfully. Given his master's martial arts and personality, Such actions were understandable, Qinglong continued. The tragedy repeated until Wu Jie confined himself in solitude, which made Li Jun suddenly recall the senior disciples who had betrayed him. That's why I was shocked to see you, Qinglong said. The rest, you must find out for yourself, for you are his only disciple. Li Jun thanked him, saying that without Azure Dragon, he would never have known the past of his master, who rarely spoke about himself. Master. So, you had such a past, Li Jun murmured to himself, determined to serve him well from now on. He saw this as a way to repay his parents, and although he didn't know how the feud with his senior disciples would end, Li Jun now had another reason to confront them, as he entered the second gate named Heart. Inside the trial space, Li Jun's entire body was enveloped in a blue aura, and he gritted his teeth, just like last time. Another version of himself appeared, sitting amidst the starry space and speaking. We meet again. The challenge of the second gate was to control the heavenly killing star, a spirit that only craved slaughter. Suddenly, the dark space lit up into a stark white room, astonishing Li Jun. This was something even Seolguk hadn't anticipated. Li Jun asked his other self if the killing intent had been controlled, but received the answer that it still occasionally surged. That self explained that normally it was fine, but once in a deathmatch, it wanted to kill everything in sight. It suddenly brought up the Blade King incident, and Li Jun admitted that the media's reaction had been detrimental to the Shinryuk clan. The other self advised him to ignore the insults, but Li Jun firmly refused, stating that having power and doing nothing was utterly foolish. That self decided to watch over Li Jun. It affirmed that it would accept and obey all of his choices. If you understand, go through that door, it said, pointing to a pitch-black gate that had just appeared, astonishing Li Jun. The other self explained that Li Jun had fulfilled the gate's conditions the moment he stepped in, making him even more confused. Li Jun secretly wondered what that condition was. He mumbled, blaming his other self for leaving so coldly. That self vanished, promising to sleep peacefully within him, leaving Li Jun to ponder the final gate. Immediately after, a dazzling light enveloped Li Jun. He was surprised to find himself teleported to a picturesque lake. A familiar voice echoed from a long-haired man. You finally arrived. Li Jun was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He stammered, Master? And the man confirmed this was their first meeting in this form. Seljuk revealed that this place was a space he himself had created. He transformed into an old man with silver-white hair, explaining that this space could change into any form. Li Jun frantically asked why his master was here, and received the answer that he had been waiting for him for a very long time. He was shocked to realize that the final challenge was to fight his master, and Seolguk confirmed it. However, Seolguk then said that the time was not yet ripe. Li Jun confusedly asked his master what he meant. Seolguk's voice echoed from the mist, saying that Li Jun had to reach the peak of 12 stars to be able to fight him, while he was only at 10 stars. Li Jun anxiously asked about the fate of the third gate, but his master firmly replied that he could not challenge it. Seolguk, now clearly in his elderly form, instructed him to return when his chaos divine art reached 12 stars, because once inside the gate, there would be no more time for cultivation. He sadly asked if his master would stay here until then, but Seolguk affirmed that he could not be with him forever. Li Jun exclaimed regretfully that if he had known, he wouldn't have entered a gate like this. Seolguk smiled gently, asking if his young disciple liked his master very much. Li Jun immediately turned away to wipe his eyes, feigning embarrassment. No, it's just that there's no one left to tease. He secretly wiped away a tear that was about to fall. Seolguk gently comforted him. Don't be lonely without your master. You have your own good relationships, don't you? But to me, master is still. Li Jun couldn't finish his sentence before Seolguk interrupted, saying it was time for him to go. As he turned and walked away, Seolguk's voice echoed from behind. My disciple, even if I'm not by your side, always smile, because that is truly you. His master's final advice made him sigh softly. Li Jun turned back with a radiant smile, promising firmly, I understand. Don't worry about me. I'll be back as soon as possible. Seolguk smiled contentedly, replying, All right, I'll wait here. But when Li Jun turned back once more, calling master, he had vanished. He stood alone in the quiet space, beneath the gently falling cherry blossom. The scene changed, and Li Jun realized he had been brought outside, standing before an ancient building, and was now alone. From afar, Ju Kyung-ah and Azure Dragon were observing, surprised to see him exit so quickly. Li Jun was stunned to see an entire group of people looking at him, vaguely hearing them discuss that he had failed the third gate. A bearded man approached, initially irritable. I'm very annoyed. If you have nothing to say, then scram, then smirked. Don't you want to quickly reach 12 stars? Li Jun curiously asked back. Is there a fast way? The man smiled and replied, Of course, while a mysterious woman beside him explained, absorb the heavenly destruction and annihilation from someone born with a heaven-defying body. A heaven-defying body? Li Jun repeated, And the woman continued, yes, in this world, those born with it are, besides the Infinite One, only his disciples Chonju, Jiju, and Inju possess it. Li Jun was stunned. Wait, do you mean they are in this world? The woman confirmed, they must have been brought to this world through a heaven-defying formation. Li Jun secretly thought about the heaven-defying formation, a ritual that defied the laws of nature, and the woman added that it must have come at a bloody price. He suddenly realized, muttering, they created that formation during the Sword King incident. No wonder that Inju helped him. Anger flared in Li Jun's mind. They intend to turn Incheon into a sacrifice for the heaven-defying formation. Immediately, the man grabbed his collar, shouting, hey, what is this killing intent? The man questioned, but Li Jun calmly looked at his ring, explaining that heightened emotions sometimes caused it to surge. The woman realized, he's using that ring to suppress the heavenly killing star. Isn't he? Li Jun confirmed it was just a precaution. He thought to himself, to reach 12 stars, he still had to confront Cheonju, and the absence of his master at this moment made him doubt his choices. The man placed a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him, don't worry, they won't be able to act immediately. He further explained that the enemy would need to build more heaven-defying formations in major cities to regain their full power. Will that continue to happen? Li Jun asked worriedly, and received a resolute answer. Yes, but you are strong now. You will stop it. Suddenly, a person with tiger ears playfully ruffled Li Jun's hair, happily declaring, of course, we can vouch for how strong he is. The person with tiger ears walked away, grumbling. My back still hurts from that collision earlier, and I'm still uncomfortably damp. Li Jun regained his resolve, declaring, that's right, being discouraged won't change anything. I need to return quickly and make a plan. All right, I'll reach 12 stars and then come back here. He turned and ran off, shouting a message. Until then, please take care of Master for me. At the same time, in the Tianshan Mountains, Xinjiang, a colossal pillar carved with ancient characters stood tall under a crimson sky. A blonde-haired person bowed respectfully. Senior brother, senior sister, it is an honor to meet you both. Inside a dark cave, before a crowd of subordinates, a voice echoed, long time no see. A red energy entity appeared, speaking with annoyance. What kind of damp, moldy place is this? You called us to a place like this again? The blonde-haired young man smirked, his eyes glinting red. Yes, the heaven-defying formation could be completed in Inshan, but there isn't enough space to erect the pillars. The entity asked about the crowd. So, these are all the people from the divine demonic cult who came here? And received the answer. Yes, about 2,000 people in total. Still too few, the entity remarked. But the blonde-haired young man confidently replied, unfortunately, that's true, but we have a way to compensate. The crimson-haired woman standing nearby explained the plan. The creatures humans call monsters, though weaker than us, are enough to cause great chaos. She gestured. A spatial gate opened behind her, and she announced, the gate has been opened. Countless monsters from transcendent and supreme realms began to pour out, piquing the red entity's interest. The blonde-haired young man reassured, Big sister, they are the best option for now. They will cause enough chaos. That will suffice. How many heaven-defying formations are left? He reported, there are 4 locations left. If everything goes according to plan, we will soon be able to bring you fully into this world. The energy entity commanded, proceed quickly. Once all 5 heaven-defying formations are complete and I set foot on that land, I will resurrect that person, right on this very land. Her declaration revealed a dark-skinned, white-haired man chained amidst countless talismans. The sealed man's blazing red eyes flashed with a deadly glint.